Mama said his words, oh, so many times. I'm thinking you knew better than the other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, always gonna cry. The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and your vengeance served on a cold plate. You hear the roll of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how then things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamers with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. word, they will fight. And Mama said his words, oh, so many times. I'm thinking you knew better than the other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. On a cold plate.
Good afternoon, everyone, and we're at the end of the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour Week 2. So we still got one more week to go. Welcome back, everyone, to the region with the best Dota, undoubtedly top tier. I'm your host, Sophie, and I'm so glad to be here with my fellow panelists. I got Winter and Summer, and I also have Aurora. How you guys doing?
Can't wait. Can't wait for the best Dota.
The best of the best. This is the pinnacle of Dota, right?
Depends on where you're looking at.
You gotta agree with me. It's another moment of hot takes, man. How are you, Aurora?
Good.
Good?
Felt like I remember the last series that Winter casted on Wednesday.
You remember it? What was special
No, I don't
about it?
remember.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Well,
It was Blee versus Woom, so yeah.
oh, I see. So that was fairly one-sided, I would assume. Actually,
Yes.
I did see the game.
Not worth remembering.
Yeah. Anyways, but we gotta remember anyways. We gotta take a look at Wednesday's results because that's what we do over here. We'd like to do a little bit of recap. We have Mansion AG losing to Execration 1-2. We got Talon beating XERXIA 2-0 and Bleed beating Boom Esports 2-0. So that was two both very fast series to end the day.
Yeah, it was quite surprising to me that Boom actually had some chances in the series against Bleed. I felt like they actually played a lot better than what I expected them.
Really? Are you sure?
I mean, the first game, at least, they had some chances in
there
the
you
first.
go, there
Oh
we
yeah,
the
wait, that first game was like what, 70 minutes long?
They,
It was
they, they could
giga
have,
long,
yeah,
right?
they could have won the first game. I thought they would have won. But
I feel like it's ex-normal thing, you know. How long can I make this game go? Let's go. That kind of thing.
actually, no, was it the second game? The long game was the second game.
I think it was the first game. Wasn't
Was
the
it-
second game the fast game?
Because I remember I was like casting the game, I was like thinking, maybe we get a game 3. And then the game didn't go game 3 because
Oh, what?
yeah, so it could have been the second game. Can't
'Cause
remember.
I remember it was like I eating dinner, watching Netflix. Like before that, I tuned into the game and I like finished my dinner. I got back to the game. I was like, wait, what? This
No, I
game's still
remember.
going?
I remember it's the game 2. It was the Muffling game, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this highlights of our first series. This, honestly, this series, I was kind of surprised of how it went. I thought maybe Mansion Army Geniuses would do a bit better.
I think the last game, I mean, this series, the first two was kind of okay, I would say. You can kind of see which team is playing better, but the last game, definitely, it's like both teams are on the beach with us, you know, but they're playing volleyball against each other, throwing the ball here and there. So, yeah, that's how I felt.
That's a good analogy. The last game was 50 minutes, right? 55 around. That was a long one.
Yeah,
That was a bit spooky.
Execration definitely got some of their mojo back.
Yeah? They're looking so much better in the second week. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Have you been able to see a lot of Execration games, Winter?
A couple. I watched a couple. I didn't really like a lot of their Meepo Huskar drafts, but
Oh, yeah.
I think they are kind of figuring things out step by step.
I know the word you would use, Winter. It's lousy. Why are they picking this lousy Huskar?
Lousy Huskar, lousy Meepo.
Yeah.
But then they started a Mueta trend also.
I think
Kinda nice.
Moeta is like kind of like the best carry late game. Would you say that? Like most of the teams right now have been picking Terabit a lot because Terabit has been regarded as like the best carry of this patch. And I feel like Moeta late game, you can kind of like out carry him because you have your toolkit, you know,
Yeah.
the ulti.
I agree, but then it's also like she's not as frontliney material as compared to TB. Like if you can get on top of her and chain stun her, she dies pretty fast. But yeah, I mean she has a team, right? So has TB. So I guess in that sense, if you have a team on par, especially in terms of the draft, then I guess Mueta has the upper hand since like her damage is kind of just going through whatever TB is known for, like armor.
Yeah.
So yeah.
This Talon XERXIA series was a very speedy one at that.
Outclassed.
Talon, I mean, they must have been mad after losing the bleed. Your DPC points!
But I feel like Talon is still not really at their best from what we have seen though.
Yeah, draft wise, I feel like they still got some things to figure out. I mean, overall, they're still a pretty strong team, but they need to get certain specific details on the draft, the pick order. They have to try to find the most optimal heroes, you know, especially for Japs. I think he's going to be like the most crucial and most important player on the team. So finding a way to utilize him the best in this patch is going to be important for them.
And here's your favorite series of the day, Winter.
Yeah, can't wait. You know, my favorite carry, Natsumi.
Yeah. Oh, Winter. Your feelings are, showing, what's it, through your clothes or skin or whatever the phrase is.
I don't like to hide my feel,
You're a very honest guy, and I appreciate that about you. But let's talk about the Div 1 standings. We got Bleed on top. Is this something you expected coming into the season?
No, not with the weakest mid player on the league.
It's a lot of honesty, Winter. Anyways, we have Talon in the second place with 3-1, followed by Execration, Blacklist, Rivalry, SMG, Mansion, AG, Boom Esports, and at the very bottom we got XERXIA.
I mean,
Boom and XERXIA.
it's a very good thing, that you can top a league right now with a player that's like if you compare the other mid players, he's definitely a little bit weaker than the other players, but it shows you that how Dota has changed, that the team play is so important.
Yep.
Like how much cohesion you can get from the players and the draft, the strategies, those things actually matter a lot more now.
Yeah, that's very, very true. That's a very good point, actually. But interestingly enough, here in this beautiful list of standings we have, Execration and Blacklist are both at 2-2. Our Filipino teams. Which one of them do you think will be heading off to Bali?
It depends whether KP is really the catalyst,
How much weight can he lift?
Yeah. Sad. All that pressure on one player. But let's take a look at today's schedule. What games we have for today. We got, to start us off, Execration versus XERXIA, followed by SMG versus Blacklist, and Talon versus Mansion AG at the end of the day. So, I feel like who wins these are kind of expected. Like, I can kind of see, except for maybe the second series. What about you guys?
Logically, I would say I can see, the teams I can see having higher chances of winning, right? Execration, and then Blacklist, and then Talon. But then again, for the first two series, like Execration versus XERXIA, and then SMG versus Blacklist, I think the second would be very 50-50, depending on, how well KP can perform. Or like just the draft not, screwing up into the games. The first series though, I think XERXIA has a chance,
Small chance, right? Based on what we saw Execration in the last series.
I think Execration is also kind of unstable though, because they're trying things out. But XERXIA is more on the same page than Execration. That's what I feel.
Yeah, but the difference is Execration know how to win,
Yeah.
Does
Yeah.
XERXIA know how to win? That's what I'm not really sure.
I feel like Execration have definitely looked, they look much better this week compared to last week for sure.
Yeah.
But I feel like we're also kind of maybe rating XERXIA too highly because of the game against Blacklist. They did look good in that game, but I don't know. For me, I wasn't convinced to kind of regard them as a more of a top tier.
One series might be lucky, Sometimes
Yeah.
you kind of get a better draft and your players were happier that day. They had a
Yeah.
better lunch, so they play better. So who knows, But doing it consistently over 3 weeks, that's a different thing.
Yeah. And I think Blacklists, I feel like, we all, often put this pressure on KP, like, if KP performs well, but I feel like it's too much pressure to put on one player. I feel like it's more of, KP is very a stable player, but I feel like their drafts are the ones that are lacking a bit.
You're trying to blame Mike right now.
No, I'm not saying that, but I think, because they talk about their drafts as a team. There's been so many times where we're like, his heroes does nothing, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, but at the same time, KP is just off laner, and his play style is not like Jabs or Masaros. So he needs to find a balance in the draft, and everybody needs to put in their weight to carry the game.
That's true. It's a team game, like you said. Corndone can't simply carry everyone. But anyways, we got Execration versus XERXIA coming up. So let's look at some all chats and banter.
Hi guys, I'm the captain support of XERXIA. Thank you for supporting us, Sir.
Hi guys, I'm Carlo Manalo from Team Execration. They're position 5.
I think we can somehow go to major or not. Depends on our performance or on how well we can adapt to the meta right now. Because we don't know yet what's good or not. So we've been trying a lot of heroes. So yeah.
But it's kind of refreshing for everyone because we started like a 0-2, like we lost the 2 series and like going to the third game. It's we're happy that we won already and can use that momentum hopefully to win more games and eventually qualify for the major. I would say using Tekis now is really fun, especially when you kill people accidentally or like if they misstep into your bombs and they explode.
Yeah, kind of. I'm like, I keep telling them this funny stuff before the start of the game, so they don't feel they don't feel the tense or pressure. So you know, it's easier for them to make good decisions in the game.
I would say I'll on the team. The way I lead them is more on the serious stuff, especially the outside game. Like I'm trying to tell them and ask them mentally if they are okay, especially if things are already going south. I'm always trying to check their vibes and emotions if it's still okay. Because I believe the team, it's one of our strengths, emotions. So yeah.
I focus so much on like winning the lane. Compared to him, he's like he wants to connect with his mid laner. You know, create a lot of chaos and teamfight heroes, stuff like that.
Maybe one thing I'm ahead of I'm younger than him, and he's older. So in terms of mechanical skills, maybe I got the better hands. Yeah, because he got slower hands than me. He's older than me, 1 year older. So on that, I'm already ahead of him.
I'll pick Carlo definitely because we know each other. We kind of like give off the same vibe, good guy vibe. Like you know, he'll play the 4 position for me because it's his position in the past anyway. So he'll give me the position 5.
Unless he's the lowest rank in that match, I would pick him. So even if we lose, we're just gonna get minus 10 MMR.
You'll never know what's coming, guys.
My advice for Tihi, just enjoy the game. He's an old friend of mine, and for XERXIA, just let's enjoy the match and give our best shot.
Thank you for always supporting XERXIA all this time. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank the fans that keep on supporting us, you know, through ups and downs. Also to our XFAM, Boss B and friends, and also to my family who keep on supporting me. And special shout out to my girlfriend who keeps on checking on me and supporting me even if we're losing so much.
Nothing.
Just wait for us. We're gonna qualify in Bali Major.
Yee! Shout out to the girlfriend. I'm so killing. Does that make you feel something, Winter?
So civilized, all chat Friday.
I know, that's true,
I was
actually.
expecting when the question was asked, any advice for your opponents? Oh, just disconnect. You're gonna lose anyway. Just say something like that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, well, what I did get was Carlo did call Tihi old and called him a boomer.
1 year.
But then Tihi said that Carlo was a really nice guy and they both have nice guy vibes.
I feel like this is the best duo for best friends, you know. Like one is just purely wholesome, just pure, and then the other one is like a little devil, you know.
Chaotic.
But would be nice to the friend.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that meme of like the guy like standing there holding a leash and then the friend's like no? Okay. Anyways, it was a cute interview though. I really like how Carlos said that he checks in with his team like mentally. I feel like not a lot of people do that, or you know, he's a really good homie, you know, a true friend. But do you have anyone who checks on you mentally, Winter? I think you might need someone to check on you.
I check on other people.
Well, what a good guy, Winter.
I'm the experiment here.
I see. The lab rat.
Not necessarily. I mean, I'm not the first one, definitely.
I see. Well, let's get our game going. We got our draft already up for this series. Ooh. What are we looking at? This Doom. And our bands are Bat, Bounty, ENG, and Beast.
So what are the other broken heroes available?
And a lot.
Techies.
Techies, yeah, Techies is definitely, like for me, the best post 4 right now. I love Techies. Like the hero just does so much in the lane, he's so strong in the lane. It's very useful in the team fights later. It's just a very annoying hero. You can build any item on the hero. Most of the players have been building Greaves. And they picked the Monkey King. So the Monkey King response is a lane matchup against Doom. One of the better heroes against him.
Do you think teams should prioritize this kind of, you know, like, oh, I see you pick Doom and then I just counter pick with the Monkey King? Because I often feel like Monkey King has to have a lot of conditions to be able to play in the game.
Yeah, you don't really want to pick the hero out early unless you have some plans on the hero being able to flex to another role. Then I would say that's fine. But XERXIA, they did this the last time, right? Bombi is I remember him being like a Phoenix specialist. He loves playing this hero. So Doom plus Phoenix, so you have what I would say that it's a very super team fight combo, so you cannot really engage into it most of the time. And so most teams, when you see like Doom, Phoenix, you would try to pick like heroes that can play the map and try to split. Or you pick like some alchemist, something that's like really fast paced that you can abuse the cooldowns.
I think Phoenix is also usually kind of weak in the lane as compared to other supports, but then I guess the instant pick, it's like convincing as a response, right, towards the Monkey King, because you just, you know.
You egg in the ring, right?
Yeah, and then you don't allow the Monkey King to hit as well with your spirits.
Yeah, I mean, early game you're pretty annoying for Monkey because you can kill the trees, I mean, you can break the trees and you can catch him out. Fire spirits, before he gets BKB, it's pretty annoying for him. And obviously the egg is just also annoying.
I don't know, I have a feeling like I want to see these techies commit Mass of Madness for this egg. Like just, you know, if I die, I'm just gonna hit the egg, you know.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna need people to kill the egg after this. So in the second ban phase, XERXIA opts to ban out Oracle. Oracle is a pretty underpicked hero in SCA, I would say. In other regions, he's been picked a lot more. It's a very strong hero right now with the Fate's Edict and obviously the Dispel from the Fortune's End.
I agree, except I mean, especially against Doom, because like all your spells just make Doom feel very annoyed, right? Like you have the Purge to make him start chasing, you have the second spell, and then the heal, especially with the False Promise, it just makes Doom go like, I'm supposed to win the game if I press my buttons, but I'm not, you know?
Yeah, being able to dispel the Infernal Blade is a pretty huge deal, like in the team fights. And obviously the shot, what's it called, the rain, the heal rain.
Yeah.
That's also pretty good in the team fight because the Doom wants to run in and Scorch Earth, do damage, and you can do that to counteract. But we don't really have many like Oracle players in SEA.
It's true.
It's like you say, because he's kind of naturally should be a backliner hero. But I always feel like when I play Oracle, I feel so strong. Like I can burst anyone once I'm level 3 or level 5.
Yep, and so they finished the bans, second bans off with Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker is also one of the, I would say, a hero that's really strong in the current patch as a carry. I feel like Terrorblade and Bloodseeker are two of my go-to carry picks right now. Like I feel like Bloodseeker just somehow, he's really strong in the lane, right? So the patch really prioritizes heroes that really good in the lane, you can snowball. Then, because once you get a lead, it's very difficult to contest all the Wisdom Runes, the Tormentors and everything. You get everything on the map. I feel like Bloodseeker is perfect for that because there's a lot of like emphasis put on the lanes. And if you have very strong side lanes like Bloodseeker trading, your teammates are trading, you're gonna get all the move speed, attack speed, and then you're gonna be able to win your lane as well.
Ooh, I like this Underlord Techie's lane.
Yeah, he's also one of the strongest off-laners right now. Very, very good for the meta because you can buy all the team items and you can abuse the Fiend's Gate.
Fiend's Gate to the Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, beeline it there.
And yeah, I would like to see more of the mid players get involved contesting the Wisdom Runes because Wisdom Runes refill your bottle. You have a bottle, so I feel like the players should try to help you. You know, the support. Sometimes you feel so bad. You're going to the 7-minute rune alone as a support, and then you die, you don't get the rune, and then the other pause force steals your own rune, then you feel like the game is lost at that point, you know.
You know what, Winter, I support that. I preach that, preach that, because as a mid player, I would definitely want the wisdom rune. But like all my supports in my past would be like, hey, get off, it's ours. But I'm like, I defended it for you though. But yeah, it's sad. Mid players don't get anything. They get all the blame though, surely.
Okay, so they go for the slug. The solution they want against Underlord and Monkey. Like number 1 against Monkey because you can always use your ulti and fight him in the ring. And Underlord obviously self-explanatory in the lane. You're really good against Underlord in the lane. But if you're laning with Phoenix, then I'm not so sure. Because if Slug Phoenix against Techies Underlord, I feel like the lane could be problematic. If it's with Pogna, it'll be a little better.
I agree. I think it should be a Pugna laning without Slug. Because this Pugna can solo zone these techies.
Yeah, but the thing I'm worried about XERXIA is like they don't have stuns right now. They have Phoenix Pugna. Those are very, very heavy supports. You need like their last pick has to fix all their problems. Right now they don't have any jump hero, so they need a jump hero on their last pick. And whereas for Execration, they're going to go for a Snapfire, that's the 8 killer, and it's going to give them like a very solid team fight. I think it's pretty decent against Pugna as well because he's standing still healing his teammate, so you can land the kisses on him.
I think in general, early phase Slug is also very afraid of Snapfire because the damage is too much for him to take.
Yeah, overwhelming magic damage, right? It sounds like this game you might... Do you need a Mage Slayer as a slug this game?
I mean, you could, because right now I don't see the reason to buy Diffuser, Like, look at Execration's heroes. They're not really... I wouldn't say not afraid, but I would say it's not that effective for Slug to build Diffuser against his heroes. I feel he should go for the scaling route. Because since he has a Doom anyway, right? So
what build is that? Like Echo into...
Yeah, Echo Saber into Aghanims and then Mage Slayer.
Yeah, the Mage Slayer is very good against Techies and Snap. I mean, it's decent against Underlord too. And you get the magic resist, so overall, it's a pretty useful item this game.
I think it's a really good snap game, actually. Like, really good.
Yeah, they need a backliner that can catch the Snapfire. So, looking at the last phase bans, Execration decides to remove Storm, like for obvious reasons. So, Jan needs a backline catcher, and they have Pugna, so they have the gas station. So, Storm's perfect for that.
I feel like it's funny that Xerxia bans the Pug.
Yeah,
because
that's a weird ban.
Yeah, Execration needed to ban this hero for them, and Xerxia should have earned a free
but
ban.
would you say that it's also part of the reason why they have Phoenix and Pugna? Pug's really good against Phoenix and Pugna.
But they pick first, right?
Yeah, so they should just pick it and then they don't have
they
to
should
worry.
just ban what Pug is scared of, and then force Execration to ban the Pug.
Unless they already, want to pick something else, Because looking at the bans, I feel like they want to pick something else. So there's no Ember, there's no Void, there's no Storm, there's no Pug. So there's Pangolier left.
Pango is also banned.
Oh, Pango is also banned. So
What are their options?
I guess Kanka.
I think Queen of Pain is not
Queen of Pain.
that bad for both teams either, because
everything else is banned, right?
yeah, it's also because the supports don't really control this hero, and the fact that the cores, I would say, Monkey King and Slug are very, very vulnerable to this hero. Yeah.
So what does Execration do against Quap? Lane matchup wise, is there anything that you can pick and win the lane? Probably not, right?
I wouldn't say win the lane because I'm very sure Queen of Pain can still farm the lane, but I don't mind an Invoker here.
Okay, so Exalt, Quaswax.
Quaswax would look really good because the fact that their heroes can't do anything without mana.
Yeah, actually that sounds like a pretty good idea against Slug and Doom, EMP.
And it's really great when you have Monkey King and you play towards a Monkey King. This Monkey King is just gonna be a beast.
And Kunkka is just like a way too bad of a hero right now. Right? Still, he got some buffs, but still doesn't feel good. Is the hero like way too slow, or what's the reason the mid players don't really like this hero?
I feel it's because he's supposed to be a frontline hero. He's supposed to feel strong, but the fact that now the players are so smart, they're gonna stop his combo. Then he feels useless. He can't hit his combo because he's in the front line. So it's kind of contradicting as a hero. Like you want to land your combo, but then you're a frontline hero. But if you're a frontline hero, you want to abuse your right-click damage, right? But you can't because all your entire toolkit is to just land your combo.
Yeah, how about this? There's been a discussion about like when you look at the drafts, the first thing you should notice on which draft is better is how many universal heroes they have.
Yeah, I agree. Well,
Is Wind Ranger like a carry hero right now or a mid hero? Is she more of a carry right now?
I feel she cannot really out carry a hero like Slug especially because all she is about is physical attacks.
Ooh, Marana.
I don't like the
So
Marana.
is that a
Maybe a course
mid hero?
Mid
No, core
snap, I
Snapfire?
think. Mid snap. Yeah, I think
could it be?
because Snapfire destroys Queen of Pain. Like
Oh,
literally.
in the lane?
Yeah. Queen of Pain can't
Like
do.
how so?
Because when you play Queen of Pain, you want to pressure the crit wave and the hero with your scream, right? It's not so much about your poison strike, but this Snapfire he has like point blank bonus damage for his first spell.
So you have to go near to cast your dagger, and then you get
Correct.
scatter blast, so you take a
Yep.
lot of damage. So you're always in a situation where you are getting an unfavorable trade.
Yeah, you
and,
are always like 40%.
and you might die
HP.
because you can just stun a creep.
Exactly. And you don't really want to pump blink so early. I would say.
So what would you say this matchup is like 7-3 to Snapfire?
Okay, 7-3 is a bit extreme because I think the Corp can still farm. So as long as he trades well for his creeps, he's gonna be okay. I would say 6-4, but definitely it can go 7-3 if the Queen is not careful.
And runes, right?
Yeah.
All right, who's draft are you guys liking better? Because I'm hard convinced on Execration's draft right now.
Yeah, I think it's easier to play their draft for sure. And also Xerxia's draft, they have their own win conditions and whatnot, but they lack a lot of stuns, so they have to play really well. They have to execute really well. The laning phase has to go perfectly for them. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to fight later against the Snapfire, I feel.
What do you think, Aurora?
I think I would side Execration's draft more because when Xerxia has the Doom, right? If you look at Execration's lineup, they're so good against the Doom because Doom is like on a timer thing. He needs items, he needs like his Doom to be ready, but like Execration's heroes are just gonna run at them. Yeah.
Yeah, Xerxia's draft, they really are lacking a lot of stuns. But I have our lovely, wonderful casters, Cap and SVG, ready to give you our first game of today.
That's right, that's us. The wonderful and lovely commentators are here to be able to cast XERXIA once more, Avery. And the storyline with them so far, just to keep everyone up to date, rough week 1. Started off week 2, looked pretty damn good. Entirely different team. They looked actually really good against Blacklist. Got a little momentum off of that series, then ran into Talon. Okay, that sucks. Get 2-0 there, but they're the best team in C. Now we put the improvements that they showed in Blacklist to the test for the rest of the season. Can they beat Execration here? Can they beat SMG and Bleed? Those are the teams that they have left.
Excuse me, Cap. What did you just say? Hold the goddamn. What did you just? Did you say Talon is the best team in SCA?
Wow.
Excuse me? Who's top of the chart right now? Is not Talon. Is Bleed, baby. DJ out of prison, and he's shining in the sun. I don't know if Talon's
Okay,
number one in SCA.
okay, wait. Hold up. Do you think, legit, do you think Talon and Bleed both go to the major? You think Bleed's going to do better than Talon?
Anything's possible. Anything's possible. You never know. When it comes to sea on land, if I've learned anything in all my years, it's that the teams you think are going to do well bomb out, and the teams you think are going to bomb out tend to also bomb out. But there's occasionally a team that rises to the top.
The NA strategy, I understand, yes.
I mean, Talon is probably way more likely to do better on land, I think, just because they've also been on land the whole year. So they've definitely ironed out a lot of kinks, and they look very solid. But Bleed, they have very experienced players, so you never know. That said, neither of those teams are in this game, so I don't know why you're talking about them, Cap. Very distracting. As we're going to watch XERXIA versus Execration. I mean, this is XERXIA trying to not get relegated, and Execration's trying to stay in contention for the major, right? That's what this is pretty much about. The SCA region, I feel like it's very close right now. These 4 or 5 teams in the middle, I could see any 2 out of 3, like 2 out of those 5 getting those last 2 slots. Whereas I think Bleed looks pretty secure. We'll have to see. But I do think Execration probably favored and has a very strong early game support duo between Techies and Mirana. I think these are very consistent lane winners and should make for a solid early game for Execration, which means I think XERXIA's playing for scale. I mean, they have Doom, Quap, Slark, Phoenix. This is a very heavy scale lineup if you can get to that late game. Very terrifying to play into. But of course, we have seen them sometimes struggle to get there. I go back to that game 2 of the last series we watched. That was a very greedy lineup as well, right? And they just never got anywhere close to that late game.
Rapido taking a ton of damage from Carlo. He's going to throw out the blood grenade, try and hunt down the final couple of hits. Now he gives up on it now. So I like that you mentioned Techies and Mirana because those two have some similarities, Avery. They are both universal heroes and they are both superior range heroes. They both have over 600 attack range, 630 for Mirana and 700 blast. Oh, Carlo, a little bit shy, and he may end up being the first blood. Never mind, it's the kill on the other side. Tino is the one to die first, and Shanks, he might fall as well. Ooh, 6 HP. That's what T leaves him with.
I thought Execration were going to have the stronger early lanes here, but they're just getting outplayed. Early blood grenade trades, getting some Agi stacks for a young god. XERXIA quite happy with the start for Slark here. Still hurting in some of the CS department is Rapido is just getting zoned off the waves. Paulus has 7 denies. Has controlled the equilibrium pretty well here until it gets shoved out after those kills.
Yeah, Carlo, no way he should be fishing for a kill that hard. I mean, this lane is just an auto win. So as long as you don't give anything away to the enemy team, you should be in a very happy spot at 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah, I think Techies is actually one of the hardest supports to trade with early. 6 armor, massive range, really good base damage, crazy efficient spells.
And it only gets better from there because he's universal. So
Of course. Balancing all things. He was trash and competitive for 8 years, so now he's making up for it.
I mean, he did help a team win a TI, but he's
marginal impact. I would attribute that more to the player than the hero. And that's all.
Oh, okay. Good recovery. How's the mid lane matchup going? JG versus Bob. Oh, Bob is destroying him.
Yep. That's what I was about to say. He is absolutely making the most out of this favorite matchup. Just taking the base damage universal straight to JG. He does not like it. And just really strong scatter blast versus Queen of Pain, as Aurora was talking about, that has to go in close range here. And JG is just eating these spells to the face.
Bob's lift, the melee creep, tanking for Bob as he pursues the Quamp underneath the tower. JG has to blink away. Does have a bounty rune waiting for him to refill a bit of bottle charges, but Bob continues to just have a tight iron-like grip on this mid lane. 22 and 10. Incredible CS. Man, he's really going for it. The arrow lands onto the Pugna instead. Bob is going to be in an awkward position after this as the Shadow Strike is going to bring him low, and JG looks to finish him off and easily gets it, especially with Bombi cutting in on the other side. Teehee also goes down. XERXIA. Nice rotation to help out JG, that's for sure.
He needed it, and it's going to be a big kill. A lot of extra XP. Going to shove this wave in. So Bob might miss 1 or 2 extra CS on here. That's a sad death for him. In a lane he was dominating. Now he's pretty much evened it out a little bit instead of having that advantage. We'll have XP advantage here. Gets both ranges, but he's pretty big, 5 to 4. Big question for me is, can you get this Snapfire 6 and use it somewhere? That is one of the big windows for this hero from mid. And the other question is, what do you itemize on mid Snapfire these days? Because I feel like the itemization used to be a lot clearer. Now it's murkier. It's not as straightforward to me since the shard got nerfed.
Yeah, especially the shard was really impactful. I do actually think the little shredder builds, he's not going for that, but I do think that has some availability as Palos Boundless Strike really didn't heal him up as much as I expected there. I guess the creeps just didn't have enough HP to give it back to him. So they both die in this bottom lane. XERXIA running away with the laning phase, which I believe is kind of what they did against Blacklist, right?
I mean, they're getting the kills, but the net worth is a different story, right? The CS is adding up for Execration on these lanes, and even if you got some cheap kills, we're still looking at 3 of the 4 top net worths for Execration here. Like, this is how much the CS battle has been consequential. Sure, Palos goes down bottom, but he's 28 and 12 versus Torpedo's 15 and 0. So you're making up for these kills, even kills I'm not sure should happen. I think Execration are still okay with this outcome, assuming they get Wisdom Rune. Or maybe 2, but Bombi is the one who's real happy, I think, because getting extra levels on Phoenix, it's going to accelerate this greedy lineup into a decent early game position, whereas they might have just been behind if these kills weren't happening.
Oh, look what Bombi's doing. He's doing the boxy strategy with his Tranquil Boots. He's assembling them and disassembling them over and over.
Regeneration.
Hard work pays off.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tino chased away, as you said.
Here's
Gave
Snapfire
up the first blood, but top net worth in the game. Snapfire making the rotation, just gonna lead off with the kisses. Boundless Strike sets it up. Rapido pushed back, but not killed. A failed rotation here, as JG is gonna be able to turn it around pretty easily. Bombi is just gonna head the other direction, and he's gonna be good.
Wonder why they chose to do it like that, and not just like cookie him in or something.
Yeah, it was a weird one for sure.
Yeah, that's a tanky Doom. Just the raw HP. Wisdom Runes will get traded here. Bombi hits 5. Very nice position for this Phoenix. And that's that first Snapfire all down, which is kind of the mid hero's big power spike. I guess they will clean it up in the end. So Paulo's happy about that. Gets even more XP out of the whole deal. But Bob didn't really build on the momentum he had up the lane. It's kind of evened out right now. Which is okay, but maybe not ideal. We'll go that Athos build with the new Universal Hero Rush. Pretty interesting, actually. I don't think I've seen Athos Rush on Snapfire ever in my entire life.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about, the little Shredder build on Snapfire. Even if he's not going it right now, I've seen this Gleipnir build on him, and it's really potent just because the hero does quite a bit of damage with this, but then also later on you get that 20 Talon as a universal hero, and all of a sudden little Shredder is just insane amounts of damage.
Makes sense. If you can skirmish with the build-up and still scale at the same time, there's very little downsides, and you're getting tanky.
Yeah.
This hero still has 3.2 strength gain on top of being universal, so this hero can get very big, very fast. As long as you can keep finding those kills, you're going to be happy. I feel like both carries had pretty good matchups, did pretty well in them. I mean, Young God, he's had a very free early game here. Pretty much getting solo XP right now, uncontested, top of the net worth. I guess so is Tino, who is just doing Ancients. They have a lot of Ancient stacks on Execration side. That was what Bombi was trying to scout there. There's another triple on this. Going to be turned into a 4th very shortly as Tino can clean that one up. And they are giving Underlord farm priority here. 8 stacks? Jeez. What the hell? This guy's got more stacks than CS?
Okay, so what is all of this net worth going to go into the Underlord? Obviously some aura items. What's the preferred items for this game?
I mean, Pipe, very nice. Lotus Orb, not too bad either, versus the Doom versus the Queen. Even like Pugna Phoenix, you can dispel some stuff. Wouldn't mind Drum at some point in this lineup for the Monkey King, Mirana versus the Egg. Greaves also pretty solid, but there's a question of, do you want Shanks to try and buy Greaves over the Underlord? I think you do.
Sure.
Well, outside of that Pipe, I guess it's kind of
sounds like pretty much everything but Crimson.
Yeah, I don't think this is a Crimson game. Crimson versus Doom also kind of sucks. Pugna Phoenix, you're not doing anything versus it. I don't see him going Crimson. He's just going to rush Pipe here. I think this is the correct choice. After that, I don't really know. Might just go for some more scale or something. Anything that helps you for Slark feels good. I could see Force Staff being pretty solid this game, honestly.
Middle tower is under attack.
Halberd.
Straight up Doom with Young God making the rotation through the portal. This is a cute little play, but the Underlord to counter it. Now Young God is the one a little bit out of position. So It was a cute idea, but Execration responded way, way too fast.
My portal's better than yours.
Pretty much, yeah.
Doom thwarted here. That said, he will continue to devour his way towards the Midas. I'm God feeling the pain of this max Firestorm. This is where you want to kick Slark out of lane if you can. Abuse the net worth on this Underlord right now with Catapult. You can hold it. You're going to be very happy here if you're Execration, because I don't think that counter push is coming from XERXIA. Outside of, I guess, Pugna Blast, which are okay in terms of effectiveness, but not when you don't have the mana regeneration.
Paolo.
Feels a little slow.
It definitely is. Trying to finish off this tower, and if they can do it, finally the siege wagon dies, so they're good on the top lane, not able to stop the bottom lane push that came in. So now Rapido can move around a little bit if he wants to, but more than likely.
Surprised.
Actually,
Dire's top tower is under
Like, I'm surprised his Underlord is not defending towers, he's not taking towers, he's just farming it up. I feel like Execration think they're okay just farming and scaling this game. I don't know how true that is. I feel like XERXIA has a way scarier late game lineup unless this universal Snapfire is just
Dire's
some
top tower
behemoth,
has
which I
fallen.
know it can be, but I do think it's going to require a significant amount of net worth to hit that threshold.
haste rune for Bob. We'll see what he manages to do with this one. But otherwise, Execration seemed pretty chill. So does XERXIA, frankly. Everyone's just farming neutral camps.
Which means,
this is what Dota's
what are you
going to
do with it? Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, Tino has farmed so many Ancients already with this Underlord. He's going to have a very fast pipe. It is done here. It's incredibly fast. The question is, what can you do with it? And normally when I look at these really early auras, you want to have either some early Objective taker, early Roshan taker, like a Lone Druid, an Ursa, something like this. I don't feel like Execration have that. They just have to fight. So you better be finding these fights.
Carlo instantly blowing up the Doom with the double remote mine drop after the blast off. If that wasn't enough, the magic resistance going down, amplifying the Kisses damage on top of that. Doom just didn't stand a chance. XERXIA, we're trying to make a move at the exact same time, funnily enough.
They do have Midas, Doom, they have Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain, very terrifying late game hero with the Ags and Witchblade type buildups. You have Atos done for Bob, Pipe done for Tino. This is, I was about to say, time to just start hitting some buildings, because the 5-on-5 is impossible for XERXIA right now due to the early tankiness and auras. So you just got to make the most of it, claim some space on the map. Probably the easiest objective to do it with.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This might be a rack game from XERXIA, honestly. And it's kind of early to call it that, but with the auras coming out, you have mech done on Shanks as well. I think the 5-on-5 is just kind of hard. And your lineup doesn't necessarily want to be taking the 5-on-5s right
Dire's
now
middle
either.
tower is under attack.
I mean, really awkward that their lineup, part of their team fight, their 5-on-5, is egg with no
Radiant's
real
bottom
stuns to
tower
back
is
it
under
up.
attack.
That is so awkward. Maybe later on when they get Aghanim Scepter on Slark, it'll be enough,
Radiant
but
scanning.
that seems lackluster strategy-wise.
That's why I think this lineup's kind of just designed to farm into the mid-late game. And you have double... I think the Phoenix Pugna is more about the double heal than like the egg or the spirits, you know? Just having Sunray plus the suck when Execration go in, that's a lot of sustain if you can get to that point. But for right now, I feel like this map is kind of Execration's to do with what they want
Radiant's
to.
middle
If they can keep
tower
finding
is
the
under
pickoffs, they're going to feel very good about that. If they can ever get the 5-on-5, they will probably win it, though XERXIA, in theory, won't give it to them. It's just a matter of how much you can force these cores off the map right now, because you do have Midas Doom going to work. JG on a mobile hero, he's going to be able to find something. And I mean, stuns are pretty limited in this game in general. Like, you have a Atos into an arrow, it's kind of it for all 10 heroes here.
It is disgustingly low on stuns. I can't imagine this is the best. The ATOS into kisses and the pit snagging him as well. Rapido's going to be able to turn around and get off the Doom. Can they kill Palos? They're 5 hero behind the tower right now, but don't necessarily have the oomph to be able to finish off anybody quite yet. The Sonic Wave is ready to go, but the Moonlight Shadow hiding the Monkey King away, and the Doom is gonna fade before XERXIA really see an opportunity to do anything with it.
I mean, it's just mech pipe of easier. And what do you have on XERXIA's side? You have nothing. Really don't even have a real item on anybody here yet. This 5-on-5 is just not doable, even with Doom going out on a pretty good target. Another objective, another fight for Execration. They continue to run the map, try and continue to build this lead, and it will be Halberd for Tino, which I think makes sense. Halberd pretty strong here versus the Queen, versus the Slark. Also just some extra tankiness, some extra right click. He's hitting pretty hard right now. 210 bonus damage. This hero, you might even consider some right click build in this game. A Mar style.
Yeah, I mean, one of his only real problem in this game, right, has got to be the Slark just constantly poking at him, but combination of evasion and disarm, that'll kind of dissuade him from taking that fight ever.
I mean, what if you poke him back? And what if your poke's a giant abyssal blade, 200 damage behind it? Like, you get Halberd, you get...
caves in his chest.
Yeah, he's getting the farm priority here. I wouldn't mind it. Halberd into something like AC into abyssal. That sounds pretty nasty for Young God to just start right-clicking you into, right?
Yeah.
I think it's the build, because I don't really see anything else. And they're giving so many Ancients to Tino, my god. He has just been clearing through them. Everything that's happening right now, the Underlord is farming. He is the true one. You may as well itemize for it. 3-man smoke from Execration. I like this play. They have boots of travel and double damage on Bob. It's going to be a very fast movement that doesn't cost them a lot as they leave Palos top. And it is still on XERXIA to respond to these moves.
Whoever they run into, Rod of Atos into Underlord TP in with the pit. Or the blast off. Nice Sonic Wave to be able to stop the blast off, of the arrow is still there. Still, JG will be able to get away. Tino comes in a bit late with the gate. And he'll have to retreat through that same gate.
Lucky to get out of there. Will cost him a Sonic Wave, but you'd rather use Sonic Wave than be in the grave, I suppose. It does finish a pipe for Rapido. Is going to early Aura on the Doom. Try and help them maybe take one of these 5-on-5s at some point. Probably with the Slark's timings as he finishes Ags here. This is the early Ags rush I've seen more of. I don't know if I'm a fan of it, like, in terms of what it does for you at this exact point, but I don't know if there's another build-up either.
They catch him. Palos. He's looking to be in trouble.
No mana.
War Stomp, or yeah, he's got it with the Infernal Blade. Either way, get the kill on Palos. Finally, XERXIA get something that maybe they could feel confident about going for more.
Or just farming more.
I guess farming more. I thought maybe with a numbers advantage, it's the one time you maybe can take a team fight, but they do move across the map, multiple of them, through the side portals.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think this game might come down to how hard Bob can scale his physical, because, like I said, I think this game is going to get like, split out. It's going to get elongated. It might just come down to who right clicks harder, and I think the issue that Palos is going to run into is the Monkey King. He has tough heroes to fight into. Slark Queen with mobility. Doom is very tanky with auras and can just do them. You don't get Jingu. And then you have Pugna Phoenix supports. Both of these heroes have very good tools for dealing with Monkey King in the fight. It's just a tough Monkey King game to carry, I think, even if you get the farm.
He is taking a step to deal with some of these counters, though. Rushing a Nullifier, just like his first big item. He went Echo Saber over Corrosion straight into Nullifier. So there are still many other problems in this game for him. Just naturally, hero matchups are not to his favor, but he's going to deal with one of them, and that's the Pugna.
I mean, I guess if you find the Pugna, you're going to feel good, but the Nullifier, it does not help you with Fire Spirits, does not help you with Doom, does not help you with Queen of Pain putting daggers on you, doesn't help you with a Depth Shroud later. That's like, the Nullifier's only solving half your problems in a way.
Half? I feel like it's solving one problem. He's still got like 6 more to go.
Well, the Pugna is a big problem to solve. You'll feel good about that one, you know. The moral half.
The 5 Pugna.
I mean, this hero's obnoxious as hell. You can call it whatever you want, but I'm showing it the respect it deserves. Fighting for 21-minute
move into the Wisdom Rune. Both teams are going to play for the same Wisdom Rune. Carlo breaks it, immediately blink away. They give up their Wisdom Rune because they're taking one on the other side of the map. Slark was grabbing it, so they kind of knew that Execration had to be here as 4 or 5.
Radiant's top tower is under
Still,
attack.
that's normally a very deep fight you'd be happy to take at Dire with the egg up. You can plan a Pugna Ward. They will continue to farm. I still think Xerxia's plan is to just go late here. So I think in theory they're comfortable with these types of trades, and Execration Nullifier up for Paulos. I guess that is the ultimate go signal here. And he finds Pugna. Look at that. Wow, he made that look
Kill
really
is
easy.
truly not possible without that Nullifier.
I mean, he would have easily gotten away there.
Sure, yeah. Out of Atos, okay. Cookie, blast off. Well, trying to challenge Rapido, but he does have a pipe, so just the base magic resistance kept him pretty healthy there. Still had an active to pull up.
Just gotta go back to farming. You're not strong enough to take tier 2s here. Can deward some areas, get some more control.
Dire's bottom
They're
tower
gonna smack a
is
tier
under
2.
attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Of course, Snapfire helps you a little bit with taking some of these towers with a little shredder.
I think you fight this one. I do not think you want to give a tier 2 to a team that doesn't take it so fast. They are smoking over. It's gonna be in time here, so 5-5 is coming. Give Blink Doom.
Radiant's top tower is under
Want that
attack.
Underlord with the auras though. He's tanky. Moonlight Shadow, an issue as well. You need detection on these jumps. Execration just out.
Dire are scanning.
This game's confusing as hell.
It really is. I feel like both teams want to fight, but then both teams are running away from the fights.
Yes.
That's why it's so confusing. It's like, okay, Xerxia want to fight the tier 2, but then they don't jump. And Execration went early auras. They definitely want to take the 5-5. Then the 5-5 comes, we're out of here. It's like, okay, well then, why itemize? Like, just itemize the farm then, you know?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You do seem very skittish. It almost seems like as soon as they realize the enemy team wants to fight, they decide, no, well, they want to fight. We don't want to fight.
You know what this game is? It's like those meme videos of the dogs on the either side of like the glass door.
Yeah.
Just barking at each other viciously, and then the door opens and they're best friends.
Yeah.
That's what this game is. The snarls are there, but once the door is open. No, we didn't want to fight. We didn't want to fight. We'll go for him. No problem.
14 kills in 24 minutes. Definitely a slower pace. We've got the Aghanim Scepter and Mage Slayer done for the Slark, so there are some of these items coming together. I have to imagine once Xerxia have a BKB on Doom, with the Blink Dagger, that's got to be some sort of go, especially with the BKB on JG as well, who is going to be finished up at a similar time.
BKBs will definitely help in this exchange. Get rid of the Underlord damage, get rid of a lot of Snapfire damage. Techie's terrible versus that item. It does feel like both teams are just waiting for their next set of items to let the cores go in here, and they both believe they're outscaling them, which could also be true in a way. Like, that's why these universal heroes are weird. I think they mess with people's perception of who's actually outscaling who. You know, like, I don't really know. Is the Snapfire actually the strongest hero in this late game with 6 spots? He might be with the talents. But it's hard to feel that.
Middle tower is under attack.
It's pretty damn strong. Well, I'll say that.
I mean, I still think Queen of Pain with 5 and 6 slots is like a beast late game too. With the Ags, daggers, and
top tower
these
is under
screams.
attack.
This hero's crazy obnoxious.
I guess she does get a 20 talent. So if you get the Ags and you get the Scream of Pain, that's a decent combo.
Yeah, this hero gets really I mean, the reason I think Queen is always scary late game is right now she has this Ags, dagger, talent with like Sage and Kaya Witchblade build that does absurd magic damage on pretty low cooldown that's just constantly going off in the fights. And then at the same time, this hero scales through right click too, right? She's one of those hybrid heroes that ends up doing a significant amount of just straight up physical damage in the late game. It's like it's like Puck. These heroes are very terrifying to play against because they don't end up caring about a lot of your itemization. They can punch through it one way or the other, which makes them very valuable.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The Young God's gonna go a BKB
Radiant structures are
third item for
fortified.
him. So XERXIA are just all in on the BKB train. Once we have those
Radiant's
items,
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top
and the dogs are
tower is
loosed.
under attack.
They're finally gonna go. The Hounds of War.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I hope
But
so.
maybe they won't because Execration will have Aegis in their hands. So
All right, well,
there goes that.
while we watch them do this, Roshan, how about some quick trivia for you, Cap?
I love trivia.
I know you love trivia. This is some actual trivia. And even the Twitch viewers at home can play along.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Which gives more gold upon killing it as a unit in the game? Proximity Mine
Radiant's
or
bottom
Phoenix Egg?
tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Proximity Mine.
Oh, the Observer says Egg. The Observer is correct. The Cap is wrong. Egg.
Ow.
Egg does give 20 gold on kill as a unit. Proximity Mine only gives 15.
Radiant's bottom tower
I actually
is under
figured the
attack.
egg gave 0 gold.
I think it might. I think it's bugged. But values-wise, it's supposed to give 20 gold. So
I was about
values-wise,
to
you're
say, I've
wrong.
never seen a plus 20 off of getting a Phoenix Egg kill. Like, never. I've never
Well,
seen that. So,
Numbers-wise, on the unit, it's supposed to give it. So I think it just gives it to you.
yeah, I could see that happening. It just
But it's not part of the.
doesn't
It's
give you
not
a
part of the
graphic.
kill gold. You know. Like,
Yeah,
it's not in the
that's
kill.
separate from the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's when you kill the unit egg, then you get 20.
Dire's top tower is
So
under
technically,
attack.
the egg is more valuable than a mine, but 2 mines are more valuable than the egg. That's why they say 2 mines in the hand is worth more than an egg in the bush.
Of course, of course. Yes, that's what they all say. Like, you know, Teehee laughed at that one too. It's.
That entire question segment was just a build up to that terrible pun. I hope you appreciate
Am I allowed
that.
to all chat as E-Pulse? E-Pulse, am I allowed to all chat in the game? I tell them to go fight already.
I thought that was pretty good trivia. You know the weirdest thing? I was actually looking at those numbers the other day. You know what the
Yeah.
most expensive unit killed gold giving thing in the game is?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tombstone's the first thing that comes to mind. We're not
This is
talking
a
about a
tr-
creep or anything, right?
This is a trick question, by the way.
Dire's middle
Oh,
tower
good. It's a
is under
trick
attack.
question. All right.
Apparently, the highest value thing you can kill in Dota is Jex. But you can't kill Jex. It was supposed to be something that was originally in the
Dire's
game that
middle
never got
tower
into the
is under
game.
attack.
But technically still is the
did
highest
you even,
cooldown.
like, what do you mean? Where'd you find? Okay, Young God's gonna go for it. Hey, the rest of his team is circling around from behind, so
Oh,
he's
the
getting
big flank.
information right now. The flank comes through, and Rapido blinks forward.
Where's the
Okay,
hoof stomp?
not looking for a hoof stomp or a doom. Neither of those initiations go
Yeah,
off. You
Aegis.
realize the gate was open. Avery.
I mean, it was, and this Unlord had Aegis, so
Dire's
you can't really
top
go on
tower
him. He's the
is
true
under
one.
attack.
5-second arrow.
Get a 4-staff. Push him away. It's gone now. So he should be able to Dark Pack, deal with this one. Tino maybe baited into kind of a nasty positioning here where they can get some free damage on him. Again, still has the Aegis, so it's not that big of a deal. Will they fight to the death for a tier 2 tower? Oh, nice lineup there with the Boundless Strike onto 2. They're going to get the force staff outside of the pit. That's great. And they managed to get the initiation, just what they wanted. The Doom out onto the Sapphire with the Sonic Wave over the top, and that's going to be enough to finish her off. Meanwhile, Young God tries to be able to finish off Shanks, gets him, caught him, and will be able to finish him off with that double bounce. Paolo's going to TP away. Same goes with Carlos. Unfortunately, the stun barely off the mark, though. Tino will successfully get out because he had his BKB. So all in all, only 2 heroes dying on the side of Execration, but still a successful fight for XERXIA as they finally put their BKBs to use.
Next level play would have been egging before even respawn there to preemptively cancel a BKB. I don't know if he dies anyway, but nice fight there. Finding Doom on Snapfire, that is like the best target you can get in this game, probably forever. He's going to be the highest damage dealer with the most active spells. Just a nice flank there from XERXIA. Finally pays off, and Aegis on Underlord. What was it doing for you in that fight, right? They just ignored him. Zero cares.
Yeah, I mean, I assume their thought process was he's our hero that hits objectives.
Sure. I mean, he smacks the building. But it doesn't help you take a fight.
It's an interesting challenge there. The Glimmer Cape goes off, and Carlo actually survives. Young God, he needs a help. He needs a helping hand, needs to be able to bounce away. He's got 2 of them. So he should be fine on the side. Bombi does get picked off by Palos. They're going to chase after him, perhaps? No. Pomp gets up on it.
Killed him. And Nullifier. Put the good use in these solo pickoffs on the supports, that's for sure. The way they itemized, you have 4 Staff Yules and Glimmer Cape between the 2 XERXIA supports. I mean, all of that disappears to this Nullifier. It's something you're going to have to think about if this monkey gets on the back line. And Hollis has done a really nice job keeping up and farming this game. I'm honestly surprised he's top net worth here. Even against the Doom, even against the Slark, who won the last fight. But the Nullifier build, he is top net worth. That is kind of crazy to think about. 300 CS. Jeez. Where did he find it all?
And I've seen him spending so much time in the trees, right? Whenever they're sieging, he's just kind of like chilling there, waiting in the trees, waiting for his initiation. So, yeah, it is pretty damn impressive he's been able to pull this off.
They're going to need it too. Because if they want to win this game, it is going to go late pretty much no matter what. And you're going to have to stall this game until Bob can get to the late game Snapfire damage timings, which is like Daedalus plus maybe MKB or something in this game. I don't even know. Maybe you do some hybrid build with Ag Shard too. But I mean, honestly, the Ag Snap is not too bad in this game because you can eat the guy they doom, which is pretty cool.
Smoke up again.
This is a good timing smoke. Doom and Egg back up.
They're going to run into the Mirana. Lead 1, lead 2, out of charges, and Young God will be able to match you with the pounces. Still a save. Boundless Strike stalls him up a little bit.
You wanted out of here, didn't you?
But Execration a little bit too split to fight. Tino was coming in from behind, but decided to TP into that tier 2 just to make sure they are grouped up if they choose to defend.
You got to be careful about who you show, especially to this Doom. You give him a good Doom on a Monkey or a Snapfire, they might just take it, even with the utility Execration have. Young guy gonna poke him, try and get somebody to show.
Well, they got the, he broke apart. Oh man, he actually had enough gold. He broke apart his Echo Saber to complete the Aghanim Scepter and then still was able to rebuy his Echo Saber. So he has definitely hit a big peak. The only thing that's left is level 20. Jumps for gold straight for the Pugna apparently, but couldn't really catch him in time as the Glimmer Cape gets him away and now he's doomed up. He's got to use his BKB to get out of here. Can you tell? Run through and away from the Slark. He's staying inside the Wukong's command, but it's just not quite working. Young God, he's going to be able to cut him down, and Tino, all of that tankiness is beginning to play against him now, as it's also working similarly for Bob. Bob fighting back with his BKB, but again, the saves come through. XERXIA able to make much better use of their utility than Execration.
Apollos went in, I'll give him that. He went absolutely in there, but they kited the hell out of that Wukong, doom him up, Sunray him down, and the sustain is a lot here between these 2 beams. The beam of light, the beam of suck. It's too strong. The long fights are not favorable for you here, especially after the Wukong's outer. And your Monkey King is just dead. That definitely doesn't help either. No one is close to killing that egg. High ground. Doing XERXIA favors. DD still on JG.
Hero. It snags him. They have the blast off on top of it. Carlo
Look at
going to
the
lay a
sucks.
bunch of mines down, but it's not going to be enough. They quickly deal with the mines while Young God hits the back line. Nice cookie. That's going to help stall up Young God a little bit, combined with the taser as well. But
Another arrow.
leading it at
That's a good one.
Oh, Young God. Oh, he still had his ultimate. He managed to get away with that. And even after that, he's got his Depth Shroud up too. They're going to chase after him. Depth Shroud, he's going to pop it now. Do they have the AoE damage? He's going to turn right back around, pounce up to the high ground. Smooth moves there from Young God.
I can't.
Smooth criminal indeed.
Man, I don't.
Gets that Carlo buyback and gets out despite some sick arrows from Shanks here. XERXIA lose nobody in that tier 2 to tier 3 dive. Way too much sustain and save. Don't even get the Phoenix on the backside.
He ran into a mine, so Palos had a fresh idea of where he was at, but didn't see the TP fast enough.
And look at the smoke. They LTP top. They're going to smoke up. Doom in 20, but you can still take this fight, I think. If you get a good egg. You have to be wary of the tree cuts here as well. JG waiting in the wings. Sonic wave up.
They've got vision behind this tree area. XERXIA just gonna go for it. They spot the Sapphire. That's who they want. Now they don't have the Doom. 4 more seconds for that. So Bob, he's gonna live for a bit. He can reset a little bit here. See if he gets a
Palos on the Pugna.
positioning. Palos does manage to finish off the Pugna, but his BKB now he's doomed up. Now he's going to be getting caught. Carlo
No,
trying to help him out.
Wukong.
GG blinks in on the other side to help finish off the techies first and deal with the Monkey King afterwards. Rapido does have him still controlled up. He's taking a lot of damage for it and will die before the Monkey King finally follows. Young God, he's once again just dealing with the Underlord every single time. He just sticks his entire team fight onto the Underlord and ruins Tino's game.
Those long drawn out fights, you're just getting Agi stacks, you're getting daggers off, you're getting egg off, 2 sun rays, crap ton of sucks, and again the Doom, it lands before the Wukong here. That is just a death sentence. I mean, sure, you get the Doom kill with the soldiers and just fighting through. All the damage is still polished. We are waiting for Bob's impact in these late game fights. It's not there compared to the Queen of Pain. These timings are just not lining up and you are falling behind.
Yeah. He
Plus
really needs
night
that
vision.
level 20 talent. That's the big one, right?
Yes, that is the first big one, and your 3 multi-shot shredder at 25 is your other big one. That's where the ultra late game is very terrifying on top of Mortimer's back, but that's where I also say you can lose a lot of ground in the time you get to 20 and 25 level talents. Like, those are hard talents to reliably get to.
Yeah.
And JG has just gone tanky. He has itemized to be very tanky on this Queen. Shivas, Sange and Kaya, BKB. This is a hard Queen of Pain to just shred through here as he is top of the net worth chart. Ahead of his Midas Octarine Doom. That tells you how good of a game he's having.
Second Roshan of the game, so Cheese available on top of the Aegis.
They're going to stall it up. They think the fight's coming, or they're going to bring the fight to them. And why not? All these nighttime fights in open areas are just so favorable for you. You run the Slarkin, he sees everything. It should give you a free Doom on a core.
Yeah.
And that if that happens on the Monkey or the Snapfire, that is a tough fight. I don't play against that, but nobody's home.
It does call to question how it's how fights are going to be when they're the aggressors on not an open field, when they're going to be trying to siege, you know, tier 2 or eventually high ground, if that's going to change the variables enough that can give Execration way back into the game.
Are scanning.
It's definitely tougher. Their lineup is worse at those types of engagements, but that's where Aegis Cheese helps you out. Also, Lincoln's on Bombi. He's just going to throw that around on his cores. Something else that Execration are going to have to think about. No, it doesn't block anything too crazy here.
Yeah, why did he get Lincoln's? I'm like,
It blocks Nullifier, right?
that is the only thing in the entire game that it's blocking, I think.
That's pretty powerful. It might save your Pugna.
Sure. Yeah.
And then that fight's just terrible for Paulo. So if he goes on somebody Lincoln's as Nullifier and then he's stuck there. Sounds pretty bad for him. But it is a kind of interesting Lincoln's pickup.
Excuse me, offensive force staff would be the other thing it can block.
That's true. That is true.
Hunting bounties.
Yeah, they don't have any single target spells. That's actually an interesting concept. What they do have is a minefield sign.
Oh boy.
Ags is finished for Carlo. That is a very annoying spell to force into. I feel like that item is just good, by the way. I don't know why everybody hates on it. The games I've played versus it, that thing just slays people in the fights. You just drop it in the middle of a fight. It's going to hit somebody on their way out.
Eh.
Man, I can't sell you on anything fun.
I actually had a fight today where I got 2 minefield signs off at once. Arrow cuts through, Young God just doing a little bit of exploring, and he can do it super aggressively. He's got 3 different, he's got BKB, Aegis, he's got Depth Shroud, Shadow Dance. If he catches anybody outside the base, it is go time.
got the
They
Doom.
get on the Starfire just they wanted. They forced out, trying to get him away. They have the Techie's minefield sign going out, but it's just not doing enough damage. They're sticking onto the hero that they want, and that's going to be the Starfire dead with no buyback either. Oh, the A goes off right in the middle of all these heroes.
It's just gone.
Yeah, get scrambled real quickly. Young God has to be a little bit careful if he wants to keep his Aegis intact in the latter part of the fight, because the Wukong's command did not go that well for XERXIA.
JG on a sliver of HP. He will survive. That would have been the cherry on top of that engagement for Apollo if he got that queen. But the 2 big cores for XERXIA and that Aegis will remain intact. I mean, look at the damage, 4,600 from Techies here. That minefield messed them up. It forced an instant egg in front of all of them, and then they just easily clean it up. I'm telling you, this spell is no joke, man. I know you're joking about it, but in these engagements where you have mobile heroes and you can't just sit there because there's a Wukong, it's a nice combo, right? If you drop Wukong and minefield on top of them,
Illusion.
I mean, you sit in the soldiers or you run through the mines.
Yeah,
That's a tough decision.
yeah. I think they got a pretty dream scenario here, where they had them walking through the minefield sign and get the Wukong's command out.
I just call that good team fighting.
Nice Sonic Wave, pushing him out of the Wukong's command. That was a nice touch.
Yeah, the XERXIA cores are still very strong in these types of engagements. And it shows. Like, that was probably, like you were saying, best case scenario for Execration, going high ground like that, and they still didn't even crush the fight. It was good, but these mobile cores are causing them problems. I do like that Tino went back for that AC build. Like, he's offering some right click with this Underlord, or at least trying to tip the tides of this physical battle that is going on. And yeah, Daedalus finished for Paulus. He's back at the top. I don't know how he keeps doing it, but he's got Penta Edge Sword, 5 slots here. Monkey
Oh,
King
that's
is hitting
actually
hard.
pretty scary. When you get the extra attack range on Monkey King.
Yeah, it is terrifying. Aegis out in 30. How confident are you in forcing this? I don't know if you can go high ground. This is a tough lineup to go high ground against. Means you might be farming for a bit.
Yeah, maybe just play for next Roshan since the Aegis is expiring anyway.
I mean, that means we can go back to the trivia.
Wait, so where did you find these numbers anyway?
Dire
They're
are
on the
scanning.
wiki. I read the wiki to learn it, so I can learn more mechanics, so I can be as good as Fog.
The wiki said that Jex has a bounty of how much? You didn't even say how much gold.
150 gold. Do you even know who Jex is? That's the first question.
Yeah, it's the he's the little fairy dude that
Yeah, it's Dark Willow's little fairy
Willow uses.
partner.
Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently that was like supposed to be killable at some point, and they gave it a gold bounty, but it never made it in the game.
Wait, how much is Tombstone? 125?
Yeah, well, Tombstone scales. It's 125
Yeah.
to 200.
So I was still
So
right.
technically that's the
Wait,
most expensive. Well, yeah, but nobody levels Tombstone. They level Decay, so you're still wrong.
Well, I literally watched you in a game today. Who maxes out Decay?
Well, I
Nobody
just say that
maxes out
'cause-
Decay. Max Tombstone.
No, I didn't say that. I said I was
just
surprised he
the
had
narrative.
it. I was just surprised he had max decay, you know, in that type of game. All right, another team fight looming here.
And they're gonna get the
there's gonna be
initiation.
Doom on the Underlord.
Straight up Doom the Underlord, and he dies so quickly. Arrow scoots on by. XERXIA, clean initiation, clean pickoffs, and Execration are still gonna fight this though. They're gonna try and surprise him with the Wukong's command. They throw it up the side, pushes him up with the high ground, and breaks the Wukong's command. They double buyback on their heroes, but XERXIA, a clean getaway on top of everything else.
Oh, JG just trapped Palos in a cliffside prison of his own regret. Stay up there and think about what you've done, son, while you wait 60 seconds for the next Wukong. These waves causing him problems. And cooldown.
By the way, the
pretty low
Slurk is
for everybody.
level 25, so when they take these fights and he steals those stats, they're sticking around for a while.
That's a problem because his pokes are absolutely free. You don't really have any way to punish the Slark on the jump. Maybe you need a Hex on somebody at some point. That's an expensive buyback for Underlord. And Carlo as well. XERXIA just wearing through this game. You have an Ags on Bombi as well. Holy crap. That is a crazy amount of farm he has been able to find in this game. And that is a very influential item. You get a good save off, you just win the fight for sure. Especially if it's on a big core.
Yeah. You're getting to the numbers there, 13. You're getting to the numbers that it is really hard to actually kill this egg fast enough.
Yeah, that's
And
the
even
other
if
thing.
you do, you're throwing so much at it that may still cost you the fight anyway.
And here's the other factor. You're bumping the egg hit numbers up. At this point, do you even want to shredder the egg? I don't think you do.
No, I don't think so.
You want to be shuddering heroes. So you're kind of losing those hits as well, unless it's just some terribly positioned egg and it's free.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tier 3 is going to die eventually. Young God's going to keep assaulting it the same way over and over again.
I mean, there's a Bloodborne on Palos. We'll have to think about that one.
Got him again.
He gets the jump.
Sapphire Bob just not protecting his own life enough. Gets initiated on again and again. They get the deny. That's one thing. The Wukong's command is out, and XERXIA will get away from it.
Too tanky, too much sustain. That is Wukong gone. You're going up the hill now for sure. These Doom jumps have just been on point the entire game. They're too free. There's just nothing to stop him.
I will say, Bob has had some impressive plays. Minefield sign going off. JG turn around, swing and a miss there of the Sonic Wave. Forced to use the BKB to get out.
That's a refresher too.
Dire's top
JG used a lot for that go that yielded nothing other than a minefield.
Part of Bob's MO is playing aggressive and very often too aggressive. And it feels like a hero that it wants to be targeted by an initiation may not be the best for Execration's composition, you know?
He does position very aggressively and it has not done him any favors this game. I mean, he cannot be the one getting jumped. He's so much of their sustained damage to the fight. It has felt just too easy for Rapido. Part of that, though, is a lot of these fights are just nighttime Slark fights. And because you don't have a good lockdown answer for Young God in this game, his vision scouting has been free.
Oh, the
No
butts in, the
BKB.
boogie hits, and they got him. Oh, Execration showing a little bit of life all of a sudden with a very nice pickoff, thanks in part to a bot onto a creep wave, and Palos leading the charge.
Nullifier Bloodthorn, you have to be wary of it, especially when your BKB's on cooldown like that.
scatter.
He chunks you hard with the staff, with the extra distance. That is a Roshan fight. I mean, you can buy Queen here. It's going to be costly. But this, in theory, was your Roshan to get at your XERXIA. You are not happy to see this go. It is dying fast. It's just gone. No contest.
Mine's going off. The portal's gone, so Execration, they still gonna try and take the fight underneath the ward. Palos charging forward. He's not the one to grab the Aegis. And you could see Rapido was really thinking about taking that initiation.
I mean, now you can't jump Bob, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about him positioning aggressively. Well, now he has the age to do it. Refresher shard on Paulos, very strong as well as he just is forcing the issue. Can get doomed.
Oh, the tree. Oh, they knocked him down for the trees. No, he actually managed to jump down in time, gets off the Wukong's command, and goes for the kill on a Rapido. Bob's going to help it out in the pit. That'll secure the kill. 841 damage crit on the end there.
Oh my, that is maybe the most aggressive move we've seen all game. Paulo's going in there, being the target that he knows they want to doom,
Yeah.
and barely not getting cut off that tree. That was an insanely bold play. It pays off. They get another big core kill, another BKB charge down. No doom gets thrown out. They will hold their Queen of Pain buyback. But man, that was a big Roshan to get in this game. You needed it if you were Execration.
Oh, look at this. Next item for JG. He's going to try and cut through these heroes with a Revenant's Roach.
I mean, that is one way to fight through the armor on the monkey.
Yeah.
That's for damn sure.
Same goes with the Underlord. He's got 23.
Early BKB. And the zone control from Execration picked up in this game. Between the pit, the minefield, Wukong, it's hard. Paulus in again, very aggressive.
Shroud. That's going to be a great save. The arrow has to bounce away from it. Nice reactions there from Young God.
These jumps are insane. They feel insane to me. Like he's getting away with them, but his build is a glass cannon build. He does not have Satanic. He does not have Scotty. This is a 2700 HP monkey. You get randomly stunned or doomed or something like that, it's going to turn very quickly. You don't have a save in your lineup.
Under attack.
Smoke together, Arcane Rune with level 25 on the Quab. That is a constant blink. It's up every 2.8 seconds in this current little Arcane Rune shenanigans.
Spell Prism on top of it. Shard to boot. This is where Queen of Pain becomes a very terrifying hero.
Dire are scanning.
Have to remember, we still have this egg save on Bombi. We have not seen it in these fights, but in a situation like that where they go on a single target with Blood for Nullifier and he gets egged and the stuns come through, that is a very terrifying situation for Execration if they cannot burst that egg down.
Yeah, it's actually a crazy amount of saves that they have. The egg,
Depth
the
Shroud.
Depth Shroud, Decrepify, Glimmer Cape Force Staff, even little things like just Sonic Wave you away or something.
I mean, sometimes damage is better than saves, though. Bob hits 25. He has Shredder multi-shot. He has Aegis. He has Lincolns. He's not afraid of Doom.
He sees Young God. Young God popping his BKB, going for the tankies first. Sonic Wave does manage to get to the low ground. Young God is going to pursue after him. They actually, both him and JG, refresh another Sonic Wave to finish off the tankies. That's one. JG, low on mana, though, has to reset.
Needs a suck up right here.
Chasing after him. Young God taking a lot of damage from the Shredders. And Teehee. He's the one to caught the arrow. He's going to be left behind as Xerxia back away. Quick retreat.
Refresher shard used. Paulos wants round two, but he gets
immediately
doomed.
dooms up Palos. Palos preemptively BKB'd though, so not the easiest kill to get, especially not with a man down. Teehee is now able to join them off of a buyback.
Oh, yeah, just not enough mana on this Quap to continue those fights. Uses everything to get out of techies, and that's it.
Damage.
Big question here is, can you force high ground with no Doom for 60 seconds? I guess you can force enemy Tormentor. The damage, the late game damage is kicking in here. The Mortimer talents are online, and suddenly there's some backup for this Monkey King.
His bottom tower is under attack.
Bob's poking.
Mortimer
Dire are
talents.
scanning.
Yeah.
Those are her talents.
Oh, come on, man.
Anything
We all
that
know
does kisses
Snapfires.
are Mortimer's talents.
Nah, this hero's Mortimer with a grandma attached to it.
Yeah, you think Mortimer's the one aiming the guns?
Yeah, it's like Ratatouille. Mortimer Tui. Except reversed.
Wait, inverse Ratatouille?
Yeah, it's an inverse Ratatouille situation. What's
Is that just
Mortimer
a
Tooie
parasite?
backwards?
You still have autonomy, but there's something living inside you?
You just described the human condition. Mortimer was us all along. We were the Mortimer.
I don't know. I feel like you're a Snapfire.
I stood up for the rules. The last thing I am is
25 soon on the Phoenix, so you could get an extra 3 supernova hits. I mean, just forget about trying to kill that egg. 16 hits.
I actually think it still will die. You have like Marana Leaf. Snapfire can hit it. Monkeying is pretty fast. It is possible to kill it this game. This is not like some Omega free game, but yeah, it does become very scary. 16 hits that is quite a lot to get through when other stuff is going around.
Yeah.
And we will have Revenant's Brooch finished up for JG. And his right clicks are going to start to hurt more, but this is also another item that has very steep mana cost. This is a 300 mana cost item. So you're popping 2 Sonic Waves for 1100, a Refresher Orb between them for 350. I mean, you're already looking at half your mana gone, right? And this is not accounting for BKB, Shivas, which is 100 itself, Blinks and Daggers. I don't know if JG has the mana to use everything he has right now. He needs a Bloodstone or something, I don't know.
Well, that's what Teehee's there for.
That's true, you better start sucking early. I guess you could egg him. Egg him to get his mana back.
He blinks backwards, you dive backwards, you egg.
Does have a shield rune right now too. This is a decent time to fight if XERXIA want to force it. Nighttime as well. Always a huge factor in these late game scenarios when you have the vision advantage. Just hard to run into this ball, man. Lincoln Spheres are up now. We don't have that Doom Ags yet. Maybe the one factor they're waiting for. I think the Ags on Doom is pretty necessary at this point. We are approaching the 60 minutes in a Southeast Asian game. Oh man.
Another one.
There's only one question left to answer.
Oh, Roshan's going to spawn before that, though. About to say, it could have spawned around that 60-minute mark if it was a late Roshan, but it's pretty fast. 30 seconds left on it. Both teams got to be angling for this one because this is going to be... It's going to spawn on the Dire side, so that's a refresher side. But it may not be done right away and may end up going to does he... Wait. I actually don't know this. When he crosses over to the other side, does he change items, or is it just where he spawned?
It should be what pit he's in, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought too, but I guess I've just never thought about the fact that he walks out and then the items change.
No, because I've never seen one of the other items drop at the other side, right? I feel like I've never seen that.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't seen that either. So does it change when he gets through the portal, you think? Or do you think it's when he gets into the other pit?
Probably when he gets in the other pit. It's probably like a zone activated thing. Either way, it's the smoke. It's still a minute left of night here.
Cutting around from behind, Snapfire. Ooh, that would have been a big pickup. 2 seconds faster, and if they had the vision, could have caught the Snapfire out of position, but XERXIA not there in time. They have the high ground, but maybe it's the low ground advantage with the mines and the minefield sign. Young God's gonna run right into that one, straight into the pit.
Look at the damage.
Pops his ultimate. There goes the egg. They're inside of the pit as well. They're
kind of dying.
Roshan pit. The egg's gonna die. Young God has to jump out of this area, and Roshan is all of Execration. XERXIA hiding on the side though. Initiation with the AoE Doom on it. 2 heroes, 3 heroes. Oh, Snapfire jumping into that one. Tino pops his cheese, pops a refresher, has a pit. He sends it out. They're going to chase after the Doom, quickly blowing him up while XERXIA call it quits. They got a nice initiation, force some reactions, and we'll call it there. Ultimately, though, Was that a one fight for Execration or not?
I don't think it was. You used Apollo's buyback for that and got a Doom and a Phoenix buy, and you lost Aegis? That is absolutely not a one fight. You only got Refresher Shard out of that in total.
Yeah.
That's an expensive monkey buy. That egg, it does die though. Like, I think he was trying to reset the Slurk, but the minefield destroyed it. This minefield is doing the most damage in that engagement. It was Techie's top of the damage chart for Execration. I don't know if that's what they want to see, right? Some of that is impressive that you have to fight in his minefield, but the other side of it is Pauls did not get anything. And now Bob, he's not getting to right click too much either. They're just winning these fights off of attrition between the Firestorm and the mines going off. I mean, XERXIA need to respect that spell. It's honestly destroying Young God when he goes in.
Got him with the silence there. JG is plenty tanky though.
We've got tier 5 items coming out. Pirate hat for Paulos.
This time.
He's digging up some gold. He's hitting fast.
Man, if he gets to level 30, he's gonna get like near instant Jingoose.
Wait, why did Young God go Mirror Shield? He's playing for 0 reflectable spells.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
He likes the 10 to all attributes.
Is this is his reflection just that beautiful? Like, he just likes to admire himself in the mirror.
I mean, his name is Young God. Narcissism might be a trait.
Like, damn, guys, I'm looking good. This item ain't doing shit for me in this game, but I'm looking snazzy.
Radiant's bottom barracks
What does he have it for here?
He's Nullifier in Bloodborne?
Is he afraid of Nullifier? What is Nullifier even doing to him?
No. I mean, he's afraid of Bloodthorn. That's for sure.
I mean, I kind of.
And again, if there are no other single target spells, you are kind of in a way guaranteeing that, you know.
That is, yeah. Maybe it's just so next level here. Like, you can never
he definitely
Bloodborne.
didn't have a Giant's Ring available. Let's put, you know, that Giant's Ring was not in that 5 list. Sure.
Well, the thing is, Slark usually has pretty good choices because I feel like Ex Machina is very nice on the hero, or like double BKB, right? Yeah. Apex, he's honestly one of the better Apex users because the attack speed off the Agi is like pretty bonkers. I have a hard time feeling this was actually the best. Either way, we'll move on from that point and see what other.
Also, Rapido chose the Seer Stone, which I thought was kind of interesting. If he's doing the self doom, I think somebody in the game should have Seer Stone. I'm just not sure. That is a kind of one of those weird things. When you get your choice, you almost kind of want to see what your supports get, right?
I mean, the cast range, not too useful on him, but he just wants to see an area so he can jump.
Yeah, sure, for sure.
Because,
and
yeah,
maybe it's better that he controls that rather than asking a support to.
Yeah, maybe his other choices were terrible. Should note that JG finished up that Ags and ate it, so
yeah,
he does have this Shadow Strike going to work. This is where Quap is a terrifying hero if she gets to play the long fights. But Execration, they have their own Ex Machina for Tino. We'll get double BKB Halberd here and Apex for Bob. Buffing up this. Wait, how? What does Apex do on a universal hero?
Now provides plus 25 to all attributes for universal heroes.
They actually thought it through. The janitor pulling overtime here at Valve.
So it's actually more valuable for universal heroes, right? It's 75.
Yeah, you get
75 attributes, and your damage formulas making that even more valuable.
That seems crazy on the universal right clickers. Yeah, you're getting 75 stats, so it's about like 55 damage, 60 damage, plus all the bonuses. I mean, he has 4,700 HP with this Satanic Apex, and he's hitting for almost 400 base. That is pretty disgusting here.
I thought personally that he should keep the Refresher Shard because the potential of getting 2 little shredders back to back could straight up win you a fight.
Is that better than double Wukong? Double Monkey BKB?
I mean, I think, well, let's put it this way. You're way more likely to get off 2 impactful little shredders than you are for Palos to get off 2 Wukong's commands, right?
What about double minefield? Does that work? Do they just stack fully?
No, you replace the original one.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see how.
Which is why it's really nice if you place it and then they activate it 60 seconds later, and then you can jump in and plant it again.
Yeah, that is the nice thing about just being able to throw this thing down.
What did JG end up getting? He ended up getting Mirror Shield as well.
All right, they just really don't want to get Bloodthorn in this game. I mean, there's a Hex. Something else to note. Oh, fine. Barrow in no man's land.
Yeah. The reactive taser is not going to protect you against Nullifier. Oh, snags the gem back, though. That's nice.
That was a narrow escape. Look at the mines in the base, by the way. It's worth noting.
Yeah.
You go deep here. You might not like what you find.
There's a minefield sign. Bombi flies into that one.
That's a nice idea. Cheap little way to get rid of it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They
attack.
gated to bottom tier 3.
Structures are fortified.
I guess a
Radiant's middle
pump
tower
fake.
has fallen.
Force any TPs back. I mean, they want to save this Techie's
Oh, he
buyback.
went through and summoned
Dire's
the
bottom
Book of the
tower is
Dead.
under attack.
Yeah, got some decent damage because the top lane was pushing in, so.
There's an Uber Eats delivery for you.
Dire's
Some
bottom
midnight
tower is under
Necronomicon.
Got the initiation Depth Shroud covering the Pugna with the Book of Shadows too. So any go is so hard. We already talked about all the saves they had pre-60-minute items, but now with the Book of Shadows added in there as well, becomes all the tougher. In fact, you're going to have one more save coming in fairly soon. Bombi's going to work on a Wind Waker. You just cannot target one hero and focus it down in this game if you're Execration.
It's way too hard. Your only control is really the Hex and the Bloodthorn. You have Mirror Shields, Lincoln Spheres, a save from the Phoenix, save from Pugna, Book of Shadows. It's absolutely ridiculous. The question is, can you start sieging the base? This has been the tough part. Into the pit, into the Firestorm. You just can't hit the buildings. How do you end this game? Is it Pugna Blast time?
Yeah, it's kind of looking like it, yeah.
Well, he got blasted.
Okay, this time they kill him. No save fast enough, it seems.
All right, well, the blasted gets it returned to him. He didn't even get the racks. All right, well, now we need another solution. Is it Meteor Hammer time?
Do you think, is there any way the Book of Shadows, you can't get it off while you're nullified? Probably not, right? I can't imagine it's dispellable.
I feel like this item is not dispellable. But
JG jumping in aggressively here
out of
while the
base.
initiation comes in on the side. Young God jumping after him, does manage to catch the snap there again, just who they wanted. Every single time they're going to be targeting Bomb. Palos gets off the Wukong's command. They're going to try and fight inside of that one. JG jumping out while Rapido goes forward on the other side. Young God is still playing through his ultimate and playing through the Depth Shroud, but it's going to be running out soon. He needs to get out, but the minefield side went off, and he had to pounce his way through it. 2 more seconds. Trapped by the Gleipnir. Bob getting close, but not quite there. The kisses. It reveals Young God. Can't quite do enough damage, though. He's not getting that one. They're going to retreat back through the portal. Quickly refresh and then go again. Roshan up in 10 seconds.
Bombi went into that fight. He had 2 eggs. He got hit by a Mortimer crit for 2,000 damage at the same time he got Boundless struck and disappeared.
Oh, no.
He felt the full brunt of the guns here. He did not get anything off. That's a very different fight if you get one of the 2 eggs off, let alone both.
Time to do Roche, time to do it fast too. Goes to the other side in 30 seconds. Searstone revealing they're going to buy back. They're not going to be able to get here in time. They're going to try and fight while they're stuck in this corner, but remember what happened last time when they went into the pit. Wukong's command and minefield sign, that is a hard area to fight.
You want it more in the open. You want to drag Execration into you right now. Tino's going to show. He's going to give it to him.
Rapido immediately goes for a shredder on the side here. They do have the Wukong's command out. The big Sonic Wave goes and finish off the underboard, but they caught the Slark. Finally, Young God gets caught in a position, could not get off his ultimate. It looks like Teehee, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, Arrow, nails him. Shanks sticking with him, and then the little shredder rains on him.
The
So
shredder
much
is shredded.
damage.
God damn, that arrow was nasty from Shanks. Catches Slark without Dark Pact up and just seals his fate in that Wukong. It's going to force Young God's first death here and his first buyback. You got to defend. You're still Aegis on Bob. You don't have Doom right now. You have eggs. But where have the eggs been? Triple arrow. Causing issues.
JG. Oh, JG.
One step too far.
Boy. Not sure what he expected out of that situation. Kisses going out from Bob as they're going to look to take these megas. Buyback goes out. Managed to get the Doom onto 2 heroes, but the Shredder just destroyed Rapido. Bye-bye, Doom. Sonic Wave goes out. Does manage to hit a number of heroes, but
Got
you're
hexed
holding
again.
in this Quap, and these mirror shields can't protect you against these AoE stuns.
There's no egg saves either. I don't think you can save them. The chain hexes, the chain stuns, the Shredder. The late game proving too much here from Execration. Universal heroes. How do you deal with them? You can't in this game. Divine Rapier on Tino. He is chunking. He's chunking big time. I don't think you can stop this.
They're going to just go hit the throne. You can pop the egg, but they're just going to focus on the objectives. Execration will take game 1 in 71 minutes and 39 seconds. Boy, they have had some fire performances in these close games. They had 2 series this week that went the distance, 3 games, and had some games in it that were intense. Execration do manage to pull through in the late game once again.
I mean, the Xerxia still look good, but they just... I don't know how you close this game out, though. It's tough, right? You need to be able to get those Roshans. I think that was the biggest thing for them. Like, they did not control this Roshan pit. They let Execration get into that pit. And once they're in that pit, you cannot take that fight into the Underlord, the Monkey, and the Techies. It's way too much zone control. And at a certain point, the Snapfire comes online, man. I mean, we were talking about it. I was debating how strong it was going to be, but there is no question that after watching this game, like, yeah, if you let this hero get to 25 with Daedalus plus an Apex plus what's going on, you are not fighting that Shredder unless you get the Doom on her. And the Aegis is, they're preventing that. Like, you get Bob buybacks in this game, but you cannot give him the second life in Aegis that makes the Doom jump into the Wukong way too deadly. So, well played by Execration. I give MVP to the Minefield sign. That actually stalled out this game horrendously, made high ground impossible, made the Roche fights impossible.
Yeah, Minefield sign did do 12,000 damage in this game. Ooh. So pretty decent. All right, that's just game 1 though of this series. So we got to head back to the panel because we still have a game 2 and maybe even a game 3 to get to.
What an excruciating game for both these teams. I ask you guys something. Did it need to be this long? Could either team have ended it earlier?
As Richie said, for the sponsors, let's go, yeah.
And for Execration's lineup, they were supposed to be able to end the game a lot earlier, you know, in a normal circumstances. But for Xerxia, they have a very late game draft with the Phoenix, Doom, Slark. So for them to win, they definitely wanted the game to go long. Yeah, but this game is definitely like there's a lot of things that went wrong in the early game. It's a long game, but I feel like the early game is what set the tone to a lot of things. You know, the way they itemize, the way they put their lanes, the way the lanes played out.
Yeah, I feel like if Dota was a school and itemization was a class, most of them missed it for the entire season, but some of them attended it a few. Like the Slug is still buying the right items, the Monkey King still buying the right items. The Underlord, halfway through, I'm asking like, where is his Shivas, you know? Like when you look at the lineup from Execration, they should always try to pressure Xerxia's cause to come back to defend their buildings. I mean, for sure they won't defend the tier 2s like the outside towers because it's not worth it. Like they are not even strong enough to take a fight yet. But as Execration, it doesn't matter about the Aegis, as long as you have like Greaves, you have Pipe, you can go up, you need to force them to come back, and then you can slowly take your time to farm out the right items to actually take their high ground. But they are not doing it, and instead they're trying to do this old school meta thing where, oh, they are not at base, so we need to go and find them, but like the map is too big now, like you can't just do that, and the easiest way is always to just threaten them to come back and defend, you know, but they're not doing that. And XERXIA was also not even really farming fast enough. So all in all, I just think Execration kind of gave this game away, but then in the end, they prevailed. So
I mean,
you know,
let's just
fine.
put it that way. It's this series, this first game, it's more about like who is giving the letting the enemy win. You know, nobody's actually winning the game with their decisions and itemizations and the way they took team fights. It's more about who makes the mistake that eventually loses the game. You know.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I feel like Execration, funny enough, like their net worth was okay, like their CS was okay, but they were dying quite a bit in the lanes. And then I feel like a lot of fights they just lost because Bob was just in not the right position.
Yeah, I mean, going back to what you said, like it's not just Bob, you know, I feel like they are not comfortable with the heroes. I think we've mentioned this before, when they pick Takis, it's always like Carlo playing the Takis, and normally he's the Mirana player, and Shanks, it feels like he doesn't really play the hero very well, or he doesn't play a lot of the hero, like looking at his skill build in the lane and whatnot. And Bob as well, like he went Rod of Atos first, which I feel like might not be the best as well this game. I feel like he just needs to get his scaling items, you know, get towards the late game. You need to find a way to get to late game with Daedalus BKB quicker. And yeah, I mean, his kisses, they were not on point, but it's a lot of things, you know, in the game that he did wrongly in the start of the game. Obviously, production does not agree. Production thinks that his Mortimer's kisses somehow won them the game.
I mean, I think in the end, he managed to really output a lot of damage. Like a lot of those fights in the
Production
end.
only watching the tail end of the game.
Yeah, but he did manage to carry. They did win the game, right? He managed to close it, so that's what matters, right, Winter? So that's why Bob here is our
No,
match
the
MVP.
early game matters because the early game allows you to play the later part of the game, you know?
Yes, that
because
is true.
early game, I feel like both teams made a lot of errors. Like, I've been talking a lot about Execration, but for XERXIA, their early game, I think they sort of came out on top in the side lanes initially, but then the supports decided to go to the 4-minute rune, which I feel like it's a little too early to go and help the co-op. And when the two supports went to contest the 4-minute rune, they lost control of the side lanes. So I felt like that was a really bad thing for the early game. I feel like the only point where you should start to move is the 6-minute rune because it's a power rune. You only contest that, and you also have to make sure that the lane is okay for your core before you move around too early.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually a thing that XERXIA does often. I've seen that they always rotate their side lane supports to the mid, like really early in the game. But anyways, that's just our first game of the entire day. So this is quite a long one, but we will see how far we get for our next game in just a bit. Welcome back, everyone, to the Execration XERXIA series, our first series of the day of our DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. Welcome back, everyone. If you didn't see, Execration just beat XERXIA in a 70-plus minute game. Quite long, I wouldn't say the spiciest game. Production will have to agree, as they say it's not so spicy. But what did you guys think? Did you guys think it was spicy? Or I mean, I know you have some strong words, Winter, about that game.
My lunch is definitely spicier than the game.
And what did you have for lunch? Must have not been very spicy.
Nasi lemak.
Okay. No sambal?
Less potent sambal.
Okay, less potent. What did you think, Aurora?
I mean, I was actually eating nuggets and fries without sauce, but it's not even as bland as the last game, so.
Bland.
I mean the main issue like I have about this game is like both teams, they were doing a lot of things like fundamentally wrong in the game, you know. Like sure, you know, it's a long game, there's a lot of exciting team fights going on, but if you look back at the first like 20 minutes, I would say this is the part where the team has to show like some basic ideas of understanding about the game and how do you play as a unit to build onto something. Because the early game is something you can control. The laning phase into the first couple of items, it will detect a lot in the game. So when I'm looking at the first 20 minutes, I see a lot of things that are, at least, you know, for me, like probably not correct in the game. And a lot of the itemizations definitely also feel like it's pretty off. Like the Corp not getting an axe early on. I think he went Witch Blade and Falcon Blade. Like I feel like usually when you get Aghanim's and with your level 10 Talon, with the strength Talon, and you get power traits, you should be strong enough to blink in. You have 2 HP and you go in and tank for your team. You know? And I saw that there was a couple of, there was this one instance where the Doom decided to buy a very early pipe. So the Doom gets a pipe, the team decides to smoke and run in, and their lineup doesn't really have stuns, you know. So and when they get to that timing, and if he has this item, he can actually blink in and maybe not die, and maybe you have a partner and Phoenix behind you to heal.
Let's get our draft going. But I have a question for you really quick. Do you think, because I mean, we've been hyping up Execration a lot this week because we're saying week 2, they look a lot better than week 1. Do you think they kind of look like week 1 Execration last game? Even though they won?
No.
Or they're still looking better than they were?
I think somewhere in between. They kind of figured certain things out. I mean, I don't like the way they put the heroes when they pick techies. They put, I presume because Shanks can't play techies, so Carlo is playing the techies and Shanks has to play Mirana. And his Mirana is definitely not as good as Carlo.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're somewhat being on the same page more than the first week. But then in terms of understanding their heroes, they are still quite not there yet. Like, it's not just like Palos we talk about the starting of this week, you know. It's also the entire team. Like, they kind of don't really know what to buy and how do they control the map with their heroes.
Everybody has issues. Palos is like dying randomly in the lane, like playing too aggressive. Shanks, when he's not on the right hero, he doesn't know what he needs to do. Tino is more also like when he's playing like all those like underlord, sometimes he buys questionable items that it's not in line with how the team is playing. Bob is like certain heroes, he's also buying the wrong items. He's not sure. I think Carlo is probably the only one that I feel like when I look at him play, he's the only one that's sure about, at least 80% sure about what he's doing in the game, what he has to do, what he has to buy.
You know what? Because he's past 5, he doesn't usually get to buy them. So like all he needs to do is just know how to play the game.
Know how to place the wards, right?
Yeah.
All right, Magnus, nice. Magnus is probably one of the, for me, like probably one of the most OP universal hero, because you get a lot of HP, a lot of armor. The stats are just way too good, and with Empower, you do so much damage.
Yeah, I agree. Like, you have 2 ancient camps now on your side, so Magnus is definitely a hero.
I mean, imagine they are just picking Magnus after seeing Underlord. Underlord is probably like one of the heroes that in the previous patch you don't want to play Magnus against it, but right now you don't really care because you just do too much damage.
Yep.
Do you think it's going to be Apollo's Magnus?
Probably, hopefully. I think the hero is best at the carry role, in my opinion. I mean, we've seen some games where it's played off lane. I think, was it Liquid? I can't remember who that did it. But I feel like as a carry, the hero shows its full potential. Because of being universal, you have a lot of damage late game. Your stats are amazing. You get to build HP items and you get damage, so you're very tanky, you can scale. And you have a stun that goes through magic immunity, BKB. So you are probably one of the best heroes in late game.
I think essentially what you say about Magnus is right. But it's just I don't see it from most of the players during DPC. You know, it's like they always think this hero needs to go late, but in fact, actually, when it's 20 minutes, it's your strongest timing when no one can
With
compete with you.
harpoon.
Yeah, exactly. It's the harpoon, and maybe you can buy a blink or even a BKB, and then you just try and play for Roche. Like, how are they gonna fight a hero with 2.8k HP and almost 300 damage at 20
Timbersaw?
minutes? Yeah, but like, it can't be you pick the entire lineup and it's only physical damage, right? Surely there's other heroes that can deal with the Timbersaw. And this Magnus don't actually really have to deal with the Timbersaw. He can just stay behind and wait for them to come in.
Timbersaw don't really counter him because he's universal. He doesn't lose more strength.
Yeah, I mean, but like, he's still physical damage, so still works, you know. It's just, I think he's one of the few heroes that does physical damage but is not very scared of Timbersaw.
So for XERXIA, they ban out Monkey, they ban out Void Spirit. Void Spirit also a very good pairing with the Magnus for obvious reasons. Another universal hero with Empower.
Isn't Ember more scary?
I think Void Spirit is scarier. Like late game.
Yes.
Even early game, Void Spirit is also way better than Ember in my opinion in most situations. Not every situation, because you get to build tanky items. You know, Ember is not as tanky, but Ember has better, I would say, initiating tools, so you can catch people easier with Ember. And Slug, so two of the bans are delegated to protect the Underlord. And there you go, like the Ember Spirit, because everything else is already gone. I mean, especially the Void. And Ember is like just all in all, very useful hero.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree.
you can't go wrong with this pick.
Especially during this patch where most of the supports are, you know, soft heroes, and having Ember on your team just feels really good because this hero threatens all the soft heroes and they have a problem breaking his shield. So yeah, when in team fights, they are always trying to run away from this Ember, you know.
Is it a good Skyrath game against their heroes? I mean, Skyrath's good against Ember early.
It's also good against Enchantress.
And with
actually.
Magnus, generally, I feel like you want supports that can do damage after you use RP. So you go Pango, so I guess this is the response to Ember Spirit, another universal. Actually, they have 3 universal heroes right now, so Execration is going to win this game, for sure.
You know what XERXIA should take? They should take Morphling.
Yeah, Morphling is the universal counter, because you steal what, was it 40%?
40%, yeah. But their lineup is a bit too greedy for Morphling to come up, maybe.
Morphling, Underlord, Ember Spirits. Guess it's still fine. Morphling is great against Pango, Magnus.
I know he's fine with the Enchantress though.
This is not a universal hero, right? This is
I don't think so. No.
I mean, but it's also a very, very good support,
Yeah, the
especially on the
damage.
pos 4 row. You get to kill heroes easily later in the game.
I feel like every time there's an Ench, people always play Clinks.
It's just
The lane, right? It's mostly because of the lane.
lane, but also later on when this Ench is roaming around the jungle, right? Clinks alone is enough to like kick the Ench out
Because you can
When you come out of Skeleton
you can
Wasp.
take his creep as well, and he can't fight you.
somewhat. But it's mainly like once he does the 2 skelly thingy, right? This Ench is just half HP down, for sure. Since it's happened so many times.
Yep, so they go for the Dark Willow, not a hero that we see quite often. It's pretty good at counter-initiating the RP, so he RPs skewer back, you have the Terrorize to save. The Brambles are very good against the Pango. Any root mechanic is good against the hero.
I think both teams are actually somewhat very vulnerable to PL right now. Yeah, they're starting to ban the illusion heroes. The Naga, TV is still in the pool.
Who is more vulnerable, you would say? Execration?
Honestly, I think XERXIA. Because not only the supports can't deal with it, but they cannot invade with this lineup. So the PL is definitely going
But
to
in the
keep
team
on.
fights, you have Underlord.
Yeah, but he doesn't even go in now. He just sends his illusions. He could definitely destroy the supports on XERXIA's side. And Ember is like very held in his place, you know. Oh, if you press your Slide of Feast first, I'm gonna press my
And if
doppelganger.
you get to get a Radiance on one of those heroes, then wouldn't you solve the problem against the PL?
You still need to kill him though, because he's gonna spam the illusions. That's the problem. It's like Xerxia don't have heroes to find the PL, so naturally they are not gonna be able to stop this PL from farming, and they're already very threatened by this Kling's pick. This Kling's is gonna roam around the map and kind of make the supports on Xerxia's
But
side unplayable.
if they pick PL on Execration, it means what? Magnus is probably off lane.
Mm-hmm.
So you feel like the draft would be fine? Like, okay, they're banning out Sven as well. So another illusion, illusion counter, I would say.
It may be a little bit greedy, I would say, but it's still like, when you look at Xerxia heroes, sure, you have Enchantress, sure, you have Underlord, but is Ember or Willow really the kind of hero that can go high ground early or take your towers early? No, right? So it means Execration have this opening to just abuse the map, like what Xerxia should have done last game.
Xerxia has the overall last pick. I feel like they can just see and maybe pick the hero that scales hard. Which hero scales the hardest late game? It's probably just Terrorblade right now. I mean, there's no good counters to Terrorblade remaining.
I'm thinking.
I mean, it's only what's the hero Mueta, right?
Yeah, I think Xerxia should be thinking about Mueta right
Those
now.
are the only heroes that I feel like, if you are planning for exceptionally long game, those are the heroes that you just think about.
I think Mueta on Xerxia is actually really, really good. Because not only she doesn't really care about Klings,
It's good
but
against
she
what?
destroys.
Physical lineup, right?
Yeah.
Can she outscale the PL?
This depends on how she itemizes. Because if she went for she intends to close the game, right? Meaning she might not have Daedalus very soon. So then it might not be a very good matchup for Mueta versus PL. But then if she has the Daedalus, then I will argue differently, because I think Daedalus on Mueta is just insane.
Judging by the heroes, I would say that Magnus is probably okay. So Magnus is the carry. Earth Spirit is
The off lane, I
Earth
think.
Spirit is the off lane.
Yeah.
So it's a more well-rounded draft. I presume the Earth Spirit is gonna buy team items, play around your team, just buff the Magnus, get a pipe, get a Crimson. I mean, pipe seems decent this game against the Underlord, Ember, and the Dark Willow. The lane's pretty good with Takis. You can roll in with the blast off.
I think having some sort of a dispel as a carry on social now is really good. You can dispel the Klings, you can dispel the Earth Spirit, and pretty much that's all you need to not die
Would you
to their
still
initiation.
consider Mueta against the Earth Spirit?
Not really, because you can kind of get rolled on and then he can kick you, which is not really a good idea, because Pango already naturally make you feel very difficult to play in a team fight without a BKB, and that's Magnus as well.
Lifestealer. Yeah, so that's a dispel. But Lifestealer against Magnus, I'm not really sure if I like that too much against the RP.
Kakis as well. I feel like you're gonna get toyed so hard.
But you have to. What build should you get on Lifestealer? You go Radiance, and you just run in, and the Underlord's gonna buy team items, so you just like ball together. And
I think you really
don't
need that soul though. Like you don't do any damage without that soul this game.
But you're gonna get controlled, by the Magnus. I feel I don't know. Like I'm not sure what you should do as a Lifestealer in the team fights. How you should play things out. Sure, if you get the Deso, Armlet Deso, you run in. I guess you infest the Ember, and you run in and you try to blow up the Klings, the Earth Spirit. I mean, I guess the Klings and Takis first right away. That might work out for you. But in the long run, if the game goes long, I'm not sure if you can outscale the Magnus. But if you go Radiance and you go late game, you get a lot of items, you play a long game, I feel like you might stand a better chance.
Yeah, I can see it like maybe Radiance with Manta. You have another Dispel, which is quite good. So you're not really just relying on killing heroes to make your draft work. It's not too bad.
It's the first time we're seeing this off-lane Earth Spirit. Do you guys think it'll work?
No, I think Xerxia played it.
Is it?
They pick. I remember they picked was it Xerxia?
I mean, we
So
saw
one of the teams they
Earth
picked
Spirit
Void
mid.
Spirit and then Earth Spirit.
What's
mid
it?
one,
Yeah,
right?
SMG
Yeah.
played Earth Spirit mid a couple times.
Earth Spirit offlane is a little bit different because you have to play more on a slower timing because you don't get levels as quickly, and you want to play more on as an aura builder. So it's a bit different from how mid one plays it, I think.
All right, well, let's see how game 2 is going to go. I'm going to send you guys over to Cap and SVG.
All right, Avery, time for a game 2. We going past 60 minutes again?
No, I feel like that was the one super long game for this series, so
Okay.
got it out of the way. Now we can enjoy some nice action-packed, short, 30-minute slugfest. You know what I'm saying?
You think so? I mean, there's a lifestealer in this game.
Yeah, that's why.
Whenever I see lifestealer, I feel like it's either, maybe it's a slugfest, but I think more likely the game just kind of stalls out.
Oh, I think the game ends because the hero sucks, so he just loses really fast.
Okay, well, I guess that's one way to look at it, yeah.
I still have no faith in this hero. I don't know what this hero does. He doesn't have spells. He has like a BKB that's okay, but not as good as it used to be.
Chad takes things that we say so literally. I guarantee you there's going to be at least like 5 people in chat who are going to be like, this analyst doesn't know what Lifestealer does.
I don't know what does he do? I've never looked at his spells.
He steals life.
Oh, okay. So basically what chatters do. Got you.
Pretty much. Yeah. A drain. He drains your life just like chat drains
30
society.
seconds to battle.
Chad doesn't like us right now. That's okay. I mean, I just think
you got to put Chad down sometimes. Put him in their place. Got to understand the natural order of things. Just like Lifestealer needs to understand his natural order of things, which is AFKing in lane and hitting creeps over and over and over again, and hoping that there isn't a rotation into his lane that takes his tower.
Yes, and he gets to play versus a melee core, which he does get to do here. That is a really important aspect of here, in my opinion.
Oh, Tino. That was dirty. It would be even dirty if you kicked him up to up that cliff. But
I think you can also trap him on that little spot, like the 2 trees by that ramp to the right. You can get stuck under those on the thing. So maybe he was aiming for that. But either way, no, not that spot. It's okay. Either way, that's a rune win. He's still looking for the dire ramp below tier 1 mid.
It is way too hard to describe.
No, we need to
places on the Dota map and try and find them. Let's not play that game.
Can I draw for the observer?
Nah.
I don't think it shows.
Don't think so.
Oh well, whatever. They do win the rune battle because of that. But these lanes might be tough because you do have that Lifestealer versus the melee. You get the Ember versus the Pango, which is generally favorable for the Ember. And then Underlord versus Mag, I think is pretty much a free farm lane for both heroes. But in theory, Underlord, we saw last game, like in this offlane, you get the Ancient stacks up and you just free farm the lane, you kind of get really big. So I feel like XERXIA should be happy on 3 lanes here in terms of the core matchups, unless supports for Execration can swing it. They do have very strong supports. Again, Techies, this hero generally wins his lane. And Klink's also generally wins his lane if he doesn't get abused too hard level 1. I think that is the weak point for this hero, which he's getting abused a little bit, feeling the wrath of an Impetus.
Yeah, I mean, he's up against Enchantress, who I would say typically wins her lane. So we'll see how that matchup actually comes through.
I think this hero does win it slightly less than
nice skewer on that one on the mini-map. Rapido back into the tower he goes, but it's Carlo, the one who dies. So not sure how that started exactly, but could not have been good for Execration.
Just went too deep, got caught in the brambles, level 2 advantage, as Carlo is still level 1. Man, every time I say Techies is a really good laner, he ends up feeding first blood. It's not making me look really good.
This should not. Well, you know what? Carlo is playing in both games, right? So
he just got stuck in the brambles again. Jeez, laying down the
Palos. The healing salves don't work that way. Oh, there you go. Oh. Okay. He handed over the wrong healing salve. That's why. They both had a healing salve for the lane. He just passed over the wrong one.
Shanks does end up paying the Enchantress price. I mean, that is a good payoff for Teehee down here. When you invest that much in the early Impetus, you really want to get the kills so you can get to level 3 and start getting those higher level creeps out. And this is what you want to have happen versus Klinks. Abuse his early levels before he gets all of these fire arrow shenanigans online.
Yeah, and that'll be nice because Lifestealer at some point in time, if you just kind of like guard him for the first couple of levels, I feel like he just gets enough self-sustain that it's really difficult, even on a 1v2, to actually kick him out of lane.
Yes, the Death Pact will win lanes over the long term. That's why this hero is really annoying. So lane's pretty even here. I'm also pretty impressed. Bob is just doing so well mid in the early phases of this matchup. It can get bad around this period, but he is just cruising in terms of equal CS. Very good sign for Execration, as they just want to hit this mid game with a lot of farm on the mag and the Pango, so when this Empower on the double universal hits, it hits as hard as possible. That is what this lineup is designed to do. And then you got Tino rolling around, you know, whatever he can contribute with auras to buff those two other cores are going to be the big slappers. That's how this Execration lineup wants to function. The Centaur going deep. One more impetus.
Going for it. One more impetus. Not quite enough, but the hits. Tino, he's got to roll in a second here. Hides away into the trees. Nope, gets blocked. He gets in front of him. Great plays by him so far this series, as Shanks has managed to pick the courier off, but it doesn't really change the effects. The carry, or the core rather, is gone from the lane while the creeps are dying underneath the tower. And now Shanks is even going to be assaulted underneath this tower. Does manage to get a little bit of heal off of level 2 Death Pact, turns some damage back around on Teehee, which with a kick boulder, Tino will finish him off.
That did not end up being worth, because Teehee got the kill, which means he got a streak. So then he feeds 300 plus 90 gold straight the way back to Tino. And suddenly Tino is like, he's cruising in his lane. He's gonna have Vanguard off that, whereas he would have maybe struggled to get to it.
Yeah.
So I like the aggressive play, but that was not an early kill streak to want to give away there. Kind of
Speaking of Vanguard, one thing I do like about this off-lane Earth Spirit as opposed to the mid-Earth Spirit that we saw from mid one is you are going to go Vanguard either way, but I feel like off-lane Earth Spirit is more likely to go Crimson Guard, which this hero has incredible strength gain, so pretty value in that regard.
It's definitely nice.
Man, Teehee is just running at him. Bob going to be chased down. Impetus finishes him off. Jeez.
That is one of those deaths where you start flaming your supports. You're like, yo, how is this guy just walking me down to my tier 2? Hello?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Good early pressure. This is some Enchantress, old-fashioned Enchantress gameplay. He is having the game of his life, 4-1-0. Trying to affect the third lane now. Peak show top. Don't know if that was intentional.
What I really like about this is he wants to keep away from the Clinks anyway, right? With the Death Pact counter. So,
and he can leave Lifestealer alone. So not many downsides to this roaming gameplay, especially if you can get lane pressure going. I mean, Hollis is already feeling it up here. You bring an Enchantress up here with this catapult, triple range creep. This is a lot of XP you are going to potentially miss out on if you get zoned, and a lot of damage is going into your tower. They did get the wave pull off pretty big here. And you'll eat the catapult. Well, I guess that's one way to deal with the tower pressure. Turn it into a skeleton and go straight through the gate.
Level 6 up on both mid laners, so expecting a rotation from one of them with all this side lane pressure going crazy. Though Pango certainly doesn't want to be going to the Lifestealer lane. That's one lane that you're not headed to. In fact, I believe that was the origin of the dead lane was actually Lifestealer, specifically. Original idea of the dead lane was a hero that you could not gank its lane because it was too tough to kill.
Yeah, then it got turned into some weird shenanigans.
Yeah, BSJ got a hold of it and turned it into some Frankenstein monster.
Yeah, I don't even know how that happened. That was like...
I think it just straight up was BSJ misunderstanding somebody calling it dead lane concept, and then everybody just ran with it. It became such a stupider concept, which was dead lane is the lane that you go to die. Which is
that is just not correct, by the way.
Yeah.
I know this because I was there when that term was born. You know, it was born
that was a public term, right? Or that team.
He was a big part of it, but do you know who started the creation? Like who played that way that created that term?
No.
Here's some trivia for you. See, This is where my history comes in. Bobby getting going on mid.
Nice rotation from Tino to make that skewer back into tower. A lot easier to kill.
Big plays everywhere.
Bombi does as well.
I mean, the upside is you get space bottom to push this tower, which will probably just go down here. But this, of course, was the dead lane for Execration. So, what can you do about it anyway?
Wait, so who was it? Whose style? Was it like,
Bet you might be able to guess.
Middle tower is under attack.
I'm sure. That was like, what were we talking
I'll give you a
about?
hint.
Like,
I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
It rhymes with Dirtest Crow.
Radiant's top tower
Did you get
is
it?
under attack.
You get it yet?
Was it?
It was Alliance. That's right.
Curtis Lowe.
It was Alliance. It was Virtus Pro. It was the old Ramses when he came in the scene, and there was a period where they played. Ramses played Juggernaut and Lifestealer for like 80 games in a row. It felt like.
JG just ran through mid lane, scared back 3 heroes, and finished off the tower. Carlo goes for the kill onto Teehee, but doesn't do enough damage, so GG collects not just the tower bounty, but also the hero. All of a sudden, now that we have stuff to talk about that is not the game, Avery, the both teams have just decided to smash into each other nonstop.
I told you, this was going to be a slugfest. It's the nature of the game, the nature of the lineups, the nature of Dota. You're stuck in a corner. Where are you going, son?
Alpha in the corner. He put his back up against the wall like it would protect him. It did not. All it did was allow him no escape, I guess.
They're rolling through. Looking for Enchantress with the tar bomb with the right clicks. Do so.
He's got the untouchable already. Level 6 Enchantress. Too hard to kill for a right-clicking support.
You did get early tier 1s, mid and bottom, dead for Execration. Enchantress pressure adding up. If you can continue to get power runes, you're going to be happy, but it gets stolen. Bob evening out the score. We'll try and give him the high five. Ooh, get the high five. Oh, very sportsmanlike. Back to stack killing action.
Pops out to steal a lot of this stack.
Just magnetized for it. God damn.
Jeez. Shanks comes in, tries to collect some last hits. Don't think he got a single one, but good effort. And now with Bob coming in, Rapido with this magnetize, still taking him down, still going on. Tano keeps on resetting it. Even the supports are taking magnetized damage still. Teehee almost straight up died to it, but Bob did stick around a little bit too long, eventually dies.
What the hell are these fights, man?
I don't know.
I feel like Tino just sat in that corner and dropped like 6 stones in a row and then just rolled out.
He did.
That was his entire team fight. All right, you guys
He didn't even try, and he just watched Bob roll on by. Hey, Bob.
This is ridiculous. I mean, he did the most damage.
Tino.
He just gets right clicked down by a Lifestealer. Okay, we got ourselves a game. More action as it continues. Young God.
RP locked him down during the rage. Rage is going to expire, but there is a Terrorize to save him. There is going to be a stun coming out from Carlo.
He's turning.
He's turning. Young God does need to turn around and kill one, but surely he's going to die in the midst of this. But at the same time, Bobby doing big damage with the Bedlam. Cleans up another one as the Pango dies yet again, and Shanks. Fire from the skies rains down, finishes him off. Palos gets the skewer back underneath the tower, but the tower can't save Palos against all of this damage.
What a team fight. You got to give it to Bombi, man. He is getting the damage done this game. 2,300 in that small engagement. Another tier 1 falls for Execration. All 3 down with a Magnus lineup. That cannot bode well if you can get in their side of the map and occupy the space, get rid of the stacking, get rid of the efficiency here. This early game is all XERXIA off the triple. Well, now it's a triple core at the top. Lanes honestly weren't that snowbally, but it just feels like the supports are once again the name of the game for this team, just getting a lot of work done in this early game.
Oh, a DD for JG.
I will say
also
also
another time. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I really like Dark Willow versus Clinks. I actually think this is one of the better supports versus Clinks that I have found in the meta. Because generally Clinks is very good at solo picking your backline weak in heroes with control, but Dark Willow's pretty much the only one he can't do it versus. You always have Shadow Realm when he goes on you, and then you can just throw the stun and turn on him and just destroy him. because he generally is very susceptible to the high magical burst. You actually have the damage to kill him. Like, I actually really like this matchup for Dark Willow. I think the lane matchup can also be fine. And then you build pretty good items versus the Clinks, whereas the Clinks, if he wants to threaten you, he pretty much has to go the Orchid. And the Orchid is like the most expensive item on this hero that he doesn't really want to rush, and second can sometimes be weird, right?
Shanks tries to come forward and toy with Teehee, but instead he will be the one bound and brought down. JG gets him with the slight chains once again. Nice reveal. On that note, you must really like the Enchantress as the other support, right? It feels like this Lynx has no way to go on anybody.
That's the problem, I think, in this game. Like, he has 2 supports, he cannot solo burst, which means you just have to farm. And he has Orchid queued up, but him AFK farming jungle to get Orchid is like irrelevant when the other supports have freedom on the map, because then that means they're also farming. So you're not creating a net worth differential, you're just matching them. They're going to have defensive items by the time you have Orchid, you know? You're never getting ahead with the hero, which is what he's designed to do. That's why I think these support matchups are key. I mean, yeah, he's going to find Willow, but who's finding who here, right? Like, look at this. This matchup just sucks. You're gone. Who's hunting who?
Palos hit by the stun. Tino coming in. Actually, nice kickback on a Teehee underneath the tower. The one unit in this game that doesn't give a damn about the untouchable,
so
but still staying alive, man. This Pav is helping out a lot, but Teehee will receive another roll, another one. Bombi, this one misses though. Tino back at it again.
My friend.
And before the TP can complete, he'll do what damage he can with the Bedlam, but Bombi is dead.
You can never TP out versus Octarine Earth Spirit. The cooldown is just too damn low, and he rushed it. That is the power of this hero on core position. I still think this is very strong. It's very precarious. Like, it can backfire very hard, but if you get going in a good game, it's just terrifying. He's so tanky. The constant rolling is obnoxious as hell. The scale on this hero is incredible. I think Tino's going to have a great game here. He's already doing pretty damn well for himself. He's got 2,600 HP at 15 minutes. What is this? Is this a Dota hero, or is this like a Starship Destroyer, man?
I guess so, yeah. That's one way to describe it. Kick over the cliff, hit him with another. You can't get away. You can't channel that.
Why are you even trying?
Yeah. Well,
for your friends, though.
The team to join in. Okay, maybe they can help him out. He's already dead, but can they get vengeance? Is Tino gonna become the last Bramble? Oh, XERXIA. The Horde of Gondor sounded. The call came in, and XERXIA came in force to get revenge for their Underlord.
He can't go through, but that does not stop that gate from being very effective here. And Magnetize doing a lot of damage, but of course you have Infest, you have Rage, you have some tools to deal with it. Ember Spirit, usually just very tanky, doesn't care about Earth at this point in the game. That's another clean team fight for XERXIA off the back of that single target focused go that just wasn't fast enough. And all these fights you take, these are fights where Palos could be hitting ancient camps with Magnus, Mask of Madness, and Power, physical damage. So he's losing some of his tempo and some of his ramp in this game every time this happens.
It's also a space where Shanks could be playing on the enemy side of the map, hitting neutrals or hitting ancients there as well, trying to complete his Orchid.
These are not fights Execration want to lose if they're going to be taking them right now.
Yeah.
They're very costly. Whereas XERXIA, like, they're happy to take these fights because they have the Armlet Desolator Lifestealer. This guy doesn't really want to be hitting creeps right now. He wants to be hitting heroes. He wants you to run into him.
And he's going to cut over. Dark Willow's going to lead the way. Hit him with the Bramble, hit him with the Terrorize. Now Young God can go to work. They've got the follow of Curse Crown stun. He brings the Bedlammed Bombi with him. And that will be the death toll of 19 kills already for XERXIA in 17.5 minutes in. And Teehee, a little shy there from Tino. I'll have to roll out now. Bob shows up with the Rolling Thunder once again, giving the portal out there an opportunity for Young God to join in on this fight. And then Execration, they know what that means. It's time to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, they learned their lesson in the previous engagement.
Yeah.
This is your
Let's say they
defusal
go
Pango.
on somebody else. Go on the Dark Willow. The Shadow Realm somehow lives off of like 15 HP. The kick will get him in the end. Tino, just a monster on this Earth Spirits, rolling after all of these heroes. They're still not like convincingly winning any fights, but Tino is showing his prowess on the Earth Spirit, that's for sure.
Finding little pokes and openings, trying to create some sort of mistake from Xerxia. Tino is in. He's in good.
Got him with the
Gets a good
silence, with another stun. Where's the... Oh, no! What was that RP? He tried to go big and instead got nothing out of it. Do manage to hit a decent blast off, but the skewer back on a Rapido just makes things worse for Palos as the big Underlord chases him away. 150 HP. Oh, hit the Ember Spirit right as he jumped in. The slide isn't going to be good enough. They can catch him again. Arming the silence. They got him in the end. Tino, he needs a roll on away from Young God. It's careful. Yule Scepter. And they got him this time. Tino not going to be able to roll out of that one. Bomb B picks up the double.
And Young God continuing to accelerate this game off of these fights that Palos is not getting nearly the same effectiveness out of. I mean, with RP, he has to just run away back to farming, but that's your blink reveal that yields you nothing. You get a pretty good kill on this Ember Spirit who had a streak going, so Shanks is going to collect on that. He is having a very slow game on his Clinks. Again, he's going Orchid. Kind of necessary in this Willow matchup. It's going to be pretty heavily delayed, and you already have a Yules on Bombi. So this is the other problem. Like, even your one item to deal with the Willow gets countered by the item that Willow generally wants to build anyway. When you're on this aggressive hero and can just Yule set up into the Bramble. So this doesn't even feel good anymore. You may as well just sack the Orchid idea and, I don't know, just go Solar Crest into Deso? What else is there?
Yeah, I feel like in some ways you need the Solar Crest to help offset the bad matchup, which is this Magnus versus the Lifestealer, which is always going to be a problem. Tried to get the skewer over the side, up to the high ground.
That was not the direction. Carlo asks, why, Palos? Why did you do this to me?
Straight to the hands of Carlo, and one pickoff turns to two. Maybe they catch the Dark Willow, though. Self-Yules, Rolling Thunder on top. Missed the hit there, but lots of heroes going to show up in time. Bomb going to be slowed down a little bit. Hits a lot of pins as the bowling ball, but far from a strike. Xerxia, once again, just clean fights back and forth, using the portal to max effectiveness in this game. Man, Rapido has had great awareness and great communication with his team.
It's really counteracted the style that Execration want to play, which are these like single pickoffs. Every time they try and go on somebody.
Oh my God, Shanks tried to play for the rune.
He's gone.
Not on Bombi's watch. You don't get any wisdom runes. In fact, Bombi will pick up two of them.
He's 10, 4, and 8.
Dire's middle tower
This Willow pick was just super good. He's getting so much value out of the Clinks matchup, contributing in the fights. It's a pretty decent hero versus Mags. Hero scales pretty well. He has played it to perfection here, and it has done wonders for Xerxia. 9k gold lead. This is going to be a tough nut to crack. Young God is just really far ahead. He has a full BKB now. If you thought one BKB was bad enough, well, now he's got two.
Yeah, I mean, kind of their only option of being able to kill him was hit the silence and chain stun off of that one. Now that he's got BKB, the silence is going to be effective, so they're just really left with RP, but he's so far ahead, I don't see how they do enough damage in that limited window.
Oh, there's no way. There's going to be a Terrorize that comes through. You don't have any spell immunity right now. There's going to be a Pavis from the Enchantress. There's going to be Crimson and Pipe out of Rapido. This Lifestealer is a big problem because of all the buffs behind him and your limited tools, how far he is ahead. This is a big window for Xerxia to just run down the map right now. They need to get as much out of this Aegis as they can, because Execration can split them. These mag lineups do scale pretty hard and still continue to scale off the Empowered Pango. Earth Spirit's going to be annoying in the late game. I mean, if the game is still this net worth in 20 minutes from now, it's a very different story. So you want to keep building momentum. Continue to acquire skulls.
Wait up.
Harpoon will help. Man, I mean, Magnus is the current iteration of Magnus has been this hero that like 95% of the hero pool does not want to fight, like, you know, one-on-one. I think there are very few heroes that can take that, but Lifestealer has got to be one of the best. I feel like this is a really great answer to the Magnus hero overall.
In isolated one-on-one where everything's even, yes. Again, I go back to, like, in theory, carry mag is supposed to be ahead. And then that matchup is very awkward. Because you're the one who, you trade with him, but then he RPs you. Like, it's weird. But in theory, yes, Lifestealer can be a very nice answer to this hero conceptually. And in a game like this, it's a big problem because you can't man-fight him. You just don't have the sustain to sit there and right-click him back. Whereas his team does, and his team can back him up better than the mags can right now. Yeah.
I guess you could see a world where the matchup goes the other way if the mag is far enough ahead.
I just think that's like most matches for Mag, you know? This Mag doesn't care about what he plays against, it's just he cares about how the game is going. And then he'll deal with anybody, because he just runs around with fast Harpoon with insane damage and just beats everybody's head into a pulp. When you're behind, you just lose so much of that advantage in tempo with this item build. Like, Harpoon is not great when you're behind. It's still an efficient item, but does not have the same effect. They're going to go for the chain silence to get it. That's a good pick off.
Very nice. Maybe they can't deal with the Lifestealer, but a beautiful catch on the Ember Spirit opens things up a little bit. They go through the portal to try and catch the Underlord. Won't find him. He's already TP'd mid.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh, they will find him.
Maybe they'll find him off of that TP on mid, where they get the skewer over to the side. The boulder misses as a result, but that's okay. He's got another one to back it up. And the damage is just overwhelming. Execration get one pick off, turn to two, and XERXIA, who were playing with so much momentum and playing around each other so much, have all of a sudden let themselves be the one to get picked off. Nice Yule Scepter as a response, though. Alos denied another one, and now they've jumped in pretty deep. Young God able to block these boulders. If he still can't get away, finish him off. He cannot roll out of there. He's just gonna roll one down. Bob's gonna roll through them to be able to save the rest of his teammates here, because the Ember Spirit's gonna track down Palos eventually. Hits him with the RP on it too. The Current is doing a lot. Can they finish off one, two? Young God loses Aegis finally. Carlo a little bit too late to the beat.
Still has BKB
now the
here.
second life. He still has BKB, and he's got Rage up in 2 seconds, so doesn't even have to use that 9-second BKB still in the chamber.
I mean, there is a big X factor in this game, right? It is Pangolier with disarms. Disarms, and this hero in general, when he can get the late game with the Bash or Ags, that type of territory, becomes very annoying for Lifestealer. This matchup just kind of sucks at that point. Whereas right now, like, Young God's having his way with Bob in these fights, just chasing him down. But the Basher is up after that engagement. Even there, that disarm helps Mag win that team fight. You cannot give Execration a numbers advantage.
See if he can put his own basher to use here. Bob gets bashed after the swashbuckle goes out, so he gets the distance to get away.
Yeah, that's a big gold swing and a lot of momentum. You're down to 4K from 9. What was supposed to be an Aegis that gave you more of a lead to close out this game has suddenly given Execration a way back. And now you're 5-manning, but this 5-man it's 2 minutes too late. You gave up a huge window here, and Orchid Solar Crest completed for Shanks. Like, he's back in this game. He's a hero. His clinks can be obnoxious now. You land a clutch Orchid on JG. He has nothing to dispel it.
Yeah.
He went offensive items here. The only real save is the auras and the infest. Something you're gonna have to keep in mind, but single target disable and burst is definitely there for Execration. You cannot get caught up on the map right now if you're XERXIA and you're trying to close out what once was a pretty solid lead for you.
Looking at the shard next for Young God, so he's trying to get some additional disables in, which Open Wounds has been pretty effective. The problem is a lot of these heroes, well, all 3 cores have a way of mobility that does not require them moving or walking, you know? A roll, swashbuckle, skewer. So it's still going to be hard to lock down these heroes for Young God.
Yeah, I came out here. I mean, it's a nice shard. It does feel great on the hero to have. Let's see if it pays off, but you're right, the mobility it's tough. Ag's also finished for Bombi, so there's a pretty decent damage power spike here. As Dark Willow's hitting real hard now. Smoked their own Tormentor. All they'll find is some skeletons and some mines.
Who's getting it? Dark Willow.
It's a nice shard. Very nice shard.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
He
attack.
is farmed as hell. His impact is extremely pivotal in these fights. If you get off good terrorizes, one or two of these roots plus a shard root or something, might just win you the exchange.
Ooh, JG. He's going to be spotted by Shanks here. And his team is on this side of the map. I don't think Shanks can do him solo, but Tino can get here pretty damn fast. They're going to start for it. There goes the silence. The boulder lands. Kick back. Beautiful stuff. Well executed pickoff for Execration. Once again, XERXIA have to really be rethinking where they play solo on the map and if they can anymore.
The Clinks effect, man. He got that one fight, got this Orchid, and suddenly Ember's item build backfires, and he's a serious threat to him. Which is a lot of the damage taken out of the engagements for XERXIA if he can't play it how he wants to.
Crown doesn't actually land. The Yule Scepter a little bit late there, but still hits him with the Terrorize. RP, though, could save
Not in
this.
time.
No, not in time. Still does demolish the two heroes combined inside the RP, and actually is going to get Teehee here as well. So 3 heroes off to counter initiation.
And look at where Young God is. He went bottom. He TP'd bottom to deal with waves, and XERXIA are going on this play mid. Every time they have split up, this game has snowballed very quickly against them. Execration just outplaying them on the map. I mean, it's a great pickoff on Pango, but not for 3 heroes. Without your Lifestealer in the fight, it is a net worth lead for Execration from being 10k down like 6 or 7 minutes ago. This game is just completely turned. I mean, sure, your Lifestealer is great at fighting the mag, but when's the last time that happened? I feel like we haven't seen it in a long time, and since then, a lot of items have come out that are causing him problems. You have Manta, Basher, Elven Tunic on the Pango. Tino has a full Ags completed. So now he's going to be turning people to stone. That's a save potential. That's a kicking Lifesteal out of the fight potential. Not to mention he's 4,000 HP now. And there's a lot of tankiness and a lot of fight back coming from Execration lineup.
Well, this game feels very favored for Execration now. It turns so fast.
Can't give these Magnus lineups a way back into these games. They're just terrifying because the scale just continues and continues. The stacking for these universal heroes with the powers, it's just ridiculous. Every level they get adds up to so much more than you're getting on something like a Lifestealer. I mean, look at this Lifestealer's damage right now. He's hitting for like 170, right? That's lower in total than the base damage for these universals. Yeah. I'm sitting at 240 base. Pango's sitting at 190 base. So your glass cannon damage Lifestealer build is dealing less damage than the base damage of these heroes. Like, it's just ridiculous to try and fight through.
Oh, the mine goes off. Tino knows something's lurking over here. Oh, and they got a really nice high ground ward. XERXIA sitting right underneath it. Roll doesn't quite land. Tino still pops his BKB.
They're gonna kick him in.
Back onto the Underlord. They're all gonna run back to finish him off. He is so far away from his team. Beautiful stuff from Execration, and now with the 4 versus 5, they're going to keep pursuing Tino. In a moment of instance, is able to get on top. Maybe that's a little bit too far. Now he's too far away from his team. It goes both ways. His Young God is going to be able to collect on the top scalp as well. Bash after bash. Carlo going to be caught in the chains. JG finds a little something extra off of this one. Okay, Execration got a little too excited there off of a beautiful pick off to start a team fight.
Not respecting the damage coming out from these supports, especially when you don't have BKB. And Tino just gets melted there. And Lifestealer straight into his claws. Just shredded him.
Top tower is under attack.
You don't have armor. I mean, that's the one thing you have to remember. That's the piece you're missing here. If you have Shivas and AC, you have AC done on Palos now. Maybe if you had Shivas on Earth Spirit, you can make that play. But without it, you go down to 5 armor or something, and you just get absolutely melted. I mean, there's a medallion too, so you actually basically are just taking pure damage.
Radiant's top tower is
4,000
under attack.
HP, but still gets like casually like 7 shot by Lifestealer.
Nice little skewer here. Clinks damage starting that up.
Yeah, they really got to respect the
Young does not have TP. He will choose Bombi instead.
They're probably happy that
they're
RT
TPing
got used
outpost.
on Bombi. He's
He
TPing
flew
now.
TP
Young
in.
God is gonna get away. It was a long TP though. It was scary.
Yeah, that was extremely dangerous. It does feel like this game has a limited window for XERXIA though. I feel like if you get the armor up, maybe a halberd or two and a force staff, like I think you're gonna run into damage problems. Where's the damage gonna come from XERXIA lineup? You have Ag's Willow. I mean, that's cute, but it's not winning you a team fight.
Radiant's middle
It just
tower
doesn't feel
is
like
falling.
JG is doing anything anymore.
Got
The
him again.
displacement's too good, man.
Rapido, he is going to help. Young God, they're going to go for the clings first. JG couldn't quite finish him off. He gets away. No, the slide actually finally finishes him. They managed to get a pass on to Palos, fighting through this one. That is going to be like number 1. When he comes back, though, he does have BKB. Young God, is he going to stick with it? Rage immediately at the plate. He's going to try and lean into Palos for a second life. He gets the skewer to disengage. Get some distance from that Lifestealer.
They wore through his Aegis, but it took a BKB and a Rage here for Young God. His Lifestealer is still formidable. Even with his lackluster base damage in comparison, he's getting the job done. It's impressive me, honestly. This Shivas for Tino is a big deal. If he gets to that, it changes a lot of the burst situation here. Somehow, JG still has the most damage. I have not felt it, though. Butterfly for Palos. That is a risky item. It is a risky item. You're gonna hit an extremely strong power spike right now, but if you do manage to get the MKB on Young God, then that single target burst, it just goes up even that much more, which is what they're trying to do here. I think it's not
It
risky,
does look
but
like he's going to be a little bit capped, though, because he wants to go AC.
yes. He is also a long way from the next item.
Yeah.
So I say risky, and maybe it's probably not risky here, but it does make the itemization for Young God more important and more decisive. Whereas Palos, level 25 already. How the hell is he 25, man? It's ridiculous. Cyril just takes Wisdom Runes and Ancients,
Radiant's bottom tower
plus
is under
10% extra empowering cleave. He is hitting like a truck. 500 a hit with Butterfly AC attack speed.
And Pango has the 20 talent, so his swashbuckle with that cleave is a lot of damage.
This is where these mag lamps become disgusting.
Yeah. Fortunately,
And
there's
you
only
deal with
that
the
one
damage.
hero. Pango isn't the best
Yep.
with it, and that's the only hero that can really use Empower outside of mag.
I mean, you can empower Tino here.
I feel like Tino's more interested in rolling than hitting.
Now you can hit him while you roll through, send him a message. But yeah, you're right. This is not a 3 universal core lineup, it is only 2. Yeah,
Is damage that you get from talents base damage or bonus damage?
depends on the talent.
Really? No,
Yeah.
it's bonus damage unless it says base damage like Omni Knight, right?
Yeah, like it says it'll add base damage. If it doesn't say it adds base damage, then it's bonus damage. Unless it's bugged and they just messed up the tooltip. Why? Whose Talon are you looking at?
I was just thinking about techies getting level 25, which is a real possibility in this game.
Oh, yeah, that is plus damage. I don't know why you're thinking about that. But why would you even take that Talon? Why don't you take the other one?
Yeah. I mean, I think that Talon is actually less useful since they changed the mines, but Carlo, either way, won't have a choice because maybe he won't be seeing 25 this game. Shanks doing some heavy lifting on the tier 2 tower damage. Just hits him with a tar bomb and skeletons go to work. Really no risk to doing something like that. And taking away more landscape from XERXIA. 11,000 net worth lead for them now.
He has Nullifier on Clinks as well. You can purge a lot of these auras, a lot of the defensive items here. Very impactful items as he continues to power up into this 4th core status. This is a difference maker. Like having this hero. I mean, Bombi had a great game. He's dealing some damage, but it's harder for him to get the impact out. Gonna try and return the favor here. As I say that, we'll find that pick off. This is where he excels. He can run around the map with his blink Yules and just find heroes and set up. The setup is really strong. Whereas Shanks is just like single target burst. He'll kill you.
Dire are scanning.
And Shiva's finish for Tino. That, in my opinion, is a very influential item in this game. It makes his EHP go through the goddamn roof. And he can just go in and get vision for the whole fight, which could mean a better RP. Just with the slightly better AoE vision he'll give at the start of an engagement. Makes a difference. Young God pushing towards MKB. So this is where, are you going to get a fight with this butterfly before he gets MKB? And if you don't, then it's a question of how much single target burst can he do in that situation during the rage duration, during the BKB duration. Once that's out, I think you're screwed for sure unless you get a great infest remnant out or something.
If the net worths are even, who do you actually back when it comes to win percentage in this game?
It's really tough. Really tough, honestly. I think it's just team fight execution. Like I don't necessarily favor. It's like if you get a big RP, if you get a big terrorize, these are the things that decide it right now.
Sure.
Maybe if we're talking totally even, like maybe XERXIA a little, but I still think late game these mag lineups are just, they find a way to win because at some point you get an RP. That's how I feel.
It might just be that moment right now where they smoke up, playing for Roshan, XERXIA. They have the high ground. It's going to be tough without any additional vision. Shanks kind of leading the charge here, trying to get Paolo's going to break. He goes for it, gets the skewer back. Okay.
That's so
his
deep.
last time. Pick off the Underlord, kill him quickly, and look at the way they disengage too, just in case there was some sort of counter initiation.
I mean, they can just do this over and over. So as long as they don't overcommit for that counter initiation, there's no downside.
Yeah.
And this is another factor. What is the answer to these pokes and prods with the fishing between the mag and the Earth Spirit who can both do it? It's got to be Bombi with Yules. But he is very far away from the fight right now, and not necessarily always in position to find those. Execration. They're poking, and Bob is a rolling.
Good hit on the Ember Spirit. They buy back immediately onto the Underlords, portaling it in, and Bob gets out. They got what they wanted out of that. Oh,
Here's the ball.
it's actually going back in. Hits the life steal.
They can RP
Takes
him.
him away. Can they get him? They got him with the silence. BKB immediately goes off from Young God. Nullifier on him.
There's the RP.
He does not have buyback. Another skewer back. This time on a Rapido. Talos follows it up again and again. Skewer after skewer, saving these openings and leading to more and more and more
rolls.
execration. Beautiful stuff, man. Him and Tino.
Every TV. There's no answer to this fish right now. You are sitting in a barrel, my friend, and the second that displacement comes through, there is no hope in that fight. Absolutely none.
Yeah, I mean, the best they have is like Yule Scepter, but even then, Palos would come down, just BKB, skewer out.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to use him before he BKBs. He can always BKB before, just skewer away, and then just wait the fight, right? You don't have a way to start the fight right now. XERXIA in big trouble. This Mag lineup has come alive in the late game. They're tanky, they have initiation, they have displacement, and the displacement is absolutely killing a Lifestealer lineup, which needs to fight around this hero during his timings.
It's looking real bad for XERXIA now.
They got another one.
An even game, but he got him again. Thrown back into the Orchid. He does have a BKB to be able to get rid of that silence, but next time he gets close, Tino might be able to catch him.
I think these jumps are just free. It's a Stone Remnant, it's a Skewer. These are low cooldown goes. You're not using like a big lasso or Doom. You get another Skewer here.
That's a huge terrorize. It's smaller. They do manage to get a big terrorize with that Bedlam cleaning up at least one of them. Alice's well hits the RP on it too. Locks down the Ember Spirit. Finish him off with a blast off over the top. The chain stones are beautiful, but Young God breaks free. Pops his BKB, goes out of Palos, but he's fighting for his life, and it's only his life. It's not the life of Palos, who had the Aegis of Immortal, so a trade-off is well in the favor of Execration. And it looks like that might just be the end of the game. A fight outside of the base that results in 3-4 heroes dead for over a minute with no buyback. Execration can take the whole goddamn Radiant base.
Man, they just played this lineup to perfection in these late game fights. I don't know if there was much XERXIA could do about it. I think they just had to slow out this game, or I think it goes back to that mid game where they're up 9k and they just got picked off on the map and it crumbled in those two engagements. And all of a sudden you're playing a reversal lineup that has incredible long range displacement that you have absolutely no answer for.
Not even a fountain is sick. There's nowhere. Rapido, who tried to hide in his fountain to stay alive. Look at them go. They are gonna skewer him. They're toying with him. They're gonna get him as far outside of his base as possible. This is dirty. Oh my God.
This is a BM we haven't seen in some time.
This is extreme BM. Oh my God. They could have kicked him all the way back to the fountain and there would have been nothing he could have done about it.
Oh, it's a good old game of curling. Send that puck down the lane and brush the ice so he goes as far as possible. It's like, guys, where are you? I don't know where I am right now. That is a tough way to go out, but at least game one was looking good for them. This game was looking solid again. I mean, this XERXIA team always shows some promise in all the games we watched, right? They don't just get stomped. It's not some brutal beatdown from minute zero. Even this game, they were up 10k. It was looking pretty good, but I mean, unfortunately, you had Lifestealer on your team. There's only so far this hero can go, and another Magnus Universal hero win. It is, I don't know. I just don't know how you can play these games where like your carry is hitting for 150 and their carry is hitting for 500. I just feel like, you know, if I had to pick one of those, I'd pick the one who also has better spells, probably between RP and something like 1500 range displacement. Of course, you can always snowball with these heroes. A lot of things come down to execution. I think XERXIA, in theory, actually had that game won if they played that Aegis better. But it's tough. It's tough with the big map not to, at some point, make a mistake. Like, that is another factor you have to consider. That it's very easy to get split up. Clinks finds you once. Now you have this 5v4. Like, maybe Roshan spawns. You have to take some fight. The big map, it makes being very clean very weird sometimes. So, I don't know. Another Magnus win. What is there to say? Universal heroes, man. They're just too damn good.
Universal heroes, too good. That is definitely something that all the teams have been playing with in this season, and just the general new patch all around. So we're going to keep saying that. But for now, that is the end of the series of XERXIA versus Execration. Execration getting their third victory this week. Well done.
It's big.
Execration taking the second game, which means they won the entire series. And Winter, it's like what you said. The more universal heroes a team has, the higher chances of winning.
How many did they have the last game? What, 3?
Yeah.
You should try to pick 4. One more.
4. Or why not 5? The whole thing.
Can you? Are there any universal pause 5?
techies.
I think you can figure it out. Yeah. Let's break this game down. What did you guys think of it? How did the laning go?
I mean, the laning was actually unplayable for the Spirit, I would say. But,
He has Magnus on his team.
yeah, and also Spirit is not a hero that is jailed in his lane, you know. As long as he has like at least 3 levels, he can do something in other side of the map, so it's not too bad. But I think from Xerxia's draft, I've already seen it. Like, I just feel they don't have a lot of team fight. So if they fail the combo on the Underlord and the Willow, they don't have a way to fight back, you know. As long as Execration knows how to kite this out, like, yeah, there's just no way Xerxia can take a long fight.
I think their draft just ran out of gas, you know. Like late game, you're not gonna be able to win. I feel like with the life stealer, you have an expiration date. I would say like around minute 30. After that, you just get weaker and weaker and weaker, and the Magnus is just 450 damage, 500 damage late game. Like what SVG said, you know, late game is just not fair, you know, with a carry, universal carry.
Yeah.
He does so much more damage than your carry, and you're just like waiting for the game to eventually lose, you know, playing against a Magnus.
But I think it was also at one point they left the top lane. They didn't continue sieging the tier 2, which was big because if they got that tower, like I said for the last game before this, they could pressure the high ground. They can make Execration come back and defend it.
Yeah.
But they're not doing it. Like,
Yeah, they had to understand that this lineup, you have a specific timing where you need to end the game, and they weren't really urgent enough to finish the game. And I feel like at some point with this lifestealer draft, you need to all in and try to end the game. If the game doesn't end, okay, you know, we tried our best, you know, but they were like, somewhat they were content farming, I would say.
Yeah.
And I feel like the longer the game goes, it's just gonna get harder for you.
I don't know. I feel like there were remnants of game 1 and game 2. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because both teams, they are not that good, you know. So when you see two teams that are not that good playing, the game is like very chaotic. You don't see any organized timings with the teams are abusing. And it's more about like who has better late game draft, and eventually you're going to win because you scale harder than the other team.
Yeah. Well said.
and I also think this BKB on lifestealer is kind of questionable. I don't really think he needs it. I think, okay, if he wants something to secure that he doesn't die from the RP or the roll combo, right? He should just get SNY. I think this item is somewhat underrated, especially when the entire patch adjusted all the values for stuns. SNY is just, I think,
I mean,
an
I would
item
argue
to...
even at least a Halberd is better against the Magnus.
I would say if like you buy SNY and then you can break it into Manta and Halberd, which is really useful because it makes Execration feel they have to waste so much resources trying to kill you, you know. And it's not like you don't have other damage source in your team. You have Amber Spray, you have Enchantress, you have Willow. Like, you just need to make sure you don't die that fast. But honestly, in their team fights, he was not even the one dying. It was like his teammates just... I think all in all, both teams are just throwing the games in a sense where they're not going into the fight together, you know. Like, they're going in one by one.
Actually, you know what this kind of reminds me of how Execration's playing? It reminds me of Tour 1 Execration. It's like, you know, in Tour 1 where they didn't really have a strong start, like their laning wasn't particularly that strong. They would kind of fall back in the mid game, but late game they would always win. This kind of reminds me of that. But here is our MVP, Tino, on Earth Spirit. Would you agree, Winter?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
If I don't agree, production is going to remove my dinner tonight.
What particular plays of Tino did you enjoy, or the way he played?
I think he really likes the Octarine build-up right now. A lot of the offlaners like heroes that can abuse the cooldown, and Earth Spirit, you have so many spells, so you can definitely abuse it. And obviously in the team fights, he was like a big force to be reckoned with all the AoE spread damage. You have the silence, you have a lot of stuns. I mean, the only issue I have with this hero is like he's definitely a lot weaker in the lane. But if you can get past the laning phase, the hero does a lot in the game.
Yeah. What about you, Aura? What is your favorite thing about Earth Spirit?
That he should go mid.
You're asking a mid player.
Like all the heroes that I have played in the mid lane is inferior in other roles. Sorry.
All right, well, let's get our interview with Tino going from Execration. Congratulations, Tino, on your win. How are you feeling?
Hello. Thank you. We're feeling good.
Feeling good?
Bal is alive.
Bali is alive, yeah. Especially after 3 wins this week. You went the whole week flawless. You guys feel so much more confident than you did last week?
Yeah, I think we feel more confident now, and we are trying to play as one, unlike last week.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Tino, because you're the MVP of the last game, right? And I really, really want to know what's the idea behind the Earth Spirit last pick?
I think just nothing. I just really like their spirit, and they let me play the hero, so it's all good.
Understandable. Happy player, happy games, easy win.
Yeah, so far we've been asking only Dota questions, Like, tell me more about yourself outside of Dota, and tell me what Dota means to you. Why did you choose Dota in the first place? And what has Dota given you so far,
I think I got nothing to do in my outside life. Just play Dota every day, and I really like playing Dota because it's a really complex game.
Was Dota the first game that you've played? Like, what? How did you start playing Dota?
From my 2 brothers.
Oh.
They show me how to play Dota, and they play a lot of games. Then I'm the one watching only. Then I got jealous. I want to play like them also.
That's so cute.
Yeah, tell us your opinion about Universal Heroes right now.
I think it's good though. I really like Universal right now. It's kind of weird hero, I think.
I mean, do you think it's too OP, the Universal Heroes? Like, you get too much
Maybe.
damage?
Yeah, I think it depends on the game also.
Okay, so which is more broken? Universal Heroes or Heroes in the offlane just buying Vanguard and then converting into Octarine?
I think I really like Universal Hero more.
I have a question. What are you guys going to do this weekend now that you've won all your games this week? You guys must be really happy. You're going to celebrate, or are you going to just chill back to
I think
scrims?
just celebrate once, then we gonna go scrim again because
Okay.
job's not done.
Yep, that's true. Job's not done. All right. Well, any last words to say to your fans? You guys had a great week, so you should,
Thank you for the support, and keep supporting the Execration.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Tino. Have a great weekend, and congratulations again on winning
Thank
the
you, thank
series. Take care. I literally, I don't know how he even was so, so professional. That interview, his teammates just pulling at his cheeks and messing with him.
Very good vibe, right? In the team.
Yeah.
Not every team has that kind of vibe, You have the feeling that the team treats each other as equal, and everybody can talk about any issues you have. Just by how they're behaving with each other, you can tell they treat everyone as equal. And not every team has that vibe, Sometimes I think the more common vibe is 1 or 2 players that are more dominant, more alpha than the rest, and everybody has to listen to them.
Yeah.
I think it's also like, I would say I'm quite used to other teams being somewhat wholesome, but on the surface, not really being honest about their feelings. But I don't see it like in Execration, like they're not hiding about it,
Yeah.
Like, even they think, we 3-0, but we still have a job to do, So that's a really positive
Outlook.
I would say, outlook.
Yeah, that's really true. They seem like a family. That's what I want to see from Dota teams. I want to see some Execration content. They would be very enjoyable. But we are going to go for a break. But before that, I want to tell you guys, we have SMG versus Blacklist next series. So that's going to be super intense. So don't go anywhere. Stick around.
Hello guys, I'm Raven of Blacklist.
My name is Jaunuel, position 5 from SMG.
I think adding KP is really good for us because the communication a bit better. So because before we're all same language, so it's like kinda mess. But right now it's like so here.
How do I feel? I feel like there's still a lot of room for improvement. So sometimes we either have a talk or scream. It depends on the mood. We just have to be on the same page always.
Yeah. I think my confidence that time is not really good actually. So right now, I guess it's okay. So because before I really cannot think like I cannot talk about the in-game or the heroes that I want. But right now I can say oh this hero is good. So we just played it.
Maybe somehow a bit of discipline in game, and like I'm actually trying to bring up all what I've learned from the past teams, and of course I'm the most noisiest one. I want everyone to be like having fun in game or outside the game.
This team can go. I think what can do right now is I think we have a higher chance to go Bali Major. So that's the highest right now.
I'm the janitor. I clean up their mess.
I did not think of that. I didn't even think that he can be a coach also. So then suddenly Tour 2, oh, gonna get this guy. Okay.
For me, it's strong because I've played with it a lot, and he's just too confident on how he wanna end the game and how he wanna lane too. I think sometimes he's being a bit of emo. He don't wanna talk to team sometimes. Maybe he's changed a lot, but I don't know.
Would I pick mid one? Is he playing mid or offlane? He's playing mid? Okay, I can play with him playing mid.
For sure. Why not?
I mean, he's good, but he's like sometimes dying too much. That's not.
I think I cannot advise Raven anymore. Maybe he got a girlfriend already. He's not being an emotional guy already. On Kuko, don't mind the haters.
I think they can win one, but it's still gonna be 2-1 black.
Actually not sure what's gonna happen, but as long as we do our best, we're gonna win 2-0.
To all the fans, we're gonna just do better and please don't flame us.
I don't mind doubters. I just wanna thank all the supporters, and hopefully you guys keep supporting us, Team SMG, until the end, boys and girls, maybe.
For the haters, you can use my promo code.
All right, that is my first opportunity catching one of these all chat Fridays, and I feel like I got a little bit of thematic dissonance. It was very intense, very ragey, fiery music and graphics, but then I watched the thing. They were overall quite respectful for each other. Jean-Well showing deference to Raven's Terrorblade, and then as long as mid one's playing mid, then I'm sure Raven would be happy to draft him in an Immortal draft. But still, I think that both these teams are very, very eager for this one. What we should have had is, I don't know if it would have been Raven and Jean-Well being the representatives for All Chat Friday. I think maybe Mike versus mid one would have made for a slightly spicier
that would have
one.
been good. And they both needed to know that the other person was on the other side.
Exactly.
And I feel like I feel like Raven's like trying to get into it. Is like, is Midon playing mid or off lane?
Yeah.
If mid, I'll pick it. But if you think about it, actually what he's trying to say is that if he's playing off lane, like no way.
Yes, exactly. But it was a courteous look into this series because, yes, there is a medium spicy, as the ticker called it. This was the very first series of tour number 2. So whenever Mike first joined the team, it was SMG versus Blacklist, and SMG got the 2-0. Now, there has been a great deal of growth since then, Aurora, and some roster changes as well. So previously, beginning of Tour 2, I don't know if I would have considered SMG the favorites, but Blacklist were definitely not looking that great at the end of Tour 1. Now, after a month and a half of development, Blacklist versus SMG, which one are you favoring?
I initially wanted to just say I'm happy that Midon is back at mid. I think he's a monster at that role. And also the newest addition to Blacklist, which is KP. But the more and more I think about it, and then, you know, my wicked mind is saying, compare them. One is the ex offlaner and one is the new offlaner,
That's
you
true.
know? So, like, there's bound to be comparison there, but still, I think they both have a very different way of playing for a team, I feel. Like, Midon is this guy where he would do anything, but like he's this center of attention, you know? Like all the time I would see SMG would try to play around him, doesn't matter he's mid or off lane. But like for KP, he's more of like, okay, if I need to kind of just lay low, like I'm not the attention right now, he would kind of just give it. That's what I feel.
I feel like Midon found his role on the team playing mid. I say that because I feel like, as she said, the team revolves around him.
Yep.
And I think it's very natural for supports to play with your mid player in this patch. We see like Yopaj and stuff, like they have success. And I feel like Midon has looked the best on this role so far in the games that he was enabled. And I think he has the experience, even if he didn't play mid for these past 1-2 years, he has the experience to carry the resources given to him to like carry his team in the game.
This was it's literally in his name. The question is, why did he ever swap to offlane in the first place? What did he think was more suited to his style that he was just like, oh, okay, I'll become an offlane player for 2 years?
I think it started with him playing carry in OG, right?
Okay, yeah, we can go back to that.
It was just him like trying to fit in, and I think he, at least when I played with him, I think he's a very confident person. He's like, I can do this. And even in Fnatic, there were times where he played carry and Mushi played mid, right? So it wasn't exactly a new role to him. I think the swap to offlane was probably because of the meta changes. And I think on top of that, it's very likely that they just feel like they couldn't find an offlaner. Like they play with Masaros, they play with some players, but there was just no one, and Midon's like, I'll do it, you know. I'm the captain, I'll take responsibility. And he did look pretty good in that role for a while.
Yeah. I think just based off of his mechanics and his skill as a player, you could probably slap him into any role and he would do well. But mid is his home, even because on Secret he played mid exclusively, right?
Yes.
And I think that was peak mid one, in my opinion. The OG carry days were up and down, and then on SMG, it seems that yet again he's most comfortable on mid. So it's a good thing that he's back there. And then, yeah, KP is the other change for Blacklist. He is, I'm with you, Aurora, proven to be more versatile as we take a look at our Game 1 draft. And so I think that's something that Blacklist needed, because so many of their players, like Carl and Raven, have been on a downwards trajectory over the past like year and a half. And you heard from Raven that since TI, his confidence was not that high. And maybe he was being emo if John Wells' interview is to be accurate. And so KP seems to be injecting some new life into this team.
I feel like if there's anything KP brings to the team, it's a very calm and like, I would say ways to approach problems. I think he's really good like on a strategic scale.
Okay.
Like based on his history of all teams like Newbie and what else do you play on Talon. I think as soon as he joined the team, that you could see the macro level of the team getting a lot better. And I think the same has happened with Blacklist. Until their series on Monday, I don't know what happened there.
Right, so the last time we saw Blacklist, they got 2-0'd by XERXIA, and that was after a very, very impressive week 1 where we were like, oh man, Blacklist are gonna be going to Bali. And then they got 2-0 versus XERXIA, which everyone can have an off day. We haven't seen them since Monday. So this is the opponent that they have to have been building up towards. So yes, Monday was a little step off the rails, but hopefully we're back on track as we get into our first draft. First pick, a Beastmaster, responded by an Enchantress Monkey King, and 8th pick, Terrorblade.
Classic. Chidori Terrorblade. Doesn't matter whether he can hit anyone or not, just pick that hero.
It's okay, as long as he can sunder mid one, that's all that matters.
That's true. I mean, I feel like Beast is in a really good place right now. A lot of the things that used to counter him don't anymore because they go for his Vanguard eggs now. And the eggs just looks kind of broken. I feel like you either need Vessel or you need a way to kill him, which is not easy because he has this Vanguard, he has HP, stats from eggs. It just looks like a very hard hero to deal with right now.
And unsurprisingly, Doom gets first phase banned. I was looking at some of the stats for this entire DPC tour in Southeast Asia. Doom, 100% contest rate. Either been picked or banned in every single game. So I think that is something we concluded on Wednesday, is that Doom is the most broken hero in the patch. And then the second most hero that we anecdotally came up with was Techies, which is also first phase banned. But then surprisingly, the third most contested hero is Terrorblade.
In SEA only,
In SEA
right?
only.
Yeah, it's because I think a lot of the teams pick it early and it's like a matchup thing. Like, I think a lot of teams, specifically against SMG, try to steal the Terrorblade or ban it.
Right.
Because Chidori is so comfortable on the hero and they just try and target his hero pool. I think on top of that, a lot of the SEA carries are very favored, even Raven. So it makes a lot of sense, right, in this matchup because I think TB is probably both of the carries' best hero.
Although, apparently that's the case globally as well. Medusa's #1 globally, contested as carries go. The others are still Doom, Beastmaster, Techies. But then Terrorblade's actually the second most contested carry.
In EU as well? I feel like China has a lot of Terrorblade.
This is all Division 1s.
All Division 1.
Yeah. So maybe China and SEA are bumping up the stats, but still, it's been picked 56 times in the entire DPC.
It's a really nice hero to have. You have the camps that are further away. TB is quite a fast hero. You have the map's so huge, it's so hard to chase down this hero. The problem with TB before is that when he had this like Yasha Dragonlance or something, you kind of find him in the jungle and you throw like 3 spells and he dies. But right now you can't find him in the jungle because the jungle's huge.
And it's also, he's pretty somewhat stable against all the offlaners that you can pick right now. Like, he's one of the heroes that, yeah, sure, if you pick Timber, he's dead, but like, if it's not Timber, he can do something about it, as compared to other +1 heroes, which is really unstable, I would say, because it really relies on, you're very dependent on your support matchups, so to say.
The offlaners du jour, as we mentioned, are Beastmaster and Doom, although Underlord is quite popular as well. How come I'm not seeing Underlord picked more frequently as a counter to Terrorblade?
I feel like it's an SEA thing. Like, the players just don't really enjoy the hero.
Yeah.
I think the more tier 1 players are like much more willing to just bust it out. Like, even Jebs has been playing Underlord.
But would KP do it? Because it looks like Blacklist are looking for an offlaner as they pick up Pango for their mid, most likely, and Spiritbreaker as their other support. Meanwhile, SMG pick up their support duo of a Crystal Maiden Skywrath.
I think they can, but I honestly think at your last pick here, you're probably looking for something like a Panda. Something that the supports can't really deal with when you press the speed.
I can see the brew for Blacklist. It kind of fits their team fight. I feel like they need heroes to... They have a very skirmishy lineup right now. They want to play fast. They want to shut down this Beastmaster and keep going. And KP just has to be a hero that kind of brings that all together. I'm thinking like auras, like global presence, like Underlord.
Yeah.
It just looks really nice. I think the lane's really strong as well. Once he gets like a Vanguard or maybe a bit more uncommon, like an early 4-staff against the Skywrath, I don't see how he dies in these fights. It's Blacklist right now, like, based on this Spiritbreaker 18 pick, I feel like they just want to run at this Beastmaster constantly. Like, don't let him play. Because I feel like every Beastmaster game I've watched, he like kind of loses his lane, and he gets Vanguard, he clears Ancients, and he takes your tower. And he has eggs, and it's like, it's just downhill from there, you just feel like you can't fight into this eggs timing, which is super annoying.
Yeah, sounds like Doom actually, but instead of taking towers, Doom takes your hero, so somewhat same.
Yeah, I think Beast just has a much earlier timing now, especially with the ancient stacks. With Doom, the thing is like you can shut him down, but it always feels like he has net worth and he will always scale into the game. Like, there's no team that says we have Doom, we're gonna lose late game,
Yeah.
It's always a great hero to have on your team.
What about Magnus? Is Magnus too greedy for Blacklist?
I feel like it's a very KP hero, but I do think it's too greedy. I think trying to scale against this Beastmaster Terrorblade doesn't look too good for Blacklist right now. I think their team fights can be complicated as well. I will say this Spiritbreaker pick is really good though. There's no like Yule's buy or anything. I wonder if mid-1 will force himself to play some kind of hero that can buy Yule's.
Or just play Invoker.
Invoker's pretty nice, actually.
I mean, I like the fact that Blacklist heroes, if they have no mana, they feel kind of crippled, like not very encouraged to take the fight on. But yeah, it's
That's
not
a more
Invoker,
mid-on hero. I think the problem with Invoker is that if this Eng comes mid, you actually just get run over by the Pango, and CM Sky can't really help you.
Yeah, and you don't even do well against like the Pango SB combo already.
Yeah. I think mid-on's on some good stuff with this Earth Spirit. This Octarine Rush, he just gets like Vessel into Vanguard Octarine. I feel like Octarine heroes are just low-key kind of broken right now.
Yep, see guys, Elsewhere is better at mid.
It's definitely better at mid.
All I can remember when I see this lineup is just the 70-minute game that SMG played against Talon, where Chidori was constantly sundering his mid-1 Earth Spirit. And I'm like, bro, you're the carry. Please stop saving your Earth Spirit. Yes, I understand he's mid. I understand he's the CEO. But I was not encouraged by this duo.
Sometimes the hero don't have to do the superhero thing, You just need to make sure that your team can win the fight.
Right.
That's all.
Not everyone needs to enable each other. Sometimes you need to be selfish, and as a Terrorblade, I feel like it's generally in your best interest to be selfish. As Tim's actually ends up being the final pick, and we get an offlane Spirit Breaker, taking a page out of Western Europe's book.
I like that Grim Pick a lot. It gives you scaling against Terrorblade. The Dispel is really nice to have against the Silences, and Soulbind is just good against Earth Spirit in general.
Yeah.
It's a hero that wants to play the long fights, go in, go out, but you kind of get stopped by Spirit Breaker and Grimstroke. So I like the last pick from Blacklist a lot.
For me, I think it definitely takes like more skills for Blacklist to, execute their draft. It's easier to play on SMG, but I would still go with Blacklist because I like ambitious picks.
Ambitious picks? All right, I'm going to go with SMG here. I think they've got their comfort. I think Blacklist is a bit off their comfort zone, even though I like their draft. I'm going to give it SMG.
Okay. Well, let's see if this grudge match is going to prove to be as spicy as we're hoping it is in game number 1 with our casters.
Thank you, Sudama. Yes, indeed, a bit of a grudge match here, even if it's, of course, not directly mid one versus our boy Mike. It still is a little bit maybe behind the scenes. Everyone's kind of wishing it is, but we'll see how this one goes. I mean, Blacklist on the up and up. SMG, I feel like they started off the season once again in free fall, but they've kind of caught themselves. Is it still time? Do they have enough time, Jonathan, to deploy the backup shoot?
They have enough time, but no room for mistakes for them. I think, especially if they want to be able to go to the major, they can't afford any losses. So we'll see how sharp it is. I think Blacklist is a pretty capable opponent as well. They've shown us the first week they look pretty damn good. That loss against XERXIA may be a little random.
Right.
A little random, like Talon's loss as well, maybe a little random. Some first week shakes, perhaps, or second week shakes coming in there.
That's right. Yeah, could be. And a bit of disconnects early on, which is why we're just kind of bing chilling. Any spicy chat? Any all chat Friday? No.
No.
Just a couple
no all
voice
chat. Maybe just
Oh, hold on. There it comes.
Oh, there you go. Yabang. Raven calling Jonuel tick-headed or big-headed.
Much like Quinn in the Peruvian.
Yeah. Jonuel says he misses him, of course. Miss you. That's it. Just some friendly banter. Poor my General saying, just because you have a girlfriend, you can ignore me?
A lovely little bit of emote art from Raven.
Carl just burning Raven, calling him. It's not a girlfriend. It's just a best friend.
Let's jump in game. I mean, people are watching. Let them read the chat.
Jonuel's just like
get in the game.
Stop fooling people. Stop fooling people. That's not a best friend. You're just messing around.
Yeah, I've showed my coffee on accident. But yeah, they were they were talking in the interview. I didn't see the final cut of this one. I don't know if it made it in or not. But they were discussing a little bit about how Zhao, obviously had played with Raven before and knew that. I asked him, well, what's the biggest weakness? He said, sometimes he's a bit emo, but he's been getting some help out of the game from his girlfriend. So, and that was pretty nice. So it was pretty cool how he knew him that well. I mean, he was totally right. I conducted these interviews in isolation, right? So they had no idea. Good for them. It's always cool to see the friendly rivalries between the teams, right?
Yeah, and there's a lot of friendly rivalries. Well, mostly friendly, outside of the ones that we mentioned behind the scenes.
Right.
Our coach from Blacklist, Mr. Mike.
That's right.
Mr. Ninja Boogie. Boogie and Long.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good for them, right? I think with Execration now taking the win over XERXIA, it kind of does put XERXIA a little bit more out of contention here, but we still do have that third slot for the major, maybe even that second slot, Jonathan, still kind of up in the air as we near the end of week 2. What have really been the big surprises for you this tour so far, do you think?
I think Bleed's opening performance was really a big surprise to me, considering, again, no roster changes outside of coaching.
Right.
So Bleed rising up to this full potential that we expected from them for a long time has been pretty massive. I think the bounce back for Blacklist has also been pretty surprising. Like, these are the two for me. I didn't know coming into this whether or not KP's presence would be enough, but apparently it is.
Apparently it is.
It's shaking things up, and just the fact that you have to be consciously speaking. This is, I don't know how many people can relate, but it feels like when you're talking in a language that's not your primary one. I mean, you speak English well, but you know, it's not what you speak at home.
Right.
You're forced to think more about what you're saying. There's less junk in the comms, and I think that's already a big blessing for Blacklist.
Very deliberate word choice, right?
Yeah, you have to think about what you say. It has to have a purpose, and it also dissuades junk.
Well, for now, it's war for both Blacklist and SMG, but SMG are going to be able to pick up first blood. Goes towards Masaros. I think mid one was trying to take that with the boulder smash, but I think they're going to be happy it's at least a core. Mid one back on his mid. Earth Spirit would have probably really liked to get that because it would have meant an earlier bottle into the urn rush, and that's where you really get to the boulder rolling, as they say.
Yeah, you get that rock rolling, and the mid matchup for mid one shouldn't be too bad as well. I feel like the Pangolier can kind of take over, just be a little bit tankier overall, trade fairly safely, but it shouldn't be too hard for mid one. He's going to have easier rune control if that's something he'll prioritize here, which it feels like he should. And we'll see how much that kind of opens up, maybe level 4s when that lane really starts to get spicy. And the side lanes, of course, we took a little bit of a look down bot, taking a look up top now. Chidori on his Terrorblade once more. I feel like this guy's just been playing a little bit too much Terrorblade, but you can't fault the guy.
Lots of Terrorblade. I mean, it doesn't feel like his NP, which was pretty strong, honestly. I really liked his NP in Tour 2. Doesn't really, you know, it's not as much as a hero anymore, so we've had to see some changes from him. I'm interested in a little bit of a different hero that we did see in this top lane, which is Tim's Grimstroke. I think this hero is just fine these days. I feel like I'm a little bit in a small camp, basically with just myself when I make that kind of a call. Well, where do you feel? Where do you lie?
I think it's all right. I don't think it's the best pause for right now. Its laning presence is okay with certain heroes. Spirit Breaker is probably one of the lane partners it has that plays really well. So I'm keen to see just how much KP can bring out for their off-lane Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker's been a hero that's been dominating across a lot of regions. Southeast Asia just recently probably picking up on it. But this hero's just been massive. Just gives you a lot of early presence. Charge plus Inkswell, it's going to be great.
Lots of vision, right, as well from that charge, allowing you to close the gap. A couple of auto attacks from range. Helps Raven's game. Just got to be careful you don't accidentally cut down some of his trees.
Yeah, just always stat potential, but shouldn't be too complicated for Blacklist to hit that tempo. Chidori should have a decent lane. Will cop harassment, but with Metamorphosis up, with a little bit of a slow and reflection, along with a CM along, you shouldn't be under any direct kill threat. Like, you should always be able to cut off the charge and the Inkswell combo.
Yeah, it looks like they were maybe thinking about having to go at it, but with John Well having level 2 and not seeing the arcane aura on any heroes, they obviously knew that he was ready to frostbite, and there was no chance a charge was actually going to connect there for a kill.
Yeah, so just going to have to stay it out. Bot lane is where maybe you see a little bit more passivity. This lane isn't as scary as a kill threat. Normally you'd want your Skyrat to kind of play aggressive, but up against an Ench, it's not a lane that you want to trade in. So you're going to have to sit back here on Afu. Masaro is more than happy to just keep farming out, has the Ring of Health, going into the Vanguard first.
Yeah, top lane we did see the first usage of the Metamorphosis. It seems like with a Frostbite and a Crystal Nova, not nearly enough damage to get through the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I mean, level 1 Bulldoze is 40% stat resist, up from 35, so...
Pretty good for Space Cow.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to be threatening on him, although you could threaten on that Sky.
Yes, they can. A fairly easy kill there. Did Bosco even have to use the Blood Grenade? He did. So a bit of time spent for Blacklist to invest in that kill, but they're going to be pretty happy with it, especially as they have a pretty juicy wave pushing in as well. A couple range creeps here for them. Bosco doing a pretty good job. Is this Ench a hero that you know? Oh, hold on. Frostbite in time. Inkswell will catch Chidori, but he's full HP and has plenty of armor. High effective HP for him.
Where are you watching?
Spirit Breaker used to have, I remember I calculated it once, I don't believe this is the case anymore. He used to have the highest starting HP. Don't confuse that with highest starting strength. There's a difference there. I don't know if that's still the same, given how many patches there have been, including armor. There's some heroes that have a ton of armor, but they used to be incredibly tanky and great in these level 1 exchanges. But I think TB, you know, trying to get him with the physical damage, it's just not going to work.
Nah, you're not going to be able to threaten too early on. Should just stabilize to be a good farm lane for Chidori, and it is. Like, you're not really seeing KP stop that farm. He's not able to clear out as much as well. Once the levels go up, that's when you feel pretty good on that Spirit Breaker. Maybe you start to look for rotations. Once you hit that level 6, that's when the kill threat really kicks in. But you're going to have to be sitting on your laurels for a bit, just waiting it out.
Yeah, just find and farm.
Yeah, just build up. I think overall that's pretty much the name of the game. Every lane just kind of waiting out. We're not seeing any mid rotation. I would love to see Afu kind of work his way mid for the 6-minute rune. That's the big one with the Skywrath Mage. He should hit level 3 with Ancient Seal. And that kill threat will be palpable onto Carl.
That's a good point. We'll see when they decide to make that rotation. So far, it's been all lanes being a bit more static as mid 1 is forced to roll away. Carl starting to out-sustain him here just a bit as that bottle has run dry for mid 1. Still has 7 stick charges, though. And the Fairy Fire is holding on to them. Did have to use the stick charges there in the mid lane, but really banking on now these, well, I guess the bounty run's still available for him for now, right? He's probably going to need to go get that refill.
Yeah, just shoved out. Really good trades coming out from Carl. And again, just this early tempo the Pangoliers getting out in this favorable mid matchup is pretty damn good. It's a little bit harder to maintain your presence here on the Earth Spirit. We do have the supports coming in right now at the minute 6-minute mark. And just in time, you get the level 3 up on Afu, so Ancient Seal's ready if you do want to go for a play.
See if they can actually find him. You know, having that mobility up on the Pangolier, both in Shield Crash and Swashbuckle, is not only your damage, but it's your survivability. Urn just delivered as well for mid 1 as they will make a play top lane over onto Chidori. But again, outside of the burst at the start of magic damage, they are lacking the physical to really follow through and actually pick up on that kill.
Yeah, and they can't fully commit onto mid now. Bosku shows up with a nice tomato creep. Gonna be able to cut them off a little bit.
That ultimate, they're gonna gamble on this bottom rune. Mid 1 will roll on in. Rune is going to spawn top to DD, but the kill onto Afu is very fast. Mid 1 as well might just end up dropping here. Rolling Thunder ought to seal the deal. A clap out from Bosku as mid 1 doing a good job of staying, out of position of the roll, but he's still gonna be killed by that Swashbuckle. Magnetize does a bit of work now as it's going to collect the kill onto, at the very least, Bosku. Ooh, but a nice repositioning from Carl. Sees him up at the high ground with the wand charges. He is going to live. The maiden auto attack's not nearly enough. Raven as well joining this fight. That's a really early rotation from him. He ran here. He did not TP. Getting involved there, trying to cut off Masaros. Is back top lane. KP is just going to be able to farm a bit more here.
Not really getting too much activity out from the Spirit Breaker yet. I'm surprised Raven didn't keep that chase, although they will find Tims here on SMG's end, hanging around a little bit too long. But I'm surprised that Raven, after all that effort to walk up, he had Tree Dance ready, didn't opt to try to jump Masaros. Maybe wanting him to spend a little bit of time to regen up. It doesn't take too long when you have the Ring of Health, so Masaros is fine.
I will say, John, one thing I have just noticed a bit. Okay, now that this is fine actually. Blacklist, they've learned. I think there was a couple of games of theirs I've casted where they just were really slow to pick up their wisdom runes. Maybe they didn't really prioritize them. They had other priorities around the map. I do think that's a bit of a mistake. I think these things are just way too good for your supports, especially when they are kind of struggling on the lower ends. You know, not only is that HP missing, but you don't have the skill points either to actually be useful.
I think maybe Blacklist, this is a very big maybe, Richard. They could be letting the wisdom runes cook. You know, if you let them sit into the 14-minute mark, they're worth a lot more. It's nice, but chances are the enemy team steals it. So you want to secure it early here. And the levels for these supports are very important. You kind of want that Soulbind up. You want the Enchantress to be as durable as possible with a value point and untouchable, or just more heals coming out, more harassment coming out with the impetus as well.
Rune does spawn bottom. It's an illusion rune picked up by Bosku. Another Rolling Thunder here, though, with the Ink Swell. Stun is going to miss John well. They still actually have the kill as well onto Tims as mid 1 looking for the roll. So far, support for support, as it looks like another support make that. It's yet to fall. Raven TP into this mid lane fight, by the way, by the looks of things. No TP scroll available for him, and mid 1 is simply going to be forced to roll away. These are early rotations out from Raven. Do you think this is a response to the kind of tempo that a mid or a Spirit can really roll with? Are they like maybe trying to shut down this early Earth Spirit?
Yeah, I think they're just trying to play tempo here in Blacklist. They understand that there's a big snowball that comes out from SMG once the Earth Spirit's a little bit more durable, ready to just take the front line, get the connections with level 6 on his supports. So they're making use of this time where SMG's not quite ready for the clump up. I mean, you've got level 6 ready on Masaros as well, but he's just farming up. Playing with a Vanguard, going for more Aura probably, or just the Dominator. Wouldn't mind that too much into the Overlord.
Right.
Has massive stacks for himself. The big thing that Blacklist is losing by pressuring mid one is you're allowing Chidori pretty much a free lane. KP has just not threatened up top in a very long time, and Terrorblade farm is pretty damn fast.
KP does have a Vanguard as well, so that's both offliners opting for the Vanguard, as they are going to now connect and potentially look for a kill onto Carl. He's got a big old wand, the chain stuns. Carl at least able to take down Afu. Oh, as they interrupt Raven from getting off an early Wukong's command. Does not have enough mana now for the Boundless Strike until he pops the wand, but it's not fast enough to actually stun anyone inside of this thing. Looks like SMG are going to look for more. The Rolling Boulder not quite long enough for mid one to connect. Boulder Smash as well, easily juked out as Blacklist. They think they can take the fight on back, and they can because KP's connected from the top lane. Charge onto mid one. He just barely gets away. So far, it's only really Carl that's dropped in this fight. Nice stun here onto Masaros, but he doesn't really have a whole lot else to offer. He does have maxed wild axes, though, so you can continue stacking these up. Fight is going to go the way towards SMG. KP once again charging back uphill onto mid one. Finds another bash. A bit fortuitous. Is going to be able to interrupt the Rolling Boulder away, and the damage out from Boss, who collects the kill. Carl with a haste rune back in this fight after he did die earlier. Is going to be able to make it 2 onto John Well. SMG eager to fight there, aren't they? But so are Blacklist.
Yeah, both sides really wanting to skirmish, understanding that there's some early timings they can make use of here. So he will jump off and double for Carl coming off the back of that. My one concern is still Chidori.
Right.
Yes, you're kind of targeting everyone else. You're invading this jungle. You're invading the stacks a little bit. But your Terrorblade's still free farming. Number 2 in net worth despite no activity coming out from Chidori. Carl just slightly ahead, and Raven slightly ahead as well. But Raven's going for a faster build.
That's what I was about to bring up, right? He's building into this Echo Saber, so his play style matches his build here. Do you think they're going to be looking to like maybe undercut? I mean, so far they've been doing a great job of keeping Earth Spirit down. 11 minutes in without a vessel. I mean, it's on its way now, so I guess it's an 11-minute vessel, but you want to see those as early as you can, especially for how strong an item it is versus a Monkey King, as well as versus a Spirit Breaker, honestly. 2 very tanky heroes. So potentially they get the ball rolling a bit more here, but yeah, I mean, Raven going for this early item build, again, matching kind of the tempo they seem to set. What's SMG's best move out from this? Are you confident in the Chidori Terrorblade to really out-carry this early activated Monkey and potentially even now this Pango with this kind of a start?
I'm pretty confident that the Terrorblade has a good game as it scales on, so you're not really under too much time pressure on SMG, but you do want some early objectives to really buy the map space out for Chidori. Right now, they're not really able to clump up around this Beastmaster, try to play with a single target pick-off threat they've got. They've been responding to Blacklist more than anything else. They're going out for a smoke play now, sneaking around down bot.
It'd be nice if they can actually try and find Raven. No wards on this side of the map. In fact, not a whole lot of wards up in general for the side of SMG right now. Okay, good. John Well's fixing that. He's amended and placed a pretty decent ward here next to this cliff on the tier 2 tower. It's not too many else, and they've got one as well now next to the Twin Gate to keep Chidori safe. But Bosku's going to be bringing the creep on over. It's a level 3 enchanted creep, so it's going to be able to tank a ton alongside KP as well. This is going to be a slow but steady siege. SMG look like they might want to defend this.
Yeah, it looks like it actually just goes for free. I mean, they're dragging some numbers in.
Oh, in comes mid one. Chidori does have himself that Metamorphosis available. Only level 2 meta, though. We'll see what they can do as the fight kicks off with mid one missing a couple of spells. Carl on his way back in is going to find himself roared up. Had a shield rune for the first half of that fight as they have found a soulbind onto the 2 cores. Carl, though, really dishing in the damage, even pre-diffusal blade, as Raven once again joining this fight earlier, doing a bit more. Nice kick out from mid one. Does see Masaros still alive in this fight as they're trying to finish off Carl. Another rolling boulder. That's the damage to get it done. KP charging behind the fight as well, trying to finish it off Masaros. Doesn't quite do that, but the Echo Saber early on will cleave right through mid one on the Monkey King. Masaros and Chidori now behind the tier 1 tower. Blacklist are going to turn back and not go diving that far, but surprised. I don't know. Is SMG feeling like they're a lot stronger than, well, it seems like they are. And this Earth Spirit, his farm has fallen behind, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's starting to lag behind. Again, the priority was on shutting down mid one, applying a lot of pressure in his lane. And they've done a great job to kind of see the repercussions of that now for SMG. The side of Blacklist, They've been on top of this aggression. They're starting to leverage just how tanky KP is. And now they've got this key timing coming out in Carl. Full Diffusal up on the Pangolier can just melt out the mana pools, makes it hard to spam out these spells, inhibit a hero to chase them down.
Yep.
SMG, for their part, it felt like that response to the tier 1 push was really slow.
I
Like, it
agree.
was already down to less than half, like a fraction of HP left. That's when they fortify and TP in, and it's expected once you fortify in, Blacklist are just ready. They're just up front, they're tanky enough, they don't care. You didn't quite have level 6 on Afu either. So you didn't have your Mystic player combination to play with.
They kind of like made this play where they went for this play bottom, right? They smoked, set up a ward, looked for a kill potentially onto the core, but you know, through the gates top lane, they tried to maybe fight around this ward, but the fight was behind their tower. They gotta convert something here. This is a pretty strong ward. I'd like to see them maybe they can catch a glimpse of the Monkey King on this bottom side of the map. I do think he's a very viable kill with now that you have level 6, as you mentioned, on Afu. For now, though, it's Blacklist who actually will smoke up another time here. SMG putting up some more defensive-oriented wards. You can see that one in there next to their mid-tier 2. But the triangle right now seems to be where Blacklist are going to be heading. And they'll find Masaros here, or maybe even John Well. His smoke breaks first. Roll on in. John Well going for a walk in the woods, killed off as Raven collects it. Thank you very much. Not too heavy losses here for SMG, but it's just like anytime you're not getting some sort of a trade out from this, it just feels a bit bad on Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it's not feeling great for mid 1. At the least, you dodge out on this gank.
Right.
So you force out the roll, you're not losing out too much on SMG. You can try to take the re-engage. Charge out onto mid 1, though.
They do catch him here. It's a bit scary. They did miss on that Infusal Blade, so he's got still a bit of mana to play with, so KP will cancel the charge. And pretty nice vision around the map now from SMG, allowing them to react appropriately here.
Yeah.
At the very least, you know, for mid 1, this change to Vessel and Urn, where if you die with an empty Vessel or Urn, you get one more charge. It's really big. Otherwise, it would have been like, remember SF back in the old days where you lost like half of your souls upon death, and you would just like, you would gank the mid lane once and it would be over for SF?
Yeah, it's painful. Not quite the case anymore. At least you have some util on hand.
You've seen this, by the way, KP. I think that's the second time I've seen him do this, where he disassembles Vanguard and he just straight up sells the Ring of Health.
I don't mind that. I think he doesn't need any more additional HP. You get enough coming out from the Octarine. Lower cooldowns to keep charging, keep these Nether Strike plays intact as well for momentums here.
That's deep for KP. He's going to be forced out of that one. But yeah, it's just, I remember he did this as well. I think maybe we might have even been casting the game together, John. He did it on a Doom, right? And we were like, well, now he's got his Midas and he's got Devour, and for the Octarine, it was worth it. So given how much you can actually farm on the bit of changes that Spiritbreaker actually had, low-key one of the more buffed heroes of the patch, I think we're going to see him a lot more, and potentially into Bali as well if this persists. You farm a ton now when you just charging around the map and bashing creeps, man. It's crazy.
Again, this hero has been extremely buffed in the C patch, was already buffed in 7.33 itself. Michael Phoenix seems to really enjoy this hero.
Oh, does he?
That holds no credence. It holds no... That is not a validation of anything, but just as a fun fact, Mike likes building phylactery on this hero.
All right, 2 bounty runes here, going to be picked up by Carl, and another kill onto Afu. As the Mystic Flare damage is not nearly sufficient. Zhao is going to go down as well, but they're looking to counter-initiate. The mid one is connected on the roll. He's going to kick him right into the hands of Chidori. Now got that max meta, but needs to sunder and can't do it in time. The stun from Boundless Strike was simply enough.
Yeah, and that's your bright side disappearing there. Your Terrorblade starting to lag behind the network off the back of all these kills from Blacklist. They've taken really good control of the map.
Oh, yeah, he has. Pardon me. And the Phantom's Embrace as well, level 1 from Tim's would have sealed the deal there.
Yeah, the silence came out. The silence came out and you couldn't just quite sunder it. It's a difficult game now for SMG to be this far behind. I don't know if the investments worked out because it was Masaros clearing out a lot of the ancient stacks. I'm going for the Ags.
Yeah, and he has it now. We'll see if that makes much of a difference here as mid one is going to give chase, connects the stun onto Bosku, waiting to kick him back into the head. No, actually, they're just going to roar him. That's going to send these drum charges up a bit more, but he's actually out of range. There he is, the drums of Slum now. And a lot of magic damage are going to be able to kick through Bosku.
Yeah, I mean, this is maybe awkward.
I think it'll be all right. You bulldoze your way out of here. It's okay.
Yeah, KP just showing us why people enjoy Spiritbreaker. You charge around, you cause havoc, you're not going to be punished with your stat resist.
1,000 moves.
You bail out. Yeah. Wow. Again, a little bit of a point. This is not a good build. No one tried this in your pubs, but Michael Phoenix, once more, I'm outing it. outing him here. He enjoys the phylactery, and he just likes seeing them get scared. Because you know you're being
Because you see it. You see the thing.
Yeah, you know you get instantly slowed. And you're like, you bail off the map, but you stop charging.
That's so funny.
It's funny. It's Mike Phoenix. That's his gameplay right there.
He likes messing with people.
Yeah, he says he likes striking fear into people.
Right, right.
I suppose, oh, mid one.
He's got another rollout. He'll be all right. He's going to drag the Phantom with him as well. Should be, killed very easily, considering it's just a level 1 Phantom's Embrace. Seems like SMG, though, still eager to fight. I mean, even without Chidori, just looking for a couple of pickoffs here and there. Now with the drums, I don't know if we've even seen a single freezing field yet, John.
No.
But, I mean, the team fight on paper is not all that bad, honestly, from SMG. It just felt like Blacklist being always simply the ones to propose, and SMG not really reacting cohesively enough.
No, it's been a little bit more fragmented from the side of SMG. Just slower responses to the movement out, slower responses to these defense potentials coming in. And Blacklist looking to still push it forward, going for the smoke play out again.
And here they go. It looks like they're going to start off another fight 4v5 as SMG. I mean, they're going to have to run the disc defrag tool in between games here. I mean, it's not looking real good.
Yeah, you know what it is? That's attracting them to John Well. They're on the hunt for the last Filipino on the enemy side.
That's right.
They just want him gone.
They're going to get that way they could go up to 5.5 Filipinos on the team, as they would say.
Doesn't quite work that way. Blacklist, man.
I mean, with how well Blacklist is playing, how long before they claim KP as a Filipino, Jonathan?
He is.
Oh, there it is. That's a nice kill. Finally, they connect onto something here. Tims did die the Arcane Room, but at the cost of his own life here, Jonathan. And a nice rolling boulder into the Mystic Flare. That's what it's supposed to look like.
Yeah, that's what they needed maybe 10 minutes ago.
Right.
I think that's the time we were expecting. Takes a little bit longer, but you keep finding these pickoffs. You can open up some opportunities with a man down, like even just one support down is pretty big for SMG to force something bigger. And they're going out for the smokes themselves now. No Mystic Flare, but you should have enough in the tank to get something done.
I believe Blacklist are going to smoke again, though. Indeed. Manta Style now finished up for the Pangolier, so he's starting to farm more on the Illusions, and a BKB on the Monkey King. So things might get a little bit spooky in this kind of a fight, especially as Blacklist, they'll be under an SMG ward, but they've got pretty good positioning. SMG reacting well now, doing a bit of repositioning as KP's going to be first to break the smoke. Connects onto 2, the follow-up stun. Oh, it could have been disastrous, but an Yule Scepter in time sees Raven still find a 2-man stun onto 2 cores. The follow-up stun from Bosku's Centaur Conqueror as well. Sees Masaro's trapped inside of the Wukong's command, surrounded as well by the units. Down he goes. The Roar not doing a whole lot there. Mid one now finds himself awkwardly in this fight as the magic damage onto Carl's not half bad, but they have KP to charge all the way through the fight. A big Sunder from 1 HP out from Chidori at the very least. Can allow them to pick off now 3 cores. Carl's out of this fight. The Monkey King as well without a BKB. Still pretty darn strong here, Jonathan. There's only 3 people left standing at the end of this fight, but it's actually not a half bad fight for SMG.
It's a fight with a lot of sacrifices, but it does work out.
You said what about 3 times in that fight? What were you reacting to? I'm curious.
Chidori almost dying was what I was reacting to. His BKB was on. He wasn't able to sunder until the last moment. If literally one right click flew through, would have been dead, and that fight would have been a big different story for SMG, but it does work out. KP's charge is not quite enough, charging through the Terrorblade to try to get some distance out. And SMG, they drag back a little bit more into this game. It's not enough to equalize in terms of the net worth deficits, but you are seeing what they can do in these team fights. That wasn't even an ideal fight for SMG. Nope. Like, Masaros doesn't get to use a good roar there. It's just stuck in the middle, getting chain stunned from the rolls, from the charges coming through. Just a lot that you have to worry about in your positioning, and they still managed to make it work on SMG.
Yeah, big Yules out from Afu, honestly. That fight would have been even worse. I think they were lining up on the 2 supports, weren't they? I mean, and without your Maiden, without your Afu Skywrath Mage, it's just no damage for you in these fights, it feels like, early on. Something needs to cover for Chidori.
Yeah, they need to, again, just be a little bit cautious, but again, if you have a scrappy fight like that and Chidori lives, you're more than happy. They'll try again with a smoke. All the spells are back up. Wukong's down for a few seconds, but
Raven
will be back
big,
up.
Though. I mean, he doesn't need that circlet, but he does now have his full Mjolnir on top of BKB and the Echo Saber. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Echo Saber slow does work still on Wukong. Is that right?
I believe so.
I can't remember. I know they used to change that basically every patch, but I don't know where it stood because that item's kind of fallen out of favor, and it might have had something to do with that change. But I'll see if I can keep my eye out for it this time. But hey, good, very, very disciplined play from SMG. They just hold in the ward, right? Both supports eager to fight around this one, and for very good reason. You've got Hawks, you've got high ground vision on the cliff. You have Chidori still continuing to farm as well, as he finally has his Manta style up and ready. Now, the charge is going to see KP on this other side of the map. It's going to be a 5v4 for some time here if SMG choose to fight now. They do see Bosku. Is that a bait? Oh my goodness, the Centaur Conqueror I thought was going to find a Ravage. Only stuns up one though, before it's kicked away and killed off.
Just trying to get vision. They're going to lose an Ops for nothing.
They will, but they have another ward to fall back on. It's the ward that's just seen KP as well. He's going to cancel his charge in order to pick up the bounty rune. Fu has good vision now, finds the silence onto KP. Mid one looking to try and follow up onto that with another silence, but there's too much damage. KP has got a BKB. In trouble now is mid one. I think he's got a Phantom on top of him, so he can't roll away. And with Raven immediately closing the gap, he is just dead, perma-stun and silenced to death. Chidori's committed now as well on the Metamorphosis, but they're not going to choose to fight anymore. They've lost the mid laner, they've lost the captain and the CEO. Chidori with a very nicely timed Manta style though, chooses now to turn and fight into this one. Disarm, but still trying to get off the freezing field. It's going to be John Noel, but just perma-stun basically. The roar does at least allow SMG to continue backing away, but it does feel like they've overextended, and now Blacklist eager to dive underneath the tier 1 tower to see how much more they can get. A beautiful two-man stun to catch Taurus and Chidori. John Noel letting it go, finds the kill on Bosku, forces Raven now underneath the tower. He's going to go down, couldn't retreat back through that freezing field. So it's SMG with a nice buyback off of Zhao, who are going to be able to still somewhat get the better of that fight, I want to say.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely, actually.
They find Raven, they find KP for you know, it costs mid-win and Monsteros, but you have Chidori around to soak that through. He doesn't die. The buyback on Zhao, very worthwhile. Probably the highest impact CM buyback we've seen off the back of this bot tier 1 still standing.
Yeah, seriously.
And Blacklist, it started off with mid-1 overextending. Suddenly, Blacklist overextend greatly, not respecting SMG's turnaround potential there. The ults again from Afu to cut off that Spirit Breaker in the middle of his charge as well, trying to find more in the back.
Good call.
Was a big thing to give them that opportunity to line them up in that big freezing field.
Yeah.
So SMG, I mean, they've got a lot of bite left. You have to be somewhat cautious on Blacklist. You find that kill in mid one, they kept forcing it in. And for SMG's side, you know, mid one's been jumping pretty damn far forward.
Yes, that level 10 talent, you know, can make it a bit punishing sometimes.
There's no one to really follow through from your Earth Spirit in this game as well. If your heroes are all far back behind, you don't have a blink on, say, your Beastmaster, your Skyrat Mage, it's a support that's going to have to run up to try to combine with a Mystic Flare. So it's hard to connect all of these dots.
SMG, they want to connect here. They do see Tims. They're not going to see Carl, who's going to roll up with an Invis rune. Tims also has the Acceptor, so look for a Dark Portrait in this fight. That's a dead Bosku immediately, though. Mid-one leashed up, stuck inside the Wukong's command, as Chidori's 20 seconds without a Metamorphosis is going down rather quickly, but gets off a Metamorphosis, or sorry, a Sunder, pardon me, onto Carl. Oh, they actually snuck up Raven. I don't know what blocked his tree, what broke his tree. It was Axes, it must have been Axes, but Chidori in trouble. Doesn't have Sunder now for another minute and a half. KP easily makes the jump in Raven under the cover of the BKB. Has himself a double kill, but that's a buyback out from mid one. Rolls back into the fight after TPing onto the outpost. Needs more, wants more, but KP with the BKB now finds a couple of nice bashes here and a stun. Mid one wants out of this fight now. Wants back in. Yeah, that's another roll in. Raven slowed a bit to a crawl. Mid one still has 5 more remnants, but a big charge again by KP through the fight. It's basically bisecting it time and time again. Hit by the roots. Gonna find himself dispelled now thanks to all of his Tarn status resist, but eventually taken out. That's 2 buybacks, so Chidori bought back as well. They're making a play for Roche. This is some really decisive shot calling from SMG. I can't tell if it's decisive for the win or for a long game.
I'm not sure either, but it's paying off to some extent. They'll be able to find us Roche on the side of Blacklist. I'm not in position to contest. And they do make it work somehow on SMG, although 2 buybacks on these cores is pretty painful to commit for those pickoffs. And you'll find Aegis, you'll find some ways to cover Chidori at the least, but it puts a massive risk on the side of SMG. Again, Blacklist, with the way they've been playing, with the aggression, has been looking good. Mid one, just bought back.
Oh, this would be a big dieback here, and it looks like they've got it all but basically guaranteed. Mid one does find a roll away. That's a big impetus. Bosku, yep, he'll punish you for that. That was a huge impetus shot. Chidori did pop Metamorphosis here as well, so Blacklist, they're going to be pretty fine to just chill. That's essentially, what, 3 minutes burned off of Aegis here?
Yeah.
With that meta not finding anything. And I was really surprised that SMG took that fight in the first place. They didn't have meta for like 30 seconds when they started that fight.
Yeah, they're pretty confident. I understand that, but again, you committed to buyback on your Earth Spirit. You're lacking some BKBs here on, well, really mid one. Like it does feel like that Earth Spirit BKB is your big timing that you need to meet here. And despite having the Aegis up, Blacklist is not scared. You know, they're not worried. They know they can handle 2 lives on Terrorblade. Terrorblade's probably one of those awkward heroes with Aegis where it's a transformation hero.
Right.
You have to make that decision with when you want to pop the meta. You don't have your Ags up or that secondary tiny meta as well.
Be good in this situation. Look how fast that Dark Portrait moves. Holy moly. That thing is pretty scary here. They just steal his illusions. Bosku stole his illusion. Tim's made a better illusion of him. Zhao, in trouble on the low ground, is going to die.
Yikes.
Dual Scepter is going to do nothing but KP. Maybe make him a little bit dizzy. Yules in general, a really good option against people that have a lot of status resist, because airtime is not reduced by status resist. Not really sure why, but it's just one of those interactions. You kind of have to play 1,000 hours of Dota before you learn.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Feels like it should. The stat resist. I mean, the wind is a status.
Wind is gravity is a status, isn't it?
Yeah. Wind's currently beating on the Philippines right now. Stay safe, everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Super Typhoon coming in.
Oh no.
Make sure y'all are safe, drive safely, and hopefully for SMG they play this game safely as well.
Yeah.
Because it's been a bit rough. 26-19, we've seen some fight from SMG, but it's Blacklist that's constantly on the aggression, constantly finding these openings.
Yeah, it never has felt like to me, John, that SMG have really, what's a good way of putting this? Whenever they've initiated on their own accord, you know, of their own volition, it's never gone well.
Yeah,
they've counter-initiated very well versus Blacklist when they've chased. I've got to give them complete credit there. I want to make myself clear, but when it's mid-one, kind of just going in for a roll, maybe they've gotten a couple of solo kills. I think they got one onto Tim's, they got one on a boss. You know, like they found these small kills in isolation. That's what your draft is meant to do. When it's come to, okay, let's put the whole shebang together right now, you know, it hasn't looked so great for them.
Yeah, it's rough, and it doesn't get any easier as time goes on with BKBs of Blacklist being online as well. You know, just KP with a BKB has been really troublesome with his debuff immunity plus his ridiculous stat resist at this point with Bulldoze up 70% when you turn that thing on. Why? I do not know, but yes. Why? Why is it 70%, Richie?
Yeah, sure. Is dispellable though, so that's where the Yules of Afu does really come in handy. But yeah, you're right. I mean, 70%, that's a big number. That is a big number.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous what a Spirit Breaker can just do. He can charge in with no worries, charge back out, so no worries with the Octarine.
I have Scotty on both safe laners now, by the way. Raven has a pretty big level advantage, 3 full levels over Chidori. Chidori does have that max Sunder at least. I have Scotty and all these HP regens shenanigans, including Ice Blast, they do not affect Sunder. It's one of these, I think there's 3 of them in the game. There's Time Lapse, Sunder, and Time Walk, I believe, all ignore the HP reduction.
Yeah, they're really weird. It's almost like an HP swap instead of like a heal.
Again, it's one of these 1,000 hour things. You just kind of have to.
Pretty much. And SMG, we'll have to see how well Chidori gets that Metamorphosis offer. That's Thunder off. Some fights he gets it off in really good timing. Sometimes it's a little bit awkward with him being kited around.
I think something that needs to come together. I don't know what order it needs to happen in. If I knew, I'd be playing. Oh, well, mid one thinks he knows he's going to actually get forced staffed away. They're trying to kill Carl. That's what they needed. They needed a roll into a roar, and that is exactly how they're going to get that done. A kill onto Carl Chidori's going to pop them out of here on the first life, as they have forced Raven out of this one as well. Pops the BKB in order to run from mid one, who's going to continue rolling. They didn't actually latch him onto anyone, and now Raven in a lot of trouble without a BKB, rooted up and blasted by Chidori's right flank. Does not have buyback. Looking for more, they'll find one more as well as Apu with the kill onto Tim. As I was about to say, John, it doesn't feel like the stuns between mid one and Masaros have really come together. That was perfect. The control onto Carl completely deleted him from the fight.
And that was what was missing last time around. Like, they get that instant lockdown on a big team fight hero. They get this opening onto high ground. The Aegis does expire, so you don't have that safety net for Chidori, but...
KP's bought out here too, by the way.
Yeah, a refresh coming out from him. I mean, that can be massive. Double BKB, double charge in the middle of a lot of heroes. A double Nether Strike's nice, but where's your follow through?
There he goes. Stuns basically 4 heroes here. He does not pop the refresher yet, and he's going to be able to easily make it out of the fight. Stroke of Fates as well. They're going to start adding up. That's a max Stroke of Fate. We're going to have a Soulbind as well in 3 more seconds here, continuing to steal the illusions on over from Chidori and turning them against him. Monkey's still dead for 25, but SMG are going to be pulling off of high ground as KP's now chooses the moment to pop the refresher. That's a dead mid one. The roll on through from Carl's going to cancel his TP, potentially condemns Masaros here as well, as KP has yet another strike to use courtesy of the refresher, turns it back over for the kill. 4 versus 5, Blacklist Rivalry make it work.
They disrupt long enough for the respawns to come in. They do have to buy back in Timps, but very worthwhile for Blacklist to stave off any more progression on this high ground. Rack still intact.
Notably, no buyback. I mean, no Monkey in the fight was surprising for me, to say the least.
Spirit Breaker right now is just really hard to punish. He jumps in with BKB, disrupts your fight, pierces, stuns you through your own BKBs and spell immunity, and
that's right.
You don't feel good on the side of SMG. They didn't have all 3 spells up as well. Roar not quite up in that fight. They couldn't connect with their own jump in. They need to isolate these heroes.
They
That's
didn't
where
really
the
have
success
meta to try and cancel them, which is pretty damage.
It's just a little bit rough for them to go all in, but it's also at the same time a move SMG needed to make.
Right.
They needed some progression on the map. They find a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. A lot to find in that short time span, and it equalizes the game to a certain extent. Chidori's back to number 1. He's working on his, he's got his full Hurricane Pike out now, so he can kind of bail himself out.
Talk to me a bit about mid one though. How do you feel like he's recovered? He's got BKB now. Had a really rough early game, and again, to his credit, Blacklist really kind of narrowed in onto him. But how do you think he's doing so far? What's next for him in this game?
I like that he's going for the Kaya Sanj. Just more stat resist, more damage coming out from him is going to feel pretty damn good. I wouldn't mind something like, I don't know how useful it would be, but the Ags could be one way to bail out as well.
Right.
The Stone Form's kind of big.
Are you ever thinking Scythe on this kind of a hero, this Initiator? Winter was always begging for Scythe of Vices on mid laners these days.
Yeah, you know what? Scythe is a pretty big item pickup. Preferable over the Axe. I don't think you want to go fully defensive on the side of SMG. You just kind of want to jump in. If Masaros isn't around just yet to follow through with a Roar, have the Scythe ready. And just keep that control up.
See how it goes here as KP may look to make a go at Masaros here. Oh, great Yule Scepter out from Afu. Does still get Masaros to pop his BKB, but they did waste Wukong's, and now Midwan, he's back in this fight. There's a BKB still on Raven as Midwan finds himself silence, pops that fresh 9-second BKB in order to continue on in the fight. Raven as well uses his as the Soulbind once again, not latching onto anything quite yet in this fight. KP disrupting the backline, is looking for the solo kill. Afu refreshes, should be able to find this one easily, but they've gotten Raven. Raven is down. Chidori is huge with this amount of damage. Oh, and the Roar to cancel the TP only lasts a mere second before he charges across their screen. They are chasing him with quite a number of projectiles here, Jonathan, but I believe with 1500 HP, KP ought to be just fine here.
What a hero, Spirit Breaker.
Let's see. Are those projectiles going to hit him? Did he? They should hit.
They're
Yeah.
Still a good chunk of damage as well, just not enough.
Not quite 1500.
No, but Roshan's open for SMG. And we're in that situation again.
The persistence of Midwan, I have to commend him. Just chase down the Monkey.
Yeah, it opens up that opportunity. The fresh BKB, big difference maker for SMG here. Last time around at mid one would just run in without no debuff immunity.
KP in trouble. In the meantime, as Roche falls, silent up, able to charge away. He's taken down. He will take down the Vessel.
Finally happens.
Midone did not get into range to collect the charges. Kind of, a moderate deal, but not the craziest,
Not the biggest loss in the world at this point. You're happy enough to just get KP out, maybe have him force the buyback for the high ground defense.
It'd be big.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for SMG. You're at the Aegis now once more for CDR. Chidori not too far off from Metamorphosis, a minute away, so maybe a little bit of patience having to come out here for the side of SMG. For Blacklist, we just need to see them coordinate into these fights. Like on the retreat, it actually feels really awkward when you're running back because it gives you moments where your heroes aren't together.
Right.
So suddenly this initiation, this chase from the Earth Spirit just becomes a lot scarier. He isolates you one by one, he kicks you back, you have that single target pick off an SMG.
And the damage out from Chidori, like this TB is fully online. It's no joking matter anymore. So that becomes pretty terrifying here as well. If you can't, get rid of his illusions, turn them on him fast enough. See now, Blacklist Rivalry against the ropes here maybe a bit. KB has buyback. They have a couple still tools yet in this toolbox. Raven is just shy, as is Carl, but they pick up maybe a DD rune in the river actually for Carl. That's not bad. might be enough. Maybe just give them an edge in this fight. SMG, they're going to go in and wait. They don't have meta quite yet. They are right underneath the Blacklist ward, but Carl's not going to connect onto them. He's just going to clear a wave mid and buy his team a bit more time.
Just try to keep stalling out.
Oh, hold on. Mid one? Okay, it's fine. I thought they were going to run into each other there.
This is going to sound really weird, but I feel like you'd actually want Dagon and SMG just to clear out the illusions.
The stolen illusions.
Yeah, the Chidori illusions are kind of ruining your push here on SMG, so maybe a casual Dagon. Just for the utility of it.
Wow, I actually thought that was onto Masaros. He held on to his BKB. I certainly wouldn't have. As Chidori is going to be inhibited. Carl is going to get a Force Staff out as KP charges across the river, finds himself John well stunned up there. Really good damage here. Does actually force Chidori to pop the Metamorphosis, and now it's Blacklist Rivalry who are going to about face. That was just poke, basically. They just poked to long range. They didn't commit anything there.
They had to use Roar for Masaros.
How are they going to go in? Zhao is not going to quite be burst under to 0, but off of the Nether Strike, he ought to be, especially with the refresh. KP has the kill easily. That was his charge committed. Still conserves his second BKB charge. Raven, though, looking for the right initiation, has managed to find Afu, and this is SMG once again kind of just getting outmaneuvered here, it feels like, especially as they're onto Chidori. Does not have, well, a Sunder target, I guess. Down he goes. Mid one as well, being beat to a pulp by Raven, and the fight's just completely broken apart. Zhao is, that was actually pretty funny. He's got shards, so he used the Ogre Seal Totem to get away, as Chidori does have himself a Hurricane Pike to safety. But a heavy death here, a heavy loss for SMG.
Yeah.
What is, I don't know.
It's scary now. You don't have Metamorphosis for quite a bit of time. Age is gone. No buyback in mid one. Mid push can come out really fast, and the threat coming out from KP is massive. I mean, this guy is just, he's been dominating on the Spirit Breaker, running across the map, being as disruptive as possible. And I believe he has his Ags flying out now as well.
And it's, I mean, Chidori is doing what he can. He's trying to send illusions to beat back the creeps, but he's actually just kind of helping the push, isn't he?
He is. And just giving additional terrible illusions out to Cuckoo. Dark Portrait always being spammed out here by Tims as well.
And we'll see what ends up happening here. It's the Blink Dagger as well for Tims he's picked up, so he's just keeping himself at range so he can always just blink in and get the Dark Portrait that he's looking for. But without Chidori, without Chidori, pardon me, having meta, without mid one alive, it's just not a viable defense here, unfortunately, for SMG. They're going to have to let those mid barracks go. They were the ones, you know, who charged right back down the mid lane, exposed the barracks first, but one bad push for them, and you can kind of see how that snowballs out of control for them here. We'll see if they're able to stem the losses here. It's still winnable, right, for SMG?
Yeah, it's not lost yet. They still have a lot that they can play with. They still have this pick-off potential. It does get harder with all these items coming out in Blacklist. Again, Ags fully up in KP. So now you can really just be a menace with a very low cooldown charge and, you know, just piercing spell immunity. Why not? Debuff immunity there.
Ags picked up on Raven as well. Yeah. The monkey.
So easier siege, more damage coming out in the middle of these fights. Refresh next for Raven on top of that.
What's the next big objective here? What are both teams going to be looking for? Is it Roche, or are you looking to maybe punish? I mean, no one bought back recently, right? So perhaps Roche?
Roche is the big one that both sides will kind of wait for.
It'll be bottom, maybe probably top, actually, now that I look at that timer.
Yeah. Look like it should end up in that area, perhaps. If it's a quick respawn, if it's a longer one, well, it's still within it.
Still probably spawns up. So it'll be a refresher shard as well on that. Neither team right now with vision up in that area. We'll see if maybe Blacklist are going to be looking for one of these scrappier fights. I mean, they can kind of, you know, they've got the luxury, right? Given that KP says, I see a hero, I'm going to charge in, I don't like the fight, I'm going to cancel, whatever. Feels pretty good to be playing their lineup right now.
Yeah, because for sure.
As we've seen, like, they can kind of just poke from range, steal the illusions, throw them back at him, charge in, charge out, you know. Yep. Their really biggest commitment is just Monkey King ulti and BKB on him.
It's pretty much. Maybe the roll as well, but you don't really have to do too much to force a response out from SMG, and then you just sit back and wait for a lot of that stuff to fade away. Wait for the BKBs to be down, come back in, maybe force out a roar.
Yeah.
For SMG, we have to see them execute as a team. Again, the moments where they've shined is when mid-one can connect with Masaros, and everyone else is standing behind.
That's right.
You get a good roll in on your Earth Spirit, get the roar follow through, and then get that one pick off to open up the fight for you.
Okay. Chidori has completed Daedalus. Nearly everyone on Blacklist now with buyback as well. The supports without it for the side of SMG. There's a nullifier online for Afu.
I don't mind that. Yeah, he's had it earlier. It's just another way to probably just look to dispel the bulldoze, I suppose.
Right. I just picked up on it myself. I like the item personally. I see what it's for, certainly, but
it's a bit strange.
I mean, he's been playing an excellent counter initiator. The amount of times he's found Yule Scepters that have altered the outcome of fights, not necessarily completely turned them. You know, he's doing as much as you can on this kind of a hero. You know, it's hard to ask for more.
Yeah, for sure. It's he's done his job from the backline really well. He's been really disruptive with the Yules and with the Nullfire in a couple of these fights. I don't know how crazy I am to keep saying this, but I really feel like a Dagon right now. Just to stop this illusion spam. Like the illusion spam onto yourself.
Yeah.
Really, it's actually a big concern because it's one of the things that, again, allows Blacklist to not commit too much, right?
Someone just went through that portal. That was a... Oh, so does... Wait, what? But they are they going to try and do route? There's no way. It's going to spawn top. I mean, certainly... Oh, they're smoking here. Okay, I've never seen this before. This is sneaky.
I like this. It's one of those things that I always theorize with Underlord, you know, when we first got Fiend's Gate. You get away and get a really interesting smoke angle.
They're going to scout him. They know. And they're going to see Tim's first. Oh, but they can't quite connect the roll or break his tree in time. And now the counter initiation is big out from KP. Looking for the ult. He actually bashes the mid one down to the low ground. His positioning a bit unfortunate there. Rolling Thunder is going to be committed here. So now SMG with a bit of an advantage as they do manage to pop the Lincoln Spear of Carl. They're going to try and burst him, and the damage now from Chidori, but he's going to be interrupted. Didn't get the BKB off in time. Carl's still alive, trying to get out of this fight as Raven's going to pop the Mega Wukong's command. That increased radius, forcing back SMG, resetting the fight. Who's used more? Who still has more to fight with? Masaros, did he go back in?
He did.
Okay, KP says thank you for your life. Chidori's gonna tickle him there a bit with the Thunder, does put him on worse HP, and now KP still alive, dying to the reflection. He's gonna eventually go down. Mid one as well, back in on the fight. He's gonna be able to pick off Carl, so that's a 5 versus 3 now with double buybacks up from SMG. They do get onto John Well, as it's Mid one who rolls away to safety out of this fight, but you can see the illusions basically now just fighting each other.
It's so painful. You saw Midwin's HP. He was being chased down by the terribly stolen illusions. He got critted out.
Okay,
it's painful.
SMG, they bought back on this, and that's because, I don't know if they know that Roche is up, but they know Roche can be up, and they need to make a play for this now. They got 2 cores out, but they've committed 2 buybacks, 1 on Masaros, and they're not going to yet look for Roche. I assume it's... No, they want to fight, John. Mid one wants to fight. He's in. But he's 1 versus 3, and he's getting his ass kicked right now. Oh, okay, gets off the BKB, but the bomb crew damage, not enough. Mid one, no. It's still going to go down. Raven collects the kill onto him. That's going to be a 2-man soulbind. Yule Scepter buys off through a bit of time now on the counter initiation, but Tibbs is not going to go down that easily. And now that's 3 dead for the side of SMG. What? But Masaros, he just bought back. Chidori, he looks like he's going to sunder him, but he's got even less HP to offer. All right, they're going to be able to get out in time. What the? Jonathan, what was that?
I'm not sure. SMG, I mean, I know they're still moving under gunfire, but sometimes you don't run through the gunfire here. You take cover, you count your resources, you try to build back in and get some fire back after a rest period.
I don't know why he wanted to roll in so deep.
I get the mindset. You know, you look for a nice solo pickoff, then you have an easier time into the Roche, but now you've got a recovery period for Blacklist. Respawn coming out for KP. They've got the Roche control. Carl scouts it out.
They're going to have a free Roche, basically. Here, I just don't see a way SMG can contest this.
No, they can't. You can't risk it. You will have Metamorphosis back up on Chidori, but taking the fight there is going to be so risky without these buybacks ready.
That was... He was so far from the rest of his team, John. It's easy, part of me, to do that on Inner Spirit. Especially, I mean, he was hitting his rolls. He would have rolled even further if he missed his roll, but it's tough. The rest of the team just can't follow up on you as quickly. It feels like a really fast-paced game with KP and Mid one getting right on top of these targets. Raven as well, right, jumping around in the fights, boundless strike from the trees, but it's so punishing here. That's going to be an Aegis easily now into the hands of Blacklist Rivalry. Raven will pick that up alongside the Refresher Shard. It's got Ag Scepter as well. I mean, he can basically just use the ulti, at least the first one, just to, you know, secure megas. KP is going to be scouted. I mean, 80% status resist. He's out of here. Masaros looks like he wants to roar him. That would have been a bold move. Mid one rejoining this fight. For now, SMG They're going to try and play around this ward. Blacklist Rivalry respecting that as mid one. He's going to roll outside of the ward, finds a nice initiation onto 2, but he's going to be perma-stunned here. Nullifier, mid one, someone save the CEO. He's down and he doesn't have buyback by 7 gold. He'll have buyback here in just a couple of seconds, certainly, but Carl, he's rolling on it immediately. And KP with the follow-up stuns. Oh, Chidori does not get a Sunder off, and he used meta on the first life, John. Oh no, mid one, he's going to buy back, but it's Wasaros in trouble. Finished off, killed off by Carl. And Raven's damage, 3 buybacks up from SMG, but it's a 3 versus 5, and they've kind of already thrown everything that they've had.
I don't know how Chidori does this with mid one. No Metamorphosis, again, no Terrorize as well, so you don't have your secondary Metamorphosis up. This is just an easy take from Blacklist.
It is.
With the Terrible Illusions on hand as well.
Wow. They're going to just look for the game. They're going to force them to try and fight this. Raven did consume the refresher shard, so he has another make that Wukong's command and BKB. Whatever you're going to do on SMG, it has to happen now. There's a courier coming the way. That is going to be the refresher actually for Chidori. Oh, but he's going to barely just get it in time.
Oh, God.
The BKB off with the perma-stuns. There's still a boundless strike, and he's just down. Jonathan. SMG, they fail to close this one out yet again by the looks of things, as they're being harassed back in their fountain. 5 dead, the GG called. The Blacklist Rivalry take game number 1 out from SMG.
It's a really even back and forth. It was a slower start coming out here from SMG. You know, they start to find these pickoffs later on in the game. I think, again, around 10 minutes after the point where we expect that ball to get rolling with your aggression with a Skyrat Mage, with a mid-Earth Spirit. There's a lot of moments, perhaps, you wanted to make plays at 12 to 15. Instead, we see it at 20 minutes. And all that space for Blacklist, this faster item buildup for Raven, this early activity being picked up by them, did put a massive dent onto SMG. It made it harder to find those fights later on. Mind you, they still managed to find those fights on SMG. When they could connect as a team, when mid one rolls in and has Masaros's backup, I think was the big thing. And sometimes, I guess, the CEO, he sees the future, he chases the future, doesn't realize everyone else is still up at the back. And it cost him.
Bit of a bull market there for mid one. Unfortunately, Space Cow was the superior bull of that game. I mean, KP was kind of just charging all over, and I think for me it was a big difference maker there. Raven as well, going for a fast activated Monkey King, really eager to join the fight, I think is super crucial here. I think Blacklist as a whole really focusing on shutting down mid one's early game. I think things kind of become a bit more difficult to put together for SMG. But we're going to go ahead and throw it back on over to the panel now, break down our game number 1 just a bit more, and see where SMG have left to go from here.
Well, regardless of the result for this series, that was a very intense and entertaining game number 1 to start things off with a core Spirit Breaker proving to be quite the difference maker. There was a lot of pinballing going on for SMG. They were getting bounced by Spirit Breaker, they were getting bounced by Pango, they were getting Ink Swelled, they were getting Boundless Strike, a lot of stuns on this Blacklist Rivalry lineup. And at one point I was like, oh, okay, it's great that you have all these stuns, but where's the damage to kill people afterwards? Raven went for an early game-oriented build, and it seemed like SMG were starting to turn things around once the Terrorblade came online. And then I don't really know how did it finally go back in Blacklist's favor at the end of the game?
It was mid one rolling in.
Is that really what it came down to?
Yeah, I think so. I think the game was pretty even up to that. I would call it a throw. I think mid one felt like his team was strong and wanted to go in, but the team didn't have items to follow up. I think their draft's unique in the sense that this Earth Spirit roll is a very long-range initiation. And his Beast did not have Dagger, his TB did not have Dagger, only Hurricane Pike, and they could never really keep up with mid-1. So mid-1 either had to hold back and kind of wait for them to come, play off like Illusions and Hawk Vision to find the initiation, or his team needed to find a way to reach him. Because I think they didn't do one of the two, but they did neither. Yeah. And a lot of the fights just started with mid-1 going in. He couldn't really pop BKB because it just gets chain stunned. It's so hard to BKB the Spirit Breaker charge. He's so freaking fast. And it was just very uncoordinated.
I think you mentioned too about the hacks, like no one is getting hacks in this game. I think a lot of players forgot about this setup because like later on when you find it very hard to lock a hero down, but like you need that hero there, right? Why not just get hacks and like everyone just all in on that hero? Like he can't wake up. There's no saves like SD or Oracle, this kind of heroes.
I feel like you look at their draft, like the way TB and Beastmaster want to play a fight, it's very simple, right? You want to roar someone, you want to hit him down. But I feel like the problem was Chidori could not hit people this game. KP was a menace to him. Grimstroke was a menace. Pango was a menace. But his team did not cover that for him. I think Midwan did at some point, but he wasn't having that great a game either. You could say it was because of the pick, but I think he was comfortable on hero. I just would like to see him itemized differently. I think maybe another Yules on Zhao. I think there was this timing in the game where KP didn't have BKB and he just kept going in and walking out. And I think that's the Dream Spirit Breaker game, right? There's like no Dispel, no Purge. And it's not like they picked the Spirit Breaker last pick as well.
Even with this Octarine build, though, the cooldown on Bulldoze is so low that even if you had another Yules, then like he's up in the air for what 2.5 seconds. He comes down and 4 seconds later he's gonna have Bulldoze anyway.
Yeah, I mean it's really tough, but I think they had to do that. I think if every fight KP got off like 3-4 charges, he has this refresher in this fight, and it just looks impossible. You know, he stuns, he's out, and then whoop, he's back. Here I am.
I think I just feel like we don't need to ping chilling a little bit. Like they need to move like a unit together, you know. Like don't go forward if your TB isn't moving forward, that sort of thing. But also I think I've mentioned this before, like TB players, man, come on, buy the dagger. Like stop waiting for your team to bring the fight to you. Sometimes you need to go to them.
Yeah, I think they had a lineup where it's kind of like all OG, right? Like or all Tundra, they've just pushed in waves, you know, they use the illusions and micros to like make you show. I think that was the advantage they had in this draft, but Blacklist did a really good job of just identifying that, and when they took fights, they just took it like straight up. There was no like beating around the bush. Yeah, when they went in, you know, the double pinball strat coming in clutch.
Exactly, and they were able to do it because also the main damage, which is Monkey King, is able to follow up. Once Spirit Breaker is going 1,000,000 miles per hour into the fight, like he can join the fight because he has Primal Spring and other positioning items, but the Terrorblade does not have that luxury. The Terrorblade sees Earth Spirit roll and is like, okay, I'll be there in 5 minutes. I'll see you soon.
It also felt like after Earth Spirit died every fight, there was just no more stuns. Like the Sky was not a stun. He itemized to deal with the Spirit Breaker, but I feel like ultimately KP was not dealt with this game. And you know, it was just really hard to play the fights. Lack of stuns.
And an excess of stuns, perhaps, for Blacklist Rivalry, which brings them to a success in this game number 1, and perhaps shades of Tour 1 SMG, where so often we saw them struggle to close out games. But the series ain't over yet. It's 3 games, so let's see what happens in game number 2 after the break. This is the kind of Dota that I like to see. Intense team fighting, interesting picks, fun execution. This is something that I don't get treated to very often in Southeast Asia. Usually it's much sloppier, but for as critical as we were being of SMG's teamfight execution, they were still doing things correctly. I think they just didn't have the items necessary to win fights. But if they had more mobility, I think SMG, I think Mid-One's initiation was good every single time. It's just that his team couldn't follow up. And so the foundation is there, just a little tweaks.
I think it was credit to him. It's really hard to initiate with a spirit roll.
Yep.
He hit it almost every time. I think you're right, mobility was an issue, but I also feel like SMG had a lineup where they wanted to hit an early timing. Like Masros went for his X Crimson, and Milan had Octarine. He had some trouble getting BKB. Chidori went for an early BKB too.
Yep.
So they really want to take these early fights, but they weren't able to find. We saw very cool smokes. They TP to a portal bottom wrapped around, but it was just so hard to get the jump. This Earth Spirit rolls in, someone blinks out, Monkey jumped away on the trees, and it was just. I think their draft was difficult to execute.
I think if they had one more Blink Dagger on their team,
yeah,
it literally could have been anyone. It could have been Maiden or Skywrath for all it matters. Just one more.
TV really needed it. He could dagger it and reflection. At least it stopped someone.
Yep.
But then again, it's what I said before the game started. I think sometimes Milan just need to chill a little bit because at that moment, he's not the strongest hero, but yes, he is strong. It's just you need to allow the person who is going to kill the enemy team to lead you. Because it's if you can go, it doesn't mean your teammate can go, right? But then if the TV say, I can go now, stun him, then it's different, Instead of the Earth say, I can go, and then the TV say, yeah, go, but then he's 2,000 miles away.
But do you have that luxury when you're against a Spirit Breaker? Because I feel like the second TB shows, all these heroes
stand your ground, right?
Exactly. So the second that Terrorblade shows his face, everyone's jumping on him. So yeah, it is his responsibility to be I'm the person who can kill. I need to control the pace, but he can't initiate.
I think they just need to play on Hawks a bit more.
Yeah.
I feel like it was not the hardest to get a dive bomb onto maybe Monkey King in the trees or something. Just they needed to be patient. They really just needed to wait for it. I think rolling in was not the solution. But if he did roll in, he definitely needed to BKB instantly. But yeah, I think it came down to the team not being able to do the same thing together, which was Mudan going in, but his team not. Or they also weren't able to protect the TB on the backline, so they're kind of stuck in the middle there.
I guess this is teaching me the shortcomings of Earth Spirit as one of the initiating 4 spirits. So an Ember Spirit can just slight chance. You can just poke real quick and be like, hey guys, I caught someone. We can go, we cannot go, it's up to you guys. And then if he wants to commit, he's got 3 remnants. Storm Spirit has a 0 cooldown mobility spell, so he can go in, get a Vortex. If your team wants to commit, great. If they aren't ready, get back out. And then same thing with Void Spirit. You've got Astral Steps on charges, and you've got Dissimulate to escape. Earth Spirit, once he's in. That's it. You have no choice.
I think there was a way that if they were a bit more on the same page, Midwan could have itemized differently. I think Shiva's, Halberd, those kind of items that made him just stronger to go in. Even Eggs, after you roll in, you turn yourself to...
Yeah, exactly.
But he went for this Octarine Kaya Sange, because I think the way he looked at fights was that his TV is going to die and he needed to carry fights. And I think there was this top fight rush where Midwan actually carried the fight super hard just because of his skill build and item build. He went for damage talents, he had Octarine, and I feel like their idea coming into the game was that my team is probably going to die during the fight at some point. And after he dies, we still need to fight somehow.
Yep.
And I think, again, it was just not being on the same page about what to do. They didn't go all in for one idea. There's 2 or 3 ideas going on, and it just didn't work out for them in the end.
Meanwhile, the praise for Blacklist. How did your boy KP do, Aurora? How was his core Spirit Breaker performance?
Honestly, I'm not lying. I kind of thought that he would have taken the Spirit Breaker in that, because they had an absolute last pick.
Oh, right? Before the Grimstroke was out, you thought he would be Spirit Breaker?
Yeah, I was thinking, I think KP might play this hero, but I'm not so sure because he's such a big aura guy, right? And then buying aura on Spirit Breaker 3 is so, cope. But also, I know this guy is capable of playing anything you want him to play, It's just that the team, will they be able to adapt? Because we've seen quite a few games before this, KP would be on Magnus, buying Harpoon, but then his team don't know what to do, Now that the Magnus is not starting fight for us, what are we gonna do? But this game, I think it's a little bit different also because Spirit Breaker, it doesn't matter what you buy, you can still initiate. So maybe it's not that difficult for his team to adapt.
But I would have thought that such a selfish build would be the downfall of Blacklist, because we are seeing the popularity of auras. He skipped it. Did anyone on
SMG
Blacklist?
had Crimson Guard.
SMG
later
had a
on.
Crimson.
Cuckoo went for stuff and Bongo boots, and Grimstroke had no aura items. So
Yeah,
zero
so
aura items.
that was a pretty. Everyone on Blacklist, I think, was pretty selfish. Carl had Manta, Ags, Gleipnir, a Diffusal. Tim's had Aghanim, Scepter, Octarine. Spirit Breaker had Octarine, Refresher, or Scepter. Raven had a Mjolnir, Bloodthorn, and Cuckoo had the only team item, which was Boots of Bearing.
Yeah, I think the early game went really well for Blacklist because Raven was super active. We saw him connecting to like every fight everywhere. I think he really played his hero really well. And I think starting around maybe when Terrorblade got BKB, Chidori, I think SMG started to group up with the Crimson Guard. And that's when we were like, oh, SMG's draft is finally coming together. And I think that's when the auras went punished, where they had like no team fight. Like we saw Raven just get run down by this Terrorblade even in Wukongs. And then what happened was, I think KP was a bit too overfarmed. The lack of answer for Spirit Breaker. There was this base defense where he had Refresher, and just playing with the Grimstroke, Inkswell, and Dark Portrait, and SMG really had no answer to it.
Yeah, I think the Earthway kind of just needed to, at one point, play like an underlord, you know, like play around your TB, protect your supports. Because once you die, right, your supports are just going to get annihilated. That's just the nature of those two heroes against heroes that can jump on you, you know. So, therefore, I think I would say Blacklist did kind of itemize efficiently, seeing that maybe that was their plan. Because you don't really need so much aura against these two supports, right? Like, they're so not the kind of hero that would last long in a fight, I would say.
They played their draft really well, actually. I think Blacklist, I was kind of surprised. I think this is what we saw and expected from them after week one.
Yeah, it seems that they are not that shaken from their XERXIA game. And it's impressive that a team can go into 7.33 and execute a draft that does not involve auras, because that is not something we see very often these days. Meanwhile, in game number 2, the bans have been heavily shifted around. The only consistent ban is Techies, but Doom goes through, and SMG in game 1 banned out the Rubik and Coddle. This time they ban out the Techies and Enchantress. Blacklist first pick, the Doom responded with a Batrider Veno, and Blacklist close out the phase with a Pango.
I wonder if this is a Masaros Batrider. I feel like the first game, like I watched him play Beast, and I just think to myself, like, this is not a Masaros Doom, it's not a Masaros Timber, you know? It's just a, so whatever, it's a Beast Masa. But this Batrider, this Batrider might be the same thing for them, you know? It's like a offlane hero, they want to pick their offlane early, you know, give mid-one a bit more priority, because I don't think he's a Batrider player. Or I don't think he wants to play Batrider.
No, I don't think so.
It's either a, maybe possibly a full hero, but I would say it's probably just Masaros playing a hero that he's not look the most comfortable on.
Amusingly, in Southeast Asia, offlane Batrider actually has a much higher win rate than mid lane Batrider. Mid, he's only been played twice, and he lost both those games. Offlane, he also has a pretty garbage win rate. He has a garbage win rate in general. It's a 37% win rate from the offlane, 0% win rate from mid. And 30% overall. So the hero is not very good right now.
But every team first twos it. I'm not sure why. I think it's just a flex. And I've seen every Batrider game. Okay, these Batrider, they go off lane. They are like highest net worth at 10 to 15 minutes. You clear ancients, your lane's okay. And Winter mentioned something about the camps being nearer, so you can kind of cut the wave and go to whatever camp. You know, you have like 3 different camps to choose from now. But my problem is they're 8k with net worth, but they're fucking useless. They don't do anything with this Octarine core. They just continue to farm, then they buy travels, and then by the time they get BKB and actually try to play the game's kind of over. And I feel like Ice is the only person I've seen try to abuse and like run around. He actually bought like Crimson Guard and shit, and he like ran around trying to abuse his power spikes, which is what I want to see more from these players.
Yeah, Ice and KP and Rupido actually are the only people to win on Blacklist. Sorry, the only people to win on Batrider. Everyone else has kind of been feeding on this hero.
But guys, I just want to ask, right? Since Batrider is a universal hero, is it really not possible to play him right-clicking?
Oh my god, you want the Witchblade Batrider back or whatever?
Not necessarily Witchblade. I think Octarine is still very good on him because like all his spells, even buying BOT later on, like benefits from it. But still, like, can he really not buy Aethers and then like into what Hex or all those, like it gives him so much damage and yet he's still very threatening on the map to begin with, you know?
I mean, you can, but I feel like you're threatening with this Octarine or with this early travels. Like, that's the strength of Bat Rider. Like, the early game when people don't have BKBs, when you're fast, when you come in and do damage, connect to your team. But what I'm saying for these Bat Riders is they're playing it like some Beastmaster where they're trying to scale, trying to offlane, and then they're just buying items to play mid game, but they're playing late game.
Yeah.
Which is super weird.
Like I would think maybe you can, like you should still go Dagger after the Ocarine, but then after the Dagger you can buy so many more ambitious items. Like even Dagon is good, I feel.
Yeah, I think the item build's not the issue. I think the issue is players are AFK with this hero. Like you can have Octarine and no shoes and you can still walk to the mid lane, you know? It's like about the mindset of like what you want to do. If you're picking this Bat Rider and you're trying to scale and like play late game, I don't think you have the right approach to the power spikes of this hero.
They're all trying to be Batman rich, but like, you know, not there and neither.
They're only Bruce Wayneing though. They're just rich and they don't do anything with the money. And especially against Blacklist, who, despite Bat Rider being a pretty bad hero right now, they still counter it. They pick up an Abaddon in the second phase. Not a very popular hero. Is it potentially a carry Abaddon, or?
I think it's too good as a support this game.
Okay.
Because of the Bane and Veno too. It's just sustain against Veno. You remove grip, you remove sleeve, you dispel barrier. So I think overall that was a pretty game-winning pick, if I dare say so, for Blacklist.
Yep.
I'm just not very sure about this Wind Ranger.
It's a Wind Ranger Doom lane. Seen it many times.
Okay. Because I can agree that she's kind of just very easy to bully this Bane and Veno, but like against Barrier and White Spirit, it kind of sucks to play there.
I mean, that's a lot of support heroes, right, in general. I think you have a draft, you know, you just want to enable your Doom to have a good lane.
True.
You stack, you skill into mid-game, which is kind of nice. It's just a neutral +4, I would say.
The difference is Doom is a rich kid, but like Bat Rider is like a rich orphan. No one wants to be around him, and he doesn't want to be around anyone.
Yeah, look at SMG's draft right now, and I feel like we're a super single target. We're playing against Abaddon. We have no way to take map. We can't really run into the Doom Pangolier Abaddon too. I have no idea what they can pick to save their draft right now.
Which, all that kind of makes me feel that a carry Abaddon would still be even better, because if they're all single target and you can't kill the primary carry, then...
That is correct, actually. I do agree with your point. I just think it's easy for the Abba to like cover all the lanes.
Yes, definitely.
Like, you can kind of be everywhere. And you have this Doom that wants to scale as well. So you just have two core scaling. Pango scales really well into this game as well. And you can kind of just be everywhere.
Yeah, if you think about it, Doom plus Abaddon cost might be a little bit too greedy, because SNG's heroes are not like weak as in they can't do anything. They can do a lot of things, like especially in lanes, like they're pretty strong. So I would also prefer the Abaddon to be on support. And yes, it is.
That's what you get. We get a Raven Terrorblade. Chidori had his chance in game number 1. Now Raven's going to be like, let me show you how it's done.
Wonder why they banned the Morphling. I feel like the PL is super value for SMG here, because the only way they can take fights is through this outer poke, right? They keep poking and poking. I think the Marlborough against Eva is super value. I think that's actually... I was going to say no other hero to pick, but they go for a Naga instead.
I honestly thought they might be able to pick Outwarden, considering like it's not a lot of like CC from Blacklist.
I feel like a lot of players don't really play the hero right now, other than we've seen from In Your Dream. Naga. I don't feel like Naga wins this game though. I feel like he's going to drag the game, he's going to have networks, he's going to have a good time, but ultimately they're just not going to be able to win.
It's okay, the CEO is mid-1. Mid-1 will carry the game.
Not a fan of SMG draft at all. I feel like it's so single target. There's like no strategic aspect to it, you know.
Yeah.
The most strategy I see from this is like Veno put ward, give vision, and we jump.
But I don't see how Naga plays into that equation at all. She's like...
Yeah, Song to protect the Veno from getting...
Song to set up more snakes.
Not a fan, not a fan.
Yeah.
2-0.
And I see the same thing happening with this Bat Rider, where the Bat Rider gets insanely farmed and then just kind of does nothing with it.
Yeah, I mean, playing bad against Doom is really hard too, I think. Like, I've seen most Dooms, you just Doom the Bat Rider. Octarine core, sure, we got no spells, you just die. You can get the Purge Creep as well, which is just so annoying to play against.
Aurora, which way are you going?
Oh, I'm a White Spirit enjoyer, so I'll balance it out. Oh, let's go SMG.
Okay. Let's see it happen. Maybe a full 3-game series. Let's find out with our casters. It's Richie and Jonathan.
Thank you, Neil. Yes, Jonathan. What a lovely game we have here in front of us. A bit of a tough game for SMG. We'll see how they've recovered and how they're looking to bounce back into game number 2. But it's going to be the Abaddon of Bosku that's going to stand in their way and very successful lassos. How do you see this game going for them here for the side of SMG?
I see it being really hard. This is not a draft that deals with anything that's on Blacklist side really well for the side of SMG. I mean, they're going up against 3 universal heroes. You've got the double universal supports. I believe it was Winter or Aurora asking last time what support as a 5 can be. Well, Abaddon's still there.
That's right.
And Abaddon supports, maybe not the most in meta, but it still works out. Lots of utility up against the Bat Rider.
Yeah.
So
I'm surprised we're not seeing more of this guy, because he is, in my opinion, maybe the best or the second best aura carrier in the entire game. And when you're looking at a damage mitigation kind of meta that we saw, his ulti is second to none, or his Ags up.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I've been really surprised. I mean, I think he kind of has this I don't do anything but carry auras and dispel problem is perhaps why we don't see him a ton, but I'm excited to see what Bosku's going to be able to do for him.
Yeah, I think he can pretty much set up this lane for Raven quite nicely. We used to see a lot of Abaddon Terrorblades way back in the day, and I think this is a pretty good game for it to come out. I think for SMG, for their game to be online, this is literally Chidori against the world, it almost feels like.
Yeah.
So he has to have a good laning start up against the Doom. Maybe not the hardest thing in the world, as you should just be able to try to harass out early on, use your illusions.
KP has started with early boots here, by the way.
I like that. A lot of aggression. Try to chase down with a Scorched Earth. You know, just maybe get some aggression going with your support Wind Ranger as well. Like, this can be pretty aggressive. Look at the build up here as well for Tim's. Like, double circlet, a triple Iron Branch. This is the best way to start as a Wind Ranger.
The Blacklist really want to start off a strong lane here. Raven's already committed for the points into Metamorphosis. Bosku with the Blood Grenade at the ready. So I assume we're going to see, Bosku maybe, will he go through the trees? Yeah, he is. See what he's going to look to play for here.
Just some early harass. You do start with the Firefly here for Masaros as well. So again, no napalm.
He's got boots as well, Masaros. So it's gonna be he's a tough kill. Oh, but they're gonna use Sunder, and I think that's maybe a dead off. Ooh. Surprised they're not going for it. I think this is, I guess level 1 damage on meta is not that much, huh?
Yeah, not too much. And at the least, you dissuade Masaros from trying to run down, secure that first wave. He is forced to go back, pull the second wave instead, block the camp in the process.
Yeah.
Raven's going to try to make them meet. Lots of trading back and forth down bot. This should still line up for Blacklist as it goes on. Looking at that mid lane, though, mid one on his Void Spirit up against Carl and the Pangolier. And this one, it tends to go 50-50, I would say. It's down to the players, to how far they push themselves. I would say the Void Spirit in a much more static lane does have a better time, but a Pangolier feels really good as well. So really going to be down to who gets rune control. I think that's the big aspect of how the mid unfolds between these two universal hero types.
Yeah, and this level 1 Firefly working out pretty nicely for Masaros as well down bottom, as we can see. He's really easily dodging what is potentially a difficult lane for him. Raven, of course, with all his armor, having no difficulties tanking the creep wave here, as Apu is going to have to tank a bit of the wave himself. It's pretty peaceful here. Wondering what Bosku thinks his role is going to be. He's going to unblock this camp. Probably just trying to make sure he can secure as much CS here for Raven. Mid lane, as you said, so far pretty good. Let's see, gonna need to take a look at those last hits. They've got it sorted by team. But it looks like
it's a little bit better for mid one.
Yeah,
a while ago, but it's back and forth. Again, neither side going to have a huge advantage going in there. So again, should be even. Maybe it feels a little bit better for Blacklist because you have got some good support rotation. Well, decent enough, I guess, in the Wind Ranger. Whereas for SMG, you've got a support Bane that can maybe leave the lane, but you can't really afford to leave Chidori alone too hard with a kill threat coming through. So again, rune control is the big aspect of that matchup. Both sides should have decent reach into it. I don't see this being a active support game where early support rotations are really a big deal. And it should just be fine, kind of farming up. The one lane that I think is maybe the best lane for SMG is up top. Chidori is up against a Doom, which, you know, a Naga doesn't tend to get shoved away from. Like you mentioned, KP starting with those early boots, hasn't really been able to capitalize on it. And with a Wind Ranger support, and yes, you can do a lot. This is something Tim's has always shined on. Like the Wind Ranger is one of his best pocket pick heroes, along with his Mirana being one of his best heroes. The arrows just feel pretty damn good. But you can't do much to harass out Chidori. Although they've got good magic damage coming out with the Chain Lightning. They can clear out illusions, but you're kind of fine with this lane for Chidori. You're allowed to pull on Johnny Will, not being dissuaded away, so you're happier with maybe a little bit of a slower lane, although KP is starting to build up now. You can't really shove him out either.
Radiant structures
We
are
are,
fortified.
again, just stuck in a bit of a deadlock. No Fresh Blood coming out. There is potential for aggression on SMG. I really want to see this Venomancer lane kick into gear for Afu. Like a Venomancer plus Batrider can be pretty damn aggressive. Monsteros, he is going for the no napalm build, and you're up against an Abaddon, makes enough sense.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have the stats either, right? Like he's not going for double circlet, he's not going for any early stat item here, just the 2 branches, so it doesn't feel like you can overwhelm and threaten with your right clicks plus your spell damage just yet, at least not fully.
So far, you know, as far as CSN goes, it's pretty good all around for Blacklist Rivalry. I think their strategy of really drafting heavy in lanes, these 2 supports that, you know, in general are going to do a lot for you in the laning stage, seems to be paying off for them. Chidori, you know, like you said, it's going to be on him to maybe try and carry this game for SMG, but he's going to need some help here, John. Who can you expect that to come from, and what do SMG need to do to make sure that actually happens? I suspect it's mid 1.
Yeah, it's definitely mid 1. Like, we have to see our Void Spirit get a nice, strong start. There's not too much that threatens to hold him down. Hold from your Wind Ranger is not reliable. He is copping quite a fair bit in these trades with Carl, both of them kind of pushing into that level 6 mark. For the most part.
Bottom. Afu, this is going to be a first blood 5 minutes in. Ooh. Goes the way towards Raven as Tim's does TP in to secure the kill. You can kind of afford to leave KP Doom alone now, right? Still doesn't actually have that ring of regen, sorry, ring of health, I say, for the Vanguard, but support's now starting to abandon their offlaners, as there's going to be another TP on in to refill the bottle of mid 1 just ahead of the power moon's spawn. Okay, Aether Remnant actually still catching Carl. They do burn through the shield, the aphotic shield that is. Lots of shields here in the mid lane as Carl sets for a 2-man swashbuckle. Out of mobility spells here is John just showing up, just chilling here for now. Looks like SMG will retain control over the top runes. Mid 1 just shy of level 6. Is going to get it shortly, but Carl's beat him to the punch. Now Bosco as well to do a bit of physical damage. We'll see what Zhao can do here. It's going to go for the Nightmare save. It's good enough, but just mid 1, he just has no mobility, Jonathan. He's going to end up going down.
Yeah, the creeps just didn't die. He didn't get his level 6. No step away. The aggression from Blacklist again coming out online. Is it just me? I've talked to Mike about this. The SMG voice line.
Yeah.
It's very high quality. Like in terms of technical quality, the file is very high def.
How can you tell?
It just sounds much more refined, you know, like not like a crappy gaming headphone mic.
Well, yeah, obviously. I mean, I assume they got Mr. JJ Lin to record that line for them. And
just throws me off.
It is JJ Lin, right?
It should be. I don't know. I don't listen to a lot of Mando pop, as I can't understand it.
Same thing here. You know, the most I ever do about Mandarin pop is when I ask my friends to turn on the pinyin in the karaoke room so I can sing along and have terrible pronunciation.
Yes, that's exactly it. But
that's all I know.
Always throws me off. It feels like I've got a browser in the back.
Hold on, John Well. Oh, he's going to get distracted by the courier. He's going to be a bit too slow here, I think. SMG making a play here. The Nightmare not in time. John Well went for the courier kill instead, and he will die as a result. Apu is going to be able to back Bosku away as well. I don't think they're going to be able to connect on Bosku for a kill, but John Well is going to end up going down thanks to the TP of Carl.
Find a freebie, still get the Wisdom Rune going here. More than happy to prevent SMG from trying to catch up that way. The one silver lining right now for SMG is Chidori being left alone to farm again. It's a little bit similar to game 1, where your lanes aren't quite panning out in the way you'd want them to. You've got this early aggression that's just not kicking into gear. Your Venomancer support's really not achieving too much as Cuckoo just runs him down with the right clicks.
He's not scared of him pretty much whatsoever. I mean, anytime the Gale comes through, Bosku's just going to save the Aphotic Shield for that. 8-minute runes, potentially a turning point here, as mid 1 is about to hit level 7. Jownwell again with another TP on in. As SMG attempts to control both runes. supports all rotating on over as the rune is going to spawn bottom. Bosku's already protecting it though, and it's an arcane for him. So that'll at least be neutralized here more or less. You know, I think mid one really looking for like a DD or a haste to be able to rotate on and try and kickstart his game. He's finding it rather difficult now, especially as he is pretty far behind here. He's about neck for neck when it comes to the net worth of his team, but not really accomplishing too much here.
Yeah, he's not able to set up just yet. And for SMG, you can kind of rotate on the Bane, I suppose. You can try to play off the back of him, but you can't really start these fights with a Venomancer all too well. You're at the point where Monstrous, again, is just sitting back and trying to farm up, still working onto the Vanguard.
Cool move by Raven. He's going to push the wave out, let Bosku sap some XP, take the gate top, and push the tower. KP had basically already given the boot to Chidori, who's in the jungle now, farming up towards his Yasha. But just, you know, making his own space. I really like to see that. Raven on his renowned TB, of course.
Yeah, something he's specialized in for a very long time. For SMG, I mean, I'm trying to think of what they can do, because it feels like this kind of lineup, if it falls behind, it doesn't feel good for any of the heroes, right?
Is there anything you maybe can do with a song? I know there's no like Disruptor, Jakiro, nothing huge like that, but do you think that might be something they can look to do here?
Not in particular.
They're blocking his camps too. My goodness, Blacklist are relentless here.
Yeah, and they understand what the game plan has to be for SMG. Like, you went out the lanes, then you just suppress Chidori's farm as much as you can. 4K lead at 9.5 minutes is no small deal.
That's
it's
significant.
Pretty damn big.
Yeah.
And again, for SMG, their lineup just wanted to run fast. They have this really, theoretically, really aggressive lane down bot with Monstrous and Apu, but what does Venomancer and Batrider do when they can't connect their spells?
And this is going to be rough. I mean, your supports need to hit level 6 here as well, right? So that new Noxious Plague, and of course the Fiend's Grip, potential very powerful counter, to Epangolier Rolling Thunder, even if you do have a Phonic Shield. Now, hold on here. Oh, it's just an illusion rune. Now, I do wonder, actually, with the change to magic immunity, right? Because it used to be magic immunity, which meant, actually, you could not use Press the Attack or a Phonic Shield on cores that were BKB, because they're magic immune, right? That used to be kind of a soft way to balance them. Now that you're only debuff immune, can you shield people when they're BKB'd and when they're mid-rolling thunder? Because I believe before you couldn't.
Yeah, no, it doesn't pierce debuff immunity, so you probably can't.
Okay, I suppose so. Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, it shouldn't be able to, but...
Glad to see that get changed.
Yeah, for sure. Let it happen. Why not? And they are pushing in mid now on Blacklist, again, keeping this momentum up. And they're coming in for the defense, but mid one's melting.
And maybe it's scary. They might just kill mid one here. I mean, the illusion rune's going to buy him a bit of space. Good shackle. David, wait, KP, did you doom him?
Just to make sure.
Just to make sure. I mean, just in case Carl missed the roll. Low percentage play, but KP, you know, he's going to secure it anyway. All right. I mean, he did get doomed, right? I'm not great. He did. He took one tick of doom damage.
Killed secured. Killed secured. It's all KP won.
Why not? I mean, he's I think he's going to get, not quite. Oh, it is Octarine already completed. There it is.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you had Octarine up, maybe you're a little bit happier still. You've got this tempo even without the Doom. Already pushing down bot as well. Mid one?
That is a wild, that's an absolute wild timing.
Yeah, no.
Raven, he's got a Sunder target. He doesn't even have Sunder. He's got a skill point. He's not even saving a skill. He's not scared, man.
Yeah. I don't see a reason why you'd be scared right now. It's 7-0.
I see a reason for Masaros to be scared. You got one little lonely bridge. Oh, and he's barely going to make it up and across the bridge. Afu doing what he can here, but eventually Carl's going to be able to close the door. That's not even defusal yet on Carl. Blacklist are just absolutely in control here, John.
Yeah, and again, for this lineup from SMG, it devolves into a Naga game, and it's not the smoothest Naga game. Right? That's the one thing I have here for Chidori, where he's not at the point where he's farmed up just yet. Even if he does get farmed up, I don't see him having the net worth advantage over any of the cores of Blacklist, unless Blacklist somehow overextends on literally everyone two to three times over on these cores, which is more than likely not happening.
Yeah, especially because you do have Bosku to back you up.
Yeah.
You know, like, you've got some insurance against that, I would say. But yeah, I just... It's got to come from somewhere. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, this feels like one of my games, you know, where I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm level 5, 12 minutes in, trying to sap some experience from my mid laner who's having a bit of a tough game, you know?
Yeah, all you can do is just sit back and cut your losses, try to hit these spikes, and play from there. I don't think you have anything to offer in activity right now.
much. They do connect on a shackle there on the mid one. Not a whole lot of damage. I believe Tim's has maxed power shot, so he is going to be farming and almost has another diffusal blade. I mean, he still needs the recipe, fairly expensive, right? But he'll get there. Blacklist, though, who are going to smoke up. We'll see where they want to go. They have a pretty good ward in the triangle, so they know that no one's farming Ancients. Instead, they'll head bottom, where Masaros, who has a full Vanguard and almost enough money for the full Octarine, is going to find himself shackled. Oh, got pushed up to the high ground and is going to barely stay alive. Staying still, of course, as quite famously, the eyesight of Filipinos is based on movement. If he doesn't move, they can't see him up there.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Even with the LASIK coming out for Boston, you can't see him.
That's right.
I couldn't see him.
You couldn't see him.
No, it just doesn't. That's just how we roll in the Philippines. You gotta move.
SMG, now they're moving under gunfire. They're smoked up, looking to contest the 14-minute Wisdom Rune. They are gonna try for a kill onto KP. TP's coming on in, though, to counter-initiate with the last seconds of the DD rune. Carl is going to be able to absolutely blow through John well. Mid one at least able to steal away the Wisdom Rune and get out in time, and is going to be able to get 2 Wisdom Runes for his side. So no kills yet for SMG, but they are master thieves here.
Yeah, these are some good runes to take for them to stack up on. I think you'd actually wanted mid one to maybe get the other Wisdom Rune as well. Sacrifice your support. One of your supports EXP just to get your core up and running a little bit faster. Level 9 for mid one. Not the best spot for the Void Spirit to be in. Also not too bad. All things considered, a level or two behind isn't unplayable.
No.
9-0 start, though, for Blacklist.
I mean, mid one's farm is dreadful, though.
It is dreadful.
I mean, I say dreadful as this just can't be good. This can't be fun to play. I mean,
no.
He's so far still from his Echo Saber. I mean, not that far, but needs the Ogre Axe. And as you can see, not a lot of farm to go around here. It seems like they're really prioritizing it onto Masaros, but let's not forget, you've got Bosku to counter him. Bosku, who still has a point in borrowed time, is now going to commit it. They actually almost managed to get through him, but will be just shy. The grip now onto Carl as they doom. I almost called him Makoto, but mid one, yet again, they attempt to deny him, but will fail that as well. Who at least is going to be able to... No, actually, Carl's right on top of him. There's a lasso. It's a kill at the very least onto Tim's. That's worth 350 gold. Not the worst. Chidori now showing up to the fight as well. He does have Song of the Siren. There's not a lot of resources here, but there is a Metamorphosed Raven. That's scary enough and reason enough for SMG to back out of this fight.
Again, they at least find something for their trouble here on SMG. 1 kill. That's 100% gain over their 0.
That is infinitely more kills.
Infinitely more.
Actually, no, it's an incalculable amount.
Incalculable amount for sure, but not enough to really offset this game.
No, not at all. This one's still, I mean, you don't have Song. That mid one is made out of paper right now.
He is.
Are they forcing? They're going to try borrow time back up in 10 more seconds now as mid one in the thick of things is going to have to use an Astral Step on the way out, and he's dead. Raven with the kill there, still fighting into the Metamorphosis as he gets off Asunder just in case. Bosku, oh, he still has borrow time that just came off cooldown. 3 heroes dead from SMG as they try and counter-initiate here. Chidori kind of just sitting around. I mean, honestly, Izanaga, what do you expect him to do this early? I can't really blame him. For the rest of SMG, take a fight into the last seconds there of the Metamorphosis. And honestly, Jonathan, it goes about as you expected, as one would expect.
Yeah, it goes about how I expect, kind of horribly. Yeah. It's just not lining up for SMG. They needed to come out stronger from these lanes.
They did.
The one lane that I really look at is Afu and Matsuros. Like, you go for Venomancer and Batrider, you want to dominate that lane. Sure, to an extent, the Abaddon kind of ruins that. But you expect a little bit more presence coming out there, and it just doesn't.
And mid one has like stepped down here, you know, like he was not farming. They were giving those little stacks to Masaros for him, I presume, to get this Octarine core online. Now maybe the Blink is where they feel like things are going to turn around here, but I mean, Blacklist, they're starting to really run away with this one. An 11k lead, 17 minutes in. I mean, at least you got a kill, right? But not much else, honestly, as mid one is going to be chased down, but gets the Astral Step away in time. He'll be A-okay. It's looking really tough. I mean, Tim's is kind of actually catching up to the farm.
He's got Refusal now.
Holy moly.
So he's going to hit like a truck, and the Universal type for Wind Ranger means she can use these stats really damn well. She can use the stats of Disperser really well as well if Tim's manages to work his way into that one. Doesn't even feel necessary.
Alrighty. Oh yeah. Just doom up John well. Why not? I mean, at this stage, you know, the kill is just more map control for you, as that's going to force Chidori right on away as he attempts to work into this heart. Still pretty far away from it, though, as we do see that diffusal timing out for the support Windrunner. Are they gonna? I guess they can if they use the meta. Why not?
Doesn't take too long. There's no threat from SMG. Like, what are they gonna do? Try to song in? Song's still on cooldown anyway, but even if they did, what's your follow-up to that play? A lasso onto one? Well, who do you lasso? Maybe the Abaddon to ensure your lasso
yeah,
goes through?
it has to be. Yeah,
it's not good.
Well, I mean, even then, he just activates the ulti.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still have counterplay there.
It's troublesome. It's troublesome. Yeah, the way you can kill an Abba, I forgot about that cursed taunt. Holy moly.
It is a very cursed taunt.
Holy moly.
Very interesting taunt.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that one. The way you can kill an Abba is if you break him and then silence him. Then you can just, kill him.
Yeah, we're not getting any of that anytime soon.
No, we are not.
SMG.
Look at the kill streaks. I mean, 7 kill streak right now as well.
Yeah,
Carl's
no
having
deaths on Carl.
one hell of a game. You know, and with a performance like this, dare I say it, these old timers, Blacklist, Rivalry, I would say, especially Raven, the first kind of in that first generation of C players to really make a main appearance on the international scene. I remember hearing an interview where Raven's like, yeah, senators even knew who I was and stuff like that. Like, really a big deal. These guys, they're looking good again.
They're looking good again. It looks like they've been revitalized again. I feel like this potential was always there for Blacklist. It just kind of came down to execution in game, where maybe it's just not too clear. Maybe there are too many heads talking at once. Easier to get your ideas mixed up.
Just gonna try and get out of this one. Oh, sneaky movement here, but only one place he could have been. They're going to eventually suss him out. There he goes. I mean, this one feels desperate already, honestly. I mean, you got Masaros, and they're doing the nexus thing. Look at KP. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's right. Doom cancels and mutes abilities. There you go. And items is what I meant to say. Masaros. He's just dead, John.
Yeah,
he's just dead. I mean, Tim's okay. That's fine, honestly. No one saw it. We didn't.
No miss there.
No miss.
I mean, he was standing still, so my Filipino vision can see him.
That's right. That's right. Exactly.
I'm blinded. But this game is also blinding for SMG to look into. I don't know what you do. Like, I'm still trying to think, what can you do? Maybe you get a pick off onto one. Let's say you hunt Raven down when his teammates are away from him. Bam! You get the grip, you get the lasso, you get the kill.
Where is your damage? Honestly, where's your damage? Because it's like, even if Bosku is playing AFK, even if he's got, both feet up on the desk,
yep.
He normally has 1 foot up on the
No. He's got the knee
up.
feet on the keyboard and mouse.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Like the StarCraft player.
Yes.
Even if he does that, I don't think they even really need him right now. I think Raven's just too strong. He's got a freaking Scotty. 2,700 HP. He's got level 2 Sunder.
You can't burst?
He's got a Dispel. You're not going to burst. He's going to Sunder you. He's going to pop meta. I mean, right now he's going to push your high ground without even first Aegis, mind you.
Yeah, this is, quite frankly, I'm getting flashbacks to almost like a Shopify Rebellion game in NA.
Wow. That's saying something.
That is saying something. That's quite the smasher.
Did you cast that game where Arteezy had like 1 million farm at 12 minutes or something?
I've casted 2 of his games where he's had 1 million farm now.
What the heck is going on in NA, man?
I wish I could explain it, but NA. That's all it is right now.
2 or 3 towers going to go down. They are continuing to be annoying and cut waves. This reminds me of that one patch where Pucks and Void Spirits and Storms would do this ad nauseum to delay games. And it's going to be effective at forcing Blacklist Rivalry on back. And it's buying space and time, of course, but quite naturally, Jonathan. As they say in C, space and time for what?
Yeah.
For you to get doomed, as Masaros is in trouble down bottom, walked up the cliff, found KP, who was smoked up alongside Tim's, and is going to be killed off by the lingering damage.
Just like that. Like, I don't know. Like this build-up, this arms race for Chidori, I don't know if it's enough. They'll find another.
Yep. Nice nightmare. Nice, again, precious second spot.
He wakes up from that nightmare, but you're not going to wake up from the nightmare that is this game anytime soon.
No, you are not. It is getting pretty one-sided here, John.
It is. 19-1. Chidori's about to have a heart. That's something.
That's something.
You can shove back the waves. You can keep working the map, stall out as much as possible. But to what extent? Well, I don't know. High ground's being sieged.
Really clean stuff, by the way, by Blacklist. They do kind of get forced back. They collect the kill down bottom, kill the guy who was cutting the waves. They rotate mid, find another kill, and then immediately escort the wave back top. This is great stuff, but yeah, that's all Bosco to do. He just literally has to press R. You don't have any silences against him, but now the grip onto KP. This is a bit hopeful, but they are actually getting through him, and that's going to be finally the second kill here for SMG. Carl as well, looking worse for wear, has Aegis still for 25 seconds, as that Song of the Siren's going to burn a further 6 or 7 seconds of that now. This might just be lined up quite perfectly. They're going to look for the kill onto Raven. Oh, but he's actually dispelled it. Gets off the Sunder. Doesn't matter very much, though. Bosku is now down for the count. They're trying to ignore Carl as much as they can. Aegis up in 7 more seconds. Really great stuff now actually out from SMG. They have been forced to buy back now from Masaros. Giving chase is mid one. Just barely whiffs there on the Remnant. What could have been, what still could be actually, as Raven in trouble finds himself rooted and killed. Oh no, but by a neutral. They needed that money.
Oh no.
They needed the money, Jonathan.
They needed it. But it's a good defense out from SMG. It does work out the way you want to. The lasso doesn't feel as good, but the damage does present itself. They take that fight while Metamorphosis is down on Raven, so you can't really do as much up front in that siege. And Blacklist, they push the limits a little bit too hard. We're lined up for a magical number at some point, Ridley.
AP. Yeah, I suspect we are. He's fine. I was
just 2 more kills.
Gonna be upset if KP ruined the magic number.
Yeah, just 2 more kills. Don't die, Blacklist. You know, chat loves to see this number.
All right.
SMG don't.
There's a Lincoln's now as well from mid one after that kind of an engagement.
That is important to find. Just prevent yourself from being doomed up. Prevent yourself from even just being shackled up.
Yeah,
big opening with that.
That's good enough, honestly. That is good enough. Mid lane. SMG looking for another fight. Saros did have himself a lasso, rather, and now he's not going to be able to use it because he is going to be doomed up, pushed up to the high ground by the Rolling Thunder of Carl, who's bouncing around in the river, waiting for Masaros to come on back. One more that we need, Jonathan, before we got the magic number, and I think it's going to be Zhao. It could be mid one, though, if he's not too careful, but
there we
Zhao
are.
Doesn't have enough HP. There it is. Everyone's happy. We did it. Chidori is now in onto the fight as Raven is fighting, holding on to the Metamorphosis. He's going to be doing even way too much damage than they can handle right now. He's going to look to turn some of that damage into Chidori now. Zhao fought back and is immediately just killed off, basically right where he stood. Don't bury the grave yet. Don't cover the grave. Zhao, no, he's back the second time. Very hopeful on that kind of a buyback. Unfortunately, killed off pretty much immediately. Didn't even get to channel the ultimate. Good movement from mid one as he looks to maybe cut another wave, but honestly, that's too dangerous now that the wave is a bit too close to Blacklist. I mean, it's another kill at least for SMG. They do find KP again in the engagement, but
Dire's middle tower
they're just not sustainable trades here.
No, definitely not. At least for SMG, they still have this song to play with on Chidori. He's working onto the butterfly, so you don't really have a way of piercing through that evasion just yet. So that's where things maybe start to feel a little bit better with Nagi Illusions. Already tanky with a heart. The evasion should allow them to, again, keep stalling this game, try to hit these timings. I mean, as you scale on, I suppose the utility does kick into gear. Down the line, I'd actually want to see maybe something like, say, Ag's lasso coming through. Double lasso could feel pretty big.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, so if you catch, like, say, Cuckoo, you can catch someone else behind him. Or ideally, try to use the first person to catch Cuckoo.
Yeah, because
that's the play. So try to see what happens. SMG smoking out now.
Carl, I mean, he literally, used Invis right on top of an Observer Ward, so he's an easy pick off. That's something.
That's a huge streak.
Oh my god, that's almost 800.
That's his first death. His first death in the game. That's a big bounce back.
Oh, but it went to off? I mean... get some closer to Ags. I mean, Ags is important for him, I'm not gonna lie, but... You know, I think Chidori could have used that gold as well.
You take what you can get.
I mean, I just think he's so close to Butterfly now. I think SMG maybe Jonathan. Let's whisper it so, you know, maybe they have a chance.
They might have a chance. A sliver of a chance.
See if they get that Butterfly up. What do you think Dota Plus says?
I would want to say Dota Plus is giving us an 80% chance for Blacklist.
80% chance? You're wrong. It's a 91% chance.
See, I can't read the AI as well, because normally, in the last patch, at this point, it would say 99.
Yeah, it kind of
used
would.
to really jump to 99 instantly after a small, big win.
Yep.
Small, big win, but you know, it's changed its mind. Still,
a small, big win.
I
believe that's what they call a bit of a... What's it called? When you have like a deafening silence or a juxtaposition.
A juxtaposition, a small, big win. That's all they need. SMG smoking out again.
Well, SMG needs a big win here.
I mean, if they find pickups, again, if Blacklist starts splitting out around map, then the opportunities open up, but Roshan is being taken.
I mean, the smoke is just far too late. There. Well, is it? It's pretty slow, actually. Well, now that Carl's here, there's a little bit of your minus armor. They'll get through it, actually. Maybe SMG are going to have a chance here. They can song to initiate in. And Blacklist, feel like something's coming. You see the Plague Wards now up. Oh my god, mid one just went through the portal. Does catch Bosco here. They're going to try and pop the ult over, but it's going to be KP who finds the ulti onto Masaros. He refreshes, I believe. So still is... No, he did not refresh. Pardon me. That was the ultimate out from the Venomancer as the Song of the Siren trying to reset this one. Chidori looking worse for wear and out of mana. Afu TPing away in the trees with the important kills. He did the one here on a Naga Siren. His mid one can't protect him, and with Raven now letting loose with the Metamorphosis. It looks like he can't. Down he goes. Raven with the double kill now as Zhao is attempting to TP out of this one as well. Mid one, he's been caught trying to pick off KP, but Bosco keeps him alive. The 8th Remnant otherwise would have killed him off, and KP, yeah, you got to tip the Bosco after that one. Nice fight from Blacklist.
They counter-initiate well. The angle for SMG just not that clean. Like, what do you do after his song to reset?
Nothing.
It's not much. You already got doomed up in Masaros. He doesn't have anything defensive up. The Lincoln's being on mid one means it's harder for him to just go back and try to save someone else.
And the double diffusals mean, like, you just can't ever cast anything.
Just you're always out of mana. Blacklist, just play it clean into the Roche, get the Aegis up, get a little bit of Sunder action. For Raven, onto Bosco, I believe, just staying alive in the middle of all of this. And, well, for SMG, that's a reveal with Butterfly on your Naga. It doesn't do much.
No, it
Talk
doesn't.
about maybe the evasion can give them a chance here.
They needed a better fight. I mean, that felt so desperate for obvious reasons for how this game is quickly, you know, continuing to break down against SMG, and how Blacklist continue to amass the items in that way. But finally, and maybe even for the first time this game, ever since the 5-minute mark, we have a hero on the side of SMG that is at least not below every single other core for Blacklist, and it is Chidori. Mid one as well has been able to find a little bit more farm now, you know, so things are, you know, they're not going as perfectly for SMG, but they're starting to try and at least claw their way back into this game. Now those scans ain't half bad here. The Blacklist, I mean, they've just got the numbers, honestly. They're just too scary.
Yeah, they're way ahead and they know it.
Yep, and they've got vision as well onto Zhao. He is going to be killed. KP waiting patiently for the counter initiation. Good blink out in time from Masaros. Carl's going to give chase here on that Rolling Thunder. Ooh, but bounced off of that little pillar there. It's actually kind of hard to see behind that banner.
Yeah, just missing out on a little opportunity to perhaps find that punishment on Masaros, but you don't mind. You kill off Zhao. You're not really needing too much. Maybe a core pickoff leads to the high ground. They are playing it a little bit more cautiously on Blacklist's end. We're expecting that SMG last time around the high ground did manage to get something working their way. And for the side of SMG, I mean, Chidori's still farming up. Like you mentioned, he's not bottom network core. He's at farm parity with the Doom, which is pretty big, considering that KP has been a menace in this map and has been playing with lower cooldown Devour. But to what extent? Like, when will this Naga carry this game 1v5? I don't know if it can still happen.
It's not. Yeah, no, I mean, it's certainly going to be a bit more difficult here. SMG, see what they can do now as they are mustering for a high ground defense. But that is going to be a TB, I believe, still conserving his Metamorphosis, just kind of doing the damage with the illusions, not really struggling whatsoever. Zhao from range, Saros as well. Bosco, though, ready to go for the Dispel as the Doom. Oh no, the jumper's been jumped. Song of the Siren, it ain't gonna save him either from downtown. Tims picks up the kill, and Carl with the debuff immunity as well is doing lots of damage here. Mid one even unable to jump him as Masaro is forced to buy back. Blacklist Rivalry considering backing up here as Chidori is now making that jump, looking for maybe someone to overextend a bit here. They're going to try and force the ultimate from Bosco. They've done just that now, but that's going to be a kill onto Offo. He buys back, got out the ultimate, but mid one, he's out of mobility. He's down for the count as well. Masaro's still looking for the lasso, manages to blink out before the projectiles from Raven actually connect, but still unable to find the jump. The buyback now from mid one, and that is going to be the sign to retreat here for Blacklist Rivalry. We'll see if SMG can finally find the pick up the hook before. Did you see how fast he died, Jonathan? Jonathan! He's dead instantly. Chidori's going to follow suit. He's got buyback. We'll see if that makes a difference. That's going to be the dieback now from a second here on the side of SMG. Afu hits the dirt for the second time in this fight. Mid one now. He's going to make the jump on in. See what he can catch. Well, a stun. He's copping lots of damage. That's going to be a Fiend's Grip. Do they have a shield in time? No, but Aegis is going to be there to cover him on the second life. Chidori, who's bought back, looking for a bit more damage as Tim's might be the next target. KP jumping back on in. Hoof Stomp is going to end up missing out from him, but Chidori really wants his kill onto Tim's. That's going to be a big one. The disarm preventing that, and now Raven pops the illusions. They're getting onto Chidori even through the evasion. John Well doing his best to save him, but Carl through another Rolling Thunder preventing just that. Raven beyond godlike now without a double kill. They're on to mid one. That's going to be 4 diebacks. The 5th hero buyback is just Zhao, and that's it. They throw in the towel. Blacklist Rivalry get the 2-0 over Team SMG.
And that was a very convincing win out from Blacklist here in game number 2. For SMG, I mean, just nothing lined up. Their lanes didn't go as the way they'd want to. They run this Batrider Venom, which wants to be really aggressive. The Abaddon support pick for Cuckoo just ruining everything in that lane as we see the joy coming out from Blacklist this time around. And for SMG, the despair after a really rough time. I think for SMG, I mean, I would consider this a lot in draft. I think going for the Venomancer and the Batrider, then allowing the Abaddon in was pretty tough to play into. It just felt like, okay, your Batrider lane isn't going well, your Naga's going to be farming, and your mid lane matchup for mid one also didn't quite pan out. A little bit slower than you'd want it to.
You've tried to pick Veno against the Veno Master.
Yes.
And he countered you real hard, basically, is what I'm hearing here.
That they did.
And looks difficult for Blacklist, you know, does give them a chance. They're running now with the big dogs. Execration tied with them at 3-2. Talon still 3-1. I believe our next series, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yes, indeed, versus Army Geniuses. So this does make things a little bit more interesting here for that 3rd or maybe even 2nd slot for the major. We seem to have 3 teams now in the running for 2 slots. That's exciting here.
Yeah, a lot of potential tiebreakers as well. And I'm sure Army Geniuses is extra motivated to try to find that win. Going from bottom to Bali, they'd want to be there.
That'd be pretty big for them. We'll go ahead and see as we're going to go from Jonathan and Richie over to Neil. Not as great as a bit of alliteration as you had, unfortunately. But we're going to go back to the panel and we'll see what they say about game number 2 here.
You could have done Tsunami, Stephanie, and Shaw.
That's true.
There we go.
Got him.
I guess a little bit of alliteration for you as Blacklist, a rivalry, take a 2-0. This ain't Cuckoo fault, this is Cuckoo strength, Cuckoo diff.
If anyone knows how to counter the Venomancer, it is I.
And boy, that was a game-winning Abaddon pick. Shut down literally everything that SMG wanted to do. The Bane couldn't do anything, the Batrider couldn't do anything, the Veno couldn't do anything. And I don't even think it mattered what else Blacklist had. Although, yet again, I am satisfied with how much Raven participates early on.
I feel like it's such a different outlook for him. I feel like the whole season, last season, we were complaining about how he's kind of AFK.
Yep.
I feel like he's, if anything, maybe he's fighting too much right now. You know,
Yes,
he's literally in every fight, Raven's there.
And I'm like, bro, you're a Terrorblade. I don't know if you need to be at this fight. And he didn't even have like Sunder sometimes. And I'm like, if you really want to fight,
Moral support.
Boy, I guess that he was there for moral support and damage support. He was there for everything. And he gets a 2-0 victory. Solid performance from Blacklist, Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, from my perspective, I think that's how you unlearn your old self and, you know, like be a new person. Because you're so used to being in the meta where your entire team does everything for you, right? You just need to right-click hero, right-click buildings. That's all you need to do. But like now, actually for a long time in Dota, you actually need carry players to be there, to be present. Like you don't have to be the answer to the fights, but you need to be there because when they bring their carry and you don't join, it's like 5v4. There's no way you expect to win when you're outnumbered, right? So I think this is just a really good way for Raven to learn, and like props to him because it's not easy for you to just go against whatever you believe in the past and then, you know, try to be the better player for your team.
Also like Blacklist's approach, like they are enabling him, like this airball made him feel like even stronger, felt really protected. The team's always there trying to connect to him as well.
This is a good outlook, and something that we've been advocating for probably like 2 or 3 tours, but now that it's a aura-heavy meta, I feel like you're incentivized more than ever to bring your carries to fights, because it's almost like your offlaner's net worth is adding to your carry's net worth. You don't need to be so scared, be like, oh no, if I join this fight too early, I don't have my BKB. It's fine, I got, Crimson Guard that's gonna keep you alive. All I need you to do is right-click people, and I'll save you. Especially if you have save supports like Abaddon.
I think it's also being in the vicinity. Like, you get a kill near a tier 1 tower, suddenly your carry's there hitting the tower, which is what you want. It's a lot of pressure on the map and a lot of ability to take objectives.
Carl gets the MVP for game number 2, but I think pretty much everyone on the team did an exceptional job. How'd you feel about the Wind Ranger pick?
I think it was... I didn't really think of her as a support hero because I'm more used to seeing her mid in my pub games. But I mean, like Adam and probably Winter will also say, she's a really good hero to secure Doom's laning phase, But yeah, I think she's one of the strongest heroes to pick to flex because she is a universal hero and she benefits from the damage a lot. So not only she can work as a support because she has stuns, she has the win rate is kind of annoying, honestly, early game. But she can also build damage and be some alternative damage source if your mid or off lane don't really do that often,
On Wednesday, we saw DJ on Bleed. His first item was Octarine, and then he went Gleipnir, and he was 4 position with Eyesight Sights in his lane, and he was like, nah, it's fine. We interviewed him afterwards, and he was like, I'm going to be... I know this is going to go late, so I'm just going to build damage.
Carry now.
I'm the carry now. And he ended up having the second most damage on his team. But we have another interview with a damage dealer. We got a Blacklist Rivalry's Raven on the line. Raven, congratulations on the win. Did you see that Terrorblade in game number 1? And then you were like, let me show you how it's done. Let me show you how TB's really played.
I think it's just our laning is just very good. That's why the TB suddenly feels so strong. So I think that's what happens.
But was the laning that strong before the Abaddon pick, or after the Abaddon pick, you're like, oh, life's good?
After the Abaddon pick, obviously. Yeah.
How do you feel about TB as a hero overall right now? It's one of the most popular carries in this patch globally. What do you think about him?
I think right now he's okay because of the Sunder nerf. But he's still one of the best carries right now.
Yeah, so after you could... it was kind of broken that he was doing it through spell immunity, though. That felt like a bug.
Yeah.
So now he's balanced, but he's still quite good. All right, I'll take it. Adam, you got any questions for Raven?
Yeah, you've been much more active these 2 series compared to a lot of your other games. Is that the new approach your team is taking now? Raven go fight?
No, I think he just wants to be aggressive as 5. Counting numbers, that's what we want. So right now, Raven needs to go fight, needs to go to tower. So yeah.
Did Ninja Boogie do this to you?
Yeah, he keeps scolding me.
Oh no.
Hey Raven,
hello.
I would probably prefer to ask offlane this question since they are the one building it, but I got so annoyed, and I think carry players are the one who actually have answers since you guys have priority to get farm. So this meta, right, it's just keep Vanguard offlane into Octarine. What do you think as a carry, what advice could you give to us or Pops to deal with this?
To deal with this, you cannot deal with this. You're just gonna...
just cry.
You cannot do anything. Yeah, you're just gonna cry and leave some lane. Then maybe the off lane you're gonna have the Octarine also, your teammate.
Yeah.
So you're just gonna deal with it.
Fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
I have a question. In the Monkey King game, you went for this Maelstrom into Mjolnir against Terrorblade. We were talking about if it was good for you to buy Deso against their supports. What made you buy the Mjolnir over the Deso?
I think the Mjolnir because versus the TB. So I have the magic. Damage. So that's why if I buy the Deso, I can't fight the TB at all. So that's why I bought the MJO.
Today I learned.
Okay. Yeah. We're all smiles right now, Raven, but I gotta ask, Monday, the 2-0 against XERXIA, what happened that series?
I don't know also. It's the XERXIA suddenly become the best team in the world, We want to gank the offlane, but we cannot kill him at all. It's they keep reading our moves, and I don't know what happened that time.
What was the post-series talk that you guys had? Where you guys what just happened? We were going to we were doing so good, and then XERXIA beats us.
Oh, it's a 2-hour talk, so no need to.
Well, it worked.
It worked. Whatever you guys talked about, you took Wednesday off, no games, and you came back to get SMG, and you did an amazing job. Raven, congratulations on the win, and congratulations on your continued success. Your next opponent is going to be Bleed. Do you think that's going to be the toughest opponent of this DPC, or did you think Talon or maybe SMG would have?
I think Bleed right now is very good, so we're just gonna be ready.
Okay. Well, you got the weekend to prepare. Raven, congratulations, and we will speak to you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know something, Neil?
Tell me.
You can't spell Blacklist without Bali.
The BL. No, well, okay, you can't spell black. Oh, wait, no, that list. Oh, you're right. Okay, I got you.
It's fate.
It's fate.
It's meant to be.
It's predetermined. Although a lot of letters from Berlin are also in Blacklist.
That's true, but the A is missing.
Actually, with Blacklist Rivalry, I think you may have enough letters for Berlin.
That's the name's too long.
Yeah.
You could probably spell a lot of things.
That's true, you could.
Do you know, Neil, that Bali, you add a K behind, it means come back, like back, so come back to measure. And look who they got for their newest edition.
He's back. They're back too. Back from whatever they went through on Monday.
Yeah, I know.
Now you know the strat. The 2-hour talk is all it means.
I like how their interpretation was similar to ours, which is like XERXIA randomly became the best team in the world.
I mean, it's true. XERXIA played so well in the series. Like, I can't really blame them for losing as well. They look as lost as we all did.
But that's why I was so hot on them in their series against Talon on Wednesday, because I was like, oh snap, XERXIA suddenly like got the sauce. And then they show up against Talon and they look like a Div 2 team.
They look decent in today's series as well.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
I made a tweet.
They kind of threw, but...
You see my tweet?
No.
They were like winning against Execration. I tweeted like, I'm so impressed by how much they've improved. It wasn't like they're gonna win tweet, you know. It's like I think they
did it in the middle of the series.
I did it in the middle of the series.
Oh, you cursed them.
I did curse them. They lost like 2 minutes later. I'm sorry, XERXIA.
Is that why you were late like me today?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
It's because I believed in you, XERXIA.
Yeah, I was watching the game in bed, and they were like 8K net worth up in like game number 2, and I was just like, oh, this is going game 3. I can show up a little bit late. And then they hella through, and I was like, oh, I need to go to work.
Being able to be in a position to throw the game it means you're progressing well.
That's true. That means at some point you had the advantage.
It's about fixing things. The first step's the early game, the mid game, then the late game where you inevitably through. Just learn from SMG.
As always, silver lining.
Yeah. Better to have won and lost than to have never won at all.
Not knowing what you did wrong.
Sometimes it hurts more, and not the way that they do it. And if you want to do some winning of your own at home, well, I've got just the platform for you. You can go to epolls.com, and you can participate in our quick matches, which we've been doing recently. It's a way to play tournaments and be able to win big. If you have Prime, then you have the potential to win $1,000 at the end of our tournament. And if you want to get Prime, then you can use the code DPC23Summer, or you can scan that QR code. We'll put it up on the screen for you so you can take out your phones and you can put it in, and then you can be participating in our quick matches. It's a fun way to test your mettle against other real Dota people with something on the line, as opposed to just MMR. Just MMR. Numbers don't mean anything to me.
Numbers do not.
I need bank account numbers. Unless you're one.
DPC points matter.
DPC points matter.
Those numbers matter.
Which Blacklist are on their journey to adding more to their DPC points. They are now 4-2 in the DPC, which means that they only have 2 more opponents. They've played a lot of their games, actually. So they only have to play Bleed and Army Geniuses.
It's going to be interesting. I feel like Army Geniuses is still kind of fighting with them for the spot. Bleed, obviously, a bit more favored for us. I think they've grown a lot as a team and have come really far. Should be pretty cool.
Yeah, and AG still has to play against Talon, which is our next series. Aurora, any predictions for that?
Okay, I feel like from what I've seen from Blacklist, right, they got 2-0 by XERXIA, but like they bounced back. Talon, they got 2-0 too, but like from the game that they 2-0 back, it didn't look like they bounced back completely.
Yes.
I would say it feels like they were still in the zone where they're somewhat lost.
Their 2-0 loss was against Bleed, which is a legitimate team to lose to.
Yeah,
No
but
disrespect
before
to
that, they were the
XERXIA.
best team. They were the undefeated
Yes, they
team.
are. You're right. That's the standard that we hold them to. And yes, after they returned, so it was getting 2-0'd by Bleed on Monday, and then they came back on Wednesday, and against XERXIA, which was formerly the best team in the world for 3 hours. You're right. They did not look like they were completely put together.
I mean, Jab said like we should be aiming to be the best team in the world, not just in the scene. Now they have to go back to being the best team in the scene.
I saw it's an incomplete, not fully charged Talon enough to beat Army Geniuses.
We'll have to find out. That is our final series of the day. And since it's going to be a quick series of 2-0s, we're going to have a little bit of a longer break, although maybe we have some defense of the hot takes. We are. Ooh, we're gonna have some hot takes for you guys. Okay, so not too long of a break. Instead, we will be back maybe in around 10 minutes, and then we're gonna grill our panel and perhaps force them to eat some spicy sambal. So stick around and we'll be back after a break.
these words. Oh, so many times. I'm thinking you knew better than the other guys. Riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, always gonna cry. The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the roll of dishes down when the world will stop without a sound. In a moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Southeast Asian DPC, where I've got a little something for you guys. I've got some sambal here, and I've got, I don't know, what are these chips called?
I have no idea.
Okay, I've got some chips and some sambal. This is my first time playing the game, so I will explain it for both of our benefits. This is Defense of the Hot Takes, a game in which we have to present our panelists with some truly spicy questions, ones that if they were to defend them and say that, yes, this crazy take is actually accurate, they would just sound downright delusional. But if they are able to give me a compelling reason to believe them, well, then maybe I might agree with them. If they give me a very flimsy reasoning, I think they need to be punished by ingesting a spoonful, maybe not a spoonful, I don't know how much is a lot, of sambal. And thus the hot take is consummated with some hot spice. I've got a heavy-hitting panel for this one. So Adam, I'm told, is the reigning champ right now.
Ah, that's bullshit, man.
Well, we're already getting started, it seems. Winter, how many times have you played?
One.
You played one.
How many times have you won?
0. That's because he's the host.
Oh, wait, who are you playing against?
I was playing against John, and he just wanted John to win.
Okay, I say. Well, this time I am thoroughly impartial. I like/dislike both of you equally. So that means that I can be very, very rational with these discussions, while you guys have to be very irrational, because I'm going to present you with some truly heinous takes, and I need you to defend them with your life. And the way we determine who goes first is the person to most recently lose their pub game has to go first. And Winter, if I'm checking this Dota buff correctly, around 20 hours ago, you were playing Crystal Maiden. You were supporting a safe lane Necrophos?
Yeah, he thought he was off lane.
He thought he was off lane.
Yeah, the game was over.
Underlord was already picked. I see the pick order.
Yeah, they were all off laners.
What can I do, man?
Who,
I'm just a
who
CM.
drafted them?
No, I don't get to draft. I'm below 65.
Oh my god, unbelievable. Okay, fine. Well, just because of that, you're going first. Can we present the first hot take for winter? Mid one was a better offlaner than a mid. Now, you can choose to accept this hot take if you think you can come up with a good defense, or you can pass. But if you pass, then you have to defend the second question.
No, I want this one.
You want this one? Okay,
Yeah.
let's hear it. Winter, so restate the statement and give me a good defense.
I mean, mid one, obviously. Look at Tour 2. They got it. He played off lane and they got to Berlin. And right now, look at them. Fighting for relegation. And look at the heroes, like he's feeding like every single game. Like he's feeding, like literally every single game so far he's been feeding. Negative score.
That's not true.
Oh, Spirit, Void Spirit.
I see Chidori sundering him on occasion. He's saving mid one's life.
It doesn't matter if it's the CEO. He's just a better offlaner.
Okay, well then what about Masaros then? Maybe Masaros was the issue.
Yeah,
Is the
he's
issue.
also the issue. They got a subpar offlaner to replace the god mid one offlaner.
How'd you like mid one's offlane hero pool, huh? I remember at Tour 1 we saw him playing some offlane Ember Spirit. Classic offlane hero.
Yeah, but then he evolved into the Doom every game. The Doom, the Visage, those are his best heroes. Beastmaster, he won so many games with Beastmaster, Doom. They first pick his hero, no problem, counter me, bro, but I still win. But look at his hero right now. They pick his hero early, they pick his hero last, they still lose. Offlaner.
Okay, honestly, that's pretty compelling because I could see it going both ways. If I gave you the opposite and I said mid one was a better mid than offlaner, I feel like you would have gone back in time. You'd have been like, remember when he was on Secret, he was goated back then, and now he's playing offlane on SMG. Is that what you would have done?
No.
Oh, what would you have done if I swapped it around then?
I skipped.
Just skip.
Okay, fine. Well, you lucked out this time, Winter. That was a pretty good defense. Adam, as the reigning champion, let's see what your first hot take to defend will be. As we type it in. Malaysian players carried China.
I feel like this is too easy.
Too easy! Adam wants a challenge!
Do you think I should take this?
Okay, how about this? If you think it's too easy, I will choose the harder for it. Let's present the second one, and let's go for the harder one. Malaysian players carry China, or people from Singapore are very polite.
That's easy too.
Oh! Okay, Winter, which one do you think he would lose on?
I mean, he's half Malaysian, he's half Singaporean, so...
I also speak Chinese and Malay.
I think the first one's too easy.
You think the first one's too easy? I actually myself want to hear the argument for the first one, though. I want to know why Malaysian players.
I mean, you're the impartial judge here, so you decide.
I'll say I want to question one for you. Malaysian players carried China. Tell me why.
Did you watch True Sight? All right, let's bring this back.
How many True Sights are we going back?
Okay, we bring this back to the first year that China was successful and they started integrating Malaysian players, okay?
Okay.
It was back in the day, my boy Afu in LFY.
Okay.
He had this insane run on WG Unity and then he goes to LFY where, who was Monet? Do you know Monet at that time?
I don't think I knew him.
I didn't know who was Inflame. I guess we kind of knew Inflame. Who was their mid? I don't even know who their mid player is. I know Afu or Spirit. Afu Night Stalker with the face boots. Every game, he was the best pause forward.
It was Super. Super was their mid laner.
Yeah, where is he now?
Where is he now? Well, lowercase Super is still around. Uppercase Super, I have no idea.
Unlucky. All right, so Afu, that was
a good
his
one.
best performance ever. He was the best post forward at that tournament by far, and he carried LFY so hard so far, top 3.
Okay.
Next TI, the boy X Nova.
Okay.
Recruited to LGD, scouted from across the ocean. Out of all the Chinese players, they're like, no, I want this Malaysian dude. He goes to TI, second place?
Second place.
Yeah, but
Place?
the Malaysian,
third place.
Malaysian players carried China. He did not carry.
No, you listen to the story, okay? Did you watch True Sight? No, I'm taking this back to the beginning of it. Do you watch True Sight?
TI9, LGD got third
What
place.
did X Nova say? He said they're rushing.
He did say
And
that.
nobody listened. He tried his best. He put them on his back. He turned on his map hack, his Sixth Sense, and they just didn't want to listen. So maybe you can say he didn't carry China, but he tried.
Okay, but riddle me this. Since they've started integrating Malaysian players, When's the last TI that China won, Adam?
Right. You know what the answer to that is? I've got nothing to say. Who's currently on LGD. Second place once again. Dude, do you know where this guy came from? This guy came from a team with me and Winter. That was his team before LGD. Do you know how hard that is? He jumped from freaking Alpha X hashtag in Thailand to go to China and then boom. Second place TI. My man's driving his Lambo right now. Can't hear you. Vroom, vroom. Third, second. Even IG with Ollie and JT. Dude, they won the major. Question mark? Where is EG?
I can't see in South America.
I can't see.
I don't need this ball.
This man's too good. Adam's a beast at this. The first hot take winner is going to be Adam. Malaysian players carry China. At this point, it doesn't even seem like a hot take to me anymore. I read it, I listen to that, and I'm like, yeah, obviously they did. Okay, Winter. I don't know how the process for this works. Adam, I'll trust you to give him an adequate amount.
How much you want?
What do you mean him? I'm taking my own
You're
amount.
the loser. You don't get to talk.
What?
It's good.
I still need to work after
fair,
this.
all right.
You know?
We all have to work after this. Oh, wow, that's quite the glob.
All right, Malaysia. Winter's a Malaysian, so I expect very highly of them.
Oh my god, he just went in. He didn't even think about it. He didn't hesitate.
You need water?
Just to
Shame.
digest
Shame on
it.
you. Oh, it happens. Anyone got tissue?
Do we have a tissue?
Go away.
What, am I putting too much pressure on you? Here, I can, would you like some
Get him a drink.
extremely stale water?
Some syrup bandung.
Let's see, does this even work?
It probably
Hey,
does,
don't-
but I don't think you want to drink it.
That's not
Pink.
drinkable. That's not
Why is
drinkable.
it pink? You can't see it, but it's pink for some reason. Wait, maybe if I... You can't tell.
You just try to remove the
I think the color is like leaching out of this.
Oh
this
no, the
paint
pink
job.
the drink was pink before you came.
The drink was pink.
It's a pink drink.
It's a pink drink.
At the beach.
I don't want to die, Neil, please.
You actually seem okay.
Don't give me that.
I'm not gonna give
So
you
was
that.
it spicy? You're
No.
just a good actor, no?
He seems fine.
It seems
It's
fine.
sweet.
Sweet.
Oh.
Yeah, sweet and spicy. I
Winter
always say.
hates sugar, so I guess it's a punishment.
Yeah,
anyway.
under normal circumstances, I would test it to verify, but unfortunately, I've been informed that it has some shrimp
No.
paste in it, and I'm vegetarian.
No. No, who says so?
It does have shrimp paste.
Now you're definitely lying
He
to
wants
me.
to try to
Now
kill
you're
you.
100% lying to me. Okay, first round is complete. Adam with a convincing victory. But this is a best of 3. So let's present our second series of hot takes. Who are we going with for this one?
Up to you.
Dealer's choice. I'll let Winter go first again. I want to.
Production hates me.
Okay, Winter. Let's see what your next set of hot takes will be. First question. 5 Adams would beat 5 Winters.
I'm supposed to defend that.
You are supposed to defend that.
What the hell?
would I
No.
beat him at?
I saw the second one's 5 Winters would beat 5 Adam.
No, because
Six
obviously
Adams would be 6 Winters.
one of them would not be a hot take in that situation. The idea is that it's something that's hard for you to defend. If you are convinced that you're better at Dota than Adam,
I mean, he's better for sure.
oh
so
god damn
he'll
it.
be-
Okay, go to the next question then.
It doesn't have to be Dota. We can have a fish breeding.
Oh, this is a great one. Winter was too heavy for too fucking good. Now, if you're unfamiliar with this player, I don't blame you. I only became privy to him around 5 minutes ago when we were coming up with this question. In TI3, Winter's team, if you recall, was MUFC. Famously, in the group stage for TI3, went 0-14. And then when they got to the BO1s, they proceeded to lose 1-0 against a Bulba Team Liquid. That was TI3. And the roster for MUFC was, I always forget how to pronounce his name.
WTF.
WTF.
Yeah. It's literally just the spell.
Oh my god, I never knew it was WTF. Okay, yeah, so that was their carry.
Hon player.
Their offlaner was Ling. 4 position was FCFZ. 5 position was Winter. And their mid laner, too fucking good. Okay, Winter, I want you to do the second one, actually.
Me too.
Okay, Winter, I would like you to defend that you were too heavy for too fucking good. It's because of you that your team went 0-15 at TI3.
This is not fair. I'm playing pause 5. I'm placing some ops. How am I losing us the games?
You're not defending it.
Yeah.
I need you to defend the take.
I feel like you need the whole bowl.
Think about it. It didn't have to just be you. You had a whole team. You had WTF, Ling, FCFC. I'll let you defer blame.
Okay, I'll blame myself because
You'll blame yourself.
I put the team together, the first day of,
Did you?
First day of the
This
team.
is your Malaysian squad.
Yes, this is my fucking team, man.
Okay.
I got us a boot camp. I got us a PC.
Wait, so tell me the process that you put together this team.
First person, I think it was FZFZ. Because he was my best buddy back then.
Okay.
And then the three of them, they were like they were three of kind, whatever,
What?
They were always
Package.
together, like a package,
He's in a pod.
They come together.
Okay.
So like, okay, let's just go together. They needed somebody to pick heroes. And I could only pick heroes and I needed them to carry me. Place observer wards, stack some camps, and every game, too fucking good, please, fucking carry me, please.
And this was the era of support where like wards cost like 150 gold.
Oh, I have bracers.
You had bracers. Who let you get bracers? You're not allowed to have. Who let you get the farm for bracers?
Too fucking good. He's too fucking good to the point where I got money to buy bracers in a time where supports have no items.
And yet, still, you squandered it. He let you get the farm. You stacked camps for him, and still it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was me. I picked Omni Knight the last game. They told me Omni Knight was a good pick. Should have known. Fucking Omni Knight. I'm not lying. The last game is the Omni Knight. Fuck that Omni Knight.
You're right. Okay, so the last game, let's see the pick order. Liquid. If you recall, this team Liquid was Korok was the carry. TC, the terrific core, was the mid laner.
You lost to IX Mike
But you
and
lost to
Bulba.
IX Mike, Bulba, and Fluff and stuff. This was Team Liquid, the North American Team Liquid during TI3, and this was the draft. First ban was Darkseer against. So Liquid banned Darkseer Visage. Why'd they ban Visage?
Oh, we had a Visage player.
Yeah, the Visage player.
Oh, okay. Ling was a Visage player?
Yeah, it was probably him.
Okay. Wait, was it off lane back then?
No,
or was it
No, he was support.
It was when Ling and X Thing were like
He played all the micro heroes.
You banned Naga Siren Bat Rider. Really, you were afraid of Korok Naga. What do you mean? This is your draft.
I don't know, man. I don't remember.
That's too long ago.
I remember the Omni Knight, and it was a fucking.
That was a carry Omni Knight, right?
You know, they last picked it.
Was it carry?
They had Lesh
Probably.
carry. You had safe lane Lesh.
Dude, Lesh was not a
Lesh
carry
was
at that
support
time. Yeah,
back
Lesh
then.
was post 4.
You're right.
It was my boy Art Style.
Oh my god.
Art's Art.
Your carry Omni Knight went Arcane Boots, Force Staff, Headdress.
Yeah, it was me. I came up with the idea, that brilliant idea.
Meanwhile, Too Fucking Good is playing his ass off on DK mid, going 1-6 in your final game.
Against the
Too
OD
fucking hard to carry.
Okay, Winter, that was pretty good. I think that you were garbage, but that wasn't really a hot take. I thought that was the case from the beginning. Adam, let's see what your hot takes are going to be. Present the first question.
Production, be fair.
Okay, your first question is, what? Nature's Prophet. This guy right here. Best hero in the patch. Now, if you are unfamiliar with the statistics, in all of Division 1, Nature's Prophet is uncontested. No picks, no bans. The hero is supposedly irrelevant, unless Adam wants to present me with a defense of why he's actually the best hero in the patch.
Can we see 2 and choose 1 again?
Let's see the next
that sounds
question.
more fun. I like
it is,
that.
yes. I like being able to choose between. Adam fluked his wins over Ice Ice Ice. So I'm told, Adam, that your history against Ice Ice Ice, you have never lost against a Fnatic.
I lost against Faceless when I was playing in Mineski with Mushi. I think that was the only time.
But other than that, every single time you won was apparently a fluke, supposedly. Winter, which one would you like him to do?
Obviously, the second one.
You want him to defend fluking his wins over Ice Ice
Yeah,
Ice.
because he doesn't believe he fluked those wins. He believed that he truly won those games.
Okay, Adam, let's
Wait,
hear
so
it.
I'm supposed to convince you that I fluked, right?
Yes, you're supposed to convince me that they were all mistakes.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Wait, let me think.
Okay, you can brainstorm for a little bit. Let's go back into the
What team was
archives.
Ice in when I was in Fnatic?
When you were on Fnatic.
RNG?
Ice?
No complexity.
Oh, Ice was in VG, right? It wasn't even in my region.
Okay, so when you were talking like Disneyland era?
It was like Cole. I think when I was in Complexity, we beat Fnatic like in 2 tournaments.
Which?
I think it was ESL and Disneyland.
ESL Mumbai? Mumbai was April 2019.
I think it wasn't Mumbai. I think it was Katowice? Katowice, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
Your
it
Katowice lineup.
No, it wasn't Katowice. We played Katowice with Talon. It was like before that. Or ESL were there.
If we're going even further back in time, you didn't go to any lands. Those were all qualifiers. I see a bunch of qualifiers that you did not get first place in. North America was rough.
No, we lost to Quincy, but we qualified for ESL. Was that Mumbai? It might have been Mumbai.
I think it was, it may have been. Okay, so in Katowice, you did Isocice's Fnatic in Katowice 2019 was MP, Abed, Isocice, DJ Jabs.
Did we beat them?
You were playing them in groups.
Time's up. You should be impartial.
You split
Don't give
against
him time
them.
to think.
We only beat them in Disneyland, I think.
Okay.
Time to go.
So then, all these other times that you've beat Isocice.
It doesn't seem like that.
Yeah, I know. You may have lied to me. You may have not had any wins
I
against
feel like
us.
we won them at like the 2 lands we met.
Okay, this is a very flimsy. Do
Yeah,
you
it
believe
is
that he
kind
ever
of
beat
flimsy.
Isocice? I don't even know if he ever beat him in the first place.
I only believe he fluked.
Yeah, but at this point, he believes that he flukes. Yeah. Okay, defend the first one. NP's the best hero in the patch. Go.
All right, guys, remember last year?
Yeah.
TI whatever, Tundra 1.
11.
Yeah. TI 11. Liquid, Mickey was first picking Lina. Lina did not exist that patch.
Lina did not exist at that TI.
Lina did not exist at that TI, that's correct. And what happened 3 months later? Lina started becoming this heavy-ass hero. People started building Maelstrom. Safe lane Lina, never heard of before. Whoever did it, I think Watson or 23 Savage or something, and then people caught on. And Lina became this first pick hero. Now, NP, he's going under the same treatment right now. People think it's a nerf, but the map is so big right now. You can literally farm one camp with Treants and TP to the other side of the map. People in their head, they think Portal is the counter to NP. But the Portal is so far away from the camps. You can farm 3 Ancients. You can't even go to your Ancients on your safe lane side. You just go, TP there. You can steal Wisdom Runes. You can get a Tormentor. You can put wards down deep. Who can ward so deep? NP is the only hero that can fly there and put deep wards, self-vision, self-everything. So if No Tail was a pro player right now, NP would be a first pick fucking hero.
Okay, but your Lina defense, though, I think like no one was even picking Lina like even before. So she
It was only liquid in like the last
liquid.
4 games.
And she was still basically the same hero. But then before that, she was irrelevant for like a year. Nature's Prophet was extremely relevant, like not but a month and a half ago, which means that he's still fresh in people's memory, which means that people should still be trying him. The thing with Lina is that like people forgot about her. She was at like no one even knew how to type LI on their hero thing to pull her up, but people tried Nature's Prophet and apparently are not doing good with him.
I see, that's what Valve wants you to think.
Okay.
When you read the patch notes, like numbers going down. Everything's going down. Damage lower, TP cooldown more, but you don't understand, the map is bigger. So when Roche goes to the other side, you go to the other side too. You can split push permanently as Nature's Prophet. Octarine, you build early Vanguard, you have Octarine at 13 minutes on Furan, dude, you're fucking everywhere. What cooldown nerf is this?
I'm not buying it, Adam.
I'm buying it.
I'm looking at the Pro Tracker right now. So Lina...
That's because you're looking at real stats.
Exactly. I'm live fact-checking this man. I won't let him spread this misinformation on my beach. Lina in Dota 2 Pro Tracker has 98 matches right now. Which means that she's not, no one's even trying her. Nature's Prophet has 220 matches right now, which means that people are desperately trying to make this guy work. 40% win rate.
40%?
On Nature's Prophet. Lina has a 44% win rate right now.
So if you like take the 200 plus players that are playing it, and you have to cut half, right? Because not everyone's good at Dota.
Excuses.
And then you have to cut another 10% because only 10% of pro players matter. It's Liquid, Gaming, 3-3.
Yeah,
3-3 doesn't play NP, It's not his triple. Ace plays NP, He knows. He's probably the reason it has 40% win rate compared to everyone that has been losing on it.
You're in panic mode right now, Adam. I'm not buying it for a second. Winter, you are the winner for the second round of the hot takes. Adam, please treat yourself to some Sunball. Load it up for him.
This is fine, He's a fucking
fucking
Malaysian Nature's Prophet.
Best hero in the patch, my ass. Whoa. That's a heap. That man
How do I
heaped it.
show this? I can't even fit this in my mouth.
There are 3 dimensions of that Sunball right now. One bite. One chomp. and this man is processing it. Winter, you still look pretty good after all that. I thought you would need makeup after. Oh no!
Might need makeup soon.
That was that almost been fueled by spite, Winter. The amount
I really
of
hope you
sambal.
don't lose the next one. The next one.
There is a perfect amount for the final iteration of this best of three. There's just enough that you can scrape off the sides and really treat yourself. Okay. That was pretty brutal, but I am impressed with your resolve, Adam. And now we have our. Wait, what? We can't finish the best of three? I would prefer to finish the best of three. We can do a speed run. We'll speed run it because we have a video to show you guys afterwards for our final series of the day, which is going to be Army Geniuses versus Talon. And since it is All Chat Friday, we are having some interviews with them. But as I am assuming 5 minutes into the future, you'd rather see these two people suffer for your entertainment as opposed to watch Dota, right? Right? Plus one in chat.
I need revenge.
One in chat. You want to see Adam potentially get revenge or potentially double down as we prepare the final series of hot takes. And it's gonna be bullet chess. You know chess, right, Winter? Were you ever a bullet chess player, or you only play traditional chess?
I mean, I can beat this guy without looking at the board.
Okay, well, yeah, but do you do well under pressure? You know, fast reactions. You got to go quick on this one. I'm giving you 1 minute to defend the same question. Both of you are going to defend the same take, and I'm going to see which one of these two questions. Okay, here's question one. 4 players are doing the carrying on bleed. This one, okay.
Yeah, it's not a hot take.
Let's just roll with this one. Okay, well, I can give you a different player that you, that is apparently the shortcoming. Okay, for Winter, let's see, what would be harder for him to defend against?
Let's do Ice and DJ, maybe.
No. Winter, you have to defend that, that DJ is not doing the carrying, and Adam, you have to defend that Ice is not doing the carrying.
DJ, or rather, I have to defend DJ is not doing the carrying.
Okay, no. Here's what we're gonna do. Winter, you have to defend that Corden is doing the carrying on Bleed.
What?
You have 1 minute, Winter. Meanwhile, Adam, you're going to...
I'm done. Fuck. Defend Corden?
Now you know why Winter didn't make it in bullet chess. Goodbye, Winter. It was fun.
Easiest defense of the hot take of Winter's life.
Oh my god.
Bye, Winter. All right, friends. Are you now ready to return to the final series of week number 2? I hope you are. I thoroughly enjoyed the defense of the hot takes, but I think I may enjoy the Dota just a little bit more. It's Talon versus a Mansion Army Geniuses, and for both these teams, we actually got a chance to speak to them. Let's take a look at our All Chat Friday for this series.
Hello, I'm Jeff, Auckland for Talon.
Hi everyone, I'm in your dream from AG Mansion Esport.
I think it's very good for us that we lost and we have to learn a lot. I mean, of course we didn't want to lose.
Actually, not much different. It's just, I mean, every team, every player, they have different personality, right? In my opinion, on how we work together, it's just based on us. You know, it's come to ourselves. You have to respect your teammate, treat them like your family. It's how the coach try to train your players. Maybe that one is different.
Oh, I think it's just that I have a lot of choice. I think it's just that we trying something and instead of that last week, they ban a lot of my hero. They didn't have much choice.
I think this team can go further, far away to I don't know. It depends on the player too. They have to like show like they're worth it to earn the spot in the major or the TI. It's ourselves. So I think based on my confidence like now, I think we're confident to like go further, to like qualify to Bali major and then later on to TI. I mean, it means a lot to me, especially this is the first Indonesian major, like in Bali. I want to qualify. I want to be there, as a representative Indo team, right? EG is an Indo team, so it's like so many, I don't know, pride maybe. Yeah, as an Indonesian.
I think it's pretty decent landing, and it's depending on what hero he's playing. So I don't really have much problem, I think.
If we beat them, it will boost our confidence, right? To actually beat another team, because we are like beating the major team that qualified like Lima Major, Berlin. I mean, it will boost our confidence. I think that's.
Depending who's in my team, but he's kind of high rank, so I don't really want to pick him. I will be like minus 40.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, I play with him a couple of times in PUBG. He just, I don't know. Sometimes I just don't like people who like talks a lot in PUBG game. Try hard. I'm a chill person. Yeah.
Nothing. Have fun.
Maybe don't play too much Valorant before fighting AG. We might gonna beat you.
Just thank you for sharing, and I think we lost to Blade already, and we're not gonna lose to anyone again.
Oh yeah, please keep supporting AG no matter what happens, because I love you guys.
That's another all chat Friday for you guys. Talon going up against Mansion Army Geniuses, where they had some wise words of advice for their opponents. Talon said, "Good luck, have fun." And meanwhile, Army Geniuses are conflating the shooters that Talon like to play, because yes, Talon may have a Valorant team, but the players on the Dota squad, well, they like playing CSGO, don't they, John?
That they do. They haven't been
missed
playing
this
recently.
story.
Yeah.
No, I watched the VOD. I watched the VOD. I saw that John is apparently, that should be the defense of the hot take for you, John, that you are actually the best CSGO player on the Talon organization.
Easy to defend.
Not what I heard. Not what I heard on the panel.
I can defend it. They just had a good game there, and I had ping. If I didn't have ping, I'd own.
That's true. Malaysia's a laggy country.
Yeah, like my local internet
18
wasn't
ping,
up yet.
goddamn.
Yeah, it wasn't up there. So
great. Well, I know not to give you that question because now I'm convinced it was ping, John. That's why you were too heavy for your other Talon voice. But welcome to the panel, though, as we get into the Dota for Army Geniuses versus Talon. Any defense of the hot takes for this one?
I don't think there's really a big hot take. This is a pretty competitive series. I think if Talon hit the same lows we saw up against Bleed, then AG has a very real chance of winning this. But we've seen them recover. And we've heard from Jabs, it looks like they're taking every match now seriously, so we'll see what kind of Talon we get, I suppose.
I feel like that's been the story of Talon, What kind of Talon do we?
Yeah.
It's never whether like a team can take games off Talon, or whether Talon's like the worst team between the two. It's
they are their own worst enemy.
It's like whether they are consistent enough to like bring their A game over and over again, and how much are experimenting they're doing.
Yep.
As we get into the draft, could I get the cams on the panel, please? Just for a moment. Okay, Adam, I would like you to lean forward into
water ball.
You're not as shiny as I thought you were. I thought after that Somball glob,
I wiped some off.
Yeah, you did a little dab, and you're feeling better now. When hopefully we have reset your mind as we get into some analysis of the drafts. Although I did thoroughly enjoy both of your hot takes. Ultimately, though, Winter just could not defend that Corden was single-handedly carrying.
The man drew the line.
You gotta stick to your principles at some point.
I love Winter, but he's lost twice in a row now.
He has lost twice in a row.
Miserable.
He rage quits too much. I think that's the problem. I don't know how he is in Dota, but if how he is in defense of the hot takes is any indication, I don't want him on my team. What I do want on my team, though, is Doom and Techies, the two most contested heroes of this entire DPC. John, I checked the numbers after you anecdotally shared that you thought Techies was the best, and he is the second most contested hero in not just SEA, but globally.
Should be globally.
Yeah.
In every region I've casted, which is every region except Eastern Europe and South America. All of them have had the Techies first phase. It's been really popular. I can't fault teams. You do take it away from the Doom combination. I think Army Geniuses has a solid foundation with the Doom as well, which is also really popular. But the Techies, the big part about that is it just enables a lot of offlanes. It doesn't have to be with the Doom. You could go with the Underlord, you could go with the Beastmaster. Almost anything just feels good with Techies.
Those are banned out, though. Army Geniuses are one step ahead. And now Talon need to figure out a different pairing for their Techies.
I wonder if they'll go for the Terrorblade here, because it's been a pretty popular pick. 23, obviously a really good TB player. I'm gonna go for a Magnus instead. I was talking about TB because of the bans. Like
the first phase.
I think it's because it's what AG has been winning with the most, and it's just targeted at them. Like, we're not going to pick these heroes. We got free bans. We'll ban these heroes.
And we've seen Magnus be very, very successful. Although I feel like its best role has been in carry. Or am I just being Palos? Like, I see Palos doing work on it. I'm like, oh, okay. Clearly, Mag carry is the best role for this guy.
I think it works in either position, off lane or safe. It scales up pretty well. I don't mind it too much in off. You still go for like Harpoon, Blink, maybe a BKB if it needs to be in the game, and you still kind of get the job done. You can enable maybe something like the Ember mid more often than you would as a safe laner. You can enable your safe lane as well to play a little bit greedier, so I don't mind it as much in the off lane. We did have, I believe it was KP we saw in the first week, have an insane Magnus game.
Also
so
true, yeah.
I am convinced that this hero is super flexible right now, and again, if you think about the lane, if you are running the off-lane jabs, Magnus plus Techies is pretty good.
Yeah, that's true. My opinion of this hero is that you pick it early, and according to the pace of the game, you decide where to put it. Like, how countered are you? Because if you're mega countered, you want heroes to cover your bases. For example, I think we've seen this Magnus play against Naga and Morphling, and it's just really bad matchups. Like, he's not going to carry. You know, he's just really hard. So I think in those situations where you see this Morph come out, this Naga come out, you want to pick another hero on top of the Magnus to like help you get through the game.
Yeah. It's just a really safe bet. I wonder how high they prioritize that good game for the Magnus, though. Like you mentioned, you want to get the bans out there. They are banning some crossover heroes, right? Like Faceless Void gone, Bloodseeker gone. You see AG taking out the Slark, which 23 has performed to a really great extent on, along with the Ember combination with the Magnus. But the Illusion heroes are still in the pool. Rubik's still in the pool. I think that's one way to really break up the Magnus down the line. Lift back when you see him blink in. Pretty instant way to cancel off any combinations. Steal RP, not too bad. Stealing Empower, all the spells of Magnus feeling good. So I think if Talon go along the same ban path, then I would see AG maybe gunning for Rubik. Rubik Mirana is maybe a bit awkward as a support duo, but we've seen it before.
Varys plays the Mirana for them too, so I think it's alright. They do take out a Rubik on Talon. I feel like a hero I like against Magnus a lot is Phoenix. Even though the hero's kind of slow, I feel like every interaction in the game is good against him. Fire Spirits in lane is good. Sunray later on against his high HP pool is good, and Egg is just a trump card on top of RP most of the time.
Yeah, I'd actually like to see that if AG wants to go into it. You don't have a good clear on Talon's end. It might force up maybe like a Snapfire support, but that's also not something I've felt like was in a good spot. And Mirana's on AG's end, so they've got their bases covered. You do have a lot of Mikado heroes currently in the pool at the least, although we are likely gunning for our Ollie hero next, and they did ban out the Pugna themselves. What else has Ollie been playing? He's been playing a lot of Lich, I suppose.
He has not been playing that many different heroes.
Yeah.
It's been Lich, Disruptor, Pugna has been his selection, which in comparison to Army Geniuses, like this is usually something we see with teams that are not in a good shape. They've played 8 different games during this DPC, Army Geniuses, and on average, their players have played like 6 different heroes. They do not have like a very, very stable foundation right now. Meanwhile, Talon, Jabs has only played 3 different heroes this entire tour. Oli's only played 3 different heroes this entire tour. They know what they like, and they consistently make it work. Whereas Army Geniuses are kind of just throwing stuff at a wall. This is the first time they've ever picked Mirana, and this is actually the second time they picked Venomancer.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced by the Venomancer. I know what it does in lane. I know it can really suppress a lane. And to be fair, I guess against Talon's heroes, they don't really deal with Venomancer all too well, but
looking at this lineup, like Venomancer plus a Mirana support, what kind of stoppage do you have for something that's mobile from Mikado? Like, say, Pangolier could come out. You could get the Storm Spirit for Talon as well, although you don't have the battery. Like, there's a lot of options now for Mikado to feel pretty damn free against these two supports.
Yeah, I expected the Bane coming out from EG, actually. I think it made a lot more sense with their heroes. You have the Fiend's Grip and, well, Nightmare set up for Arrow, obviously. It's also interesting you brought up the Pango, because I felt like Talon would have picked the Pango here. Maybe they won't now.
They won't now.
Maybe they've just picked the TB. So TB plus support leave the last pick for mid.
I see.
I wonder if they're thinking about something like a Kotl, just to have a TB Kotl again.
I think they want something good against PL because that's the best pick for AG right now. With Talon as well, they favor the PL against TB matchup, so I would not be surprised to just see them outright pick a quote-unquote PL counter.
Oli hasn't been playing it, but I feel like Oracle would be pretty good for Talon.
They're the Oli hero.
It's not an Oli hero. Silencer instead gets picked up.
Yeah, it's a stable pick. I think the Silencer Terribly lane is fine. You've got some team fight to tie in with your Magnus, decent presence. I don't know if that really does anything against the like a PL pickup potentially though. It doesn't feel like it handles that if AG are having the same idea here. So potentially your core matchup can still work out fine for AG. Although, yeah, like
they'll have the answer come from mid lane. Your supports. Tell me a support that does good against Phantom Lancer. Give me one.
Yeah, Grimstroke.
Yeah, Grimstroke.
Okay.
CM to an extent. Support LC when it used to be 5.
That's a hot take.
The new the new overwhelming odds, I think, kind of ruins
Probably
that
not,
though.
yeah.
Because she has
before.
to jump into the PL.
Yeah.
Before,
though,
yes.
Before. That's what some teams would try to flex out. Maybe not the biggest win rate though.
Can also see Ursa for AG, but I feel like the hero's kind of dead right now. I think PL is just the easy pick. I think the thing about the Silencer that's nice is it protects the Magnus, you know. We talk about this like Rubik Glyph or Dual Sword and stuff that comes out, but when this Magnus blinks in with a global silence, it's free initiation.
That is true. Like it does simplify the game here for Jabs to get that up and running. I think the one thing with say an Ursa pickup is into a Magnus Techies lane that, I mean, you can burst down Techies when they commit, but you're also susceptible to just getting slowed down with a sticky, the shockwave, getting pushed back into the tower. It can be really awkward.
Right, so no PL, but they go for a Naga instead. I actually like this more, because I feel like right now the initiation for Talon has become very complicated. It's because of the way Song works against like RP. I mean, again, there is global, but Naga's a very natural Manta buyer, so it's not really going to come into play.
How do you like, we've been seeing, I'm shocked that illusion carries are still as popular as ever before. And so, like, it's surprising to me that consistently PL, Terrorblade, Naga Siren are almost always in the discussion of what hero should they pick. Why has TB emerged as the champion of these three heroes?
I feel like in SCA specifically.
But it's also globally, but sure, SCA specifically hit me.
I think for SCA, it's been a lot of games that the teams lost, especially in week 1. I think with Bleed as the best example. It just felt like they got outscaled at some point.
Okay.
And TB just feels like this hero that can almost win every matchup, you know. And you also have an option to play with pace and timing earlier in the game against bad matchups. Like there's always a power spike for you. I think for PL, it just feels like with this eggs, it's really strong right now. Like the heroes that used to counter PL are heroes that clear his illusions or like kill him outright. And right now this PL is 1000 range away from you throwing lands. There's nothing for you to kill. You kill illusion, you lose HP. You kill illusion, you lose HP mana. It's just super annoying to play against.
And then Naga?
I think Naga is specifically picked up against Magnus.
Really?
Yeah, at least from what I recall. I've seen a lot of these Naga versus Magnus matchups. And I feel like it just makes the game so hard for the Magnus. Like you RP, Song comes out. And it's pretty impossible to RP the Naga. Also, it's hard for the Naga to die in the RP because you know you have Heart, you have Manta, you have a lot of HP. And if you look at Talon's draft right now, Naga does not die in the RP, even if TV's hitting her.
I think in a general sense as well, like the illusion heroes are popular because of the expanded map. I think that's the initial reason why we've seen these heroes pop up, because it's easy for them to just play in the jungle, catch up even after a bad laning matchup. If any bad lane presents itself, you've got the recovery path, you scale, and you hit those timings that Adam mentioned there. So it's just a result of, you know, the map being as big as it is. I'm surprised they left the Pangolier from...
There's an Invoker in the pool for AG as well. It's pretty nice against Talon's heroes.
I wouldn't mind.
What else is there? I'm trying to think of an Empower hero that deals with this Naga. I don't know if Pango's the answer. I feel it's kind of flimsy.
Yeah.
Thinking more of a tiny, but I don't know how good the hero is now. All right, go for a Pango.
It's a little bit stressful to be a Pango in this game. Like, you have early timing against Naga, but I feel like now Talon kind of have to play really fast, and they're kind of limited to how fast they can play with their cooldowns. Like, RP and Global Sounds feel necessary to take some of these bigger clashes, and
I like this pick
but it's
so
probably
much.
mid though, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. No, I love this pick though.
So we discussed this on Wednesday. Globally, in all of the DPC, mid lane Winter Wyvern, 100% win rate out of 2 games. 9 and Sumail played it. Support Winter Wyvern, 0% win rate. It was picked 4 times. And this is a mid one. Well, it's not mid one, but it's a mid Winter Wyvern being played by Yoe.
So a really good hero against all 3 cards on Talon. They also have this like double layer of protection right now, right? You have Curse to protect Naga and you have Song to protect the Wyvern, along with this Moonlight and Venom wards. It looks very hard for Talon to initiate and take fights. You also can't really siege as terribly this game against all the spam coming out.
Yeah, it feels like an awkward game for Talon. Like, for them to kind of take control, they've got to pretty much stomp lanes, and the one lane that I can see maybe stomping is Jab's lane with Q. Like, the Magnus Techies is probably your best aggressive lane. Playing into a Naga can be a little bit tough. Varish as well they can kind of deal the damage back on AG, and they can dodge out a lot of those spells. So I think Talon has to execute at a very high level. For AG, it's a lot more straightforward. Like, again, you have favorable core matchups. You have this Midwinter Wyvern, which does feel pretty good against a Pangolier, and I think they can hit their timings.
I feel like AG's draft is just so much simpler to execute. You know, they don't even need to do anything on the map. They just need to cover each other in team fights and expect moves from Talon. Whereas the initiative's on Talon to kind of take map and use global really well in this game.
But can Talon skill diff their way out of a potential draft loss?
Very possible. I wouldn't put it past.
So, but again, it's a lot harder to go through that. But I feel like this Terrorblade lane's the one that I have a question mark on. But how much you can get for Savage, it's really down to Jabs and Q. I think that lane's the one lane that they should win, and if they don't, then it gets a little bit shaky.
Well, I haven't seen much Winter Wyvern, but I hope that she can cool down Winter, who ingested a great deal of Sambal earlier. Let's send it over to our casters. It's Winter and Seek and Strike.
You know, Winter, for as cool of a name as you have, you do be spitting fire up there when we do the hot take segments.
Don't worry, I'm fine, Neil. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself.
Wow. Wow. That's already a spicy take, Winter. So we get into what is our last spicy series of week number 2. Talon taking on AG, and much like we have Winter on the cast, we have Winter Wyvern taking the mid lane. We saw support Winter, I believe Wednesday. Didn't look that good, and I'm not talking about your puppy. I'm talking about support Winter Wyvern. We're looking at, of course, a mid lane Winter Wyvern now, which I believe Sumail has been playing a couple of times over in the Chinese region. What do you know about this hero in the mid lane? Have you been watching a lot of CNDPC?
I mean, it's a very good hero against Magnus and Terrorblade. I think a lot of these meta heroes that have been picked constantly are these universal OP heroes. People are trying different heroes to deal with them, you know, and Winter Wyvern, you're able to turn it around and use it against his own teammate, you know, so I think it's a pretty decent counter. I think we saw, I remember seeing off-lane Wyvern the other day. It was, I think it was B8. They picked it 1 game or so. It was also against a Magnus, I believe. So it's definitely like I feel like it's a pretty reasonable counter towards Magnus.
All right, we'll see how that ends up working out here. Sounds like the panel was, well, hold on, we'll have to wait a second. Reflection TV's already underneath his tower, though. Seems like a bit difficult to get that kill. They can see this Veno underneath a ward, but I don't think Veriz is going to actually venture on over here, considering he saw the TB. No, he's alone. The panel was kind of really favoring this Army Geniuses draft. Where do you stand on that, Winter? Seems like if you had to take a look at these drafts, ignoring the teams, ignoring the players and the head-to-heads, which draft actually do you prefer on paper?
I mean, first thing I would do is I count the universal heroes.
All right, of course.
So for Talon, they have Magnus, Pango, and Teki, so 3.
The battle begins.
AG, you have Mirana, Veno, and Winter Wyvern, so 3.
All right.
So universal hero counter.
It's even.
Even.
We're going to see the first tie in Dota.
But overall,
I mean, 23 have got, you know, they have a couple ties already here on the side of. Dude, you get a tie. It's okay. Don't worry.
Forgive me, the Sambal is disrupting my thought process.
I understand. You did really scoop on yourself. You didn't even let Adam get revenge, but fair enough.
I conceded.
You did concede. And we'll see how the mid lane's going to go. I'm really curious how this actually plays out. It's been a long time since we've seen the Wyvern mid. I remember when, who was it? Tundra, wasn't it? 33? No.
Yeah, 9.
9, that's right. The other number was taking it mid a lot of the times back then. On the Orchid Rush, and basically not, solo ulting people, but just kind of owning the lane, lots of HP regen, and then you relying on the strength of the ultimate. So eager to see how AG is going to be able to use it here.
So what's the build nowadays? People go, what, Witchblade? I guess you go Travels maybe, Witchblade, and then you play around the Aghanim's? I mean, it's mainly about doing damage during your Winter's Curse. So you want to build damage so you can right-click from a far range, and you keep soul-killing heroes, I believe. And in the team fights, you're going to be able to counter-initiate the RP, and you pop the Curse right away, but you have to deal with a global incoming as well, so you have to itemize to dealing with the global as well.
Yeah, I'm really curious of what the play is going to be, as that's going to be DB, likely falling in the top lane. Ollie makes that 23, he gets the kill credit there, and Ollie did not have his second skill point, to actually steal any int.
They actually killed him without using meta.
They did. That's a good point. That is a bit surprising. Yeah, that is a bit surprising.
I mean, you definitely do not expect a Terrorblade killing you without meta.
Yeah, no regen on DB, but even so, now that meta is used, things getting maybe a bit more difficult for him. Top, actually they're getting some damage on the 23. There's that point in the Arctic Burn. Yoe took first point in Splinter Blast, didn't he? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he wanted to secure the range creep.
Just taking a look at the other Winter Wyvern game I've seen, which was Sumail's, to see actually how he builds in this one. Seems like it was the Rod of Atos into Ag Scepter, and then, from there. Oh, no, he did, pardon me, go for the Witchblade first. 20-minute Witchblade after the Rod of Atos on Sumail.
Yeah, I think it's there's pretty much a lot of items that you can go on the hero depending on the situation. I personally have not played much of this hero, even on support, so I'm not sure what you should do with the hero right now. I mean, the hero is weak in the lane, that's why you don't play it as a support.
Right. I'm just surprised you never wanted to play Winter Wyvern as Winter's Winter Wyvern.
I love playing the hero before.
Really?
Not anymore right now.
What changed?
The laning, he has such a weak laning right now. Before you do a lot more damage with your Arctic Burn at level 1. I think it was, right now you do 4% burn. I think before it was at, maybe it was 8 at level 1. It was way stronger at level 1.
It was way too strong at level 1. And what is it? They gave it a ton of extra flight duration. I remember you saw on Stockholm, people really started discovering how strong this hero was.
Yeah, you fly around, you place wards. Yeah. That's why it's really good as a support. Same reason about previously why Rubik was picked a lot as a support, because you could easily place observer or sentries.
You can quelling trees from further away.
Yeah, and you get extra cast range for that. So he's really, really strong as a support.
I do really enjoy that aspect on the Rubik. Well, for now, it seems like fairly strong as a mid laner, going toe-to-toe with Makoto's CS just fine. Top lane as well. They do have Metamorphosis back in 30 seconds, so another way for DB to casually just farm. Has now the full, well, the Ring of Health. Not like you need to assemble the darn thing, but Ring of Health finished up for him, so he'll get going on his regen pretty safely, as Jokum is going to lose out to unblock the camp in the top lane. That's kind of nice. You can hide the ward down here in this kind of crystalline area, which does block.
This is your favorite department of the game.
Warding?
Warding and the
It's true. We know what our favorite department is together, though?
Tell me more.
Power runes.
Power runes,
yes. Not quite yet. We're still a bit early for that. Jabs and Q maybe looked like they were actually going to make a play down bottom, but a bit too far. Instead, action top again, where Metamorphosis is coming off cooldown shortly. DB and Jokum, both between the two of them, have got like 300 HP, so I'm surprised they're playing it this close, considering that Ollie is holding on to a Blood Grenade. Slightly risky. There's a point in leap, so I suppose the bottom with 7 stick charges and the Lotus. Yeah, that's the thing, right? With Lotus, you got to keep this thing in mind. That's a big heal right now, actually, Jokum has. And he might...
Jokum?
Well, we'll pop the stick first, but DB is actually the one in trouble. Has 13 wand charges. He'll be okay. In fact, he's going to hold on to them for now.
Yeah, but that's going to mean that they have to play really defensively for the next maybe 30 seconds to a minute or so. So Terrorblade is going to be able to free farm in this lane.
They're going to get TB's courier, though.
Yeah, nice catch there.
That had the full power treads on them, so missing a bit of the extra stats now in the attack speed from the Gloves of Haste. It's a bit painful.
Yeah. Previously we talked about how like Wyvern is a counter to the Magnus. I wonder if you think about it this way, if the Magnus you build damage, the Wyvern is going to counter you. So why not if you actually just consider building
Wait, DB? Oh, tried to juke him. Around the trees he goes. Now he's going to force the wand charges, but good micro there. And DB is going to die. I wonder if he wasn't going to make it. I guess he felt like he wasn't going to be able to make it out fast enough. Either way, he's dropping the tip on the 23, so I guess he's not feeling too bad about it.
Yeah, how is the Doom actually doing so badly in this lane? You know, when I look at the lane, it's Doom plus Mirana against Silencer TV. I feel like it should be like a wash, you know. This lane should be very easy for the Doom to farm.
It's going to be a bit of a problem, but the Devour Gold is eventually going to start stacking up. Makoto.
Curse into Arrow. Oh, he has no mana.
I think he's okay. Arrow is going to have to be a big one from Jokam. Oh, no. Oh, got hit right there with the shield crash and is going to fall. Makoto turning that one around. It is at least a DD rune denied, though. Whereas got there first. So one of the biggest action runes, the most generic one, double damage, already taken out of the pool. So basically haste is another big one. Arcane, perhaps, on your way.
I mean, the DD is not that useful for either mid-hero, you know, the Wyvern or the Tangle.
Really? I don't think so. Two universal heroes don't want DD? I disagree, man. 88 damage by 2? Yes, please. Top lane, DB's going to take another death. Again, another death without the use of meta.
I mean, how is he dying so much in the lane and bot lane?
Also being out-rotated because In Your Dream, in trouble, as he is going to go down to the right click of jabs.
I mean, Talon is just showing them who is boss of SEA region right now.
Seriously.
Like first 7 minutes of the game, already 2k gold ahead, and Wisdom Rooms are going to spawn. So at least AJ is going to be able to secure one.
Talk to me about what the point we were making about the mag build, right? You were saying how this Winter Wyvern, who's still off to an okay start, by the way. I think the best thing to pivot around if you're AG right now, also counters the Pango pretty well as well, right? But tell me, you were speaking about how this Wyvern pick can impact the build that Jabs might go for. What were you getting on that? What were you going?
Yeah, normally you would want to build like Echo into Harpoon. You get a lot of damage. You try to scale as much as you can as Magnus. But I feel like this game you might want to consider just going for like the Aura build. You get a Crimson Guard, you get a Greaves. Greaves is pretty useful at removing the Ensnare later on. You can also remove the Arctic Burn, the Gale from Venom. Those are the useful spells that you can debuff it off. And if you build like a Crimson as well, it's good against Naga. So I feel like it could be a better option against the Wyvern.
Okay. Yeah, I see that for sure. 8-minute rune spawning in. It'll be top regen into the bottle of Makoto.
So DD regen.
DD regen.
So the next rune is going to be a very, very important rune because it still has haste in this
shield, arcane, illusion. TPs, this time all around for top lane. Blood Grenade thrown. 23 is going to be able to dodge out that arrow. Nicely done. And actually, with his illusions, doing a fair amount of damage back to DB. Connecting from the mid lane is Ali. May have bit it off a bit more than he could shoot. I don't think they scouted all the TPs that were coming for him. So that's going to be Yoei picking up his first kill. That gets him pretty close as well to this route of Atos, Winter.
Yeah, Yoei has to do a lot of heavy lifting this game. Because if you look at how DB is doing right now, he's so poor. He has such a bad laning phase.
Yep.
The Wyvern has to pick up a lot of the slack left by the Doom.
It's going to be a slow Vanguard on this Doombringer.
Dire are scanning.
And second item going to be even slower.
Yeah, he might actually have to play really greedy and just rush the Midas after this.
I think so. I think so, because Jabs is also going to play a bit greedy. We see this smoke, by the way, which is going to catch the Naga illusions. How much further do you want to go is the question. Probably not much more. Makoto is just going to clear out the camp, steal some of the experience, and move on back towards the mid lane. But back bottom is where I wanted to draw our attention, because Jabs, after the Vanguard power tread, still going for the Echo Saber. So it seems like he is feeling confident enough with his start of the game, perhaps with the start as well that 23 is having, that he can still be a bit more greedy, play for himself.
He just needs to be very careful in the team fights against the Winter
Ali mid, in trouble. Wow, got a lot of slows. The stick charges, the damage from the Gale ought to be sufficient. Eventually will fall as they make a play for In Your Dream, but he's got the Song of the Siren. Maybe even looking to turn here, Winter.
Wow.
Thought about it.
Yeah, that was very good of him to have an extra skill point save. Some players, they'll just go full greed and just die, you know, when you get ganked in the jungle this early in the game. So 10-minute rune gonna spawn. So you see all the players trying to
haste is the big one, I think. And it's illusion. Not bad at all. You can dispel silence with this, of course. And maybe even avoid a nice big stun courtesy of the techies. So into the bottle for Yoei. We'll see what he wants to do with that. Are you considering at this stage a rotation onto the TB? Is he a bit too big? Jabs is the most farmed hero of the game. They may not know that exactly, but he's real confident and has now maxed in power. Should this be an action rune for AG, or can they afford to kind of just continue owning the mid lane as they have?
I think at some point you have to try and go to the side lanes and kick one of the +1 heroes out.
Okay.
Nice roll.
The roll is really good. Just about flawless. That's going to be a pretty decent damage done on the Winter's Curse to waste basically the rest of the Rolling Thunder, but it's not going to really change much about that engagement. The first, not the best use of the Winter's Curse, but still plenty more to use for it as DB is able to TP out. Finally has the full Vanguard. Oh, does not have the full Vanguard. Pardon me, Winter. He only went for the Ring of Health. Straight into the Midas for him, so at least his recovery is going to start now.
Yeah, I was trying to make the point where you were asking me whether they should rotate around. I feel like they definitely have to rotate to one of the side lanes, because right now if you look at the map, the Terrorblade and the Magnus, they're both playing like carries and they're both so greedy. If you don't make any moves to stop them from farming like this, you're just going to get outmaneuvered on the map. They're just getting way too much of creeps and gold on the map.
Yeah,
so
you brought this up in the last game we casted as well, right? About how someone was playing a bit too greedy, like they were a carry from the off lane.
Rider.
And yes, that's right. And the enemy team was out-rotating them and kind of catching them out farming.
But right now, because they're winning, so you're allowed to be so greedy, you know, when you're winning. And if you're winning and you get away by being even more greedy, you're just going to win the game very quickly.
There's the Rod of Atos into the arrow. Makoto taking a fair amount of damage. Illusion Rune was popped to tank for the tower, so not available to dispel, but with the Winter's Curse, the Arctic Burn already active, no damage done to Yowie. Makoto is going to bottle up the 12-minute rune. It's a haste rune,
and
so I think we have Arcane and we have Shield left.
Well, how did actually they know this rotation was coming in, so they popped Global. He used Global to save the Pango from getting cursed, and then immediately I feel like AG was very quick to make the smoke. Okay, they used Global for nothing. Let's smoke and try to make a gank, and Jebs just retreated.
Yeah.
Like he just knew that it might be dangerous for him to stay bottom after that.
That's, heads up move. I mean, and he's got good incentive to come back into the triangle anyway, doesn't he? I mean, he's just farmed up a triple stack of the Ancients.
Oh my god, he is
so
big. Fat.
He's big. He's a big lad right there. Instead, Talon, they're going to move into the top side of the map. They don't have meta for 30 seconds here, Winter, but it doesn't seem like it's going to stop them from pushing. Rolling Thunder's ready alongside this Diffusal Blade. There's a Moonlight Shadow, DB as well, moving in with the Doom.
They just need to run. Talon just needs to run away right now. They already forced all the rotations. Magnus is going back to bot to farm. I mean, this is really, really good play from Talon. They're making sure that once they move AG to bot, they go top, and once they go top, and AG forces a rotation to top, and then they run away, and they just send heroes to farm bot.
And now it's safe to farm bottom again. I expect to see Jabs kind of move on in after he collects. Wow, was that two? Yeah, 2 Lotuses already.
Gosh,
kind of banked up there. That's significant.
He's so fat. 8k net worth at 30 minutes. He's even fatter than the Terrorblade.
He's got 2,000 HP as well. I mean, ridiculous.
Welcome to Universal Dota.
Yeah, honestly, 10 damage, 20 attack speed. I mean, he is feeling pretty good about himself right now, and it's a lot of experience as well for this year. I mean, we haven't even seen a first RP. By the time we'll see the first RP, Winter, it might be a level 2 RP.
I mean, look at what Talon's doing at top. They're also taking the top tower. Oh my god, 3 heroes taking the top tower, 1 hero farming mid, 1 hero farming bot.
Yeah. Well, they're going to try and maybe kill the hero mid. It is just a support silencer, but in your dream, getting involved here now will rip right through him. Jabs is going to connect on the shockwave, but not much more to be dealt. And instead, the action is top, where the Wisdom Rune is claimed by Jokum, but 23 is going to be able to take down DB in exchange. No tower here makes it very difficult for AG to try and fight this, especially as the arrow is going to sail wide and miss on any hero. AG at least get the kill mid. They're going to maybe look for one more now. There's a Winter's Curse available, and the Invis Rune from Yowie being put to good use here. He's going to need to probably commit the ultimate to stop Q from just blasting off. We'll see if he wants to do that. The attack speed slow. Second arrow is going to miss as well from Jokum. Oh, and Techie's kept alive there through the wand charges and the infused raindrop.
Yeah, he's going to have to TP back to base.
Mid lane, what's going on there? That's an RP. That's an RP onto 2. Oh my god, that's the Harpoon already finished. A 14-minute Harpoon? Holy moly, in your dream. He can't even get off the song in time to save him. But now there is going to be a Winter's Curse. Oh no. Did they end song preemptively? I can't quite tell. Jabs caught by the creeps here. Good damage out from Yowie. It's percentage base as well.
Oh my god, he's so tanky.
Ollie. He is tanky, still alive, takes down the illusions. And no more damage from range here from AG means he makes it out alive.
How did this man get out alive? This is not fair at all, man.
That is a crime, Winter.
Yeah, call 911. This guy got out of jail.
He did. He did. He killed the Monopoly Man and stole it as Makoto takes down Jokum. I mean, Talon kind of running away from this one. Doubling the kills now, 10-5, a 5K net worth lead as well to boot, as they are even now, this is the enemy mid. I mean, yeah, there's still Blast Off as well. 23 just going to throw the Reflection on it, and an easy kill as Makoto just going to use the Rolling Thunder to pick it up in style. That's all Tier 1 towers down, or will be shortly here, as soon as this Fortify is going to be over.
I mean, I want to say this is by far the best first 15 minutes of a game I see Talon play this season. And they're just really, really clinical with each and every move they're making.
That's right.
They're really careful and methodical. They're pressuring, forcing rotations, and just taking advantage of the whole map.
It's so crazy that they're able to play so aggressively, as you say, everyone is farming pretty greedily, that in your dream, if he's going to check, he's actually going to be able to pick up the Wisdom Rune. Talon have not really been on this side of the map for a full 2 minutes.
Did he see it?
I don't think so, not yet. Wait, is that their Watcher? Is that a Radiant Watcher? Or is that neutral? I can't tell.
Neutral. Still neutral. So meanwhile, I think Jabs, he's pinging. He might actually know that somebody is farming around this area. Yeah, he's pinging.
Yeah,
he's gonna find the Wisdom Rune.
Gets the Wisdom Rune. In the meantime, Talon wrapping through the jungle. That's a lot of damage there. Equal ward placement by both teams with the map movement, the control. It's so much better from the Wyvern. Oh, the sticky mine's nearly enough. Long duration stun on the arrow. Jokum goes on in. Second sticky bomb might be enough. Yet, indeed, down goes the Wyvern, but at the cost of Makoto. Not a terrible trade here for AG, especially as it looks like they're going to get a 2-for-1 with Q also going down to boot. Both kills as well. Going towards In Your Dream. He's barely keeping pace. Harpoon over in the mid lane. DB just constantly getting ran down by 23, and now Jab's joining the fray.
His Magnus is totally owning this game, and meanwhile they were able to kill the Pango and the Techies in return.
It's something. Yeah. But I mean, honestly, the Pango is a problem with how good Makoto's rolls have been, with the swashbuckle damage now we're seeing alongside the Diffusal Blade, but I mean, you got a big problem, and his name is Jabs. He's big.
Yeah, I feel all your eggs are in this Winter's Curse basket. You have to land a really good Winter's Curse every fight. And once again, Jabs catches another fish.
Yep, 23, looking for more damage. All right, that's some decent stuff out from the illusions there. Melting through one hero. There's going to be the Arctic Burn now onto 23. It's not enough spell for this, but without a curse, they do lack the damage.
Oh, here comes DB with Doom.
Going in for it. DB has the Doom available. Is there a Manta style ready? There is not, but there's also not a Doom available either. There's the Thunder, and Jabs now pulls it In Your Dream, and Makoto's going to send him down. Rolling Thunder, the counter initiation. Buying back for that one was Ollie, completely surprising the side of Army. Geniuses, Yoei has the curse, gets it off onto an illusion, but it's still not going to save his life, Winter. The Doom finally out onto Makoto, where he's behind the Tier 2 tower, kind of being ignored, as Talon hoping that there's more cores in the vicinity, but everyone else has gotten out of here in time. Makoto will die, actually, as Jokum is going to sneak from behind to collect the kill. But an expensive trade here against Army Geniuses. Ollie, what a play. The buyback global completely turning that one around.
Yeah, Talon just too far ahead in the game.
Right one step ahead, right?
Yeah, right after the laning phase. It just gives them way too much resources to play with. Even the supports are just gladly happy to trade a buyback to win a fight right now.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
AG, they have to try to find a solution really, really quickly. They have to try to, wait for the next set of cooldowns with the Curse and the Doom, and maybe wait for your, hard timing on the Naga to try and consolidate on one side of the map, defend one area, and try to put some wards down and fight in that area. You need to try to defend something, If you just give Talon everything, you're just going to lose eventually.
Very true. I think at least the good news for AG is after the buyback of Ollie, he becomes a very real target for AG. So I'm sure that'll affect his positioning in the next fight, considering that he's not going to be able to buy back for some time, and his death timer as well is going to be pretty long as a result of the buyback. However, Talon, they're not going to wait for that. They're going to smoke up actually in the mid lane. They've got a couple of big ultimates themselves still, actually, even with Sunder.
How are they going to initiate? There's just the Harpoon.
Yeah. I mean, into the RP, Makoto with a ton of damage. Ollie as well to follow up, as in goes Makoto. The follow-up stuns onto 2 and Winter.
Who needs dagger?
That's the class that they needed. Harpoon is the initiation, and it is the death of 3 AG heroes. There's the Naga Illusions doing pretty good work, but Jabs once again the bodyguard here for Q, who is not going to take down the damage. And just a one-sided affair right now, honestly, Winter. But no global needed, just RP, Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
Beautiful chain stuns. Q was third in as well with the blast off. Good stuff.
Like the Naga has to, I feel like in the next couple of minutes, he needs to find an opening to Song and Arrow, combo one hero down, and try to take a fight from there. Preferably when Global is down, because there's not many ways of dispelling the Global.
Does 23 have Butterfly already? No, he doesn't. He just has the 2 components. He's still waiting.
He has it. He has it.
Does he? He's got the he did have the talisman.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is...
I mean, we talked about how Jabs is getting big. Eventually, you're going to stop out farming a TB.
Jabs got big early. He used his net worth to fight, and TB just kept farming.
So they're getting difficult. I mean, it's 21 minutes in Winter, and Verz already had to recapture their outpost. I really see that too much.
Definitely not looking good. Like I said, they have to try to find a way to fight against the Global. Preferably when Global is down, try to make a smoke, Naga Song into Arrow, and take a fight from there.
Blink Dagger's about to be up as well from Yoei. That may help some in terms of actually punishing a lot of this universal hero damage.
But he doesn't have a Dispel for the Global,
No, he doesn't.
He blinks in and he gets Global. That's going to be troublesome for him as well. So the Blink right now, I'm not sure how much it's going to be able to accomplish for the Doom, unless you already know that they already expanded Global and you're trying to take a fight.
Right. Same could be said actually of the Wyvern, who I was pointing out. It's 3k in the bank for Yoei. He's not really sure what to buy. Yeah. Wondering if he's between Blink and Witchblade. Witchblade feels a bit slow.
They're going to smoke right now. They know that Roche is going to be happening, so they're trying to...
This is a ward though. Talon, they own the cliff. This is really tough for AG to fight into.
They have Song, send an illusion in. Scout, use Song.
Could be. There's the illusion going on in. I think it saw the smoke articles, and it's going to see 23 trying to take down Roche. It's low. It's low. Winter Makoto using the Rolling Thunder preemptively.
This might be good.
This might be good, but they've caught the Winter Wyvern, and the Global to follow up makes it an easy fight win here already for Talon. Song of the Siren. They're sticking around to fight, are they? Or they're just trying to run for it now? I don't know how successful that's going to be. There might be no Rolling Thunder, but Jab still has an harpoon, and has got a ton of damage. AG, they're going to buy back and try and fight around the outpost.
In your dream,
in your dream, he's gonna go down. The Doom, it's onto Jabs, but DB might not even live long enough, and he's not. 23 with the Sunder is gonna save his life. Jabs turns around, and with the Echo Saber from the harpoon, takes him down.
Here you go, CEO Jabs. I'm here to save you.
Ali is taken down by Yoei in the meantime, but Yoei fought back for that one, and he's still actually being ran down now. 23 picks up the kill on the Veriz,
he
and
might
now
be
Yoei, caught by a couple of spells here, looking at least for a follow-up kill onto Jabs, but they can't even take him down.
I mean, that has to be close to GG, right? I'm not sure what else can AG do right now. Jocam's trying to cut the wave, but I mean, they have creeps, right?
Yeah, creeps. They have illusions.
That's one range creep. One range
creep, and lots of illusions and heroes here. Let's see. No, keep the illusions in there. Oh, and the counter fortified. So they are looking to already crack open the base here of AG. But no, not quite that soon. They're respecting it, honestly. I mean, everything was used in that fight. I do think Talon could be a... Oh, well, all right. They're going to actually punish the Ratter by the Wave Cutter. Shokum killed off as Jabs is going to commit the RP. Why not?
Yeah, Harpoon the best item to catch a rat.
Is that so? Is that what you use? I usually just use traps, honestly. No, careful though. DB is maybe just gonna get solo killed, honestly, by Makoto. Disarmed as well. Don't even think he can get off the Infernal Blade. But there's reinforcements here. Makoto may have bit off a bit more than he could chew.
Oh, no mana?
Has the shield rune, but no mana to continue fighting through this one. Has now reinforcements to back him up, though, as Ollie is going to maybe allow them to turn. 23 nearby, has the meta in 12 more seconds. A Butterfly as well, sees him obviously very confidently in this core-to-core matchup. For AG, though, I mean, they really need to start making these ultis count. And if they're going to do that, Winter, I think they need to make sure that they have got Ollie under control.
How are they going to fight? I just can't find a way for them, you know. I can't figure out how they're supposed to take the fights. It's too difficult against the RP and the Global on top of it. Unless they can use buybacks somehow. You send a hero in with buyback. You try to bait them.
Bait the Global.
Yeah, bait out the Global, then you buy back, then you take the second fight.
Man, that's not even to bring up the elephant in the room that is TB's farm. What is he going? He's got Scotty already.
I mean, the Wyvern's trying to get Axe, but I'm not sure though. I feel like he should try to get something to deal with the Global.
No. Oh, TB, the Sunder play and the follow-up. Yep, from Talon. It's a kill just like that. onto the off lane. Doombringer, his ninth death of death of the game.
Yeah, I feel like the Wyvern could just get a Manta since you're a universal hero. Manta still gives you a lot of damage. And it gives you a way to deal with the global. Like if you get your axe, so what? And you have the axe, then what? He globals, then what can you do? You're not gonna right click and win the team fight. You have to cut the spells.
I don't disagree. I do not disagree. 23. It's not bottom, but top instead, where Talon will take down the first tier 3 tower, and by the looks of things, Barracks at that as well. So he's going to leave the illusions to do his dirty work. The rest of AG now respawning. Arrow, they go fishing, and they catch themselves 23. And they're going to throw a bunch of abilities at him here. Not quite enough follow-up. Winter's Curse, of course, he does still have Aegis. Being taken down slowly but surely. Plenty of healing as well. Out from Talon to keep their core alive. And he's got a Sunder. No, in 15 seconds. Caught another arrow here onto Jabs. DB follows up, but I don't think he wants to be anywhere near here yet. As DB's only going to put himself in an even worse position here by jumping down to the low ground. Not even the Song of the Siren Winter's going to be able to save him. This one is looking, I mean, untenable right now for AG. In goes Makoto. Global silence. Sunder used aggressively by 23. Savage follows up for the kill. That's 2 cores dead without buyback. The RP catches a third in your dream. Doesn't have the song anymore. Does not have any more HP. Has buyback though, as Jabs feeling himself. Dropping a couple of voice lines. But this one, Winter, might just be over already.
Yeah, Talon just too good, this series, and they are showing why Magnus is a first pick hero. This hero is the best universal hero. I feel it gives your team like a AoE stun in the team fights. You have a damage amplifying spell. You have a disable. You have a you have so many things,
Yeah, a great Harpoon user, and Harpoon is just such a strong item right now. 2 heroes dead just like that, by the way. I know Ollie got the kill credit there, but it's pretty much just Jabs doing the work as Aegis is finally reclaimed.
This Magnus plus Silencer is actually so fucking strong.
This is like a carry from the off lane right now, honestly. Like, Jabs carried this game. We were thinking maybe he'd be forced to go into a different build, but obviously the mid and off lane AG didn't really pan out.
If you're winning the game so much, just form the lane.
Oh, agreed.
You can do whatever you want.
I mean, honestly, they can barely take down the illusion. This illusion went through the bottom range barracks. Only one bot lane of melee barracks stand between Talon and achieving the megas. Smoke play, the shortest smoke of all time. Makoto might just go in already.
Yeah, they have to pray for a miracle Winter's Curse here.
Check out that high ground ward, Winter. I love it. So sneaky. I don't know why only Radiant side has one. There's a Doom, though. They finally get the initiation they're looking for. The root as well on the 23. Vriz is already being beat to a pulp, but it seems like Makoto finally is going to be taken down. Trying to TP out is going to be DB, but no chance as Q is going to catch him there on the blast off. It's still going to be a 4 versus 3 as the Sunder out from 23 looks now to turn.
In your dream.
Oh my God.
In your dream, it hurts.
Save him. Okay, the cold embrace just in the nick of time. Can there be a counter initiation? No, you thought because the global's out and in your dream is dead. That's a dieback for him. The GG is called. Winter, Talon take game number 1.
And what a game by Talon. This is by far the most impressive game I've seen from Talon this season. And they've showed us why universal heroes are broken, like especially Magnus. Magnus is like by far, I feel like the strongest universal hero right now. And I believe this hero should be first pick right away, if not bad.
Yeah, I mean, the Jabs makes a very compelling case for it, honestly. I can't necessarily disagree there. EG, I mean, we rehydrate after that one, but a tough, I mean, a swift and decisive defeat, honestly, out from Talon.
Yeah.
Just clean.
Just very clean game, They understood their timings, they understood what they needed to do, what kind of items they have to play for, and most importantly, they played a flawless laning phase. I think laning phase-wise, they just won the game mostly from the lanes itself, how DB got crushed so badly by Silencer Trailblade of all heroes. You don't expect to lose as Doom against that lane. And DB has been one of the shining stars of AG, but definitely not this game.
Yep, that was a difficult game for Army Geniuses. Kind of fell apart in the mid and the off lane. In your dream, could not really hope to do enough. Talon coming out spicy and hot. Neil, is there any more of that Somball left on the desk?
No.
No, unfortunately, Winter scooped all of it up as his dinner because he knew that he may be having to give up his dinner after being such an Army Geniuses fanboy in tour number 2. Unfortunately, the boys are kind of letting him down in tour number 3, not really finding what makes it work for them, picking a whole bunch of different heroes, picking Venomancer, and then getting, I don't know, harpooned perhaps? What you got there, Adam?
Fisherman Jabs.
He's out there.
Army Geniuses. Welcome to the sushi plate.
And Veno was the bait.
Veno was the bait. The worm.
The worm. You think you'll win the lane with them. Instead, you're going to get 14-minute harpooned by Jabs.
I feel like they just lost both their silence. And
Yeah.
the game was kind of over.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that was really the big issue. I expected more again, especially from DB's lane. Silencer is probably just really annoying to go into. Reflection from Terrorblade's pretty annoying as well to try to get aggressive on, but you shouldn't get curb stomped on the Doom. And the same thing with the Veno pick as well. Like, Varish plays it, sure, and this pickup just feels like it's so all in. If you don't win laning phase with the Veno, then you are basically playing 4v5.
You're a bot.
Yeah, it's just
More
doesn't do
useless than a
anything.
bot. Neutral creep farmer.
Pretty much. And the one thing that's shown for AG was the mid. Yoab, I mean, he certainly did manage that lane against Mikado well, although Mikado still found opportunities, like they'd collapse onto him, and, you know, he'd still find these kills. He killed Jokam.
Maybe when you play mid and you don't have this like rotating hero, Wyvern is one of the greedier kind of heroes. When you don't win your side lanes, the supports come, like the lanes leak onto you, and there's nothing much you can really do about it. Wyvern's not really good at defending a tower by himself. I think he could have gone for a different item build, maybe Travels earlier instead of like targeting on the Atos, but also not sure what they could have done to slow down Talon's pace of the game, because this Magnus hero, this TB hero, when they're ahead, they accelerate so fast. And AG didn't really have heroes to go to them, but they had heroes to hold their map, which they also couldn't accomplish. So it was just a big outplay by Talon overall.
We were wondering what kind of Talon we'd be getting today, and it seems like we got a Lima Major tier Talon. 23 Savage goes 13-0-11. Jabs goes 8-0-18 in this game. It was...
look happier than Talon.
This was one of those games that, like, at 15 minutes, you're just like, whatever, man. It's a lost cause. Which is a shame, though, because we gave them a draft advantage. This last pick winner, Wyvern, seemed pretty genius. It would have been a good counter against all three of their cores. Like you said, Adam, against all three of the cores, Wyvern was a genius pick. And Doom is the most contested hero in this entire global DPC, and they got that. Does it really just all come down to these support picks? The Veno
I think
and
you
the
were right,
Mirana?
Neil. Support Wyvern doesn't work.
Yes, I do see the net worth for this Wyvern. 8.4K definitely looks like support GPM and a support build. A Rod of Atos. And
nothing else. He
Blink
never
Dagger.
bought it.
He got a Bracer. Blink Dagger, Rod, Bracer. Really the only thing that screams carry to me is that he went Specialist Array as his neutral item.
No third spell.
No third
Level
spell.
10.
Jabs had all of his spells, though. He had an amazing game. He went... that may be like one of the quickest harpoons I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And...
Just very, very great timing, very great performance from Jabs. I think the one thing as well, you mentioned the cams from AG, they were laughing around. Talon looked, in some moments, pretty stiff. Like, we see at the end some smiles.
Mikado had a smile at the end.
Yeah, Mikado had a smile. And again, Mikado is the one guy.
You guys
who can
know why
always
he was
rely on.
smiling?
Yeah.
It's because he got doomed and died. he just wasn't in the fight anymore. His team was fighting, he was just dead.
He wanted to be having fun.
Yeah.
He wasn't allowed to have fun. Jabs had a lot of fun.
Like, they got me. Jabs did have a lot.
Yeah,
it looked
he
fun.
did.
It looked
I
fun.
feel like they all had fun. The game was
fun.
just... It looked
Q,
so
Oli's
simple for them.
buyback global
Oh, that
was
clutch.
genius.
That was clutch.
Yeah.
It's like the one play you can make on Silencer, actually. It's like the best play.
Yeah. They think I'm dead, but no, I have net worth to waste on one team fight, and sometimes it's only that one team fight that you need. Army Geniuses are going to need a handful of team fights, though, if they want to beat Talon out, unless Talon are going to make it a quick 2-0. Let's find out after the break. back to the drawing board for Army Geniuses as they reset after a pretty rough week in general. They got 2-1 by Execration on Wednesday, as the first series on Wednesday, and Army Geniuses are not going to find an easy opponent in Talon either, as this was looking like Talon have reset after their Bleed series. You know, Monday, they got 2-0'd by Bleed, and they were like, completely lost. They come back on Wednesday against XERXIA. Seems like they got put a few things together, but they still didn't look completely cohesive. Game number 1 here against Army Geniuses, this was, like I said, a Lima Major tier Talon.
Yeah, it looked like they're close to top form again. AG's not an easy opponent. I think overall this is a team that we've always had a little bit more hope in, and their performance may be a little bit up and down this tour, but certainly not the kind, that's not the kind of game you'd expect out of AG, right? Like Talon just crushed them. Maybe the draft doesn't do them favors, but they execute really well with it.
I think it just came down to the laning phase. Like that game, honestly, after 10 minutes, it felt like AG couldn't do anything anymore, you know, because they had a draft where they were supposed to do okay in the side lanes, where their Winter Wyvern was supposed to take over the game at some point with Nerf, but they lost both side lanes pretty damn hard. 23 was super fat, Jabs were super fat, and then Mikoto got some like cool solo kill on Jokem, you know, like a bit of an outplay there. And the supports came in and it just felt, I'm not sure what you do as AG there.
Yeah. Like you go with Veno Murano, like there's no real counterplay. You have to rely on that Winter Wyvern or the Doom, or kind of maybe set up with a Song, but it's awkward for Naga to go really. Like, the launching point had to be Yoa, for sure.
Yeah, I think I just need to figure out what to do in lanes, because I think when AG was having success last tour, it was always like Jokem and DB, you know? Yep. But I feel like what Neil said earlier was right, DB doesn't feel like he's been around this tour.
So I remember Tour 2 vividly. Every single time Army Geniuses played, DB was our MVP, like 99% of the time. I was like, this dude, and he hasn't even been playing offlane for that long. He was originally the carry player, and then him pairing up with Jokem, I was like, this is magic waiting to happen. And then Tour 3, he's just MIA the entire time. I mean, he's still in the game, but he is not having the star-studded performances that I remember him so vividly having in Tour 2, and I don't really know what to attribute it to. Maybe it is the support duo, because like I had said, or not even the duo, but just his system with Jokem, because like I had said, Army Geniuses have played now 9 games. Jokem has played 8 different heroes in 9 games. That's not a good thing. Yeah, maybe you're versatile, but like clearly something's not working because you're not like, oh, this is my hero. I win on this hero.
No Tiny.
No Tiny. I guess that was the claim to fame last time. And then DB seemed pretty versatile in Tour 2.
He did.
Let's see what his go-to picks
Timber
were.
Doom, Dawnbreaker, I think was the niche one. We have
Oh,
some
yes,
Nature's Prophet.
that's right.
I think it's a lot on the... I think AG's whole early game problem is because of their offlane, because I think their early game was very dependent on Jokem before. And now they're losing the offlane, which affects who I argue is probably the most impactful player in both DB and Jokem. Jokem for the early game rotations. We've seen like past tour, when they were successful, he would be everywhere on the map, in the right place at the right time. And he's not been able to replicate that recently. And for DB, it's just, I'm not sure, he just can't seem to play the game.
I'm looking at their Tour 2 heroes and Army Geniuses as we get into draft number 2. Jokem's most played heroes were Tiny, Rubik, Earthshaker, all heroes that are completely MIA in this patch. And DB's most played offlaners were Pugna, Nature's Prophet, and Primal, also completely MIA in this patch. And so I just think 7.33 has not been kind to Army Genius's pool. But maybe they'll find success in a first phase Oracle.
Yeah, it's interesting to go for it early. I think the Magnus has been a pick that has proven itself time and time again. Talon get to pick up the techies, which honestly, I'd probably take the techies priority over the Magnus overall, just because, again, the versatility of the techies in your draft is pretty big. And to go for the Beastmaster, you still had options left for Jabs. He loves his hero. It still does well in the offlane. You still have a lot of builds you could go for. I'm wondering what AG wants with the Oracle. Like, what are you gunning for?
Just be their quote-unquote answer to the techies, right? Like magic, burst, prevention.
I suppose, yeah.
Some like buff the carry strat, you know, with this Empower, the Oracle just behind a farm Magnus, you know, enable your team to go in.
But it's a support techies. Do you really care about countering out a support? You like This is the first phase, and the only hero you saw was Techies. Surely Talon can take advantage of a first phase Oracle like that.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like a more common approach teams pick is they pick like a block pick. For example, if you're worried about some Morphling, or in Beastmaster's case, you pick like an Edge there.
Exactly. And who the hell is going to second phase ban Oracle anyway? You'll get him in the second phase.
Yeah.
Claire's on some next level stuff right now, and we'll see if it works out for him.
I wonder how much drafting is done by him, because I feel like a lot of the hero picks look like they come from the players. I wonder how much opinion is taken into the draft, or is it just Mr. Claire dictating the whole
So if that was true, though, then wouldn't we be seeing a lot of AG's Tour 2 heroes show up, even though they aren't that popular in 7.33? I feel like if the players are making votes on who they want to play, and I was DB right now, I'd be like, yo, give me Primal Beast. I went sicko mode last tour with him. I don't care if he's not that good right now.
Maybe, I think it's a confidence thing too. They've probably not been doing well since the patch, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
So, which is why we see them playing like 10 different heroes during 10 different games to try to figure it out.
Yeah, I've seen a few ranks drop, at least DB. I've seen his metal kind of change from what I remember it, so I can see that happening.
The old Glicko.
Yeah, getting Glicko.
He got Glickoed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Isn't it really hard to be a high rank player now because of the way the -40 works?
Yeah.
Like, you see all these all chat Fridays and everyone's like, no, I'm not going to pick him. He's like so high.
Yeah, exactly. But it is funny though, because then that makes people play to have a harder game because they're taking worse players on their
You
team.
feel like that, but honestly, the difference between like a rank 100 and a rank 200 player is probably not that much.
Okay, that's not that much, but I have heard like rank 100 and 400 is a pretty dramatic difference.
Possibly.
Maybe 500 is a more drastic difference. I think that's where
I get like 1Ks
versus
in my
years.
games, and I feel like a 1K and 2K players can be the same. Like they're not always the same.
On any role?
I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like it's really just RNG.
Maybe.
You can get some 2K player that's actually a god at mid, but he's just a tilter, you know?
Yeah.
It's just a coin toss.
Yeah, so then ultimately, even whenever whenever people are picking the low rank heroes, they're literally just rolling to get more MMR
it's like
in the game.
Playing the odds.
Yeah, it's
You know,
playing the
like,
odds.
if I win one game and lose 3, I will have gained MMR.
Doesn't matter though, the house always wins, and Valve is laughing the entire way that they've found another system to get people to play matchmaking, which they've done many different attempts, and I admire the effort because the core problem is you can't create good players.
Yeah.
There's a finite number of people who are good at Dota, and some people just keep getting better at Dota because it's literally their job to get better at Dota. And then their players are like, why is this guy who has works at the bank in my game? And it's like, bro, because there are no other Dota players out there.
Why is your money in my bank, Dota player? Get them back, defend yourselves.
I like this pick for AG. They get the Ember. It does slide through from the bans. No real mid focus here from either side. So you've got the Ember plus Magnus. Not much to lock in from Talon. Roar is always good, I suppose. You've got the Hawks to kind of check around where the Ember might try to get an angle in as well. But I like this draft a lot more from the side of AG. Talon, again, going into what they know, Slark and Lich. We've seen this multiple times before. I feel like we've seen this draft from Talon before.
Yes, you are correct.
Like, this is...
We have.
And then our Mikado here is what? A Void Spirit or Storm or...
Assuming that they don't flex the Slark, because I know other teams many times liked Slark versus Ember mid.
That is true.
That was an SMG classic. Moon kept running that.
I don't think Mikado's the kind of player to do that. Maybe they get something cheeky like, say, a last pick Omni Knight if they really wanted to. I think that's Talon's pocket pick against the Ember.
I would love to see that. That was
we
really
saw that in the major.
Yeah,
so.
I think Talon was also
Nice
one of the
against
first
the
teams to
Magnus
do it.
too, right?
Yeah,
I can see it working.
I'd be into it.
Something cool, Talon.
Yeah. Something different from the norm. I think AG, and it's not too bad to play into this. The Oracle is still a good answer to a lot of what Talon's trying to bring out. You've still got this pretty strong combination with your Ember and your Magnus. I'm wondering what kind of pause 4 they'd want to play with potentially the Magnus for DB, or it's open enough you can flex it. What do you prefer here, Adam? Do you want...
I want to pick the carry. No, not this. Not this again.
Is it a carry Wind
As
Ranger?
this Wind Ranger is a shit hero.
Whoa,
Stop picking it. Stop
I'd
picking it.
agree
It's
on
a
safe
shit.
lane. It's not the
I'm
best.
looking up the numbers for this.
On a support, it's not a good support hero.
It's
you
also
feel
lousy.
good because when nothing happens into a game, you scale. You're literally picking a
Yeah.
carry and you're playing pause 4.
I think the win rate might be a bit inflated from NA with Ortiz probably running it a couple of times, and I believe
Okay, fine. I'll
some
look up
Western Europeans.
just Southeast Asia then.
I
Southeast,
don't know as a core.
okay. No, Southeast Asia, 5 picks,
Yeah.
80% win rate.
Okay.
Yeah, do you know why? Do you know who's playing it? It's like DJ's playing it.
But
DJ
I thought it
Tim's.
would just be one. So let's see here.
Q won one game. DJ won one.
Tim's won, DJ won, Yokam won, Q won.
Yeah.
These are a lot of different players. It's not just one.
Yeah, but how
dude.
many games was the Wind Ranger actually having impact? Like in the game just now when Tim's won, like he could have been playing Oracle.
Yes, but then on the flip side, whenever DJ played Wind Ranger, he almost single-handedly won the game for them.
That's true, but that's DJ on every hero.
No, that's Corden on any hero.
Oh my!
That's true. I can hear Winter tossing and turning.
He's out there. He's out there right now listening in.
So anecdotally, Wind Ranger in SCA is actually pretty good, but globally, Wind Ranger's not that great. 43% win rate, 41% win rate, 41 picks. And so even with Arteezy and perhaps Sumail inflating the numbers, it's not that good right now. So you are correct in a sense, Adam.
I think I've seen Jiratril play it on carry, and I think Uragi plays it as well.
Mm-hmm.
And BZM played it too.
Mm-hmm.
But as a support, I feel like it has not been winning.
Okay.
I feel like if Tofu's not playing this range support pause 4, then something's wrong. But he did play it, and I think he lost. I think they lost to Liquid.
So you're actually somewhat onto something on that. So on core mid lane globally, it has a 54% win rate. Oh no, sorry. I'm reading this wrong. No, core mid lane it has a 41% win rate. So I don't really know who's winning on it.
It's a weird hero.
The same as the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I think the thing with Wind Ranger, its pub win rate is extremely high. Like Divine above, it's around 55. And across every bracket, I believe it's like 52 minimum.
Oh, okay.
So it's a bit of a bait that it works in pubs because those games can be a bit random. An organized team can work against it. It's very reliant on getting shackle shot. And
You go invis in pubs.
Yeah.
God mode.
Invisibility is
activated.
invincibility.
Yeah, pretty much. But I don't know, like, it's harder to pull off. I think, again, my experience with watching this is like Artur, but it's not useful data.
I think there are better heroes right now.
For sure.
But I understand why people play Wind Ranger. I mean, I'm a big Wind Ranger fan. don't
You
get me
reckon
wrong.
this is
But
Jokam's pick?
it is definitely Jokam's pick. I just want people to not pick the hero so it gets buffed so we can actually start playing the hero.
Yeah, exactly. Buff it more. Give us something.
The shard was very nice though, I must say.
Yeah, but
You like Gale Force?
Was cool, yeah.
I loved it before it got nerfed from global.
I think before it got nerfed, it was actually good.
It was so good.
But now it's cool.
Now it's
which is
cool.
what matters.
I think cool matters more now that we're in a Tormentor world where supports just get shards for free.
That's true.
Back then you had to buy it, and so like a lot of shards, like Coddle Recall, I would never buy in pubs because there's no way I can communicate with my carry player to be like, hey, go farm somewhere else, even though most of the time they are farming somewhere else. But now that I get it for free, I'm like, yeah, okay, this is actually pretty good.
I mean, people actually hit the Tormentor in your games.
Yeah.
So I'm playing rank 500 games and people don't hit the Tormentor.
I saw a
just
great
gave up.
suggestion on Reddit is to add like, let's do Tormentor to the chat wheel.
Yeah.
So that people are like, oh yeah,
That's a good idea.
I forgot that thing exists.
All right, so if
There
I'm
you
looking
go.
at AG's draft, I feel like barring the Oracle, this is what each player has had the most success on so far. I feel like Yoe went ham on Ember that one game, DB went ham on Magnus that one game, and Jokem played a pretty sick Wind Ranger in one of their victories too, so
Okay, no, it's core Wind Ranger.
I won't talk anymore.
Or
Is this the Magnus
Yokem
carry and the
100%.
Phylactery offlane Undying?
Phylactery offlane and dying. That's interesting.
Winter
Tech.
was
Okay.
talking about.
How about your dream?
Phylactery Wind
In
Ranger.
your dream Magnus. So I would think this is a...
Offlane Wind Ranger or Undying though?
Oh no.
Okay, DB took the bait.
That's
he took the bait.
lame.
He took the bait. I mean, to be fair, this is a very interesting draft from AG, as you mentioned, maybe just picking heroes they feel they've won on. Talon, this is a pretty bog standard draft from Talon. There's literally nothing that different here. I feel like we've seen this draft from them probably a couple of times now. and it's worked. You know, it's very stable. You have a strong lane for 23 and Ollie. You have Jabs and Q working together on a Beastmaster Techies, which is already a very oppressive lane as well. I'm not sure what to expect from AG here. Like, I'm not sure about how much momentum you can expect out, like support rotations out with, say, Undying and Oracle.
There's not.
Yeah.
If they lose their lanes like last game, there is nothing they can do to come back into the game. That's how I feel. So, but I guess that's kind of normal for like Dota right now.
Yeah.
Like, you just don't want to lose too hard. But I would say Talon has pretty damn strong lanes.
Yeah. This is how they usually draft. This is the kind of combinations you normally see. They're Lich and Slark. They're Beastmaster plus Techies, or literally Techies +1, I think, is just almost always a winning lane. So.
But they picked the Oracle, John. They first phase countered the Techies.
Level 1 face eating.
Level 1 face eating. Techies will never see it coming. Or maybe it won't even matter, because ultimately you did first phase an Oracle. We'll see how good it is. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Let's go to our casters for game number 2. It's Winner and Seek and Strike.
Thank you, Neil and panel. Well, Winter, AG last time that off lane and mid lane, both kind of non-starters for them. And as panel was discussing, that's something you don't really want to do in this kind of a patch. Even with the fight changes and the comeback mechanics, it still feels a bit too difficult to really make amount of comeback there. 23 on the classic hero for him as well on the Slark. I don't know. You really like the draft. Actually, it was curious. You really like the draft up until 23rd and 24th pick. Why is that?
I think both teams, they pick a lot of the heroes that makes a lot of sense in this patch. Looking at the bans and the pick order, everything seems like they are all going in the right direction. And in the end, something just suddenly changed direction, and I'm not sure why. But overall, I feel like the drafts. I think I like the Oracle Magnus combination a lot more. But when they last picked the Undying, I feel like I'm not so sure anymore. So I'm gonna side Talon on the draft at the end of the day. But interested to see how this Wind Ranger off lane with the Undying is gonna play out.
Definitely. I like this positioning from AG, by the way. An early ward basically right on top of the bounty to scout for rotations. They're going to use that in hopes that Talon were smoked up and went bottom. They were right about that, but Talon choosing a slightly different path now as they look to contest the bounties.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty clever. I don't see this ward a whole lot early, but I like it. Anyway, you know, wards, my favorites. You don't get very many of them, Winter. They're important.
Creeps are important.
That's boring. I thought you were a support player. What is this? Runes, we'll see. This bottom river rune is going to go uncontested as well. So Army Geniuses with the 2 bots and Talon with the 2 top. Any lane you think is going to be super crucial here in terms of like really dictating the early tempo of this game?
I think for AG it's more important, like what the panel said. Their draft relies them to heavily do well in the lanes, especially the side lanes. I think mid lane, Ember Spirit against Void Spirit. This is actually, I remember seeing this lane before, Ember Spirit favored.
Yeah, they're swapping lanes, I think, by the way.
Who's swapping lanes?
Jabs? Jabs.
So they're trying to get Beastmaster to lane against the Wind Ranger carry and Slark against the Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to make
that sounds a lot better.
You know, I haven't really seen a whole lot of laning shenanigans in games I've personally casted with the Twin Gates now in play. I wonder if that'll...
What's going to happen? So you go to the lane, you see the lane, so you then go to the
Twin Gate
and just change the lane.
Yeah, and then the supports can, I guess, try and hold the Twin Gate. That
it takes too long though. I feel like it's going to be bad for the carry, the core in the lane. You know? And it depends on whether you feel like it's worth sacrificing the core. Like let's say you're in a position where my core that's sacrificing is less important than the enemy's core that's sacrificing, then I think maybe it's better for you if you do that trade. But otherwise, I feel like it might be a risky move.
Well, if I'm AG, I think I want to have this mag off to a much better start than the Windrunner personally.
Yeah, but Wind Ranger is not a hero you want to sack early as well. You know, if you just try to change the lanes through the Twin Gates and you're going to waste a lot of time, you're going to miss creeps, I think it's pretty bad for Wind Ranger.
Really? Worse than a Slark and a Beastmaster?
Because Wind Ranger can... I feel like you have to get a better start compared to Magnus. Magnus, you can still catch up later. You know, stacks. With stacks and jungle, you have Empower. But Wind Ranger, if you lose the early game, I feel like the hero becomes very weak.
Okay. We'll see what they decide to do then. I would argue the same as well of the Beastmaster, although we have been seeing a bit more of him fall off. Not fall off in terms of as a hero, but fall out of favor with the Helm of the Overlord build. I've seen much more of the kind of just auras, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely do that this game. I feel like the lane swap is more for the slug, not so much for the beast, because I feel like if I'm Beastmaster, I don't really care if I'm laning against a Magnus or I'm laning against a Wind Ranger. They're both fine for me. It's more about the slug doesn't want to lane against the Wind Ranger.
Right. I think team's waiting for the ping to settle down, and we'll get going here. Mid lane, Ember Spirit into the Void Spirit. So the brothers clashing here in the mid lane now with the Universal Hero. Do you think the damage changes that this hero now gets? I think I read like Void gets like, what, like 6 damage per level or something like that? How much is that per level? I forgot.
0.17 per stat. So you get
belly and crawl.
5.5 damage per level.
8, yeah.
Yeah, so it's, you know, around 6. It's a lot of, you know, if you round up, be generous.
Yep.
Do you think that's changed with the expected outcome of this lane for Void Spirit?
Not really. I think early game, Ember Spirit, I remember this lane is Ember, a little bit Ember favored because the Void Spirit can't break the Flame Guard, and you can always like get better trades with Flame Guard.
Do you think that's changed now that we're going to see like way more stat? I mean, look at this, Circlet +5, right? He's got +6.
But you don't really have to just pay attention to that. I feel like in terms of CSing, Ember Spirit has definitely some advantage because he can't break your Flame Guard. So you can just Flame Guard and just take all the creeps.
HE drawing 2-1 on the map, sorry, that was funny.
Yeah, and the Void Spirit can't really come close to contest, you know, because otherwise he's going to take way too much
damage. Okay. I wonder if the early levels are going to be a bit more difficult against the Void, right? Because then you're not super worried about the Flame Guard damage.
Yeah, I think first 2 levels, the Void Spirit is going to be fine, but as soon as you take more points in the Flame Guard, then the lane starts to go more to your favor. Obviously, rune control is also something to bear in mind, especially after 4 minutes, the 6 minutes runes, when you start to have the power runes. So I feel like this is, you have asked me before, you know, certain matchup, which kind of matchups are going to be more important for the supports to go and contest the rune. I think this particular matchup is very important.
Right, the spirits as always.
Yeah, they're going to need the runes to gank, and in some cases you need the runes to refill your bottle so you can continuously play the lane. So I think this game is the game where the supports have to prioritize taking, at least in my opinion, the 6-minute runes.
Okay. Well, panel was discussing about how the support rotations from AG with Undyne and Oracle are going to feel a bit weaker. We'll see how that comes to play. As taking a look at the heroes now rotating top, is that Techie's auto attack's going to follow him. So here's the first swap. There's 4 heroes top right now for AG.
Yeah, but this is not good for them, you know. It's going to take so much time. Wind Ranger's going to be running. And look at Q do this, guys. So he just follow. He knows what's happening. He's going to stand on top of the Twin Gate. I think DV should just TP.
Plenty of damage.
I mean, he's not getting creeps.
He's not. And 23 is all alone down bottom. There's the TP.
I mean, he's gonna miss 1 full wave. This is definitely not looking good for Wind Ranger. And like I said, you know, Wind Ranger is not a hero where you can sacrifice her early game.
For his TP.
Oh, DB?
Well,
leashed?
No, this can't be a kill that early. I refuse to believe it. Yeah, it's not. Don't worry about it, Winter. I mean, that was, you know, a free first wave for 23 as expected. Doing extremely well, and that Oracle damage is not enough, so another auto attack for him.
You need to protect the Wind Ranger until she gets 1 point in the win run in this lane. So she chose to go Power Shot at level 1 to secure the range creep. So look at them pressuring him. They know the Wind Ranger is not level 2.
Blood Grenade thrown as well.
No, he has no TP.
First blood and a kill without a TP. I don't think it would have made a difference there, honestly. But Fortune's End was used onto 23. The Blood Grenade damage inconsequential, but difficult stuff there.
He's gonna have to use a smoke to just run out of base.
Winter, you're wrong. Oh, I thought you were wrong. 1 more auto attack would have had him. Makoto really putting in some damage there. Ends up really hurting. You always early game here. And yeah, well, I mean, just to try to point the home off screen, you can see Windrunner really taking her time to get back, even pops the smoke. Well, the Flame Guard ready though, as the kill is top lane onto Jabs. That's pretty significant though, actually.
Skew into the tower, I presume.
Let me take a look. Yes, indeed. I ended up taking about 3 tower shots there, which will put him down. Nice job early on the decay.
Please forgive me if I say something wrong about the mid lane. I'm not a mid laner.
No, that's fine. That's kind of, it was just my sneaking suspicion. I do believe now with the second point in Fire Remnant, I don't think Makoto has such an easy time in this lane. But perhaps I'm also wrong. I'm also not a mid laner, to be honest with you, which is why I only talk about the wards.
Yeah, that's why we need a mid laner on the panel,
That's right. That's right. They're too confident, though. They keep playing Dota. They never stop.
Yeah.
We can't get them to come on over.
I mean, so far right now, so Magnus is top of the CS chart with 21. Beastmaster has about 14, so 7 behind, not too bad.
Yeah, and AG actually collect both Lotuses from the side pools.
Yep.
So that's pretty good for their support to continue harassing.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal for the lane. I feel like you shouldn't be able to get the Lotus this early. I feel like it's better that maybe it spawns a bit later. I feel like it's too impactful when it spawns at 3 minutes and one side can't really get it, and then the lane becomes so much more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it depends a bit on your draft, right? Because I think quite naturally the Radiant side have the ability to push lanes harder.
Yeah, then wouldn't you say that it forces you to draft stronger lanes so that you can actually get the runes?
Yeah, in general, I think strong lanes is definitely super key right now, which is why, that Wyvern didn't end up being super good last time. I think in general you're very right. I think you need to be a strong laner in this kind of a meta, or at least have really, really good coordination in your lane to know when you can push waves, when you can contest pulls and cuts, when you can rotate away through the side gates and try and gank. I think there's still a lot to be developed on that, to be completely honest with you. I don't think this meta is anywhere nearly even half discovered. Everyone needs to empty their cup, I think these twin gates, they change everything. The side cams, the Lotuses, there's way more stuff here at play.
Yeah, and not to mention the rotations by the mid players, I think I spoke about this quite
How do they tie in?
Yeah, I spoke about this quite a couple of times where when the Wisdom rune is coming up, I'd like to see the mid players actually rotating in to help out with the runes, Because it's pretty important for you to get the runes. The runes are just, it impacts the game too much with the support XP. If you don't get the runes, the other side will have a significant level advantage, and you're gonna lose the next team fight.
I think it's really easy to forget how big Tome of Knowledge was for supports, when you lost a lane as a support player and you your carry goes and starts jungling, but you're I don't know, you're some witch doctor, and the enemy Beastmaster and the enemy Snapfire is just if you show in lane, you're gonna die, right? It's those kinds of games where Tome of Wisdom and now the Wisdom rune allow you to play the game again, quite literally. Otherwise, you just have no XP and you have no money. Now at least you have XP with the Wisdom rune, but as soon as that gets stolen from you and the enemy support has a 1-up, I mean, it's just done. Frizz is going to take a death down bottom. Good kill in between Ollie and 23. It's the second stack of permanent Agi stolen.
Yeah, I mean, it just means that the game is more snowballing, so you really need to draft strong lanes and try to play off from that. And right now, 6-minute Lotus runes and the power runes are going to spawn, so this is going to be an important moment. So Ember gets a baller refill from Varys.
Yeah, he's already mid lane again. Oracle, I mean, not the best, but not the worst. Has a decent amount of burst damage now that he is at least level 3.
Yeah, the Void Spirit is actually winning the lane quite handily. The 10 extra denies is actually hurting the Ember Spirit's levels.
Yeah, I think that's what I mean. This damage, he's got 100 damage already. I mean, even I guess now you max Sleight of Fist, so you'll be able to get through him, but it's still not enough to get through the Resonant Pulse now that's level 3.
Joe Cam.
Yeah, he's gonna go down. I heard someone consume, I think it was him that consumed the Lotus, but basically Lotus denied, and he is going to end up dying. I didn't see who got the one bottom. I don't know. I feel like, we both like analyzing the laning stage quite a bit, don't we? But I do think it's actually really important in terms of how the rest of your game is able to be played out.
I mean, it just decides the game a lot. The first two, I would say that the first 2 Wisdom runes are gonna decide the game by a huge amount. So the first one is gonna spawn fairly soon. Should be 1 apiece, not much.
Looks very likely.
Yeah, not much gonna happen here. And it'll come down to the power runes next, the 8-minute runes, and does the Void Spirit get the power rune or Ember Spirit gets the rune? So the first one was what was it?
It was Illusion.
Illusion rune. So yeah, so plenty of offensive runes still available.
All right, that's right. And maybe even a shield rune might be some consideration to go dive in under a tower or something like that. Level 6 now for both mid laners. 45 seconds out. We'll see what action's going to go on in the side lanes here. 23 is going to be able to push his lane out, so that should free up Ollie if Ollie wants to go mid. top lane as well, thanks to the mag. He's kind of naturally pushing the lane. Jokum's still sticking around.
An interesting decision by Talon. Jabs decides to go jungle, and bot lane, Slug's going to play really aggressive onto Varys here.
Oh, the disarm. It's just purged immediately. TP's coming in, though. Barish cannot live long enough. You're always actually going to rotate in on there. Slark is not going to be able to be caught here. The damage at least sufficient to take down Ollie.
Not worth it. 2 TPs in for just 1 support
He's
kill.
back mid. This might be worth it, I would say, Winter if Yowei can secure the mid rune. He's going to gamble top. He's right, and it's a regen.
Regen rune for Void Spirit, and Mikoto can use his regen rune, and he's just going to run bot again. I mean, this is not looking good for AG right now.
They need to get out. Q as well. He's taking the twin gate on over. It's, well, just DP you're going to lose, but his lane already difficult enough. That is a level 1 tombstone dropped, and actually 23. Ooh, the power shot, not enough damage. Jokum giving chase, does not have the reach, as they do look to turn. Jokum quite tanky, but not tanky enough. Makoto cuts right through him. DB now unleashing onto the Q techies, is going to be able to pick up the kill, but 23 under the cover of just the Shadow Dance passive.
Aether Remnant
is back in there. Aether Remnant catches the Oracle, Pounce catching neither, as Frizz trying to live a bit longer, taken down by the magic damage of Ollie. DB looking like he's going to be last to go. There's another TP on in, actually. It's in your dream. Can look for a big RP, looking for the Smart. Will catch him.
Big RP.
And DB still alive. Another Aether Remnant is going to end up catching him out. Very likely will condemn him as well, but it's going to be now in your dream, looking like he's picking up a couple of kills for his
damage.
trouble. That's some universal hero damage for you right there, on top of Empower. Thank you very much.
Yeah, double bracer, strength treads, level 3 empower.
I mean, and just as you say, ends up being a much more impactful rotation from Makoto.
That was actually a very, very important rotation by In Your Dream coming here to salvage the team fight.
True, you're right. I didn't mean to, what I was saying was that the rotation earlier of Yowei choosing to TP that early, only getting the Lich, and then Makoto running bottom with the rune, regen now, which has activated. You know, Makoto, you sure, you know, he still ends up losing a couple of his cores there, but is involved in many more kills. He's 2-0-1 now compared to the
here goes DB.
Yeah, lots of action down bottom as they do contest the cliff. DB can really do some damage. This double bracer with the power treads, ouch. And this is just, come on.
That's like almost 200 damage. 190.
It's pretty mad. It's pretty crazy.
It's insane. Like, who does 200 damage right click at 10 minutes?
It's another, as you call it, offensive rune. This one is haste. I guess if it's offensive, it's haste your mother lies. I don't know. Makoto, oh, he's going to try and run away from this one, but of course, with the haste rune, Yowei easily, look at, he went the long way around as well, tanking a bit of the tower. TP's now being triggered, but the right click's not enough. Careful, sticky bomb, Yowei. The last Sleight of Fist, not enough damage. The armor already to the tower, and now they will turn and kill Yowei.
All right, not the best offensive.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, good try.
I really considered making that joke and decided, yeah, you know what, it'll be funny enough. Lucky bounces there, and a nice forward to Fate's Edict, pardon me, prevents Jokum from really actually tying there. He's actually going to look to try and fight. He's at level 3 decay, so a lot of strength steal for him. Quite tanky, not tanky enough though, even if Fariz, who's going to be able to tank the Aether Remnant, that allows Jokum to get off another burst of heals. Actually has the ulti as well, so still has Flesh Golem to rely on. So nice fighting out from Army Geniuses as they prove to be a bit stronger in that mid lane.
Yeah, but their supports are not level 6 yet. Varys is still level 5. Oracle is definitely a hero that does not want to be under level. This hero relies a lot on his levels to be able to contribute in the team fight, so they have to figure out a way how to get the Oracle to his level 6.
Well, it seems like the way they want to do that is kill Jabs, who has just been, similar to last game, a core in the top lane.
God,
he's just farmed.
So Vanguard into Aghanims, he wants to just dish out damage in the team fights. Instead of like going for more team-based aura items like the Crimson against the Magnus and the Wind Ranger.
Whose job is it to... Oh, go ahead.
Maybe he can still get it, I'm not sure. Like you're saying, whose job is it to go for the team items? I mean, Techies can get the Greaves.
Right.
Lich can get Pavis.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? He's already got the Frost Shield. They're sparring over runes, and it's a shield rune. Nice grab by Yowei as he picks it up in the bottle over the... the Aether Remnant.
So they're going
Talon.
to smoke on Talon.
Yeah, no one is bottom except for DB, who I heard a Diffusal Blade. I believe, who was that? Yeah, it's not DB. He's actually not going Diffusal, he's going Maelstrom.
Yeah.
So very much a carry windrunner here.
Yeah, here comes Beastmaster, but
they're going to try and gank the carry.
Yep, He has 4 points in min run, so he should be fine.
He's pretty fast.
Structures are fortified.
Fairly zippy.
Oh, they still want to defend the tower. Jokem's tipping down.
Oh, they are. Lots of TPs incoming now.
Oh, this could be bad.
Jokum looking to kick off the fight here. Wei is going to be able to join. Left a remnant over in the mid lane, but it was In Your Dream who was able to actually nuke down the tower and really just click it down.
Wow, okay, so Talon actually, they backpedaled. There were 5 heroes, they see a couple of TPs, and they see the Magnus hitting the mid tower, but they still decided not to commit onto the tower, so...
They didn't want to deal with the shield, which is still active for a while. Oh, the Techie's mines.
They just lost the tower for free, a mid tower.
They did. At least the smoke gets a pretty good ward behind that tier 1 tower. We'll see if they can actually get that to pan out for them into something later on. For now, though, it is just lost map control and a big D ward here courtesy of the Oracle.
Yeah, and AG somehow survived the laning phase pretty handily. So they have Wind Ranger almost completing the Maelstrom, like you said. Magnus is going for Harpoon. Harpoon next.
He's gonna go fishing now.
Yeah. Ember's gonna complete the Maelstrom, so they're gonna have some power spike in like 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
Who's they? You're saying AG?
Yeah, AG. Once they complete their double Maelstrom and the Harpoon.
Frizz still is only level 5 though. I mean, he's gonna get some good farm once these Ancients are clear.
Yeah, he actually has to, I feel like, prioritize his own levels. He has to try to find a lane. And
6 is so big on this
one. Yeah, you need to tell your course, okay, he has a Wisdom Rune up. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Wisdom Rune's up. I think AG, or sorry, In Your Dream should come back and farm this stack of Ancients, and he should stand there and get the XP. He needs to. I mean, now he's got level 6, but still, I think maxing your Purifying Flames, it's so much damage.
Even getting more points in Fate's Edict, it's really
honestly,
good.
maybe, yeah. I haven't really seen...
Even the Fortune's End as well, right? Because you're playing against the Frost Shield. You might want to have it to purge the Frost Shield.
And what else? Frost Shield, you're purging. The Sticky Bomb slow, maybe even. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea. I think, yeah, well, I think you're right, actually. I think Fortune's End, a Dispel this game is just very strong.
Yeah, and Talon's going to move top with a smoke on Mikoto and Ollie.
23 is the one who gets got a pounce, barely catching here onto the Oracle. Okay, he's going to be forced to use the ulti on himself. 23 in the meantime, a bit of a worse position as he is going to get long-rooted, plenty of damage and cut down by Varij. The tip immediately out there as well. As, oh my goodness, In Your Dream, absolutely saying goodnight to Ollie. Makoto TPing out. Searing Chain's not yet ready. So he is going to make it out alive. That's all. Oh my goodness. HE. I mean, yeah, that's a fast diffusal blade timing. Check out this timing for In Your Dream's Harpoon. He's got it just a minute slower than Jabs did last time. That's impressive. I mean, Jabs had like basically almost a free lane last time, to be honest.
This Magnus is actually so strong. And with the Occult Bracelet, so he has the 10% magic resist. Good luck killing this guy.
And he's big.
2,400 HP.
He is big. Let's see if mana regen as well to be able to farm up. Yeah, this thing is really good now, this Occult Bracelet, huh?
This is borderline OP, man.
It's real good. That's real good.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
12 camp stacked by Jabs, huh? Who's farmed them? Has he? I suppose, right? I mean, he's almost got egg.
Yeah, I think he's the one farming it.
Yeah, he's gonna get
Have you seen any cores stacking for someone else to farm? Tell me.
Nope. That's another 2 camp stack, by the way.
Thank you.
Pulled that one off pretty easily. And, well, he's starting to really stack up the axe counts as well on the Ancient stack. So he's got his Drums of Slom now, and that'll help clear this even faster. Look at it go.
Yeah, but I still feel like in the team fights, it's still hard for them to fight against the Magnus. I feel like with the Tombstone down, with False Promise, it's not easy to deal with the AG team fight. You have to be able to somehow try to force the False Promise on himself, or like a premature False Promise, and then try to see which angle you can approach within the team fight. There's going to be a lot of poking and prodding by the Slug and the Beastmaster Hawk to give vision.
How are you feeling about like this last pick Undying and this last pick? What was it? Was it a Slark? What was the last pick here for Talon? I don't quite remember.
Void Spirit.
Void Spirit, yeah. Oh, well, hold on. You're gonna get some time to think about that because the fight breaking out. There's DB. He's gonna get the False Promise. The Roar as well on the Jokum. Did not get off the Tombstone Winter. So this fight easy enough for Talon. Makoto still waiting by the wings to jump back in as DB is actually alive, getting healed up. Makoto is going to be able to take him down eventually, but Jabs underneath a tier 2 tower is falling rather quickly, even if the Drums of Slom are going off. No, he's alive actually. In fact, In your dream, you'd be in still for a bit of a tough time. Has the Harpoon in 2 seconds, but Makoto's going to be a hard catch now with Dissemblate and an Astral Step. They tip onto Japs as well. This Talon will be able to secure the tier 1 tower for themselves. Then they go again. Yoey a bit too fast there. Ooh, and the Dissemblate in time is not going to allow Makoto to get caught here.
Yeah, probably not going to try doing that on the Void Spirit anymore.
Nope.
If he has Disseminate. Yeah, but there you see, you know, if they can eliminate the Tombstone right away before the fight starts, then the fights become a lot easier for Talon.
2 Maelstroms here as well for Army Geniuses.
Yep, so they should be trying to look for a good fight once they have a...
Ooh, DD. That's a good one. That's a juicy one. 23. Bit of effort there. Did kind of get caught in place, but still the pounce. Not going to allow Army Geniuses to get an easy pick off there.
Yeah, you were talking about like the last picks, right?
Yeah.
About the Undying and the Void Spirit.
Well, there's the Undying.
Another fight, Undying.
Oh, it's just a pick off.
I feel like the Undying gives them a lot more like grouping up potential with the RP. Then you have the Tombstone with the False Promise. They want to group up and fight. Whereas Talon with the Void Spirit, it's more about like trying to get pick-offs around the map and choose your fights with the vision provided by the Beastmaster and the Slug Night Vision. Like they should be always constantly trying to play aggressive during nighttime, abusing the Slug Night Vision.
It's a smoke here from 23. Looking to try and catch onto the Magnus. Connecting from the river is Q here, as the Pounce is going to be able to find In Your Dream. There's going to be Blast Off as well. 23's not going to get caught by the Skewer. The Mine, however, does chase In Your Dream. He's got no RP. Well, he has RP, but not enough mana to use it. Down goes the Tombstone. They're trying to fight through this one. DB again, receiving the False Promise. So the Drums of Slom going off, as is 23 Savage here already. 25 stacks.
Oh, nice shackle.
The Shackles onto 2. It's not really going to change much. Briz is down, DB as well. Your Dream's already fallen, and they've only really gotten Q for their
Go
tip. Wow.
Somebody's angry, man.
23. Let him cook.
Okay, so big fight there by Talon. So they were able to take out the big kill, Magnus.
Yeah.
I mean, somehow the Oracle, I guess he wasn't in position. He wasn't able to save the Magnus.
Nope.
So he was, I think he used his False Promise on the Wind Ranger.
He did.
Yeah, so not something that's too desirable. I feel like you probably should only reserve your ulti for the Magnus in most cases.
Yeah, it looked like that was already going to be a difficult kind of a fight to take there.
And then you try to maybe get the shard on the Undying. So maybe you can use your Tombstone to save the raw target. That could be like a viable option so that you can conserve the False Promise.
Yeah, that Reign of Destiny is pretty good, honestly, at least this right now. See, as Talon do move into the Roche Pit with the drums, I believe they will have this, as well as just the regen by Slark. I don't think it's going to be really too difficult here. There's way too much regen in the pit.
Yep, not much AG can do right now. I don't feel like, did they scan? Oh yeah, they scan.
They do. Only one hero nearby, and it's DB. They're gonna smoke up. They're far too late, I believe, here, Winter. Yeah, Roche is on less than 1,000 HP. It'll go down. 3 mines as well, guarding the Twin Gate. Yoey's gonna TP in. They would have scouted that, though, with the Observer Ward. Now his smoke breaks as well. He's out of here. That might be a red flag now to Army Geniuses. They like the color red, Winter. They're sticking around. They're planting a ward. See how much more Talon wants to really go in here. They've got ultis.
I mean, realistically, how are they going to jump? There's no dagger on Magnus. You're relying on Harpoon. Slug.
Just like that.
Slug has Aegis.
Just like that. He's been forced.
Oh, no. Oh, no. High ground Tombstone, but
Yeah.
I guess that's a retreat right now.
That's a retreat. That's a retreat. That's definitely, you know, Army Geniuses, they didn't care about the red flags, but they'll raise the white flag on this. And they just have to. The away tips show come. He's like, yeah, that was a good, a nice Tombstone. All right, 20 minutes.
Time to go back and get the Wisdom Rune and the Shard.
He's got his shard. That's a good one, actually, this game. The Ice Spire.
Yeah, for AG, I think the Undying Shard and the Oracle Shard, they're both
fantastic.
They're both very good.
Oh yeah, they're phenomenal. I mean, even if Slark is going to be able to kill Tombstone very quickly, you know, just denying him a couple of Essence stacks early in the fight, using Tombstone as a save, English, is really, really powerful here for AG.
Yeah, especially for the raw target. I think you can.
True.
You can definitely prioritize doing that.
I think they should, yeah. Tier 2 tower does go down here. Talon are able to secure that with the space that they have.
And Magnus, meanwhile, gets his banter, so it's going to give him a dispel. I guess there's nothing to dispel.
A couple of
there's a disarm from the reactive taser. That's about it.
That is about it. What else are you dispelling? 4 poison, the Lich stuff, but only temporarily. Oh, careful. PEP. Lots of magic damage there, and you can see the Frost Shield getting dispelled.
Yeah, Talon's definitely gonna have to back off right now. They did some good damage under the tower. They didn't really have to give away anything, so they're gonna just smoke and try to sweep the map, try to control the Ancients area. That's definitely the right play here.
Army Genius is keen to show it's in your dream here underneath the tier 2 tower, his own, of course. Seem to know that you're going to need an Oracle save incoming. There it is to dispel him as well. They need a lot of healing. 23 Savage just letting loose. Already up to 20 stacks of the Essence. In your dream, trying to fight back. And so far, the fight's not actually that bad for them. The Roar, though, Yoe, nothing to save him. Now that Oracle's expended all of his save, the fear, everything here controlling onto the Ember Spirit. But still, he's going to walk out. And it's actually 23 Savage who's in trouble. For now, he leaps away as Shabs gets a pretty big heal off of the drums of Slom. DB, in the meantime, is going to end up being caught. Makoto, though, long duration route onto him. He's got himself at least the Mantis style to be able to dispel it. As still fighting here is 23. He's already up to 29, nearly 30 stacks of the Essence.
Wow.
But the fight, not bad for AG. They sustain through it.
Yeah, the Tombstone down and the Oracle there, making sure that the Magnus doesn't die. Like, I feel like the Fate's Edict just blocked like at least 3 bounces of the Chain Frost, so negating all the damage. And they just need to be careful with engaging when there's Tombstone on the ground, you know. So Talon definitely have to pay attention for that next time. You know. They don't really have the best heroes to kill the Tombstone, but if the Techies and the Slug and Lich in the team fight, they see the Tombstone get taken down and they are in range of it, they should definitely try to prioritize killing off the Tombstone.
Yeah, huge get there for the side of Army Geniuses. As a fight win under their belt, sees them much more moving confidently. Or you can see Yoe, I thought he was dead to rights there. And instead, he's jumping 2 supports. 23 eager to join the fight, however. Still has himself the RP, but 23 really starting to rack up the damage. RP is going to be connecting onto 2, but the follow-up damage not immediately there. They are able to at least cut through the Techies as they're keeping Jabs controlled and a bit out of the fight. There's Tombstone. Disciplined play from Talon as they're looking for another angle into the fight, or maybe just waiting for the Tombstone. They got BKB and Tombstone here, Winter. They seem fairly content with those 2 pieces of utility out.
Yeah. I think the Slug's gonna have his Aegis run out in a bit. But maybe he should try to get the shot, though. The shot could be also another way of saving his team. When
Depth Shroud. Yeah,
when the Magnus gets a RP off, you can just use the Death Shroud there. So giving your team maybe a precious 1 or 2 extra seconds to react or to run away. And we'll see like what does he go for here. 23 still wants to go in.
The Oracle's a good target. The 4 Staffs are out now. They need to be able to get a dispel on the Frost Shield. There we go. Maybe would have gotten a bit more damage in early.
He's so tanky with the Mage Slayer.
He is. He's real tanky, but he's starting to go in a bit deep here. Missing 12 strength. Does not connect on the pounce. Oh goodness. The Glaive Clear out. They're going to be able to turn this. He's dead through Aegis, though. I didn't see how long he had left.
I mean, he has Shadow Dance.
And Depth Shroud both. Careful as well with the Ice Spire. Don't want that Frost Blast. Sorry, the Chain Frost. What is it called? It's Chain Frost, right? Is his ulti name? Yeah, Chain Frost. Could have been a powerful moment there to try and turn. Make a MVP Lich move.
Yep, and Jabs right now he has Blink and Halberd. So in the team fights, if he's going to be able to Halberd the Magnus when he's RPing, so that would also be huge for them in the team fights. So that's why he got a Blink, I guess. He wants to make sure that every time the Magnus is there to do the RP, he can actually stop a lot of the damage with the Halberd.
That'd be big. The disarm, even just getting the Roar out, right? 2 BKB. Well,
Q.
You don't pre-BKB. Q. Blasting off is going to die. I mean, that's the Death Loss. Zombie actually is going to be able to get him.
Yep, not the biggest deal. Talon, they are happy like farming top, they're farming bottom, they're pushing out the waves. Mid lane's also pushed out, so not the worst case for them to lose the Techies. Right now, Slug is going to try to get a Skadi, so that's gonna help him deal with the heals of the Oracle. It's gonna limit some of it. I'm just wondering whether he will decide to get a MKB at some point to deal with the win run, or he's just gonna get a Nullifier.
Yeah, I think the Nullifier is gonna be in the works for him. There's gonna be a Shackle shot into the Roar though. DB can't get out of that one.
Yep. How did they see him? Oh, they have a ward there. All right.
Where's the one?
Yeah, right above the
Don't see that one. a whole
Yeah,
lot.
right above the camp there.
Still gives, oh no, I think you're going to be scouted. I think those crystals mean that you get scouted if you try and take the path Makoto's on right now, trying to sneak out of the Radiant base to get into the bottom jungle. So basically that's going to try and effectively deny bottom jungle. As Shokum receiving the Fate. A bit of a save. Careful though, in your dream still has RP. Lots of shield here as well. Lots of shields. You can see the glimmer. And where's that other shield coming from that he had? Oh, the Pavis, of course. 23, again, just jumping on in. He's got to be a bit careful here, Winter. He's losing a lot of strength each time, but now Skewer to the base, RP, they continue to try and control him through the Shadow Dance. Still has himself, though.
They need the body block.
Crowd. Good attempts on the body block. We'll see what else they can look to try and achieve, but not much. But, you know.
Nice try.
Powerful abilities wasted here. And again, every time he goes up, sure, he's a Slark, but Undying is sapping a lot of his strength every single time he makes the jump in.
Yeah.
He's tanky, but, I mean, they whittle him down.
Like Slug, you want to play all these long drawn-out fights. You go in, you have 2 pounds with the Aghanim's Scepter, so you want to go in, steal some stacks, come out, regen. But against Undying, like you said, you know, it might not be the best idea if every time you go in, he's getting 2 decay stack off.
Especially if you're not really getting too many stacks on the Essence. I mean, 11 Essence is not bad, but
yeah,
I think Slark, to me, anytime I see a Slark with more than 20, 25 stacks of Essence, I don't want to be anywhere near him. I want to be out as a zip code.
Oh, you're totally right, you know. We don't usually see Undying as much nowadays, and a position for Undying being this far up, you have some items to survive, and if the Slug keeps doing that, you're just going to trade Wave of Decay, and I feel like you don't even feel bad about it.
Okay, that's an interesting move by the Slark. I wonder, AG, they're going to know it's warded somewhere, but I'm wondering if they can suss out where.
I mean, right now, AGs, they're going to try to still keep farming their Ancients area. I think this area, the Ancients, double Ancients, this is the area they have to try to defend. And if you're Talon, you need to try to lock out that area so that the Magnus can farm it with Empower.
They've got that cliff ward up as well that used to kind of see Overwatch over the Roche pit, or the old Roche pit.
Yep.
So this is maybe a good fight, actually, to be honest, for Talon. Oh, it would have been if they could just have caught DB there. They're going to try and turn. They do force. That's what Shadow Dance. So Depth Shroud still available. Leipnir's going to catch him.
Yes, Blink.
Comes Q as well. Jabs in the vicinity here. There's 2 heroes not here from DB, though, crucially, in your dream. And
the Hawk. They see the Oracle. They're going to jump.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy kill for him. Has buyback. We'll see how much they really want to commit. It's in this Roche window, though, so Army Geniuses, they may be spooked into perhaps buying back here, especially as Talon are going to claim the top tier 1 tower, which gives them 1 less point to reinforce to. Yeah. But Roche is going to move down bottom, so AG maybe not too uncomfortable with this, right? Because they still control, well, they always will control that bottom outpost.
Yeah, but the fight is still going to be hard. You know, you're playing against the Hawk.
Definitely.
The Hawk's gonna see a lot of you, and then like you mentioned, the Techies is gonna control the Twin Gate area, the Roche pit.
Okay, Shokum, he's clearing out mines with his body, sorry.
He's fine.
He's fine for now. It's good for now. The supports TP on over to the bottom area to make sure that they are going to be able to set up for the Roche. Super, super important stuff to do. I think where everyone's getting better at kind of acknowledging the Roche timers now, you know, and moving top and moving bottom.
Yeah, good luck contesting the Roche when you're playing against Techies that's already sitting there for the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think that's a big reason why Techies is so good, by the way, honestly. Right now.
You just make sure that I feel like you're going to win, what, 80-90% of those Roche fights if you arrive there early to set up.
Yeah. And he's done just that. I mean, you're always highly incentivized to control the Twin Gate cliffs as well.
Yeah, it's so difficult, you know, if Techies is already there for 2 minutes, how are you going to get past that area?
This is really scary for AG. They don't have a single ward to fight around.
They got a Hawk. That's something.
They got to get this cliff ward up. Now they have at least good vision. They want to try and fight around this. Talon, they've got their own ward just slightly north of here. So the lane is kind of neutral territory, but Talon, of course, eyes on the prize for them. They still have the superior control over Roche right now. They don't feel too pressured into taking this fight on not their terms.
Yep. The Oracle has a Psychic Headband, so Varys has that extra class range. In the next coming fight, they're going to kill another Hawk.
Ooh, yeah, but they do force Shadow Dance, and 23 Savage already committing both Shadow Dance and Depth Shroud. So it makes their team fight much weaker here, Winter. However, it may be a bait as 23 leading them back into a literal minefield.
They have the Undying save, you know, the shot. So if you see what Joachim's doing, he's not really rushing into planting his tombstone, so he wants to plant it in a way where he can actually use it to save his teammate, be it for the Raw, be it for the Sinister Gaze.
Maybe even just a bad pounce, right, that catches them out of position. And it gives you a lot of flexibility here. See, as for now, Army Geniuses, they do look to move into the Techies area. Fate's Edict a bit late there. I mean, they've got a lot of healing here.
They need to really communicate before they do that. They have to get the Fate's Edict off before you run up the high ground.
He said, I'll put that one right back there. Quite like that spot, actually. They do have vision over the Observer, as they are sending a couple of illusions in to tank for them. Not bad at all. Most of the Techies' mines now have been dispatched, Winter. There's a DD rune, though. 23's picked it up in the river.
Huge.
He's going to want to fight right here, right now. Army Geniuses, they're kind of putting themselves in a corner, and the Hawk has vision over this entire area.
I mean, this is definitely not looking good for AG. They're not getting any farm on the map.
It's not, but I mean, they are still stalling out Talon. Talon aren't getting that much more farm either, I would say, Winter.
Yeah, but the waves are pushing, you know, the mid and top waves are gonna push.
Yeah, they are. Yoe's, I think, gonna TP top and help deal with this. But no, he's taking the Watcher, so 23 goes in. Of course, he gets the rune immediately dispelled. Not the most potent thing. They're coming now back as Show comes. Oh, they used the ulti on him.
Skewer.
But in trouble is Jabs. He's used already his ultimate here. Frost Shield is not dispelled, though. And there's gonna be that Tombstone RP onto 2, but 23 Savage is immediately gonna be able to dispel it. Jabs now with the BKB, still continuing to fight through this one as the Chain Frost bounces around between the illusions. Look at the damage as well on that thing. In Your Dream is falling low. 23 Savage has got him dead to rights. Makoto as well cleaning up as Ollie and everyone else will wipe Army Geniuses off the face of the map. Take that.
That was some, like, what, 3,000 damage Chain Frost, I'm pretty sure.
It must have been. It had to have been. Yeah.
The two supports doing just amazing damage in the fights. The Keys and the Chain Frost.
The drums.
4,000 damage on the Chain
Drums
Frost.
of Slom as well. Yeah, DB just died to all the magic damage. DB died to 10 hits of the drums.
The slot did 1.5k damage on him. I guess he was tanking majority of the time.
The drums, honestly, the drums, dude. The drums did so much there. And of course, the Chain Frost. Holy moly. I mean, those illusions certainly didn't not do them any favors. That and Q got really excited as soon as Undying bunkered into his tombstone. Q got up there and set up like 2 more mines. It's so rude.
Take that.
Take that.
Hide. You can't hide in the tombstone forever.
There they go. I mean, just a beautiful team fight win there for the side of Talon. Who's got the cheese? Jabs does. He's so tanky. How much do you lifesteal off of this? 25%?
How is he actually so freaking farm every single game, man?
It's because, as you say, they don't really rotate to try and punish the quote-unquote greed, you know? I mean, it's not really greed because
getting away with so much, you know? Like, they're just like way better at playing the map, more efficient, more ruthless, they're quicker at moving around, and obviously they're really good at the laning phase, you know? A lot of this stuff, or all the small advantages are already starting to build from the laning phase.
Yeah, and now 2 Wisdoms as well, about to go the way here towards Talon. Not really, I think, the biggest deal at this stage. I mean, it kind of is. You look at the levels of supports, I mean, I think that clearly shows the impact here.
This Undying, this Beastmaster Hawk is just owning so hard in the team fight, you know, always giving the right vision at the right time, and just allowing the slug to just pounce on the right targets and just steal stats, tank. And in the previous fight as well. Like,
careful here, DB has been caught, taunted up now, and is in for a rough time. Shackle Shot did not connect onto anything. There's going to be the Oracle ulti. Bunker is
he's in the bunker. Oh no.
That's a little bit of a miscommunication, certainly, as Joe comes is going to go down. DB's going to come back out. The RP now onto 2, but the Death Shroud. Just completely owned them there. The miscommunications from HG as they've lost the Tombstone. Jabs, he's banging on the drum, and into war goes Talon up onto the high ground. They're in. And DB is down. Q celebrating with a little bit of a self-blast off. His 23, it has gone a bit deep here, Winter. He's lost Aegis. They have another skewer on back. We'll see if they can actually catch him, as he's going to go further into the base with the Frost Shield on him, though. Pounce, very fortunate. He doesn't connect onto anyone. Another Pounce is ready, surrounded, finds an angle on the way out. That's both supports now down and out of the fight, which means that this cheese
They passed him the cheese.
Very effective on him. He's holding on to it. He cannot be taken down right now. But the good news is when you kill a Slark, he does lose his stacks of essence. They are dispelled by death.
Yeah, but right now, good luck killing him. You have no RP, you have no Oracle, no Wind Ranger. Slark has cheese, Titan's liver, good luck.
Oh, Jokum, he got a little bit too close there. Has Tombstone, but he has no mana to use it.
Oh,
Down
nice,
he goes on that buyback. He went back for that Q as well with the blast off. Oh, this one's falling apart. Army Genie says now they're going to lose the Ember Spirit. 23 Savage getting tipped up. Let him cook. They tipped him. at the start of the map, Winter. He didn't like that very much. Returned the favor later, giving them a bit of all chat. That's another kill onto DB. They do actually get 23 into the fountain, but he's just out as quickly as he went in. That isn't till the... Yeah, it doesn't matter. I think this one's all but over, Winter. Talon proving to be the better team here as they take down Army Geniuses 2-0 here. Talon back in form.
Yeah, just a very, very solid draft against the Magnus. You know, you have the... I feel like you have the Lich armor. That's a pretty huge spell to deal with the Magnus RP, and then you also have the Sinister Gaze. You know, like a couple of times in team fights, you see Oli is able to get the gaze off once the RP is off, and you not allowing the Magnus to get the skewer. And on top of that, the Beastmaster Hawk, the vision. Those are the things that are really, really crucial in the team fights. You know, like giving you the right vision so Slark can decide who is he supposed to jump on and when he can go on. So just all in all, like a really, really solid draft from Talon, you know, against this Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, Talon playing phenomenally well here as well as they are going to be able to take that win. This really makes the race for the Bali Major slots quite interesting. You know, regrettably, it makes the bottom half, I mean, I guess in a way also interesting because you have, what, now you have 2 teams with 4 wins, 2 teams with 3 wins, and then 4 teams with 1 win. All, of course, they haven't played the same amount of matches given that we play an uneven amount of games per day. But this is going to really spice things up towards the end of the week here. I don't know. What do you think AG can take away from a series like this, though?
They're definitely not an Oracle team. I mean, I like the hero, but I feel like they don't really maybe practice the hero that much. They just wanted to try out, or maybe they use it a couple of games, but they don't look like a team that's very, very comfortable with Oracle. And so that might have also been an issue. And maybe the Wind Ranger off lane with the Undying Postfall, so it's something that they have to go back to the drawing board and rethink it, you know. How should they pull it off and when they should pull it off.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be the case. Well, that's what happens when you let Talon and 23, by extension, cook. A bit too spicy there. Back on over to Neil to see what he's been cooking up there in the Lakata coconut stand.
Praise for Talon is what I have on the menu today because I'm satisfied that they have returned to form. I think this is even maybe approaching... We're not quite there yet, but Lima Major form is the peak Talon that I'm hoping for. Because I think Lima Major Talon was even better than Tour 2 Talon. Tour 2 Talon was undefeated, sure, which was great, but they were toying with their opponents.
They were learning.
There were a lot of experimentation, but I want to see them ironclad execution, which they brought in this series, not just even this game. This
I
whole
think Jabs
series.
looked really solid.
Jabs was on fire, man.
He looks angry.
Like that, they were mentioning in the cast that DB got a harpoon roughly at the same time that Jabs did in game 1, but Jabs had Vanguard harpoon at 14 minutes.
True.
DB just had harpoon at 14 minutes, and so that game was fantastic. And then yet again here he had Drums of Slum at like 16 minutes on top of a Vanguard. Andy got a Blink Dagger, which we were happy about.
Amazing, yeah. I feel like he just understood, like, they played how I wanted SMG to play. They waited for Hawk.
Yep.
They let the Slark play his game by himself, and you know, they just waited for their own opportunity.
Yeah, and they also really just outplayed a lot of what AG was trying to do. Like Mikado was playing on the bleeding edge, Savage as well, playing on a very fine line on the Slark, gets punished. Every now and again you'd see some of these cores die, but they understand how far they can push themselves here, and we did see a little bit more coming out from AG, but just not enough to cover it. Again, like the target prioritization from Talon, eliminating the Oracle early on just meant that you don't have the saves, and you cut off the equation of the Oracle plus Undying. Overall, I feel like AG, they're trying something different in these drafts, but it doesn't feel like it's something they're able to really execute in the same way that we need to see, like, say, Talon's executing.
It looks very pubby for them. There's no like strategy being executed. I think they didn't have an answer to Slark, and then DB probably just said like, let me play Wind Ranger here, but he also couldn't really focus fire the Slark. I think he got 1 kill on the Slark at top lane. And other than that, Slark was just in Death Shroud or invisible most of the time. There's a Frost Shield on top as well. It just didn't look very convincing to me.
Yeah, it's a toughie for AG, and again, this is something we've talked about with this team. They looked really good in the first 2 weeks, maybe in Div 1 last tour, and then it's just been kind of steady down in the end of that tour. This tour, it looks like we're getting some new ideas, some new changes, but it's still not enough to put them on their highs when they were fresh up in Div 1, and it does feel like Again, a lot more teams understand what they like to do, so much so that AG is trying new things that don't necessarily fit what they want.
I think they're having trouble finding an identity. Probably a bit telling of the number of heroes they've played so far.
Yep.
Just
Another one gets added to the list for Yokem. Yokem has now played...
NDV and Varys.
NDV and Varys, yeah, exactly.
Actually, I think In Your Dream has not played Magnus as well.
Correct. This was the first time for him.
The 4 of them.
So, yeah, at least Yoei is playing a consistent hero, but Yoei has also played 8 different heroes this entire DPC tour. So, I don't know if it's so much as them like trying new things or just not knowing anything that works for them. Unironically, I feel like just go back to some of your Tour 2 heroes, even if they're not that popular
Primal
right now.
Beast.
Yeah, Primal Beast. Just whip it up.
Dawnbreaker.
Pick up the Dawnbreaker.
The Tiny. Let's go.
Yeah, even though these heroes aren't well known right now in 7.33, you were able to find success with them, and clearly you're not finding success with whatever. Like in this one was a heal strat, Undying plus Oracle.
The bunker strat.
The bunker strat. Everyone get in the tombstone.
2 saves. What can they do?
23 Savage ends up being our MVP for game number 2. Another stellar Slark performance from him. I can't believe that Slark may be the hero that I now respect him the most on excelling Morphling even, because he is just not playing Morphling this tour.
It's so weird to me. I feel like all the Morphling players are not playing Morphling. It's the hero that bad.
Apparently.
I need an interview with some Morphling spammer.
Yeah, I would like to get to the bottom of this because it is... we saw someone play... Who was it playing?
Natsumi?
Yeah, it was Natsumi playing Morphling against his Slark. And whenever he was able to get the Ag's stat steal on Slark, Slark looked utterly useless, and I was like,
looked pretty good.
Why
There's
is
a game that I think Watson played against Durachio Magnus as well. Every time he turned into a universal hero, so you talked about it as I think Aurora said, if you turn into a universal hero, you get like everything, right? Which is
40% of everything, I think, with Ags, yeah.
But what is the... Because on top of a specific hero, like on strength heroes, you steal the status resistance or whatever. Agi, you steal attack speed. And his spell amplification.
But Universal, it's 20 of each stat. 20% of each stat, 40% for the Ags of each stat.
Oh, wow.
So it's insane.
So you just get crazy numbers.
Yeah.
Then.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it seems pretty successful. And someone else who was very successful is our interviewee, Makoto, on the line. Makoto, you didn't dodge me this time. I know last tour you were at home and you did not remember to do your interview. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember. I cannot dodge because I'm in bootcamp now.
Yeah, this time you're in bootcamp. This time someone's keeping track of you. And you've been doing a great job this tour so far. Though we've been talking about it, how a lot of the different teams are playing a lot of different heroes. You've been sticking to spirits, man. You've just been playing Void, Ember, and then I guess Pango. Or do you enjoy having like a small hero pool that you really understand? Or do you like being able to play a bunch of different heroes?
Actually, I kind of sick of it. I feel like I want to play another hero, but Universal is just broken, I think.
Yeah, and you're making them look broken. Every time I see your... anytime we get to the last phase of a draft, if Pango isn't banned, I'm like, Makoto's probably playing Pango.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you are looking forward to other things, but right now, you're just too good at these heroes. What can you do? This was also the case, I think, in Tour 2. Your team just kept picking Lesh Io, right?
Yeah, same team. Every season. Like
okay.
one or...
hang in there. TI is around the corner.
TI is around the corner.
Hang in there, it's worth it. To bounce off your universal hero thing, I want to ask, I feel like in SEA we don't see as much mid-win ranger, but it's always on the support role. Do you think the hero's good at mid right now?
I think this hero quite good. But maybe the one thing make it harder for like mid hero, because he's not that in front liner, he's not ganker. He just more farmy. So maybe that make it hard for me to pick it.
All right. Don't mind me asking, what do you think is the best mid hero right now? Is there something that's just too strong right now?
Void Spirit.
Void Spirit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's respectable. I think we've seen a lot of that coming out. And Makoto has been, again, spectacular in the mid. I'm curious, Makoto, it's been a while since we talked. What is the team atmosphere like, right? Because it was smooth sailing until that loss to XERXIA. Actually, I want to ask, what happened with that XERXIA series for the team? And how did you guys bounce back from it?
I mean,
Wait, you mean the Bleed series?
Huh?
Bleed series?
Bleed series. Sorry, the
Blacklist
Bleed.
lost
I am
to Xerxia.
mixing
Yeah,
up.
you're-
The
you're-
Bleed series.
you're Bleed series.
I am very confused, yes.
I mean, we learned a lot like from after we losing against Blitz. I think we found like a new idea like to how to solve the game, and then we just like trying to keep thinking, oh, but like the time that we lose against Blitz and what makes it like the problem. Yeah.
All right, and it's always good to find something to learn. I think that's always important for a team near the top. I'm curious, how motivated are you personally for Bali, right? It's the big major in Indonesia. How important is it for you on a personal aspect to kind of get there?
It is very important. I mean, I just want to like visit Bali and then play in the major also.
It's fair. So it's always important. And thinking further in the future, assuming you guys do get to Bali and already being invited to another tournament as well, Dream League coming up, is there any international team that you're looking forward to matching up against?
I think I want to meet Team Spirit. Just like
Revenge.
it's fun to facing them. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Interesting answer. I feel like usually we get like gaming.
Yeah, it's
like,
almost always GG, yeah.
Wait, is it Berlin Revenge? Who did you get eliminated to in Berlin?
EG.
EG. Oh, okay, that's right. Oh, so they're not on the list, or they're lower on the list?
One of the list, but
one of the list.
I mean, I want to meet Team Spirit.
Okay. That's any specific reason why?
They just like their playstyle like CIS quite different, right? And then it's just fun like to meeting like the opposite of our playstyle.
Yeah.
Speaking of playstyle, I want to ask, you guys are like more focused on international lands now, obviously. You know, you guys go to like most majors, most lands. How do you come back to SEA and play this DPC and practice things that you think apply to your land more than the DPC itself in SEA?
Honestly, it's quite confusing. Like, how do we like have a practice like against C opponent and then against EU opponent? It's so much different. Like their playstyle. I think we like trying to make it like we are thinking that we meet the Europe team. Like we just try to think that the enemy can. I like just how to tell maybe, but I mean we just like maybe gotta like.
You would think they will do this if it was a European opponent. They just react accordingly. Okay,
We're
that's
trying to
kind
like
of cool.
thinking that way.
How about from the mid lane? Is there anything that works against SCA players that doesn't work against European players?
I think Bad Rider. I don't know, like people in C still like Bad Rider, but I don't think it's gonna work in EU.
Okay, that is something that we've noticed as well, so I'm glad to get some confirmation on that. We're seeing SCA Bad Riders be a little too greedy is our criticism, and it doesn't seem to work out. Makoto, congratulations on this win, and looking forward to, I guess you guys only have two more opponents now, Boom and Execration, so if you keep up this momentum, we will be seeing you in Bali, so congratulations for right now.
Thank you.
Catch you later. What a delightful time getting to pick the brain of someone who has been playing against a lot of international opponents. Because SMG only got a chance to do one major, and Execration, they're showing up to stuff, but they're not doing very good at any of these events.
Yeah,
they showed up to Lima, they showed up to Dream League, they showed up to Berlin, and I'm pretty sure in all these events they got eliminated in groups.
Yeah, it's been rough going for Execration. And every single time, you know, it's like, okay, it's a learning experience. At some point, the learning experience has to show that you've learned something. So that's what I'm hoping from
You can't just go to class and then every time there's a test you bomb out.
Imagine in high school you're in Sec 4.
Yeah,
it's like,
that's
I
it.
failed my test again, I need to stay back.
I'm just
It's a learning
I'm just
experience.
learning.
It's a learning experience.
But one thing I respect about Talon is I feel they always come out better after losses.
They do.
I think it's not easy. Like they just seem to have this like need for growth, you know, as a team. Like talk to Mikoro, like how he took his loss. He's like, oh, we learned a lot. We have a new playstyle now, which is super interesting to me because in Tour 2 they did that with Gaming 2, where they lost at the major and they're like, Gaming plays this way, and they just came back and they took something out of it. You know, I think that's like something really rare to find in teams.
That's why I had high expectations for them after Dream League, because they did seem like they were kind of taking these losses pretty heavily, but then maybe the patch timing also conflicted with things. So they were losing and learning, and then all of a sudden a patch comes out and they're like, oh, everything that we learned is useless now.
I think it's also figuring things out. I think when Bleed played against them, Bleed was a bit more prepared. Compared to them, they were still in a, I would say, honeymoon phase kind of feeling maybe.
Yes, definitely. But hopefully now that they have fully solidified this roster, that they will continue to be Southeast Asia's hopefully direct TI representative. And if we take a look at our results for the day, then maybe we can help confirm that as we look towards the end of week number 2. Execration was able to get a 2-0 versus XERXIA, which unfortunately leaves XERXIA at their 1 win. And who is their 1 win against?
Blacklist.
It's Blacklist Rivalry. Which I can understand your confusion, John, because I saw it was, I recall a top team lost to XERXIA, and it could have very well easily been Talon, but instead Blacklist was XERXIA's best team in the world moment, as we heard from Raven. Series 2 was SMG going up against Blacklist, and Blacklist was able to get revenge from Tour 2, because it was the beginning of Tour 2 that Blacklist lost to SMG.
Mike finally won.
He finally won. And that may have been the series that determines who goes to as the 3rd slot for the major, potentially. Because Blacklist was on the cusp. SMG ended up getting the win in Tour 2, and they got to go to Berlin. But this time, Blacklist comes out on top. And our final series is Talon beating Mansion Army Geniuses, as Army Geniuses are just throwing things at the wall right now, and none of it seems to stick. But let's take a look at our standings for the DPC as we wrap up week number 2. Bleed remain undefeated, although we did not see them today. And Bleed's remaining opponents are going to be Execration and Boom, which...
Not looking too hot. Sam, Execution's third on the list.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry. I misread that. Bleed's next 2 opponents are... Oh, they got 3 opponents. They got Army Geniuses, Blacklist, and XERXIA.
Oh.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what opponents Bleed has left, because I think their matchups are all determinant. Like if Blacklist manages to find that win, then suddenly there's a tie for first potentially. The 3rd place slot also opens up a little bit more, so we could have like 2 tiebreakers for these positions.
But we do feel confident that Bleed should.
They should be within the top 3.
Major.
I think it's pretty clear Bleed should be within the top 3.
Yeah.
It's just a question of positioning, and it's kind of do or die for Execration. Right, like they have to depend on
Talon's,
having a chance there.
Execration's opponents are Talon and SMG.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I think even SMG is not something you can count out, even though sometimes they look a little bit shaky. And it's Execration's last chance to get points, to get that invite to TI.
Execration playing for the 3rd place slot once again. Messing
Could
up week 1.
Yeah.
Could have been 5-0.
Okay, so I'm going to look up Knoxville's probabilities.
I think their probability to come in by points is like 63 or less. Talents is at 19.
Okay, so their qualifying somehow percentage, which by the way, if none of you are familiar, this is Knoxville's TI-12 probabilities. You can Google it and find it that way. They have a 61% chance of qualifying somehow, and a 38% chance of qualifying through points.
Okay.
So the point probability is pretty low. And given their placement right now in these standings, I kind of agree with that assessment.
It's not counting if they qualify now, right?
It's counting basically where the DPC is right now. And so post Berlin is what we're calculating. And so they still obviously have a chance to make it to the major and maybe win Bali and stuff like that. But more realistically, if we're looking at this, then Execration have a very uphill battle going up against Talon and SMG. Meanwhile, Blacklist's, their remaining 2 opponents are Bleed and Army Geniuses, which means that if they're able to beat AG, then that means that they might be the 3rd slot, and our 3 would be Bleed, Talon, and Blacklist potentially. But they need to get through a handful of opponents before they can make that happen. Our first series on Monday, when we return for our final week of Southeast Asian DPC, is going to be Mansion Army Geniuses going up against Boom, which is perhaps a relegation-thon.
Yeah, it's a sad one too, because it's 2 Indonesian teams. It's like one of the few times we get multiple Indonesian teams up here. Technically, Boom's still an Indonesian org, so that one's a bit painful for the Indonesian fans.
The bright side, we have Mikoto, so at least there is some representation.
That is true.
Yeah, and then our second series is going to be Bleed versus Blacklist, which that may be the opposite. That may be determining, well, like we said, Bleed probably pretty secure going to the major, Blacklist on the border. If they can get that win, then they're very comfortable.
Yeah.
But that's a tall order.
It's pretty scary for Bleed to drop there as well. Like I guess for them, positioning doesn't matter. It matters a lot more for Talon. So if Bleed takes that one loss, again, potentially a two-way tie for first, then that's like a cascading set of tiebreakers.
Strangely, it's almost in Bleed's best interest to not get first, because that means that Talon gets more points.
Exactly.
And that means that
But
Talon...
they already beat Talon.
They already beat Talon,
And
yeah.
losing to Blacklist would be weird for them because Blacklist lost to XERXIA. XERXIA is
but that was
looking like they might lose.
XERXIA was the best team in the world on Monday.
And that one day, yeah.
That one day. And then if they're able to be the best, maybe Monday is just their day.
Their day, the third series once again.
No, but Blacklist XERXIA was first series on Monday. So maybe they're morning people.
Morning people.
Because their series on Monday when we return to the DPC is going to be against SMG, but it's the final series of the day. That does make an impact. I don't remember who I was talking to, but at the major, there was some player, I don't remember what team they were on, but they were saying that like they always had the morning games, and it sucked. They always...
Yeah, I heard this too.
I hear it all the time, yeah.
Was it during an SEA interview?
I'm not sure, but I remember...
Was it Talon at Lima?
No, I remember they were actually surprisingly not that salty about Lima, because I remember at Lima they played at like 2 a.m.
Yeah,
against
with
Liquid.
no crowd anymore.
Yeah, with no crowd. And while I imagine that was probably somewhat disappointing, it was still like in gamer hours. You were gaming at 2 a.m. You do that at home all the time.
Yeah. We had this thing back in the day with Eternal Envy where we would like adjust our body clock based on when we play. So if we play at 6 p.m. the next day, we would like purposely make people stay up late to like wake up later.
Okay.
Because you don't want to wake up at 9 a.m. for a 6 p.m. game. You're actually gonna die in the evening.
But what if you're at the mercy of like scrim schedules and stuff like that? Like other teams aren't gonna play with
I
no
think sleep
weird
matters
schedule?
too much.
Okay.
Like when you're actually game day, like fuck the scrims.
I see.
That one scrim's probably not gonna do you as much.
Yeah.
I think it's also like player dependent. Like we play with Abed. Okay, this is a story that I actually can't remember if it's real. Okay, but I'll tell the story because I had this conversation many times with Jackie, and Abed was always late.
Okay.
Like not a bit late. He would always be like 40 minutes late for the bus.
Okay.
So we would
go to the venue?
Yes, to go anywhere. He would just be 40 minutes late. I don't know what the hell he was doing.
Filipinos.
And we would have a separate group chat with fake time.
Okay.
So we'd have a time in the group chat that was half an hour earlier than it needed to be. But we all knew that it was actually at like 9, for example, instead of 8:30. So the group chat was just to make Abed closer to the time.
My friend, that's Filipino time.
Oh
That's literally it.
Because Eric, our manager, would go like bang on his door and be like, Abed. And then he had to like apologize to like the shuttle and all. Everyone's like waiting for it. He's just stalling the whole event.
See, this is whenever all you people in chat are complaining casters start the game, that's the reason. It's not our fault. It's because the players are literally just not showing up.
Oh, God.
We don't know. You should look back in your WhatsApp groups and see if they still exist. It's like the real team versus the fake Abed group.
Damn it.
But it's definitely a thing. But unfortunately, people have to wake up for work all the time at all sorts of crazy hours, and gamers are no different. You always got to wake up, especially if you want to wake up and play some ePulse quick matches. Then you definitely should be waking up. Although I think we actually do them at normal hours. It's like it's in the afternoon to evening Southeast Asian hours, because if you're interested in doing some quick matches, well, I highly suggest that you sign up for Prime. What is Prime exactly? Well, it gives you a lot of advantages on the ePulse platform, but specifically for the quick matches, it will raise your prize pool if you want to participate. You can scan this QR code, or you can use the code DPC23SUMMER if you go to epulse.com/wallet/redeem-code. I don't know if we're doing any quick matches right now at this hour, but you should still do it. We're quick matching as we speak. You could be quick matching right now, but you got to scan the QR code. And I hope all of you have been enjoying the show otherwise, whether you are competing on epulse.com or you're just watching competition. It's been a lovely time as we wrap up week number 2. Any week 2 wrap-up thoughts, Adam?
Jonathan!
Jonathan!
That's all I want to say. That's it.
I want more
Jonathan!
I want more hot takes. Mike wishes he was here or doing some hot takes.
We should get Mike on hot takes.
He wants to do hot takes with Winter. I think they get along,
But
yeah.
Adam's the champion right now.
Oh, Drew.
Adam-
Oh, wait, no, he kind of forfeited, though.
Yeah,
You
he
would.
did forfeit.
I know for a fact you would have been able to defend Corden carries bleed better than Winter could defend Corden
Better than
carries
him
bleed.
walking off.
Yes, exactly. He just straight ran down mid,
Like the draw in my pub.
which you still won that game.
Yeah,
Still
that's
won it.
true.
Yeah,
That's true.
Adam is
Yeah, man.
he's the king of the hot takes, and he's able to carry even the most tilted of players. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us at the Lacad Coconut Stand, and I thank all of you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the show. We're going to be back with week number 3 on Monday. We'll see you next week.
Bye.